Glad you're here. If you enjoy our content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating. Now, let's dive into the story of Superfarm and the apocalypse right here on GMT Recap. At that moment, Tian was leisurely strolling alone in the supermarket when the loudspeaker suddenly blared to life, the voice sounding serious. Recently, in Z City, there have been continuous incidents of animal attacks, leaving many people injured. We advise the public to limit going out late at night. Authorities have already started their investigation. We urge everyone to remain calm and avoid panic. Upon hearing the announcement, Tian tightened her grip on the food box in her hand and murmured to herself, "Stocking up on more food wouldn't hurt." Suddenly, the supermarket's loudspeaker blared again, this time with a more urgent tone. This is an emergency announcement. Dozens of people in Z City have contracted a strange flu virus. The origin is still unknown. Media outlets will continue to monitor the situation and provide updates. At this point, the supermarket immediately became chaotic. People started chattering, voices overlapping with each other. One person exclaimed, "Oh my, the old man from Mali family, he was usually so healthy, but just a few days ago he suddenly got an acute illness and passed away. Couldn't it be related to respiratory issues?" Another person responded, sounding anxious, "That's right, he couldn't even last 2 days before he passed." They continued whispering and shaking their heads in disbelief. So many people are falling ill lately, and the government still hasn't figured out the cause? After finishing her shopping, Tian had filled a whole cart with supplies, to the point where there was no more room to add anything else. As he left the supermarket, he could still hear the murmurs and whispers of the crowd. The world these days truly knew no peace. After loading everything into the car, Tian paused and ran his eyes carefully over the items once more. Seeds, instant food, frozen goods, meat, daily necessities, snacks, canned food, everything was there. Finished, he hurriedly drove home, his mind still preoccupied with calculations. He had to get back quickly to cook dinner for Han, and the deer he had hunted that morning also needed to be dealt with right away. Suddenly, his phone rang. Tian answered. "Hello." A hurried voice came from the other end of the line. Tian, what do you think about the proposal I mentioned earlier?" Hearing that, Tian replied calmly. "You could find another job, one that would make me proud to introduce you to others." The voice on the other end softened. "All right." It seemed as though the matter was settled, but Tian suddenly spoke again, his tone firm, tinged with irritation. "As for Han, I won't send her to an orphanage." The voice on the other end instantly erupted in anger, shouting, "You and she aren't even related by blood. If you insist on dragging that burden around, then stop talking to me about marriage." Tian remained unmoved, his voice unwavering. Han is my sister, she's family, and she's very important to me." Unable to convince Tian, the voice on the other end became even more harsh, shouting, "Li Tian, what right do you have to force me to raise a child that could be your daughter? The tough days we've been through together are already enough." At this moment, the girl didn't back down either, shouting back, "If you don't consider me at all, then don't get married, let's break up." Without waiting for Tian to respond, the line went dead with a few sharp beeps. Tian was stunned, still half speaking. "Fine, then we won't get married." He was in shock, eyes wide, mind racing. It was over. At that moment, his car slammed into something, blood splattered everywhere, bright red. Tian slammed on the brakes, causing his body to lurch forward, almost falling. The windshield was smeared with blood. He mumbled in shock, "What the hell is that? A dog?" But when he looked outside, he was horrified to realize it wasn't a dog, it was a goat. A small goat, bloodied and mangled, its head smashed in, its eyes now a bizarre mix of red and black. Yet, it was still alive. Tian stood frozen, unable to believe it. What kind of demon was this? It had been hit so hard its brain was exposed, yet it was still alive? The goat, its body in tatters, blood streaming down, staggered away and crawled into a patch of grass by the side of the road. Tian Tian stared after its retreating back, muttering, "Forget it, it's gone." "Fine, no need to call the traffic police." Then he continued driving back to the farm. When he arrived, only Tian Tian was there, quietly carrying the pile of goods out of the car. Suddenly, a cheerful voice from behind caught his attention. He turned and saw little Han Han and two dogs running out to greet him excitedly. "You're back!" Han Han cried, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Seeing Han Han and the two dogs chattering with joy, Tian Tian smiled softly and gently warned, "Take it slow, or you'll fall." The two dogs wagged their tails frantically at his return, and Han Han spread a pure, innocent smile, her eyes shining as she looked at him. He had bought many supplies. The little girl scurried over to help him carry the things. Tian Tian handed her a small bag and said, "Hold this." Han Han obediently nodded. "Yes." Then the two of them carried the pile of goods into the house together. Laughter and lively conversation rang out. While they were carrying, Han Han chattered as she worked, Big brother, I've finished all the tasks you gave me. I added hay to the cow's stall, changed the water, and watered the crops. I'm so tired I need to eat your meat to feel better." Tian Tian laughed indulgently when he heard that. "Alright, I'll make venison stew with radish for silly Han Han to eat." "How's that?" the little girl exclaimed, her eyes shining brightly. "Yes." After that, Han Han continued to chatter about all sorts of things in the world. Tian Tian, carrying things, looked at the innocent girl, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved into a warm smile. Suddenly, Han Han noticed Xiao Bai the dog chewing on the vegetable garden. She quickly ran over, gave the dog a painful smack on the head, and yelled, "Xiao Bai, bad dog, don't chew on the vegetables." Both of them, along with the dogs, merrily walked into the house. On the ground, the mixed prints of big and small paw steps seemed to tell their simple story. But as soon as they stepped inside, something strange made Tian Tian pause. The cow in the pen suddenly stared directly at him, its mouth still chewing grass, but its eyes were bloodshot, gleaming with a sinister, murderous glint, as if it was lurking, waiting to pounce on both him and Han Han. Inside the house, the two siblings started cooking. Han Han, innocently eating, asked, "Big brother, I've never seen a solar eclipse before, will it get completely dark later?" At that moment, the radio crackled to life, with the announcer's voice filled with excitement, announcing that the most magnificent total solar eclipse of the century was about to occur. "Han Han, your mouth is still full," laughing with squinted eyes, "it's so delicious." Not only was Big Brother's hunting technique getting better, but his cooking skills were also improving. Tian Tian smiled and replied, "It won't get completely dark, the sun will just be obscured. And you'll need to wear the glasses I gave you to see it properly." The radio began the countdown, 9, 8, but Han Han suddenly pointed outside, curiously asking, "What's that?" Tian Tian quickly followed her gaze, and he suddenly stood up straight. Outside, a strange phenomenon appeared. A massive black mass covered the sky, turning everything dark as ink. The radio continued, 7, 6, and the sun gradually disappeared, the darkness spreading. By the time the radio counted 3, 2, all the electrical devices in the house flickered and then went completely dark. Han Han anxiously cried out, "Why did the power go out? And it's so cold." Everything around them sank into thick darkness. Tian Tian's dogs started to panic, barking loudly. Tian Tian stood in the middle of the house, a hint of panic in his heart, as the radio sputtered and then went silent. Han Han, trembling, pointed in another direction, her voice shaking, "Big brother, quick, look over there." Tian Tian rushed to the balcony, stunned into silence. The air suddenly turned freezing, snow falling heavily, blanketing everything in white. He gasped in shock, in the middle of summer, how is it suddenly snowing so heavily? With a worried look, he turned to Han Han. "Han Han, you go back to your room quickly, I'll lock the cow and goat up properly and be right back. Xiao Bai, stay here and look after Han Han." Seeing the girl's concern, Tian Tian reassured her. "Don't worry, Xiao Hei, let's go." He and Xiao Hei trudged against the wind and snow, struggling to move forward. The blizzard howled, fierce enough that Tian had to shout. The snowstorm is too strong, Xiaohei, are you okay? In the sky, the sun had been completely covered, leaving only a huge dark mass ominously hanging in the air. Snow fell thickly, and the trees, stripped bare, were knocked over by the gusting winds. Tian pressed on, each step heavy with confusion. How could this be happening? He looked up at the pitch-black sky, stunned and speechless. Xiaohei suddenly tensed, looking up at the dark mass in the sky, its eyes flashing with unease. Tian muttered to himself. Trying to piece together all the strange events in my head: damaged plants, abnormal snowstorm, the sun disappearing. This is too bizarre. Suddenly, Xiaohei growled fiercely, baring its sharp teeth, its eyes glowing red like fire, flashing with something strange as it fixed its gaze on Tian. It continued to growl, woof woof. Tian, alarmed, his heart racing, barely had time to steady himself before he felt the murderous intent behind him. Turning around, he was horrified to see the cow in the pen glaring at him with bloodshot, vicious eyes, charging straight toward him. Thinking Xiaohei was about to attack, Tian quickly dodged, but unexpectedly, Xiaohei charged forward, biting tightly onto the buffalo to protect him. The buffalo rammed violently, causing Xiaohei and it to struggle fiercely. Tian, quick as lightning, jumped to the side, narrowly avoiding the terrifying attack. He ran frantically forward, his heart pounding, his mind in a panic. His bow and arrows, where were they? Fortunately, he found his bow lying on a nearby branch. On the other side, Xiaohei was thrown off by the buffalo due to the vast difference in strength. Tian hurriedly drew his bow, aiming directly at the maddened buffalo with bloodshot eyes. He muttered a curse, "Damn it." The arrow shot through the air, striking the buffalo squarely in the head. It howled in pain, staggering. Tian briefly felt relief this time; it had to be over. But the buffalo remained standing, not even close to collapsing, and instead, it became even more enraged, charging straight toward him at a terrifying speed. Tian exclaimed in shock, "I can't believe it's still not dead." In a panic, he drew his bow once more but then realized, in horror, that he had no more arrows left. Damn it! Desperate, he ignored the lack of arrows and continued searching, but there was nothing. Just then, the buffalo charged once more, slamming into Tian and sending him flying, the pain so intense it felt as though he could see the heavens themselves. Xiaohei barked frantically, charging forward to bite the buffalo, desperately trying to draw its attention. The buffalo's eyes still burned crimson with killing intent as it continued to advance toward Tian, who was now rolling on the ground in pain. Xiaohei barked even more fiercely, as if signaling something. Suddenly, Tian understood. His gaze darted toward the house, and a chill ran through his heart. If this buffalo had mutated, then Han inside the house was not safe either. Just as he feared, inside the house, Xiaobai had gone mad as well, its eyes blood red, growling menacingly at Han. The little girl backed away in terror, trembling as she asked, "What's wrong with you, Xiaobai?" Xiaobai lunged viciously, but luckily, Tian rushed in just in time, kicking Xiaobai away and saving Han in the nick of time. Seeing her brother burst in to rescue her, Han screamed in panic, "Big brother!" As Xiaobai snarled ferociously, Tian, horrified, quickly lifted the girl into his arms and said urgently, "I'll take you to the safe house. Hide well and don't come out, no matter what. It's still dangerous outside." Han's voice trembled with worry. "But Xiaobai, it..." Tian cut her off, his tone firm. "Xiaobai is dangerous right now. Listen to me, don't go outside under any circumstances." The little girl obediently nodded. "Okay." Tian trudged heavily through the raging snowstorm, carrying Han in his arms. The icy wind and blinding white snow made every step a struggle. At last, the two siblings reached the safe house. Standing amidst the thick curtain of snow, tense and panicked, they still forced themselves to move inside. Suddenly, a strange screen appeared before Tian's eyes, displaying the words, "Ammunition count, 0. Number of living entities within range, 4. He froze, thinking to himself, "Again? Is this another illusion? What on earth is happening?" Before he could think further, he quickly placed Han Han inside and shouted, "Get in now." The little girl, trembling with fear, replied, "Yes." Tian Tian gave a firm order, his tone grave, "No matter what happens, don't go outside." "Trust me," Han Han answered. The strange screen flickered again, ammunition count, 0. Number of living entities within range, 5. All of a sudden, from behind, Xiaobai lunged forward, crashing straight into Tian Tian. He had no time to react and fell face first into the snow, while Xiaobai snarled ferociously, bloodshot eyes locked on him. Inside, Han Han heard the commotion, panic rising as she pounded on the door and cried out, "Big brother!" Fortunately, Xiaohei darted forward just in time, growling fiercely as he leapt to attack Xiaobai. "Woof! Woof!" Seeing Xiaohei, Tian Tian felt a fleeting moment of relief, yet the scene around him had already descended into utter chaos. Xiaohei was struggling with Xiaobai, while the bull was madly chasing Tian Tian, its killing intent overwhelming. He shouted loudly towards Xiaohei. "Xiaohei, hold on, I'll take care of this and come back for you." Tian Tian ran desperately towards a tree, grabbing an axe lying nearby. When he reached a massive ancient tree, he stopped, standing face to face with the bull, his gaze resolute. "Come at me." The bull charged aggressively, and Tian Tian swiftly dodged to the side. The bull, using too much force, couldn't stop in time and slammed its horns straight into the trunk of the tree, getting stuck. It struggled wildly, trying to free itself. Tian Tian gripped the axe tightly, raising it high as he stared coldly at the bull. "Die!" But before he could strike, Xiaobai seemed to go mad and lunged at him from behind, biting into Tian Tian's neck. He glanced back, panic setting in as he thought, "Is this how I die?" The situation grew even more dire as the bull freed its horns and charged straight at Tian Tian. He coughed up blood, falling to the ground, powerless to defend himself. His mind was filled with chaotic thoughts. No, cut down, it's too noisy, how did this happen?" Tian Tian was on the brink of losing consciousness when suddenly, a voice rang out, the system linked to the apocalyptic survival game activating. System screens appeared floating around, leaving Tian Tian in confusion. "What is this? Are you kidding me? Die already!" The screen continued to display, "Playerly Tian Tian." He silently cursed, "Move already, you useless thing." But at this moment, he was in a dire state, his stomach pierced by a bull's horn, blood spilling everywhere. Though exhausted, Tian Tian still gripped the axe tightly, determined to ensure Han Han's survival. The system chimed again, "Apocalypse game connection successful." Tian Tian collapsed, his body seemingly sinking into darkness. Just when it seemed like everything was over, another voice sounded. "Apocalypse game successfully downloaded. Playerly Tian Tian, hiding place, business mansion, level 1. The system continued with the reward for the level 1 hiding skill, True Vision, homestay level. A blinding white light appeared before him. The system announced, required points to level up the fortress, 8 million. Suddenly, Tian Tian opened his eyes, awakening on the cold ground. He froze, wondering, am I still alive? He touched his stomach, astonished to find the wound had completely healed, leaving no trace. His torn clothes and the bloodstains were still there, but he mumbled, I was clearly pierced by a bull's horn. How did the wound disappear? He tried to recall, but the images in his mind were blurry, like a TV with no signal. The harder he tried, the more his head throbbed. He touched his forehead, glanced in another direction, and was horrified by the terrifying sight. The buffalo was hacked in two, Xiaobai's head severed from its neck, both lying sprawled on the ground. Tian Tian, confused, wondered what had happened after he lost consciousness. He looked at the two corpses, unable to believe his eyes. This level of destruction was beyond what any human could achieve. A hazy image appeared. When he lost consciousness, Tian Tian stood tall, his eyes hollow and white, his body emitting sparks of blue electricity. The system sounded. Playerly Tian Tian, although Xiaobai bit down hard on your neck, it was suddenly thrown away by an invisible force. A system notification appeared. Welcome to the post-apocalyptic survival game. Player identity has been activated. Suddenly, Tian felt an overwhelming surge of power. He swung his arm and punched Xiaobai, the tremendous force causing it to cry out in agony, the sound echoing through the air. Without stopping, Tian gripped the axe tightly, striking a majestic battle stance like a war god. He charged forward, delivering a decisive slash that cleaved the buffalo's massive body in two. It roared in pain, its body torn apart, blood splattering everywhere. But at that moment, Tian lost consciousness, acting instinctively, his eyes empty and lifeless. His body rapidly healed itself, the wounds closing almost instantly. In his dazed state, he lunged at the buffalo before him. But when he regained his senses, Tian was startled, screaming in panic, and collapsed onto the ground. A thought flashed through his mind, that's right, I have died before. The wounds have healed, and this power doesn't belong to me. Looking up at the sky, he was astonished to see countless system screens floating, displaying information. He silently guessed that this so-called system must be just like a game. A sound echoed, the game has successfully loaded. The shelter link has been established, the accumulated points store has been activated, the newbie reward has been issued, please check it for yourself. Tian stared at the sky and muttered, that system voice has appeared again. Based on some online games, it must be about to announce a mission. Suddenly, an electric shock sapped through his brain, leaving him dazed and confused. A system screen popped up, with information seemingly streaming directly into his mind. In astonishment, he thought, the news is directly entering my brain? The system notification read, the first season of The Destruction has arrived, there are 30 days left until the second season begins. Natural disasters and apocalyptic events are imminent, and the shelter is the only fortress to rely on. Player's mission, survive in the apocalypse game, and transform the shelter into the most solid castle. Tian was stunned, muttering, the first season of destruction has only just begun? He continued to think, the first season involved contaminated land, so what will the second season bring? Standing up, he looked at Xiaobai lying unconscious on the ground. Recalling the system's words, he quietly thought that Xiaobai and the cow must have eaten plants contaminated with radioactive toxins, which caused their mutation. He cautiously approached, tied Xiaobai's mouth shut, and carried him over his shoulder, mumbling. After mutation, the body becomes stronger, but also more aggressive. I'll have to lock him up to prevent him from hurting others. Tian carried Xiaobai back to the safe house. As soon as he opened the door, he immediately remembered Han and wondered how she was. The interior was pitch black. Tian turned on his phone's flashlight, its weak light barely illuminating the way. He tried the electrical switch, but there was no response. He thought to himself that the power system hadn't been restored yet. Checking his phone, he realized there was no signal and muttered. The telecommunications are down too. Fortunately, there was a backup generator, so it wasn't a major issue. He looked around, feeling uneasy. Where's Han? Why is it so quiet? Glancing at the corner of the box, he was horrified to see Han's legs sticking out. He yelled. Han! He rushed over and shook her awake, but Han remained motionless with her eyes closed. Tian anxiously called out. Han, what happened? At that moment, the system displayed a notification with Han's name and her status as being in deep sleep. Seeing this, he let out a relieved sigh. Han gradually regained consciousness, rubbing her eyes drowsily, her voice weak, Big Brother. Han, listen to me, stay here and wait for Big Brother. Then there was a white light, and I don't remember anything after that. Big Brother, are you okay? Seeing the little girl's concern, Tian gently replied, Han, why didn't you lay out a mat? Why are you lying directly on the floor? Don't worry, everything has been resolved. Han asked softly, where's Xiaobai? Tian answered gently, Xiaobai is injured, and can't meet you for now. You should sleep here, Big Brother has some matters to handle. The little girl nodded, reassured, Tian laid out a mat for Han, ensuring she was comfortable, then quietly left. Outside, the sky was pitch dark, gloomy as though signaling a nightmare. Tian muttered, "No more mutated livestock for now. I wonder how this system is different from those online games." He turned on the system screen, fiddling with it, muttering, "Newbie rewards are just like a game." After a while of searching without finding anything interesting, he grumbled, "Is that all? Feels kind of underwhelming. I thought there'd be weapons or special skills, but turns out you can't level up right at the start." Suddenly, an enigmatic question mark appeared on the screen. Tian, curious, muttered, "What's this question mark?" He looked closely and realized, the currency of this system is accumulated points, like something that can grow on contaminated land. Interesting. In front of him, the system screen displayed a series of items, but the prices were so high that he clicked his tongue in disappointment. How could someone as poor as me afford any of this? Sitting alone under a tree, Tian fumbled through the system while also checking the supplies in his home. He muttered to himself, noticing that everything in direct contact with the ground was contaminated to varying degrees. Lost power, lost lives. The outside situation is probably just as bleak. Suddenly, he stopped, staring at the screen, recalling the image of the mutated, aggressive ox in Xiaobai. He was startled. The infection source must be dealt with immediately. In front of him, a blaze erupted violently. Tian stood dazed for a moment before walking toward a room. Upon opening the door, he was stunned to see an entire wall lined with guns and ammunition. He flipped a switch and activated the diesel generator, dim light flooding the space. Tian casually picked up a gun, checked it briefly, then tucked it into his jacket. He carefully placed a walkie-talkie beside Han, who was sleeping, before leaving. Tian got into his car and sped off through the dim, foggy air, the thick haze of dust making the scene feel eerie. Suddenly, behind his car, a pack of mutated monsters charged at him, growling and attacking. Tian quickly realized what was happening, drew his gun, and aimed it straight at them, muttering, "Are these mutants attracted to me? Well," he thought, "he'd better finish this quickly." Suddenly, another vehicle appeared, continuously firing at him. Tian furrowed his brow, confused about what was going on. The vehicle suddenly sped up and blocked his way. They were too fast, forcing Tian to slam on the brakes. Before he could understand their intentions, someone from the vehicle pointed a gun at him, aiming a heavy artillery piece. He quickly raised his hands in surrender. The person looked at him, then turned to the radio, speaking firmly, "The threat has been neutralized." Tian noticed the logo on the person's uniform, a military emblem. His face darkened as he thought to himself, "The military from some base in the city, there must have been a riot. I wonder about Zhonglin, she's..." The person yelled urgently, "Hey, you, it's really dangerous outside right now, don't wander around on the streets." Tian responded in a hurry, "I ran out of supplies at home, that's why I'm here." "Can you tell me what's going on in the city right now?" The person's radio crackled, "District B is under attack by a swarm of mutant cats. Reinforcements are needed." The person replied immediately, "Understood." Then, turning to Tian, they shouted, "If you need supplies, go to the government-established supply zone. The city is no longer safe, go back home now." Tian nodded, "I understand." Following the military vehicle, the sky echoed with the sound of helicopters. Tian silently observed, thinking to himself, with even specialized aircraft appearing, it seems there are quite a few mutated animals after all. Even though he had parted ways with Zhonglin, he muttered, "In this apocalyptic world, I can't just leave her behind. Since I'm already on the way, I might as well check on her." Though they had only been acquaintances, his heart remained uneasy. The city was now desolate, with thick smoke billowing into the air. The sky was dark, gloomy, as though it were foretelling a nightmare. While driving, Tian heard a loudspeaker announcement. "Attention, comrades, there have been frequent incidents of robbery on the roads." At a lake, the body of a woman was discovered. The time of death, he glanced in the rearview mirror and saw a police car pass by, his heart sinking. Now, aside from the police car, there would likely only be ambulances left. On the other side, an ambulance sped past, followed by frantic screams. The patient had lost too much blood and was on the brink of death. "Hurry, hurry!" A panicked voice called out, and it was again due to a food-related lung infection. The situation was chaotic. The girl in the ambulance was groaning in agony. Meanwhile, the medical staff shouted, "Prepare the adrenaline, don't administer too much medicine, the heart stimulants are running out." At another corner of the street, the scene grew even more desolate. A desperate woman shook her husband, crying uncontrollably. "Honey, don't sleep, hang on, we're almost at the hospital." But the husband, weak and resigned to his fate, murmured, "Forget it, the healthcare system has collapsed, there are no hospital beds, and the emergency numbers aren't even connecting." Looking at the suffering people on the street, Tian sighed heavily, realizing that the healthcare system had completely broken down and could no longer respond to the contaminated food crisis. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his heart heavy, wondering if he could lead Han through this apocalyptic game. Outside, the streets were desolate, everything in ruins, with dust and smoke filling the air. Police loudspeakers blared, catching the attention of the residents. "This is the designated supply point for essential goods as appointed by the government. Everyone, please maintain order." A police officer shouted loudly. "Queue up for supplies. Each person is entitled to 5 kilograms of rice, 5 kilograms of flour, and 1 kilogram of vegetables." But the crowd, in panic, jostled and pushed. Someone shouted, "Don't cut in line. Damn it, I've been waiting here for 5 hours, let me go first. This spot is mine, I'm just going to the bathroom for a minute." He boasted proudly. "Damn it, I'm the CEO of Xiandong Company. You won't end up well if you mess with me." Suddenly, he screamed out. In another corner, a mother and her child were holding each other, crying uncontrollably. The little girl, panicked, cried out between sobs, "Mom, my food." Tian sat in the car, watching the chaos outside. People were fighting, scrambling for essential supplies. One person shouted, "That's my food, Deck." Clearly, I grabbed the area with the supplies amidst all this noise and disorder. Seeing there was no more opportunity, Tian decided to leave and change direction towards Zhong Lin's place. He muttered to himself, trying to remember that the left turn ahead would lead to the apartment she rented. Suddenly, a car came speeding out of nowhere. Tian slammed on the brakes, narrowly avoiding a collision. A man stepped out of the car, looking around furtively, anxiety on his face. He approached Tian's car and knocked on the window, his gaze tense. Tian looked at the man and asked, "Hey, did you just come from the supply collection point over there?" The man replied, his voice somewhat cautious, "Is there something wrong?" He then added, "I just saw you driving from the general market area over there. Were you trying to buy some food but couldn't get anything?" Suddenly, he pulled out a bag full of vegetables, proudly showing it off: watermelon, zucchini, pumpkin, tomatoes, and even some greens. "What do you want?" "I've got everything here." Tian was deep in thought, his eyes sharp and cold, muttering to himself as he made a guess. He then smiled challengingly. "If you dare to eat this in front of me, I'll buy everything for you." The man paused, flustered. "What? What do you mean? Don't you trust me?" Then, he switched his tone to cursing. "If I hadn't felt sorry for you, and seen you haven't bought anything, I wouldn't have sold you my vegetables." Truly, no good deed goes unpunished. Tian interrupted, slamming the car door shut, his voice cold. "All right, move aside." The man wouldn't let go, shouting, "Hey, what kind of attitude is that?" Tian shot him a sharp look, pulling out a gun and pointing it straight at him. The man, terrified, stammered, "Brother, we can talk this out." But Tian's voice was ice cold, his killing intent palpable. "Doing such shady business, if I shoot you, no one will say a word. Get lost." The man trembled, cautiously replied, "Why yes. Yes. He quickly jumped into his car, muttering angrily, "Damn it, missed a sale, ran into a tough one." Then he drove off. Tian stopped his car in front of a desolate apartment building, got out, and slowly climbed the stairs. He reached a door, knocked, and called out, "Zhonglin." There was no answer. As usual, he bent down to the mat, pulled out a hidden key, muttering, "Not home?" He opened the door and stepped inside. The room was pitch dark, a complete mess, more than he had expected. Tian was taken aback. Zhonglin is so particular about cleanliness, how could she let her place get like this? He glanced at the bed, then the bookshelf, and noticed a pack of cigarettes. He picked it up to check, his eyes widening in shock. Antibiotics from Tian Run. This brand has a terrible reputation, why would she buy it? His eyes swept across the room, concluding there was no sign of blood or food poisoning. Looking at the painting on the wall, he muttered, "The place is such a mess, this isn't like her at all." The door was locked without any signs of forced entry. Everything seemed deliberately arranged. Tian's face darkened, his heart filled with unease. Where could she have gone? Scene transition, a notification system in the outskirts of the city. The business manner was failing, at a hostile level. The reward was a level 1 hideout skill and the realize skill. All objects and creatures were digitized before the host's eyes. The 30-acre area could be used for farming, breeding, and construction. Scene transition to an old, shabby tent, where the system continued with a report of losses. A dilapidated greenhouse at level 1. Seeing this, Tian clenched his fists, determined to earn enough points to upgrade the items in the farm. He couldn't let radiation affect the crops. Tian was diligently digging the soil, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, when suddenly Han's voice rang out cheerfully. "Brother, the seeds really have sprouted." The seeds he had planted in the soil had sprouted. The little girl, her eyes sparkling, looked at the tender green shoots with immense joy. Tian also felt a surge of excitement and put the hoe down to respond, "Let me take a look." He bent down to examine the vibrant green sprouts, and the system immediately displayed data: tomato sprout, ripening time, 48 hours. He murmured to himself, thinking that it was a success. The seeds had a high resistance to radiation, just as the system had described. Tian was filled with energy and hope. The ripening time was much shorter. As long as they could accumulate enough points, both he and Han would surely survive the apocalypse. Han, equally thrilled, chimed in. "The seeds I planted before all withered. I thought we wouldn't have any food left to eat. You really are amazing, brother, for finding these seeds." Tian smiled proudly. "Of course, your brother always has a way. By the way, have you remembered the rules I taught you?" Han nodded, raising her hand and counting innocently. 1. Don't eat anything anyone gives you, except for brother. 2. Without brother's permission, you mustn't leave the farm. If you spot any strange animals, you must hide immediately. And also, keep an eye on Xiaohei, don't let it eat anything it shouldn't. The little girl turned to the dog, her voice stern. "Isn't that right, Xiaohei? Did you hear me clearly?" Suddenly, the system announced, "The radiation-proof product is ripe. Please harvest it." Tian muttered in astonishment, "It's already ripe after just being planted?" The tomatoes, plump and vibrant red, looked unexpectedly delicious. He picked one up, and the system continued, "Radiation-proof tomatoes, highly nutritious, boost physical strength, with a shelf life of 30 days. Tian took a bite and immediately felt a surge of energy, as if electricity coursing through his body. Surprised, he felt a warmth spreading through him, and the fatigue of the past few days vanished. He thought to himself, improving physical strength during the apocalypse, when food is scarce, not only do I have something to eat, but I'm also gaining attributes. The system clearly wants me to fully take charge of this farm. The system's voice sounded again, unlock the privilege to buy items from the store. Upgrading the shelter requires accumulating points. The system's reward exchange is the only way to earn points, recover crops, livestock, and minerals at prices based on their tier. The system listed the crop tiers from highest to lowest: Super Divine Tier 4, Divine Tier 3, Ancient Medicinal Tier 2, Radiation Proof Tier 1. Exchange 1 kg of radiation proof crops for 1 accumulation point, 1 kg of ancient medicinal crops for 100 points, 1 kg of divine crops for 1000 points, and 1 kg of super divine crops for 10,000 points. Tian tightly gripped the tomato, his eyes lighting up as he thought to himself, as long as I have enough accumulated points, I can turn this manor into a top-tier military base. He muttered to himself, filled with anticipation. This was only the radiation protection level, there were still 3 higher levels, and their effects would surely be much stronger. Excited, Tian turned around and exclaimed, "Great! Let's see how the ancient medicine level harvest turns out." But when he looked back, he froze and muttered, "No wonder it's called ancient medicine, the ripening rate is only 10%. He glanced to the side and saw the system notification, carat of the ancient medicine level, growth rate 100%. The effect eliminated all negative influences such as poisoning, disease, and even injuries that couldn't be healed by negative factors. The preservation time was unlimited. Tian exclaimed with joy, "This is amazing. Now I don't need to worry about medical issues anymore." Looking at the lush garden, Tian fell into deep thought, calculating that he would sell 70% of the crops to exchange for accumulated points, while keeping the rest as food reserves. The system immediately asked, "Do you want to retrieve 200 kg of radiation protection level crops?" Tian pressed confirm. The system reported that 2,000 accumulated points had been earned. The ancient medicine level crops X3 were stored in the warehouse. 200 kg of radiation protection level crops have been stored in the warehouse. Next, the system chimed. Congratulations to the player for completing the first retrieval. Achievement, Master of Retrieval, Reward, Agricultural Robot. Tian muttered in surprise. The first retrieval and there's a reward? He held the tiny robot, watching it wave its arm and make sounds. He clicked his tongue. It's so small, it probably can't do anything. As if understanding, the robot frowned and glared at him. Tian was startled, thinking, "Did it just glare at me?" Suddenly, the robot shot out of his hand, soaring in the air, swinging its arms wildly, making noises. Tian was astonished. How does it know what I'm thinking? Does my consciousness connect with the system, sending commands directly into its head? That's convenient. Watching Han sitting and watching TV at home, Tian thought to himself. If a farming robot is already this impressive, if I collect more points to exchange for a battle robot, won't Han be completely safe? He glanced at the robot, seeing it working efficiently, muttering, "Impressive performance." In the afternoon, Tian called out, Han, time to eat, stop watching cartoons." He brought out a golden, appetizing plate of chicken legs. "Today, we have chicken legs." Han's eyes lit up. "What? Chicken legs?" Both the little girl and Xiaohei were excited, with Xiaohei's tail wagging energetically. Tian smiled, "Congratulations, we've successfully planted the trees." Han, chewing, asked, "Big brother, didn't you say we need to save on food in the future?" Tian replied confidently, "Our family has planted crops again, and the stored food we had before can still be eaten." Han's eyes sparkled like stars, and she cheered, "Big brother." Tian's voice turned serious as he warned, "But if others find out we have food, I will punish you by not letting you eat for 3 days." Han was startled, not letting me eat for even 1 day would already be cruel. Tian laughed. "All right, hurry up and eat. After 2 days of instant noodles, you must be really craving something else." Han happily shouted, "I won't say anything reckless." Tian picked up a chicken drumstick and held it out to Xiaohei, who was eyeing it hungrily. "The first drumstick is for Xiaohei, thank you for protecting Han and me." Han hugged Xiaohei and praised it non-stop. "Xiaohei is the best, but then she suddenly became worried. But Xiaobai? I wonder if Xiaobai is better now. Seeing Han Han sad, Tian Tian gently rubbed her head and comforted her. Don't worry, Xiaobai is only seriously injured, just can't see you for now. When it's better, I'll let it come out to play with you. He smiled kindly, so absolutely don't go up to the attic and disturb Xiaobai while it's resting. Understand? Han Han nodded. Yes. All right. Tian Tian stepped up to the attic, where Xiaobai was still locked inside the iron cage, his eyes blood red, murderous intent seething, growling ferociously. The system suddenly issued a notification, warning that someone was attempting to intrude. Tian Tian silently gave a command in his mind, switching to the surveillance camera feed. The system continued scanning the intruder's appearance. Male, 42 years old, unarmed, low threat level. An image of a man appeared. Startled, Tian Tian muttered, Uncle Nan? Why is he here? He quickly went outside and saw Uncle Nan standing at the gate, his face anxious, the cigarette in his hand trembling. Tian Tian called out, Uncle Nan, what's the matter? Seeing him, Uncle Nan hastily threw the cigarette to the ground, stammering, Master Shaoli. Tian Tian spoke softly, Uncle. Go ahead. Uncle Nan sighed, his voice hollow, Master Shaoli, I need to ask you for a favor. He paused, then hesitantly explained, do you still have any surplus food on your farm? My house was completely looted, there's nothing left in our storage. Food on the market costs a fortune. He lowered his head in embarrassment. So could you spare me a little? Seeing Uncle Nan's haggard face, Tian Tian fell silent, torn with hesitation. At last, he sighed and refused. Uncle Nan, I'm sorry. We don't have much food left either. The crops we planted before were destroyed by mutation. Uncle Nan was disappointed, his voice tinged with sadness. Is that so? He felt embarrassed and continued, well, it's true. I've asked many relatives for help, but no one has any surplus food. I guess I'd become too shameless. Tian Tian was moved inside. I can give you a little food, but not much. Thank you for helping me before. Uncle Nan was overjoyed, repeatedly saying, thank you so much. Tian Tian took out a bag of food and said, I only have this little instant noodles. Uncle Nan accepted it, thinking of other solutions, happily receiving it. Okay, I'm really grateful. Tian Tian looked at him, her voice serious. I wish you good luck, Uncle Nan. Uncle Nan smiled faintly, turned away, and mumbled, no, let's wish us both good luck. Watching Uncle Nan's figure fade into the distance, Tian Tian thought to herself, this little food will only last their family 3 to 5 days. Even though I'm not short on food, in these times, people's hearts are unpredictable. I'll just keep some ordinary vegetables in the fridge and bring more to him tonight. Later, Tian Tian drove Han Han to Uncle Nan's house. The little girl pouted, I want to stay home and watch the little fairy. Tian Tian replied sternly, the mutated animals around the farm haven't been dealt with yet. I can't leave you at home alone. Han Han was curious. So, where are we going? Tian Tian replied, to old Nan's house. He often helps Grandpa bring him some food. Han Han nodded, remembering. Oh, I remember now. He's the kind one. His house even has a few older brothers who used to give me candy. Tian Tian reminded him, you can only have 1 piece of candy a day, remember? Han Han looked guilty and murmured, yes. I didn't sneak you any candy, Han Han remembers now. On the way, the scene was desolate, eerily quiet. Tian Tian muttered, it's so quiet, there's not even a dog barking. The mutated livestock must have been dealt with. He and Han Han got out of the car, holding bags of food. The little girl eagerly handed over her small bag, saying, and this is Han Han's food. Tian Tian smiled. Suddenly, a scream echoed. Xiao Tian, what's wrong? Don't scare your dad. Tian Tian turned to look at the house next door, hearing a painful, choking cough. Inside the house, a young man was coughing up blood, his face pale. Uncle Nan looked at his son, tears streaming down his face, his voice trembling. Son, didn't you feel better earlier? Why is it so serious now? The young man weakly and painfully cried out, No, no, no. Tian stood outside the door, holding Han Han in his arms, quietly observing. Han Han, worried, whispered. Uncle Nan's son is vomiting so much blood, is he not going to die, right? Tian quickly reassured, his voice gentle. It's okay, Han Han, don't look anymore. Looking at the tragic scene, Tian remembered the patient who had been rushed to the emergency room the other day, murmuring. The symptoms are similar to radiation poisoning from vegetables. Did the food really spoil that quickly? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Wait, isn't this a perfect test subject? Whether he survives or not depends on the fate he has at home. Uncle Nan, panicked, helped his son lie down, his voice trembling. Xiao Tian, my son, lie down quickly. The doctors at the hospital had said there were no beds, and even if there were, they couldn't treat him. Father and son looked at each other, tears streaming down their faces. Uncle Nan was in so much pain, it was as if his heart was being torn apart. What should I do, Dad? The boy, his eyes red, cried uncontrollably, powerless to resist. Suddenly, something was thrown violently into the house, shattering the glass door. It fell onto the boy's bed. Uncle Nan, furious, yelled. Who the hell threw this in here? He shouted out. Come out here, now. The boy, weak, stopped his father. Dad, wait a minute. He pointed at the bag that had just fallen, whispering. Dad, look at that. Uncle Nan softened his voice. All right, don't move, let me take a look. Curiously, he opened the bag, his eyes lighting up. My God, food, fresh vegetables. Inside, there was also a small piece of paper. Uncle Nan read it, stunned. If you don't want him to die, give him something to eat. He shouted angrily, is he sick? A big hospital can't even cure him, and you're trying to fool me with a carrot? Looking at his son, he felt hopeless. What use were fresh vegetables now? My poor child, your father is useless. The young man's eyes welled up with tears, gripping his father's hand, he whispered, I want to try. See, lying here I'll die anyway, I want to live. Uncle Nan wiped away his tears and choked up, yes, the hospital couldn't help. How could a father just watch his child die before his eyes? Here, take this carrot. Try it quick, have a bite. The young man began chewing the carrot. Suddenly, his body began to convulse violently. Uncle Nan panicked. His son vomited blood, staining the floor red, but then his complexion began to improve. Uncle Nan laughed joyfully, shouting, It's working, it's really working. Tian stood outside, smiling with relief. The streetlight suddenly flickered and went out, a flash of light sparked. He muttered to himself, the power's back, the signal should be up soon. He picked up the phone and called Zhong Lin, anxiously waiting. But all he received was the notification, the number you are calling is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. In the distance, another phone rang, followed by a disgruntled voice. That's so noisy. Whose phone is ringing? They quickly picked up their phones, faces lighting up as they exclaimed. The signal's back. Suddenly, a cold voice from the woman standing behind them cut through the air. Turn it off. Instantly, the group burst into hearty laughter. One of them excitedly said, Once we finish this, how much food are we going to get? At least enough to last us a few months without worrying about hunger. Another one nodded, chuckling sarcastically. Working with that fat guy really is smooth sailing. Someone else interjected, curiously asking, Tell me, what do you think they're going to do with all this stuff? The person who spoke earlier shrugged and replied briefly. Why bother asking? Just take the money, do the job, and keep quiet. Another voice chimed in, laughing. Exactly. Meanwhile, Tian Tian drove the car with Han Han beside her. The little girl sat next to her, eyes bright with admiration, innocently praising. Tian Tian, you're really amazing. I saw Xiao Tian spit out so much blood, but after eating the carrot, he got better. Han Han continued, her voice full of excitement. That Xiao Tian went from gray to green in just a little while. So cool. The little girl continued sitting there, constantly exclaiming in awe and praise. Hearing this, Tian Tian smiled to himself, thinking, this child is really obsessed with cartoons, even the way she imagines things is as colorful as in the movies. As the car sped along the road, suddenly something shot up from the bushes and slammed onto the roof, causing a violent impact that made both Tian Tian and Han Han jump in shock. Tian Tian furrowed his brow, looked up, and muttered, "What's wrong with the roof?" Suddenly, a grotesque, hairy arm slammed against the car window. Wild, eerie eyes stared down from the roof, baring sharp teeth, greedily observing the two. It pounded on the glass repeatedly, growling with each terrifying sound. Seeing the horrifying mutated monster, both Tian Tian and Han Han were struck with panic. He turned to the little girl, his voice frantic, "Han Han, hold on tight." The little girl, terrified, responded, "Okay." Tian Tian immediately floored the accelerator, driving straight toward the roadside fence. The monster grew increasingly aggressive, causing his face to pale. He quickly drew his gun, shouting, "Han Han, get down," before aiming and firing at the roof. The mutated ape immediately leapt off the car, its blood boiling. Tian Tian gripped the steering wheel tightly, accelerating the car toward the creature that was charging at them. He used his hand to hold Han Han, preventing her from tipping forward. A strong collision sent the monkey flying into a tree in front of them. Without hesitation, Tian Tian decisively drew his gun, aimed directly at the monkey's head, and fired a shot that went through. He stepped out of the car, checked the animal's body, and confirmed that it was completely down. As the monkey collapsed to the ground, Tian Tian suddenly noticed a serial number carved into its body. He frowned, confused, thinking to himself, "What is this? Where did it come from? There are no farms or zoos around here." He suddenly remembered the medicine box at his ex-girlfriend's house recently. At that moment, the sky suddenly roared with thunder, dark clouds swirled in, and bright lightning tore through the air, as rain began pouring down in torrents. Seeing the weather turning bad, Tian Tian quickly told Han Han, "Stay here and watch cartoons. I have something to take care of." The little girl nodded obediently, "Yes, sir." Tian Tian climbed up to the attic, where Xiaobai was kept. He sat down in front of the cage, facing its terrifying eyes, as though it were about to leap at him. Sighing, Tian Tian put on gloves, and a system prompt appeared asking if he wanted to take out the critical grade antidote. He quickly selected yes, pried open Xiaobai's mouth, and shoved a carrot into its throat, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect this medicine to counteract the radiation poisoning from the vegetables." After feeding it, he held the animal tightly, his eyes full of hope, muttering, "Please, make it work." Suddenly, Xiaobai's body trembled violently, and it let out a terrified scream. Below, Han Han was watching TV, and upon hearing the thunderous sound, she began to worry. She stood up abruptly, muttering, "The thunder is so loud, it's a bit scary. Why hasn't Tian Tian come back yet? I can't wait any longer." Han Han ran up to the attic. Seeing Tian Tian sitting there, she got a mischievous idea, sneaking up behind him and suddenly shouting. Tian Tian was startled and turned around, while she laughed triumphantly, "Got scared, huh?" Just then, her laughter stopped. She froze, her whole body stiffening, unable to speak. Her eyes were filled with panic as they landed on the floor, where Xiaobai lay unconscious in a pool of dark red blood. Seeing this, Han Han trembled, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground. Tian Tian was shocked, screaming, "Han Han!" She fell into his arms, her breath erratic. He held her tightly, his voice urgent. "Han Han, calm down." Han Han sobbed, painfully crying out, "Why? Why, Tian Tian? Didn't we have carrots that could save its life? Hurry, feed them to Xiaobai." Seeing the little girl's heart-wrenching sorrow, Tian held her tightly in his arms, his voice deep and heavy as he gently explained, "Carrots can't save a life that's already been tainted by mutation." At that, Xiaobai almost burst into tears, crying out in despair, "I don't want to. I don't want Xiaobai to die." The little girl sobbed uncontrollably, calling Xiaobai's name over and over. Tian hugged Han Han tightly, suppressing the pain in his own heart. Together, they carried Xiaobai to a tree and carefully buried it with solemn respect. Both Tian and Han Han, especially the girl, were consumed by deep sorrow. Watching Han Han's silent grief, Tian gently took her hand and said softly, "It's getting colder here. Let's go home." When they returned, Han Han sat blankly in front of the TV, her eyes empty. From the kitchen, Tian's warm voice called out, "Dinner's ready. I made all your favorite dishes." But the girl remained motionless, giving no response. Despite preparing a hearty meal, Tian could only sigh at the sight of Han Han's desolation. He softly told Xiao, "Stay in the room with Han Han, alright?" At that moment, the system notification sounded, "Anti-radiation crop is ripe. Please harvest in time." Tian sat quietly on the haystack, scrolling through the system. The notifications continued to chime, "Harvest complete. Anti-radiation crops, 500 kilograms. Ancient medicinal grade crops, 10 kilograms. Hearing that, Tian glanced at the robot beside him and smiled faintly. He continued browsing through the system as notifications kept ringing out non-stop. Integral conversion successful, integral conversion successful. Tian's houses were continuously upgraded. The old house was raised to level 1, and the common greenhouse was upgraded to level 2. Suddenly, a warning appeared. Playerly Tian's current defense level is level 3, capable only of defending against small, high-risk wild creatures. It is recommended to quickly set up a defense system. Hearing this, Tian fell into deep thought and silently thought, indeed, the most urgent thing now is to build a safety system for the farm. With the current amount of produce, the growth of the integral was slow, so expanding production could wait. He began upgrading the defense system, reinforcing the walls from level 1 to level 2. Electric fences were installed along the walls. The system announced, "Electric fence purchased successfully." Next, he bought a patrol radar. Tian murmured as he considered. "The integrals aren't much, I'll need a few more protective devices for Han Han." But when he looked at the price in the system, he furrowed his brows in disappointment. The integrals were insufficient. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Tian decided to sell all the food in the warehouse, hoping it would be enough to earn the integrals, and then he could continue earning more later. He clicked to purchase, and the system immediately notified him of a successful transaction. Soon after, a robotic dog appeared. The number 1 hunting dog, along with a robotic bird, began patrolling the skies. The system displayed the following data. B Warrior 1, Level 1, Ammunition 100/100, Destructiveness 100, Speed 5, Attack Power 3, Defense Power 1, Attack Method, Gunfire. Hunting Dog 1, Level 2, Ammunition 50/50, Fuel 100/100, Speed B, Defense Power B, Attack Power 5, Attack Method, Burning, Gunfire, Biting. Tian began testing the strength of these machines. He silently issued a command, "Fierce Bee Warrior, shoot down the leaves." Immediately, the bee flew through the air, releasing a barrage of bullets that shredded each leaf into pieces. Seeing this, Tian couldn't help but marvel, thinking to himself, "That's perfect." He looked at the bee, satisfied. Aerial patrol, done. Next, he turned his attention to the hunting dog, muttering to himself, "Let's see how it handles suppressing ground fire." He shouted, "Fierce Hound Warrior, blow it up." The hunting dog immediately gathered energy, releasing a brilliant beam of light from its mouth, with immense power that shattered the stone in front of it. Tian was astonished by its destructive force, silently reassuring himself, "With this, I can feel much more at ease." Inside the house, Han Han was still sitting absent-mindedly, her eyes filled with sorrow. Tian called out, "Han Han." But the little girl didn't respond, still lost in the pain of losing Xiao Bai. Suddenly, Xiao He approached and gently licked her hand. Tian Tian smiled, leading the hunting dog to stand in front of Han Han, and softly said, "Let him stay by your side to protect you from now on." He smiled kindly, continuing, "Name him, how about Xiao Bai?" Hearing that, Han Han hugged the hunting dog tightly to her chest, her eyes brimming with tears, and emotionally replied, "Yes." At the same time, at a company, an employee hurriedly reported, "The uncontrollable sample has been dealt with." The man, holding a stack of documents, spoke in a calm tone. "The readings from number 7 are very stable now. It can easily break through a 5 mm thick steel plate." He looked up and asked, "How's the progress on your side?" The employee answered, his voice slightly worried. "Deputy Director Rin is very dissatisfied that we haven't donated medical equipment. If she finds out and reports it to the head office, then..." Curious, the man, Liang Tianwu, the general manager of Tian Run Company, only scoffed with disdain. "She's just a little girl with some connections. We'll keep this a secret. Even if she wants to investigate, she won't know where to start." The employee nodded reassuringly, replying, "Yes, yes." Liang Tianwu, feeling pleased with himself, instructed Chen Nan to keep an eye on Ren Xiao. "Don't let her ruin my plans." The employee bowed his head. "Yes, sir." Liang Tianwu commanded, "Leave." When he was alone in the office, he smiled mysteriously and muttered, "There will definitely be great wealth." Outside, Ren Xiao stormed toward Tianwu's office, shouting angrily, "Where is Liang Tianwu?" The employee ran after her, trying to stop her. "Deputy Director Ren, I'm sorry, Director Liang is not in the company." But Ren Xiao didn't stop, she barged straight into the room, leaving the employee flustered. "Deputy Director Ren, doing this puts us in a difficult position." As soon as she entered, Ren Xiao bellowed, "Liang Tianwu, what on earth are you thinking?" "I'm the vice president of Tian Run Company," she fumed. She couldn't hold back her anger. The entire healthcare system in Nanchang was paralyzed. As a medical enterprise, he should have been leading his staff to cooperate with the hospitals, donating medicines and equipment, not wasting time researching animals. Despite her fury, Liang Tianwu remained calm and unfazed. He coldly replied, "Deputy Director Rin, this is the CEO's office. It's not appropriate for you to barge in like this." He stood up, his tone more serious. "I am a businessman. Every action I take is for profit. With the current level of medical science, global diseases are of no consequence." Ren Xiao was stunned. "What did you just say?" Liang Tianwu approached, his tone full of calculation. "You are also a shareholder and have the right to receive a commission. Just imagine, if we come up with a solution, how great the benefits will be." Ren Xiao sneered, "So Director Liang's research has made a breakthrough?" Suddenly, the pendant around her neck emitted a beeping sound. She smirked sarcastically, "Even the Yen Huang Federation government doesn't have any news on the specific drug, so I guess I'll have to visit the lab to see what's going on." Liang Tianwu curled his lips in a mocking smile and replied, "Are you joking? It can't be that quick. Deputy Director Ren, if you are willing to cooperate and increase the manpower for this project, it will surely speed up the process." Ren Xiao maintained her mocking attitude, responding coldly, "I'll head to the lab soon to check the progress. A thorough inspection is necessary before we can coordinate effectively." Tianwu smirked, his voice laced with insinuation, "You're welcome. I'll arrange for someone to accompany you." Ren Xiao snorted lightly and responded tersely, "No need to see me off." Then she turned and walked out, her anger simmering beneath the surface. Ren Xiao's staff hurriedly reported, "Director Rin, the technical team says you're rarely in the office, only doing a quick sweep, but the entrance to the secret lab might be inside." Upon hearing this, she muttered angrily, "That old fox." She then asked, "Has the subject been questioned after being captured?" The staff member replied, "Not yet, ma'am. Every time they enter, their eyes are covered, but we managed to get the access card." Hearing that there was progress, Renshao smiled with satisfaction and praised, "Very good." The staff member handed her the access card. She took it, her eyes gleaming as she thought to herself, what other places could it be? If what people say is true, the most dangerous place is often the safest. Renshao entered the laboratory, and a man approached, introducing himself, "I am Boy Z. I'll be your guide." He smiled and added, "I'll show you around." Renshao nodded. "All right, Director Boy, let's first check the progress of the laboratory." He responded, "Sure, please follow me this way." Boy Z led her to a glass enclosure and introduced, "This is specimen number 7, the only one that didn't explode during the experiments. Its strength has increased tenfold. However, unlike the failed samples, it doesn't vomit blood, but it still poses a potential risk of attack." Suddenly, a staff member rushed in, shouting, "Director, something's wrong." The person whispered something into Boy Z's ear. After hearing it, his face turned pale, and he anxiously asked, "What?" The staff member continued to whisper, their voice filled with concern, "We have no way to handle this. You need to see what's happening." Seeing their confusion, Renshao glanced over, a smug smile curling at the corner of her lips. Boy Z hurriedly spoke, cleverly hinting, "Director Ren, I'm sorry, something urgent has come up, I can't continue explaining. I'll have another colleague accompany you." Renshao calmly replied, "It's fine, it's just a tour. I'll go take a look on my own and then return." But Boy Z shook his head, politely declining, "I'm afraid that wouldn't be in line with the rules." Renshao gave a faint smile, "This entire area is under surveillance, aren't you confident enough?" Another staff member urged, "Director, over here." Renshao took the opportunity to say, "You should go ahead, don't miss the urgent matter." They quickly responded, "Understood, we'll keep an eye on your safety." Then, the group hurriedly left, leaving Renshao alone. She gently pressed the device in her ear, and the technical department received the order and prepared to act. A person pressed a button, and the screen displayed, the camera had been obstructed. He reported that it had been covered. Renshao responded, "All right, initiate the secret entrance scan now." She quickly pinpointed the location at the northeast corner of the wall. On the other end, the report continued, "The wall is hollow, it should be traceable." She had 30 minutes. Renshao found the secret entrance. Found it. She swiped the card she had just obtained, and the hidden door immediately opened. Before her stood a pitch-black room that left Renshao stunned, unable to believe what she was seeing. On the other side, the technical department anxiously inquired through the communication device, "Director Ren, what's the situation?" Renshao replied, her voice low yet sharp, "It's more intense than we anticipated." The voice from the other side quickly asked, "Should we request intervention from the headquarters?" Renshao shook her head, her tone firm, "No, wait a little longer." She stood before the horrific experiments, unable to trust her own eyes. In the secret room, humans had been so horribly mutated that they no longer resembled anything human, their bodies twisted and deformed. Seeing the nameplates beneath them, Renshao couldn't hold back a growl of frustration, "Damn it." On Tion's side, the system's voice echoed, "Your corn is now ripe." Han gazed eagerly at the ripe corn in front of her, her eyes shining with hunger. Tion smiled and called out, Han, come help me harvest, then we can eat." The little girl eagerly responded, "Yes." Holding a cob of corn in her hands, Han excitedly said, Tian, I want to roast the corn later." Upon hearing this, Tian laughed out loud, "Already hungry so soon?" Han replied gloomily, "I'm so hungry I don't even have the strength to peel the corn." Tian gently advised, "Take it slow. Come here, I'll make you some buttered roasted corn." Han cheered, "Yes, please." The two of them roasted corn together, the rich aroma of butter spreading through the air. Han looked longingly at the plate of corn and said, Tian, if I keep eating like this, I might just turn into a fat pig." Hearing that, Tian secretly thought that it was true. Han's appetite lately was almost greater than his own. He smiled and replied, "This special kind of produce helps strengthen the body. The stronger you get, the higher your nutritional needs. Besides, you're still growing no matter how much you eat, you won't get fat." Han Han nodded innocently. Okay. Tian looked at her, data about the girl flashing before his eyes. He thought to himself that after eating anti-radiation food for a few days, both his and Han Han's physical stats had increased significantly. At this rate, would they end up turning into giant diamonds? Imagining Han Han with bulging muscles, Tian couldn't help but laugh, muttering inwardly, "My adorable little sister, why overthink it?" Han Han, still engrossed in gnawing on her corn, sighed with delight, "So good." Seeing her like that, Tian teased, "Want me to grill you a spicy one next?" Looking at the girl, he thought to himself, with this piece of land, no matter how big Han Han's appetite gets, I can feed her just fine. Suddenly, the system announced that a visitor had arrived. Tian frowned in surprise and murmured, "Who could be coming at this hour?" Looking toward the gate, he saw Xiao Tian standing there, holding a bag of food. Tian frowned in confusion. "Isn't that the food I gave him?" He greeted warmly as he stepped out to meet. "Xiao Tian, why are you here?" Xiao Tian smiled brightly and handed him a bag of goods. "Boss Xiaoli, a few days ago you gave my family some instant noodles, and my father said we must repay you. We have some food supplies at home, and I brought them to give to you." Tian looked at the bag of goods and thought to himself, "Didn't I give this stuff to his family?" But then he figured, it's not the wrong person. He smiled contentedly and asked, "Where did you get these supplies from?" Xiao Tian awkwardly scratched his head. "To be honest, I found them in the yard at home. I think some relative or someone kind-hearted secretly brought them here." He smiled sheepishly and added, "Anyway, besides repaying the favor, I also wanted to ask you for a little help." Tian nodded. "Go ahead." Xiao Tian hesitated. "I heard there's a food store in the outskirts of Onan that's still selling some leftover stock. I wanted to borrow your truck to buy some." Tian didn't hesitate. "Sure, you can drive it." But Xiao Tian seemed reluctant. "Well, the thing is, I don't have a driver's license. And that store is in a remote area." He looked flustered and stammered, "It's not that far, though." Tian understood the hint and raised an eyebrow, asking, "So, are you asking to borrow the truck or the driver too?" Xiao Tian smiled awkwardly and replied, "I won't trouble you for long. I hope Boss Xiaoli can help." Tian, hearing this, thought to himself that work at the farm was piling up. He had originally planned to visit the supply station in a few days to check the situation, but since he was already going, he might as well go early and take Xiao Tian with him. He remembered the incredible strength of the hunting dog and reassured himself that with Xiao Bai guarding the house, he didn't have to worry about Han Han being alone. With its abilities, defeating a small team would be effortless. He spoke up, "All right, it's not a big deal, we know each other after all, but I need to get back before noon to cook for Han Han." Xiao Tian eagerly responded, Okay, sorry to trouble you." Tian nodded, "You wait here, I'll drive out right away." Xiao Tian excitedly replied, "All right, be careful driving." Tian went back inside to remind Han Han, "Stay at home and be good, don't open the door for anyone. I'll be back soon." The little girl nodded confidently, "Don't worry, Dubai is really strong." Tian was surprised, "Since when is it Dubai?" Han Han beamed, "Because it's the upgraded version, I've tested it." Hearing this, Tian's tone turned serious, "I see. From now on, only use Dubai in emergencies. It could be dangerous otherwise." Han nodded, grinning, "All right, I won't play with the rock anymore." Tian patted the little girl's head. "All right, Xiao Tian and I will go to the supply station for a bit, and then we'll come back and buy some candy for you." Han said goodbye, and Tian playfully pinched the little girl's cheek. "Where are you going? Don't show Dubai off to strangers." Han pouted in annoyance. "I know, I'm 6 years old now, not a little kid anymore. Nobody talks to me at home except Tian." It's so boring. Tian Tian started the car, and Han Han trailed behind. When she saw Xiao Tian, the little girl called out, "Brother Xiao Tian, how's your health?" Before she could finish, Tian Tian gently tapped her shoulder, causing Han Han to yelp in protest. He pushed her out of the way with a laugh. "All right, get off the car, let him get in. I need to go early and cook for you." Han Han was left behind, sulking as she watched the car drive off, muttering, "I didn't even finish saying goodbye." With a pout, she turned and went back into the house, grumbling, "Fine, I'll just watch cartoons then." Meanwhile, Tian Tian waited for Xiao Tian to walk a bit further before driving off. As he drove, he thought to himself, Han Han really doesn't know how to keep her mouth shut. Suddenly, Xiao Tian asked, "Boss Xiaoli, is it all right for Han Han to be home alone? The situation outside is getting chaotic. I'm worried that some bad people might target the farm. Han Han could be in danger." Tian Tian calmly replied, "What's there to target in my broken-down farm? It's got no money and no food." Xiao Tian asked curiously, "So, didn't Boss Xiaoli leave any self-defense weapons for Han Han?" Tian Tian laughed, "Han Han is only 7 years old. Even if she had a weapon, she wouldn't know how to use it. Where could be safer than the farm?" He smirked mischievously, "Besides, my farm has an electrified fence. Who would dare to break in?" Xiao Tian laughed loudly, "Then I'm relieved." He fell silent for a moment, then suddenly took out his phone and sent a message. Tian Tian, quick to notice, realized Xiao Tian was also cautiously eyeing him. Xiao Tian quickly put his phone away, forcing a smile. "I'm worried I won't have enough money, so I'm texting a friend to borrow some more." Tian Tian narrowed his eyes, a hint of suspicion in his heart, but he didn't say anything. Meanwhile, at home, Han Han and Xiao He were excitedly watching TV. On the screen, the Rainbow Team was shouting loudly, with their super revolution in golden color. Han Han was completely engrossed in the animated show and screamed with excitement. She turned to pinch Xiao He's cheek and exclaimed, "Could it be?" Then she eagerly continued, "Could it be that Xiao Tian is also a member of the Rainbow Team?" The little one excitedly added, "The last time I saw him with Tian Tian, he was wearing blue." This time it turned pink again. Han Han innocently imagined the image of Xiao Tian shimmering with colors, giggling softly. Over here, Tian Tian suddenly took out a bundle of money from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Tian, saying, "Take this." Xiao Tian stood there in a daze, staring at Tian Tian for a while. He shook his head, confused. No, Boss Xiaoli has already helped my family so much. How could I accept your kindness?" Tian Tian decisively shoved the money into Xiao Tian's hand, his voice firm. "Take it." Xiao Tian hesitated, but in the end, he accepted it. Tian Tian smiled. "All right, stop talking. I still need to drive." Xiao Tian clutched the money tightly, his voice filled with emotion. "Boss Xiaoli, I will definitely repay your kindness." Inside the car, the navigation system's voice sounded. "In 500 meters, go straight. Then, in 300 meters. When the system announced that there were only 200 meters to the turn, Xiao Tian's face suddenly turned pale. When the system said, "In 100 meters, turn right, then turn left ahead," Xiao Tian suddenly grabbed the steering wheel from Tian Tian, forcing a smile. "Boss Xiaoli, I think the road on the right is a dead end. Let's go around to the left." Tian Tian frowned, looking at Xiao Tian in confusion, but continued driving. Suddenly, Xiao Tian slammed his hand down, exclaiming, "This is wrong." Tian Tian looked at him in surprise, asking, "I drive this road often, it's the main road of the village. There's no disaster, so why would it be a dead end?" "Where did you hear that?" Xiao Tian stammered. "It was from a friend." Tian Tian stared at him coldly, his voice sharp. "Which friend? Call them. I want to hear." But Xiao Tian still tried to cover up. Boss, Xiaoli, don't ask anymore, I'm not trying to harm you, we need to change the route immediately, or it'll be too late. His face was pale, almost pleading, please, trust me just this once. Seeing Xiao Tian in such a panic, Tian Tian hesitated for a moment, then finally swerved the car, speeding off down a different road. Elsewhere, a group of people were monitoring Tian Tian through a screen. Seeing him change direction, Chen Nan slammed his fist against the screen, growling, damn it, it really is happening. One person sitting behind asked in confusion, Mr. Nan, what should we do now? Chen Nan pressed a button on the device, replying calmly, humph, luckily, the fourth master had prepared in advance. Chen Nan immediately issued an order, his voice full of authority, the target has been confirmed, you all move out quickly. We must stop Director Liang. With that, he emphasized they had to capture him alive. Receiving the command, the security team responded in unison. Chen Nan, with a determined expression, turned and decisively ordered them to block him. Team 2 was to cooperate, trapping him from both the front and back. I want to see how they can escape even if they grow wings today. On the other side, Tian Tian sped along the road, his face tense. He shouted at Xiao Tian, what exactly is going on? Tell me right now. Xiao Tian, panicked, clutched his head, his voice trembling with regret. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I betrayed you. He was ashamed, tears streaming down his face, continuing. I was momentarily captivated, but I had no other choice. They captured my father, I'm truly terrible. Seeing Xiao Tian in that state, Tian Tian tried to control himself, calming him with a composed tone. Calm down first, who are they? What do they want? At this moment, Xiao Tian hesitated before revealing the whole truth. They're from Tianrun. They know you have the antidote, so they forced me to trick you into leaving the farm. While you were away, they captured Han Han to threaten you into working for them. Upon hearing this, Tian Tian went silent. His eyes were filled with horror as he stared at Xiao Tian, screaming in pain. She's only 6 years old. I can handle it, but you dare to kidnap a 6-year-old? Tian Tian couldn't believe it, glaring at Xiao Tian, his voice trembling. I didn't know they would use my father to threaten me, I truly had no other choice. Tian Tian began to panic, glancing out the window and realizing the group had caught up to them. Xiao Tian, in a panic, shouted. They've caught up. Tian Tian growled angrily. Shut up. His face darkened as he began to piece together the full truth. He turned to Xiao Tian, his voice filled with fury. So those questions you asked earlier were to test me. You wanted to know if the farm had security, didn't you? The figure of Han Han appeared in Tian Tian's mind. Tian Tian gritted his teeth in anger and questioned. You were playing with your phone earlier to send a message to the other side, weren't you? On the farm of Tian Tian, Tianrun and his group had begun to take action. They had prepared excavators and were ready to destroy everything. Xiao Tian hesitated, his voice filled with shame. I'm sorry. Please give them the medicine. There are too many of them. We can't escape. Please. But Tian Tian coldly replied. Xiao Tian, I'm very disappointed. I didn't want to chase you to the end, but I never expected you would dare to lay hands on Han Han. Xiao Tian kneeled in front of Tian Tian, crying and apologizing. After they captured my father, I regretted it, but there's no turning back now. They're already at our doorstep. Please, give them the medicine. Tian Tian's strength erupted as he gripped the steering wheel, growling. I'll settle the debt with you later. With eyes blazing with fierce anger, he declared. However, I'm sorry, but not a single one of them will survive leaving this farm. Recalling the day Xiao Tian recovered, Uncle Nan joyfully hugged his son, his voice choking with emotion. Finally, you're better, you scared me to death. Xiao Tian also responded with joy. Father, I never thought I would survive. The two embraced on the bed, chatting in happiness. Uncle Nan smiled, though he couldn't hide the hint of reproach. You little rascal, what on earth have you been eating? Xiao Tian replied sheepishly, I was really too hungry to bear it anymore, so I went into the storage room and found an apple. It didn't look contaminated, so I ate it. Uncle Nan frowned, his tone stern. Do you have a death wish? You even dare to eat things from the storage room? Everything in there has already been in contact with the ground. Hearing that, Xiao Tian hesitated, his voice downcast. We've been eating thin porridge for days now. I just wanted to take a chance. Are we really supposed to just sit here and starve to death? Uncle Nan's expression suddenly brightened. He slapped his son heartily on the back and burst out laughing. Don't talk nonsense. I've already managed to get us some food. He took Xiao Tian's hand, eyes gleaming as he continued, not only that our family even received a whole sack of grain that fell from the sky, and a divine herb that saved your life. Surely it's the blessing of the immortals they couldn't bear to see you suffer, so they revealed themselves to save you. Beaming with pride, Uncle Nan looked at Xiao Tian and said warmly, out there, so many people have died from eating poisoned vegetables and roots, yet you survived. Later, we must go to the ancestral shrine and give thanks to our forebears for protecting you. Xiao Tian froze for a moment, a distant look in his eyes. Deep down, he wondered if gods truly existed, would they have allowed such a terrible calamity to befall the world? This food and medicine must have come from someone who wished to remain unknown. But Uncle Nan didn't think too much about it and cheerfully asked, Are you hungry? Xiao Tian didn't respond, his gaze fixed firmly on the bag of food. In his heart, he silently blamed the situation. There was nothing they could do but endure hunger to maintain basic survival. Heaven was really unfair. While Uncle Nan excitedly said, With this little food, what should I cook for you? You just recovered, so you need to nourish yourself well. Suddenly, Xiao Tian jumped up, as if he had just remembered something, and quickly ran outside. Seeing this, Uncle Nan anxiously called out, Where are you going? Xiao Tian quickly replied, I'll be back soon. Uncle Nan, still not at ease, added worriedly, You just recovered. Stay home and rest. But Xiao Tian ignored him, his tone firm, Don't worry, Dad. Uncle Nan helplessly exclaimed, This boy. Then he watched as his son rushed out into the night. Xiao Tian ran straight to Ying Miao's house and knocked urgently on the door. Ying Miao, irritated, yelled, Coming, stop knocking already. Ying Miao, who is it? Are you calling a ghost? Xiao Tian panted, speaking in a rush. When Ying Miao saw Xiao Tian, he immediately became alert. Xiao Tian, oh my god, what are you trying to do? Xiao Tian, covered in blood, quickly explained, It's not what you think, my house was robbed, I need to check your cameras. Hearing that, Ying Miao was taken aback. Ha? Xiao Tian pointed to the camera above and continued, That's the one. I remember it's a 360-degree camera, doesn't need electricity, right? Ying Miao nodded. That's right. Xiao Tian immediately begged, Please let me see it. That thief made me end up like this, I absolutely have to find him. Ying Miao was moved and agreed. Alright, hurry up, I'm getting ready to sleep. He went inside to check the camera and thought to himself, This camera is aimed correctly, it can capture the entrance to my house. He was tense, wondering to himself, who could it be? When the footage appeared on the screen, it clearly showed Tian's car. Seeing this, Xiao Tian froze, this license plate. When he returned home, Uncle Nan was still waiting by the door, anxiously asking, Where have you been? Xiao Tian replied, his voice lacking any joy. Dad, I know who saved me now. Uncle Nan, curious, asked, Who is it? Xiao Tian gloomily said, It's Boss Xiao Li. I just checked the camera, the times his delivery truck arrived and left match exactly the moment I was rescued. Upon hearing this, Uncle Nan was overjoyed. Boss Xiao Li is indeed a good person, not only did he provide us with food, but he also saved your life. But Xiao Tian was not grateful. On the contrary, he fell into deep thought. He spoke up, Dad, Do you know that the Tian Run Corporation is spending a lot of money to find a specific medicine? Uncle Nan panicked. What? This kid, what do you want to do? Xiao Tian replied, his voice firm. I just want us to live more comfortably in this situation. How long can this little bit of food last? Once it's gone, what are we going to do? Hearing this, Uncle Nan angrily shouted. You. But. Xiao Tian interrupted. Does Dad still expect Xiaoli to keep sharing food with us? Uncle Nan, furious, slapped Xiao Tian hard across the face and shouted. Do you want to repay kindness with hatred? Why did I give birth to a beast like you? The slap was so hard that it made Xiao Tian bleed from his nose and mouth. Uncle Nan growled. If you dare go, I'll break your legs, you hear me? But Xiao Tian remained determined, his voice cold. Dad, don't you see the situation we're in? If we want to survive, we can only rely on ourselves. He continued, his gaze sharp. I'm just a person who doesn't live for anyone else, even if heaven collapses and earth perishes. Back in the present moment, Tian was being closely followed by a group of people. He was in a panic, his mind tangled in confusion. No, they're following too closely. Tian gripped the steering wheel tightly, trying to shake them off, but it was in vain. Ahead, the road was blocked by the group. He exclaimed in terror. We're done for. Even so, Tian didn't give up. He desperately swerved the car, trying to avoid them. But when another group blocked the car's path, he knew there was no way out. In desperation, Tian pulled Xiao Tian out of the car and tightened his grip around his neck. Seeing this, a voice rang out, Li Tian, right? Let me introduce myself. I am Chen Nan, from Tian Run Pharmaceutical Company. We had to use this special method to bring you out. Sorry about that. Chen Nan stepped out of the car, grinning smugly as he said, Next, I know you have the antidote for acute poisoning, so we'd like to cooperate. You provide the medicine, and we offer financial support and manpower. Together, we'll make a fortune. Tian scoffed coldly, what if I refuse? Chen Nan sneered, self-satisfied, right now, you only have two options. The first, you voluntarily cooperate, and we all peacefully make money together. He paused, and the soldiers behind him all drew their weapons in unison. Chen Nan continued, the second option is that we'll cripple you. Medicine, huh? We have ways to make you talk. Tian quickly responded, that acute cure you're talking about? I only have one pill, and I've already given it to him, so you won't be missing your trip. Sorry about that. As he spoke, he subtly surveyed the group, thinking to himself. They don't have guns. Xiao Tian is now nothing but a useless pawn to them. If they had guns, they'd have blasted any part of him by now. They wouldn't be standing here beating around the bush. Chen Nan pulled out his phone to threaten, looks like you haven't seen your coffin fall yet, huh? In front of Tian he made a call, his voice icy, hello, have you reached the farm gate? Attack seize that kid, make him eat that poisonous fruit. Chen Nan, smug, looked at Tian and laughed loudly, so what if your electric fence is live? My men are all old hands, fully prepared. If you're going up against Tian Run, you should think about who you are. He growled the threat, cooperate obediently, and we'll make money together. Suddenly Chen Nan stopped. At that moment Tian gave off a terrifying presence that made those men recoil in fear. He lifted Xiao Tian into his arms, his voice furious, what I hate most are people who dare to threaten me. Chen Nan was startled, a flicker of fear in his chest. How could a mere laborer have such a terrifying look? Tian stared straight at him and declared, however, you should feel lucky you didn't come to the farm yourself. Here, at least, I can let you live a little longer. Though visibly apprehensive, Chen Nan still tried to keep up the menace, cut the bragging, cooperate obediently, and both you and that girl can live. But deep down, he thought to himself, with so many people on our side, what is there to fear from him? Tian still gripped Xiao Tian tightly, using him as leverage to threaten. Chen Nan, unable to control himself, drew a knife and shouted, "Not cooperating, huh?" He gave the order, aiming for the tendons in the hands and feet. Taking his life wasn't necessary, just crippling him would do. The group of thugs advanced menacingly toward Tian Tian. Meanwhile, at the farm, they used an excavator to smash the walls of Tian Tian's house. Han Han, inside the house, looked at the display screen and angrily shouted, "Damn it, they're getting away. Can't they let me watch cartoons in peace? These damn thugs really want to smash their heads in." At this moment, Tian Tian was still facing off against a large crowd of vicious enemies, but he remained undaunted as he charged forward, landing a powerful kick into one of their stomachs. Despite being surrounded by countless foes, he maintained the upper hand. Chen Nan stood off to the side, watching the terrifying strength of Tian Tian, his heart beginning to fill with dread. His face involuntarily tightened, and his eyes revealed a clear fear. Seeing his underlings being beaten senseless, rolling on the ground, Chen Nan couldn't hide his panic. He was shocked, thinking to himself, "What in the world is going on?" Chen Nan tried to steady himself, but his unease only grew. The spy had clearly reported that there were only deadly weapons at the farm. All they had to do was lead the men out and capture him. He held the binoculars and observed the farmland. Suddenly, he saw smoke rising and rocks exploding in that area. Chen Nan was startled and muttered, "This farmland doesn't seem quite right." He continued observing and realized that the explosion was too far away, not matching his initial assumption that simply taking Tian Tian outside would be enough. Glancing at Tian Tian, he saw him still energetically defeating the group of henchmen. Chen Nan couldn't help but be stunned. A farmer this strong? Meanwhile, Tian Tian, excited by his increasing strength, secretly rejoiced, "I didn't expect the physical enhancement from the anti-radiation crops to be this powerful." After just a few days of consumption, his bodily stats had increased significantly. The system clearly displayed improvements not only in strength and speed but also in bone density, joint flexibility, and neural response speed. Tian Tian threw a powerful punch at one of the men, knocking him to the ground. He secretly smiled and thought, in the past, people entered the Tao through swordsmanship or martial arts. As for me, could it be that I enter the Tao through eating? Suddenly, he noticed a man sneaking up from behind. With quick reflexes, Tian Tian swiftly dodged. Unable to hide his excitement, he jumped back, creating distance, and thought to himself, "I've tested my body stats enough. No more playing around." Suddenly, Tian Tian drew his gun and pointed it directly at the group, wearing a victorious smile. Chen Nan saw the gun, and the anxiety was impossible to hide. He thought to himself, "What a slip-up. I thought it would just be a pig-killing gun at most, but this guy actually has a handgun." However, he still forced himself to threaten, "You little brat, there's a big shot backing me up, you can't mess with me. If you touch me, you'll regret it." Although he spoke with bravado, Chen Nan was calculating in his mind. As long as he was close, a gun was just a useless hunk of metal. Tian Tian calmly replied, "Exactly." Without any hesitation, he fired, taking down the remaining men one by one. He coldly said, "You still have some use, but the others are no longer necessary." Chen Nan's underlings fell one by one, writhing in pain and screaming. Chen Nan angrily shouted, "Damn it!" Seeing the perilous situation, he dashed into the forest, thinking he could hide among the trees to reduce the number of bullets aimed at him. Tian Tian adjusted his aim towards Chen Nan, but the latter quickly ducked behind a rock, temporarily avoiding the bullets. Thinking that Tian Tian had run out of ammo, Chen Nan secretly rejoiced, "It's stopped, he's out of ammo, good." But what he didn't know was that Tian Tian had leapt above the rock. He opened his system interface and pulled another gun from his inventory. Meanwhile, Chen Nan below still felt smug, thinking to himself, "In this terrain, I can mislead him and then launch a counterattack. I still have a chance to win." Suddenly, Chen Nan felt something unusual and instinctively looked up, horrified to discover that Tian Tian was standing behind him, aiming a gun straight at his head. He panicked, his voice trembling, "You? How do you still have another one?" At the same time, at the farm, the intruders were being scattered and defeated. They were attacked by Han Han's stone throwing machine, falling to the ground in a heap, none of them left standing. The system coldly reported that, following the orders of the young master, Han Han had blown up the head of the last intruder. Afterwards, the system asked, "Does the young master have any further instructions?" Han Han secretly worried, if Tian Tian returned and saw this scene, would Tian Tian think Han Han was a violent child and dislike her? She shook her head, telling herself that Tian Tian must not find out. It would be better to deal with these people outside. On the other side, the group had been completely subdued. Back at Tian Tian's location, Chen Nan was being tortured to the point where he no longer resembled a human being. He weakly begged, his voice faltering, "Tian Tian, I shouldn't have used the child to threaten you. Please spare me, don't torture me anymore." Chen Nan, his hands covered in blood, was being forced against the rock wall by Tian Tian. He was interrogated, his voice as cold as ice. He stammered, I say. He continued to beg, "Please spare me this once." Tian Tian replied in a hard voice, "Sparing you is impossible, but I can let you die quickly, or keep you alive a little longer to heal and then continue to torture you. Either way, I have enough time and bullets." Hearing that, Chen Nan fell into despair, with no words left to defend himself. Tian Tian asked coldly, "Who is the boss behind you?" Chen Nan answered weakly, "The general manager of Tian Run, Liang Tian Wu." When Tian Tian heard this, a flash of anger lit his eyes. Ah, so it was that bastard who deliberately raised the price of the drug, no wonder he used such methods. He pressed further, "Besides Liang Tian Wu, did anyone else take part?" Chen Nan trembled as he replied, "He was in charge of it and tightly sealed off the information. People like us, and even other managers in the company, didn't know. Recently he had a conflict with a vice president and intended to use this incident to boost his prestige, take credit before the company, and prepare to expel that vice president from Tian Run." Tian Tian couldn't help but be surprised. A large company like Tian Run, which could manipulate affairs in Nanchang, was only a branch of an even larger conglomerate. He slapped Chen Nan hard across the face and shouted, "Snap out of it. Did Liang Tianwu report this matter to the head company?" Chen Nan. The weak man, lying on the ground, answered, "No, that vice president seems to have some backing from the headquarters. Liang Tianwu didn't dare to report it yet, because if the news leaked to the vice president, all his plans would fall apart." Tian Tian thought to himself, the information hasn't been leaked yet, so solving this issue shouldn't be too difficult. He asked one last time. "One last thing, order them to take me to meet Liang Tianwu." On the other end, Liang Tianwu's phone rang. He picked it up and asked, "Have you completed the mission?" The voice on the other end replied, "Yes, we've controlled the target. But the target insists on meeting you with that fake name." Liang Tianwu complained, his tone annoyed. "You're useless, can't even handle such a small matter, and I have to go in person." Chen Nan responded, "Sorry, his mouth is too tight, we had to lose a few of our men." Liang Tianwu, without suspicion, nodded. All right, take him to the warehouse, I need to see for myself." As soon as the phone was hung up, Liang Tianwu angrily threw the phone aside and muttered, "Damn, he hung up first. Wait until I get to the headquarters, I'll replace you immediately." Then he hurriedly set off. Meanwhile, Chen Nan had been tightly bound by Tian Tian. The words just now were forced out of Chen Nan by Tian Tian. He led Chen Nan and another person onto the car, heading straight towards warehouse number 78. The other man politely said, Thank you, Boss Shaoli." Tian Tian calmly replied, "Uncle Nan, it's just convenient. Don't make too much of it." He quickly drove off. The other man hesitated and said, Sorry. When they arrived, Tian Tian pulled Lu Chen Nan into the warehouse. Liang Tianwu was waiting, still unaware of anything unusual, and smugly spoke up. "Are you the only one here? Where are Chen Nan and the messenger?" Uncle Nan was now tightly bound, his head pressed to the ground. Xiao Tian spoke up and responded. The messenger was knocked unconscious in the car. Mr. Nan had a stomachache and went to the restroom, afraid you would wait too long, so he asked me to bring them here first. Upon hearing this, Tian Wu complained, his tone irritated. Always so slow. In reality, it was Chen Nan who was bound, but Tian Wu still hadn't noticed. He laughed loudly, feeling smug. Still not talking after being tortured like this? Is it not hard enough for you? I'll let you go once you speak. Uncle Nan, with his mouth tightly covered, could only silently cry, tears streaming down his face. In his heart, he screamed. Don't speak, he won't let us leave here alive. Seeing Uncle Nan squirming, Tian Wu angrily shouted. What the hell is this old man doing? He kicked hard, sending Uncle Nan sprawling onto the ground, roaring. Behave yourself. Xiao Tian watched the scene, trembling, unable to utter a word. On the other side, Tian Wu's men continued to stomp and torture Uncle Nan. Tian Wu, pleased with himself, ordered. What are you standing there for? Bring him over here. You're all useless, what good are you? Suddenly, Tian rushed in from nowhere, delivering a powerful kick to Tian Wu's face. His subordinates froze in shock, simultaneously exclaiming. What? Tian kicked Tian Wu to the ground, pointing a gun at his head, coldly saying. Seems like the future is a bit hard to break, huh? The subordinates scrambled, yelling. Boss! Tian barked. Don't move, stay back. Tian Wu, stunned, looked up and asked. What's this about? Where's Chen Nan? Damn it! Could it be that Chen Nan betrayed me? You dare to touch me, try it. Tian replied calmly. How did someone with your intellect manage to become the manager of Tian Run? Are all your skills in the shady stuff? Your loyal subordinates are right there. Tian Wu turned to look at the man bound and gagged. He snarled, threatening. You, this little brat, dare to touch me, and I'll have them kill that old man immediately. Tian remained calm, walking around nonchalantly. When it comes to someone unimportant, killing you is still the better deal. Tian Wu screamed in panic, save me. Xiao Tian, terrified, cried out, Boss, Shaoli, please don't. Tian Wu's subordinates were also in a state of panic. Boss! Tian Wu shouted, kill him, but Tian was quick to pull the trigger, shooting down each of the subordinates. They fell to the ground, and he coldly asked, Are you all idiots? When Tian rescued Uncle Nan, both Uncle Nan and Xiao Tian knelt, trembling, to express their gratitude. Boss, Shaoli, thank you. Please don't hold the terrible things that this bastard of a son did against me. I know these words of apology are useless, but thank you. Xiao Tian bowed his head, his voice full of regret. I'm sorry. Tian responded in a firm tone. Uncle Nan, here, we don't do this bowing and thanking. You haven't wronged me, and Xiao Tian, you don't need to keep apologizing. If you want to ease your conscience, it's better to let that thought go while it's still early. You don't deserve forgiveness. Tian's face darkened. I didn't touch you simply because it wasn't necessary. He turned to the group and asked, What should we do with them now? I'm sure you understand. They quickly interrupted, We don't know anything, boss. Don't worry. Then they asked, But Boss Shaoli, how do you plan to handle this place? Tian replied, You all go carry those people and stack them up. They hurriedly followed. All right, you continue, we'll drive here. Uncle Nan, upon hearing this, anxiously asked. What? What are you trying to do? Tian replied indifferently. What else can we do? Of course, it's to destroy the corpse and erase the traces. The group began loading the bodies onto the vehicle. Xiao Tian turned to ask his father, his voice trembling. Father, does Boss Shaoli want to burn the bodies? Uncle Nan answered, his tone deep. I think so. This place is desolate, it's not easy to be discovered. He began dragging the bodies of those who had been taken down. Suddenly, Chen Nan gripped a sharp piece of glass tightly, suddenly lunging forward and slashing directly at Uncle Nan. Luckily, Uncle Nan quickly dodged to the side, only being grazed on the thigh by the glass shard. Chen Nan sneered in triumph. Missed! Xiao Tian screamed in horror. Chen Nan raised the shard of glass high and shouted. Anyway, I'm already dead. Before I die, I'll drag one more down with me, there's no loss for me. He swung his hand down to stab, but Xiao Tian desperately lunged forward, shielding Uncle Nan. The shard of glass pierced straight into Xiao Tian's chest. Uncle Nan froze in shock, crying out in pain. At that moment, Tian drove up at full speed, crashing violently into Chen Nan, sending him crashing into the wall. Tian quickly jumped out of the car and ran to Xiao Tian's side. Uncle Nan held his son tightly in his arms. Don't cry out loud, Xiao Tian whispered weakly. Boss Shaoli, my father was right, I am a useless person, someone who can't do good and doesn't dare to do bad. He paused, his voice trembling. For my own selfish reasons, I've led so many into dangerous situations like this. I deserve to pay with my life for what I've done, and now, it's over. Xiao Tian clenched his fist, trembling. Please continue to thank Han Han for me. He handed Tian a piece of candy, smiling faintly. Was it Han Han who put sugar in the food tonight? I could tell right away it's something the little one likes. Tian nodded. Xiao Tian murmured, thank you, it's very sweet. Then, he lost consciousness. Uncle Nan was in unbearable pain, his eyes red and filled with tears. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, rushing over to where Chen Nan lay motionless. Tian stared in confusion. Uncle Nan raised a shard of glass high and drove it violently into Chen Nan, roaring in rage. After that, they set fire to and burned down warehouse number 78. Tian and Uncle Nan walked out, leaving the flames raging behind them. Elsewhere, Ren Xiao was in his office when he heard an urgent call. Director Ren, something major has happened. Ren Xiao remained calm, his voice steady. What's all this fuss about? Take your time, tell me slowly. A staff member hurriedly reported that they had traced Liang Tianwu's information, he was dead. Ren Xiao froze, stepped over to the bodies and asked, have their identities been verified? The staff replied, yes. Although the corpses were severely burned, we were able to extract DNA from the teeth. The report confirms Liang Tianwu and Chen Nan. The other bodies in the storage have no records and nobody has reported them missing. The police are short-staffed and cannot confirm their identities. Ren Xiao frowned. Never mind that, was this murder deliberate or an accident? The staff answered that it was deliberate, all of the bodies contained fragments of bullets. The fire originated from a car, they probably torched the vehicle after killing them to destroy evidence. Hearing this unsettled Ren Xiao. As she examined the bodies, she noticed signs of torture before death and thought in horror which powerful person they had angered to end up like this. She pulled a white sheet over the corpses and, deep in thought, murmured, if the enemy was targeting Liang Tianwu, tonight I should open 2 bottles of wine to celebrate. But if they were after Tian Run, then he is my enemy. The system suddenly announced, did you purchase the button-shaped explosive rounds? Purchase successful. Tian asked, Uncle Nan, are you sure you want to take revenge? Uncle Nan ground his teeth, his gaze resolute. Yes, even if it costs this old life of mine. Tian handed Uncle Nan a small object. Say, stick this on. He stuck the object on the back of Uncle Nan's neck, his voice low. The traces can be dealt with, but I can't guarantee that Tian Run won't find any clues about me. This was a reminder. As for Xiao Tian, don't let that happen again. Uncle Nan nodded, his voice firm. Of course, I don't want any trouble either. Don't worry, Boss Shaoli. At this moment, on the farm, Han Han was happily playing outside. Tian called out. Han Han. He walked over and asked. What are you doing? The little girl hesitated, her voice innocent. Brother, you're back? Han Han isn't doing anything, just playing a game of digging soil. Yeah, that's right, digging soil. But her eyes were filled with worry as she looked down. Tian's tone turned serious. I saw it, so while I. Han Han panicked, her voice trembling. Because Han Han is scared you hate violent kids. What if you don't want me anymore? Tian scolded but with affection. Nonsense. Why would I not want Han Han? The little girl's eyes welled up, tears shimmering. But Han Han has killed someone. Uncle Nan, hearing this, thought to himself. Is that the main point? Tian gently reassured her. No matter what mistakes you make, I'll always be here to share them with you. From beginning to end, you are the most important person to me. He patted the little one's head and continued. Actually, seeing Han Han know how to protect herself makes me very happy. Han Han only needs to be herself. Since I'm guiding you, don't carry any burden. In a gentle voice, he added, you did very well facing the bad people with ulterior motives. We don't harm others, but we won't let others harm us either. Han Han joyfully shouted, anyone who dares to bully you, I'll blow their head off. Tian laughed and replied, Big Brother feels the same. Uncle Nan, standing aside, silently thought, the world changes so fast, I need to adapt a little. Tian turned and asked, so, you mean you saw a red light on them and, because it was annoying, you ordered to blow their heads off? Han Han nodded eagerly, and they were trying to hit on me too. Han Han didn't like the kind of light that made people feel nervous. Tian suddenly asked, then, aside from those people, do others have light on them? Han Han answered, her voice clear, of course. On you, there's blue light, which makes people relax. Xiao Hei has green light, which makes people feel close. Uncle Nan looked confused upon hearing this. Han continued, Xiao Tian's light is red, and old Nan's is gray with a bit of green. The strangers I saw before had gray light. Tian was silently astonished, thinking to himself that the common trait of those emitting red light was that they all harbored ill intentions toward Han Han. Could it be that Han Han was also a player in the game? He quickly pressed Han Han with questions, apart from seeing different lights on people, do you see anything else? For example, numbers? The little girl shook her head, no. Tian continued, then when did you start seeing the lights on other people? Han Han tilted her head and thought, probably about a week ago. Tian pondered deeply. Han Han's ability had appeared after the season of destruction began, but she couldn't see the system, so she definitely wasn't a player. It might be a natural evolution, perhaps something that occurred after consuming radiation-resistant vegetables. At this moment, Han Han tilted her head, her eyes sparkling. Every time he thought about a problem, he liked to pinch her face. Tian chuckled, causing Han Han to widen her eyes. Your laugh is so scary. Tian teased, is it? I'm just happy. He silently thought, the food provided by the system was different from the radiation-tainted food outside, with lower side effects and a higher mutation rate. Han Han and he had only been eating radiation-resistant food for a few days, and not only had it enhanced their physical strength, but Han Han had also evolved the ability to see other people's emotions. Didn't this seem like a form of intimacy? Tian went deep in thought, his ability to process data was his true vision. Then Han Han's ability could be called the eye of good and evil, he exclaimed joyfully. That's great! Han Han, this ability of yours is really useful. Han Han eagerly asked, so from now on, Han Han can help you, right? Tian nodded and smiled warmly, of course, from now on, if you see anyone with red light, you must tell me. You'll be my most reliable assistant. The little girl beamed, her eyes shining brightly. Tian patted her head and said, are you hungry? I'll cook a big meal for you. A banquet was soon laid out, fragrant and delicious. Tian turned to Han Han and announced, Han Han, from now on, Uncle Nan will live with us on the farm. he will help out too. Uncle Nan, in a polite tone, spoke with a deep voice, though I don't fully understand the situation, this is something I should do. What do you say? I'll do it, Han Han said happily, clapping her hands. All right, then where is old Nan? Uncle Nan replied, his gaze gentle, I built a thatched hut outside the gate, just near the entrance, so I can keep an eye on the main door. Han Han innocently asked, if Uncle Nan is staying with us, what about Xiao Tian? Uncle Nan's face grew sad, his voice choked, He has gone to another world to atone for his sins. As she ate, Han Han spoke, her voice clear and bright, it seems you're emitting red light. Anyone who dares to bully him won't live long. The little girl excitedly said, whoever dares to bully my brother and Xiao Hei, I'll have Dibai blow their head off. Tian Tian laughed and teased, truly a little devil with a transmigrated soul. Let's eat. Uncle Nan, standing by, silently thought, that's right, there's no worse situation than this. These hands are stained with blood, and now that there's nothing left to tie me down, I'll help my son seek revenge and guard the door for Boss Shelly. I'm more than willing. Elsewhere, TI broadcasted the news, today marks the 15th day after the Great Disaster. The death toll in Linting has reached 38.6 million. The Yen Huang Federation has recorded 4.7 million deaths. The Federation government is actively mobilizing food reserves. The broadcast continued, soil-free farming technology will soon be rolled out for large-scale production. The man turned off the TV and reassured, please, the public has no need to worry. Bai Jingzun entered and asked, Father, did you call me for something? The man replied, have you seen Xiao Ren's report? Jingzun nodded, I've seen it. Liang Tianwu is dead. He sighed, yes, the kid was great at making money, what a pity. He paused, his voice turning grave, the mutation process is accelerating. The military police headquarters in Nanjing just captured a 5th-tier mutated beast. Bai Jingzun was astonished and exclaimed. What? It has already evolved into a 5th-level mutant beast? He furrowed his brows, his voice heavy. Currently, the highest level we can deal with is only level 3, and even then, we have to rely on body-enhancing materials to counter it. He sighed and continued. In the deep forest, where there is no human interference, the trees, contaminated by radiation, grow rapidly. Even low-level mutants will mutate quickly after preying on each other. The scientific and technological advancements of humanity are nothing compared to the forces of nature. He paused, his gaze sharp. So, the laboratory over there, you take charge of it. Xiao Ren has uncovered the secret of Liang Tianwu. He has used many fascinating techniques combined with what we already have. He emphasized the need to quickly find the virus state. Bai Jingzun nodded and responded. Yes. At this moment, Ren Xiao, feeling a headache, tossed the stack of documents aside and silently thought that the notes from 2 days ago were completely normal. The cause of Liang Tianwu's death had definitely occurred within those 2 days. She pondered deeply and muttered. But the cameras from those 2 days were wiped clean by him. The clues are severed, there's no point in thinking about it. Let's just choose a new address for the research institute first. Ren Xiao sank into thought for a moment before standing up to prepare for the arrival of the new person in charge at Nanchang. She greeted warmly. Welcome to Nanchang. She shook hands with Bai Jingzun and smiled, I am Renyu, it's a pleasure. This is Bai Jingzun, he replied, and this is my assistant, De Kuei. He spoke up, by the way, I heard you've selected a rough location for the new research institute. Could you show me? Ren Xiao nodded, of course. I've chosen a few locations in the suburbs. You can pick the one that suits you. Bai Jingzun responded, all right. On Tian's side, the system screen appeared. He observed, thinking to himself, the variety of food is quite rich. Points can be accumulated to purchase different types, all equally supplied. He looked at the image of a bluefin tuna, a rare dish before the apocalypse, now only requiring 500 points to acquire. He turned to Han Han and asked, Han Han, do you want to eat tuna belly? The girl squealed, her eyes sparkling. Ha! Is it that expensive one, the one that melts in your mouth? Tian laughed. Yes, before we didn't have money, so we only ordered a little. Now we can eat as much as we want. Han eagerly craved the taste. The group set off, with Debai driving. Tian said, "Let's go, we'll dig a fish pond together." They began the task. Debai used an excavator to dig the earth. Tian surveyed the surroundings and gave an order, "Start from here." Uncle Nan led Xiaohei along and suddenly asked, "Boss Xiaoli, how old is Xiaohei now? I feel like its build has gotten bigger than before." Tian was surprised. "That can't be right, Xiaohei has already matured, it shouldn't be growing any bigger." Uncle Nan nodded. "Then could it be that the food at the farm is so delicious that it's gotten fat? I remember when it first arrived, Xiaohei only reached my knee, but now it's up to my thigh." Hearing this, Tian paid closer attention, thinking to himself, "That's true, I didn't notice it since we've been living together." He looked at Xiaohei, a sense of vigilance rising within him. Its physique had changed unusually. If it had mutated like Xiaobai, it would be doomed, but since Xiaobai had mentioned that the contaminated items on the farm were dealt with, could it be similar to Han's case, where Xiaohei had eaten radiation-resistant food and evolved? Tian glanced at Xiaobai, silently reminding himself to pay close attention and not let anything happen again. Suddenly, the system notification reminded him that someone was visiting. Tian furrowed his brows, wondering, who could it be this time? Uncle Nan saw him lost in thought and asked, "What's wrong?" The system continued. The visitors include 2 males and 1 female, with a threat level of 81. At the same time, Ren Xiao led by Jingzun to the farm. She asked, "Researcher Bai, do we really not need to check the selected sites? The equipment and security there are much better." Bai Jingzun smiled politely. "This farm location is not bad, the area is spacious enough, and security and equipment will be available when we buy the new farm. I'm very satisfied with this place." Ren Xiao thought to herself, her eyes briefly showing dissatisfaction. This person smiled sweetly, but was really difficult to talk to. After all the hard work in choosing the location, he didn't even bother to look at it. She smiled back warmly, "All right, as per your request, this place hasn't been visited for a while, so it should remain undisturbed." Bai Jingzun gave an order, "De Kue, knock on the door again." Tian stepped forward, coldly asking, "What do you want?" Bai Jingzun smiled, "You're the boss here, right? We have a matter to discuss, could you open the door and let us talk?" Tian flatly refused, "No, if you have something to say, say it here. Get to the point, I'm very busy." Bai Jingzun was polite, his voice gentle, I understand, after all, the situation right now is chaotic." Ren Xiao stood by and thought to herself, what kind of attitude is this? She stepped forward and introduced herself, "I'm the CEO of Tian Runringu Company." She took a business card from her bag and handed it to Tian, saying briefly, "I want to buy this farm from you, make an offer." Tian thought to himself, wary of Tian Run. Could it be that they have already made contact with Ren Xiao's farm? He maintained a confident tone, "You can make an offer. Regardless of whether it's materials or anything else, I can satisfy your needs. If you don't have a place to stay, I can even buy you a house in a luxury villa area in the city center," Tian replied bluntly. "No need," Ren Xiao furrowed his brows. "Don't you want to hear the price? You must have heard of Tian Run's reputation in Nanchang. Perhaps after hearing the price, you'll change your mind." Tian interrupted, his tone firm, "No need, I like it here. Even if you give me a mountain of gold, I wouldn't trade." Hearing this, the burly man de Kue charged toward the door, shouting, "Don't be ungrateful." The system immediately reported, detecting that the main door of the farm was under violent attack, with an attack intensity of level 2. Should a counterattack be initiated? Tian ordered to halt the attack. He glanced at de Kue, thinking to himself, one punch from this guy is enough to trigger a system alert. Not simple. Ren Xiao turned to Bai Jingzun, but before he could speak, the man shouted, "De Kuei." The burly man trembled in surprise. Bai Jingzun slapped De Kuei hard across the face, yelling, "Looks like you've forgotten what I taught you. If you keep acting on your own, go back to Madu right now." De Kuei lowered his head, apologizing, "Sorry, old Bai, I was wrong. I won't do it again." Tian watched the scene with interest, his eyes gleaming as he chuckled softly. "Oh, this is interesting." Bai Jingzun hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "The person below doesn't understand the situation, don't take it to heart." Tian replied, his tone indifferent, "I'm not bothered." "Come here," De Kuei said, stepping closer. Unexpectedly, Tian suddenly delivered a powerful punch to his stomach, causing De Kuei to double over in pain, clutching his abdomen. Seizing the opportunity, Tian skillfully attached a windbird device to De Kuei's body. He coldly remarked, "You knocked on my door with a punch, I'm returning the favor. We're even now. If there's nothing else, leave." Bai Jingzun watched this unfold with an intrigued smile. He tore off a piece of paper and handed it to Tian. "It seems we've intruded, my apologies for the trouble." He smiled, his voice warm, "This is my phone number. If you change your mind, feel free to contact me." Ren Xiao, standing by, silently guessed that someone this rude would definitely refuse. But when Tian took the piece of paper, she was stunned. What was going through his mind? This jerk had dared to insult him, yet he accepted the paper. They left, and Tian waved, saying, "See you next time." Holding the paper, Tian fell into deep thought. He hadn't expected Tian's people to find the farm so quickly. Was it a probe or just a coincidence? The system reported the number 1 position in the combat room, and Tian's mind flashed with an image of their vehicle. He smiled smugly, "We'll meet again soon." Back at the farm, Tian began preparing the meal. There were about 10 days left until the next apocalypse. The planting area was producing steadily, the aquaculture zone had begun its excavation, and a new livestock area needed to be opened. Han happily ran over to hand him a bowl of soy sauce. "Brother, try the soy sauce I made, it's really delicious." Tian took it, smiling, "Is it really that good? Let's see." He tasted a spoonful and complimented her, "It really is delicious." The little girl beamed, "Right? In winter, you have to eat mutton hot pot, it warms you up completely." Tian nodded. "That's right." Uncle Nan, concerned, asked, "You two are dressed too lightly, aren't you cold?" He worried, "Besides, the land can't be cultivated anymore." "We eat like this," Tian responded, understanding his concern. "Curious for a long time, right?" "I can't go into too much detail," Tian added. Uncle Nan nodded. "I understand. I shouldn't have asked. You have your secrets." Tian was proud, his voice full of confidence. "The food here isn't ordinary. If you eat it for a long time, your body will change. You won't feel cold, your stamina increases, your strength grows, and you might even evolve some extraordinary abilities." He looked at Uncle Nan and smiled. "I'm really looking forward to your evolution." Uncle Nan was stunned. "What do you mean by stammering? This sounds more like a science fiction movie." Tian chuckled with delight, his eyes sparkling as if he had just discovered something intriguing. "Look at you, Uncle. Isn't this great disaster just like something out of science fiction? Besides, if it weren't for the petrification, it's hard to imagine there were once giant prehistoric creatures like that." Given the current situation, possessing superpowers didn't seem all that surprising. Instead of calling it a natural disaster, he slowly spoke, his voice thoughtful, "It's more like a form of evolution, slow yet mysterious." Hearing this, Uncle Nan trembled slightly, his eyes showing signs of fear. "Young Master Shaoli, I don't understand what you're saying." He stammered, quickly changing the subject, trying to sound casual. Let's eat." Suddenly remembering something, he asked, "By the way, did anyone come today?" Tian pondered for a moment, his brows furrowing slightly before replying, "It's someone from Tianrun." Upon hearing this, Uncle Nan froze, his face darkening. He stood up abruptly, gripping the chopsticks so tightly that his hands trembled, his voice full of rage. "Is that so?" He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger, but his voice still quivered. "Boss, even someone as useless as me, just eating food on this farm, could it still cause a shift in the veins?" Tian remained unfazed, not a hint of hesitation. "That's right," he replied, his voice calm like a still lake, undisturbed by any ripples. Uncle Nan looked up at the sky, letting out a heavy sigh, his eyes filled with sorrow. "I understand," he murmured. Tian instructed in a steady tone. "Later, you all should rest early. I still have some work to take care of outside." With that, he sped off on his bike, his figure quickly disappearing into the night. Meanwhile, Ren Xiao led Jing Zun to the resting area. Old Bai, with a friendly demeanor, pointed to the house in front of them. "This is my house. I apologize for the inconvenience, but you'll have to stay here tonight. Tomorrow, I'll arrange a better place for you." Jing Zun politely replied. "Thank you, Director Ren." Ren Xiao smiled and explained clearly. "There are 4 rooms downstairs. As for food, I'll have someone prepare and bring it to your rooms." Jing Zun nodded. "All right." Ren Xiao continued. "Rest early." Jing Zun responded. "You should rest early as well." Ren Xiao walked upstairs, feeling irritated. Damn it, with such cold weather, how are there still mosquitoes? She muttered to herself, walking and thinking. She had been exhausted all day. A shower and some rest would do for now. After showering, she stood before the mirror, admiring herself with satisfaction. Who is this dazzling beauty? She praised herself, her tone full of pride. Rinyu, your work ability is so strong, and you're so beautiful, how can anyone else compete? In the midst of her self-satisfaction, she suddenly noticed Tian's surveillance device, and her face shifted to one of irritation. She muttered. Something's wrong. The sound of these wings, why does it sound like an ugly bug? She walked over to the window, checking if it could fly outside. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, she muttered. Been in the air conditioning for so long, finally getting to breathe natural air. Unexpectedly, she ran into Tian right there. Both of them were startled. Without reacting in time, Tian rushed forward, swiftly covering Ren Xiao's mouth. Ren Xiao screamed in her mind. Help! What's going on with the bodyguards outside? Tian forced her to the ground, her strength overwhelming, leaving Ren Xiao unable to move. Panic surged in her heart. Fired! Fire them all! This woman's strength is too much, I can't fight back. I have to deal with the intruder first. Tian spoke, her voice deep yet chilling. I'll let you go, but don't scream, got it? Don't even think about anything else. You can test whether your knife is faster or if your bodyguard's speed is quicker. Ren Xiao tried to calm herself, murmuring internally. Stay calm. When Tian finally let her go. She trembled, stammering, there's money on the bed, in the bedside drawer it's all small bills, and there are a few pieces of gold jewelry for you, as long as you don't hurt me, I absolutely won't call the police. Tian looked at her, his gaze cold but unable to hide a trace of satisfaction. You cooperate well, he replied, his voice low and hard as stone. Ren Xiao hurriedly added, trying to keep her voice steady, it's just about money these days, harming me won't benefit you. Take the money and go, it's enough for you to buy plenty of food. Tian faintly curled his lips, sarcastic, oh, but unfortunately I'm not here to steal money. Hearing that, Ren Xiao panicked, her eyes widening in horror. What? You mean? She suddenly exploded, cursing in a trembling voice, pervert, twisted in the head, sex-obsessed. You were breathing on me, touching me, when did I get infected? do you remember that? Tian Tian immediately clamped his hand over her mouth, his eyes icy. I'm asking you, Liang Tianwu, Director Liang, did you send someone to deal with this? If not, why haven't you found the culprit after all this time? Ren Xiao froze, her mind in chaos. Ha? It's not a sexual attacker? She thought to herself, Liang Tianwu's assistants are all dead. Where did this person come from? She cautiously asked, are you one of Liang Tianwu's people? Tian Tian nodded, his voice deep and full of resolve. Director Liang did me a great favor. His death was unclear, and I must avenge him. I heard that you've been investigating the cause of Director Liang's death recently. Hand over all the materials you have, I want to see them. Ren Xiao suddenly understood, her gaze flickering with realization, so he had come to seek retribution. She quickly regained her composure and responded, listen to me. The cause of Liang Tianwu's death is being investigated both by me and the police, but there are too many missing pieces. We can't determine the perpetrator in such a short time. Tian Tian frowned, his voice cold. Director Liang is dead, and you've taken his place. Maybe you were the one who struck. Ren Xiao hurried to defend herself, her tone sharp, you have no evidence. Liang Tianwu had many enemies in Nanchang, too many. It's entirely normal that someone took advantage of the chaos to kill him. He died so miserably, he must have been murdered by an enemy. I had no deep grudge against him. Killing someone just for the position of CEO is not worth it. Tian Tian pondered, his gaze probing. Basically, she was right, this woman wasn't stupid. But then he suddenly shouted, his voice full of frustration, so, really, there's no suspect? He destroyed all the documents, and the surveillance cameras related to his recent scheming were all erased. Now, I don't even know who he was involved with before he died. How am I supposed to identify a suspect? This is driving me crazy. Hearing that, Ren Xiao fell silent, her eyes showing a hint of sympathy. She whispered, can you let go of me now? Just then, hurried footsteps echoed. Someone knocked on the door, shouting, Director Ren, what's going on? As the door opened, Tian Tian immediately knocked Ren Xiao unconscious. Outside, de Kuei was still furiously banging on the door. The nanny panicked and screamed, the alarm system went off, something was definitely wrong. Mr. de Kuei, you must save Director Ren. De Kuei kicked the door open and rushed into the room with his group. The nanny cried out, Director Ren. She ran to support Ren Xiao, while de Kuei rushed to the window. The maid cradled Ren Xiao and screamed, Director Ren, what's wrong with you? De Kuei growled in anger, damn it, he got away. Tian Tian had managed to escape just in time, running and thinking to himself that the scar-faced monster actually dared to break through the door. But then, he felt a slight twinge of unease. Breaking into a girl's bedroom in the middle of the night was a little impolite. While running, he unexpectedly ran into Jingzun Tian Tian. Frowning, his voice full of suspicion, he asked, how did you find me? I clearly left no traces. Jingzun calmly responded, his sharp gaze unwavering. When you stepped on the gravity sensor on the window, I had already told de Kuei to block the main door. You didn't want a direct confrontation with us, so you would definitely jump out the window. This path is the optimal choice. Upon hearing this, Tian Tian secretly thought, this person is quite formidable. But he immediately sneered. Just a simple trick, do you think it can stop me? Without hesitation, he charged forward, throwing a punch at Jingzun. To his surprise, he was immediately sent flying back. Jingzun had countered with a swift knee strike. He laughed excitedly, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Your arm bones are no match for the knee joint. Based on my calculations, your arm should have broken from the direct impact of 700 kilograms of force. The wrist bone can't absorb that force either, yet you show no signs of injury. Jingzun smirked, his eyes full of intrigue. Have you practiced martial arts? But I can't see any technique you use to neutralize the force. Now I'm very curious, could you explain that to me? Tian Tian stared at Jingzun, his voice cold. If you don't want to leave tonight, don't bother. At this moment, Tian's hands trembled slightly, and he thought to himself, could this guy have practiced some kind of combat technique or ancient martial arts? And even managed to catch one of my blows. Although my bodily capabilities now far exceed those of ordinary people, having a skilled fighter cling to me is truly troublesome. Suddenly he heard a sound from afar and turned his head to look in that direction. Tian turned his head and hurriedly said, sorry, I don't have time to mess with you. If we meet again, I'll beat you into a pig's head. Jingzun immediately lunged forward, his voice resolute, I told you, don't get hurt tonight. But at that moment, a wisp of smoke swept by. Tian threw another punch, sending Jingzun sprawling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Tian darted away, laughing loudly, goodbye, sir. Bodyguard Jingzun shouted in fury, how despicable. Tian climbed over the wall and left, his figure quickly vanished from sight. Only then did the bodyguard catch up and, together with old Bai, anxiously ask, you let him get away? Researcher Bai, are you all right? Damn it! Jingzun coughed violently, his eyes bloodshot from the smoke. They're worried, are you okay? Jingzun thought to himself. This person is very clever, his physical endowment nearly surpasses the limits of humanity, truly an extraordinarily perfect specimen. He shook his head, his voice calm, I'm fine. Just wash your eyes, don't chase after him. This person's speed is very fast, you won't catch him. Old Bai anxiously asked, how is Director Run? Do we need to chase after them? Inside the room, the team checked Ren Xiao, confirming that she wasn't facing any serious issues. Jingzun spoke in a low voice, giving instructions to the nurse with a cold gaze, the thief only knocked her out. Once she wakes up, just find the medication in the medicine box and give it to her. The dosage is written on this. The nurse, worried, spoke with a trembling voice, old Bai, should we call the police? Jingzun skillfully declined, his tone calm but firm, with Changnan in such chaos right now, and no indication of anything being stolen, it's better not to trouble the police for now. The nurse nodded, reluctantly agreeing, all right, we'll follow your instructions. If nothing serious happens, this world really is in turmoil. Suddenly, a person rushed in, shouting, old Bai, something's wrong. He panted, reporting, I just checked the room and found that a hard drive is missing. Jingzun's face darkened, his eyes icy, is it the dark gray hard drive from the computer? Dekue nodded, his voice anxious, yes, that's the one. Meanwhile, Tian had already fled far away, returning to his hideout. He carefully plugged the hard drive into a computer, disconnected the network to ensure safety, and made sure there were no issues. He wanted to find out exactly what the Tian Run company was planning. He muttered, his eyes fixed firmly on the screen. When he inserted the disk, an experimental file appeared. Tian furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, an experiment? Could this person be a researcher? Isn't this classified information of Shun Tian? He continued reading, and the content shook him. Even though a large number of creatures have died as a result, I still firmly believe that the food with radiation properties caused drastic changes in their limbs and bodies. It itself is not a disaster. What it brings to the creatures is not just death and deformity. He stared at the screen, muttering, there is also evolution, it's just that their evolutionary path went wrong, and they fell halfway. The file continued, I believe I can find the correct path, even if it costs human lives. Tian froze, filled with doubt. The voice in the file echoed, I will lead humanity to the next civilization through this catastrophe. At that time, humans will no longer be forced to divide due to terminal diseases, will no longer die young from congenital illnesses, and will not be looked down upon for their lack of strength. They will be able to stand side by side with tigers, beasts, and gods. Lifespans can extend to 300 years, but no matter what awaits me at the end, whether it is death or boundless glory. Dekue eagerly asked, his voice full of concern, has Master Bai not found it yet? Jingzun shook his head, his gaze deep in thought. He was sure the other party must have used some kind of tactic. It's also possible that they haven't even examined the contents of the hard drive yet, the master disk couldn't detect any signal from the slave disk's location. De Kuei furrowed his brow. Is it very important material? Jing Zun sighed, trying to appear indifferent. After all, the disk contained only old data, and it would be hard for outsiders to understand even if they took it. But then, suddenly, his face turned pale as he thought to himself, that notebook, if someone else sees it, they could easily guess my purpose in coming to Nanchang. De Kuei spoke in a low voice, his eyes filled with suspicion. Old Bai, this event seems too coincidental. We arrived in Nanchang and were immediately attacked. Could it be the work of number 7? Jing Zun shook his head, his voice calm but sharp. If number 7 really wanted to take action against us, they wouldn't have sent someone like this. This person may have strong physical abilities, but their skills are too unfamiliar. Meanwhile, Tian Tian sat in front of his computer, his eyes glued to the screen, a heavy weight in his heart. This person seemed to have the same thoughts as him, but at the cost of human lives. He thought to himself, this is truly arrogant. Could it be that they've been experimenting on human bodies? Suddenly, a vision of a group of adorable little pets, as cute as mozzarella sticks, appeared before his eyes. Wen Sha, the little bunny, and the distant rooster chick. Their shared trait is an immeasurable cuteness that melts anyone's heart. Han Han. The little girl, with eyes as bright as car headlights in the middle of the day, couldn't help but exclaim, "Where did you get these little furry creatures?" Her admiration made Xiao Bai, the old, stiff toy animal, frown, worried he might soon be neglected. Tian Tian, still absent-mindedly playing with his V-shaped chin, pondered how to explain to his little sister. While he was deep in thought, Han Han quickly picked up the little bunny, eager to begin a makeup session. After a moment of contemplation, Tian Tian began to fabricate. He invented a story that he had a magical bag from some green robotic cat, which meant he had the entire world at his disposal. Han Han, with her innocent and unquestioning nature, believed him immediately. She continued to merrily draw little love hearts on the poor bunny's face with a colored pen. Tian Tian, thinking to himself that if he was going to act, he might as well commit fully, whispered, "Don't tell anyone, okay? This is our secret." She nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling. "Okay, lucky for me, I have a little sister who's both understanding and innocent." Suddenly, Tian Tian noticed the helpless little bunny, Wen Sha, lying limp in his sister's hands. The little rabbit's face had been smeared all over, distorted to the point that its original shape was unrecognizable. Tian Tian immediately transformed into the perfect older brother, his voice stern as he reminded her. "Han Han, don't play with food like that." Hearing the word food, the little girl panicked, her round eyes filled with fear. "How could I eat such a cute rabbit?" Han Han knelt, begging her brother, her voice trembling. "The rabbit is so small, I want to keep it, I can't eat such cute animals." Tian Tian didn't say much, just smiled and brought out his usual tactic. "Rabbit meat is too spicy." Those words seemed to carve themselves deeply into her heart. He continued, his tone teasing. "Rabbit dishes aren't just limited to that. There's also spicy rabbit hot pot, stir-fried rabbit with pickled radish, not to mention pork, chicken, pork rice, and grilled chicken feet for the complete set." As Han Han listened to her brother list out all the delicious delicacies, saliva started dripping down her chin, impossible to hold back. Tian Tian deliberately teased her, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "Are you thinking of becoming a vegetarian?" Though she couldn't bear to sacrifice the little rabbit she was holding, Han Han's stomach and her love for food betrayed her. She knew she couldn't resist when it came to delicious food. Seizing the moment, Tian Tian decided to impart a lesson about life, his tone serious yet playful. "Once you start eating something delicious, something rare, you have to eat it all. Don't leave a single bite, that's the true respect for food." This lesson moved Han Han deeply, her eyes shimmering as if she might burst into tears. Tian Tian extended both hands, her gaze soft, "Give the little bunny to Big Brother." Han Han pondered for a moment, then decided to hand over the bunny to him, her voice serious as she promised, "From now on, I will learn to finish everything, not leave a single bite." The siblings really did have a unique approach to eating. While chatting happily with Han Han, the system suddenly sent out a notification about a rare item appearing in the cornfield. Upon hearing about a rare item, Tian became as curious as a child hearing about candy, her eyes shining with excitement, wondering what it could be. He reluctantly left his little sister to play, and immediately set off to search for the treasure in the cornfield, determined to get his hands on that rare item. When he arrived, he discovered the treasure was a Type 2 albino corn, a mutant strain of corn grown in a radioactive environment. Its effect stunned him, increasing strength by 10 times for 30 seconds. Tian held the small, compact white corn in her palm, muttering, "From now on, I have something to boost my strength." This was Popeye's spinach. But he quickly frowned. Why is there only one ear? He searched the entire cornfield, finding nothing here, nothing there. Everyone answered, "There are no more ears left." Finally, Tian gave up the hopeless search, silently thinking that this must be a rare stroke of luck. The system provided no further information about the item. He pondered deeply. If he couldn't find more, he might have to expand the cultivation area. Perhaps that would increase the chance of encountering albino corn, but that idea was quickly dismissed. Expanding the cultivation would lower the quality of the crops, and he wouldn't be able to produce the best corn. Tian shook his head. Business must be conducted with integrity and honesty. Deceptive tricks were nothing more than icing on a cake, fleeting and unsustainable. The scene shifted to a house with a refined, gentle design. Even through the thin window panes, one could still sense the elegance of its owner. Ranyu was nibbling on a pastry while pressing the calculator to watch Doraemon to make it easier to swallow, when suddenly, horrific memories rushed back. Images of violence, beatings, and the one enduring the pain were none other than her. By some mysterious force, a strange man had knocked her out and assaulted her. The humiliation made her blood boil. Her eyes flared with resolve. She was determined to find the man, tear him into pieces, and throw him to the fish. She ground her teeth. The security system was utterly useless. The security, the police, the cops. None of them could catch that thug. She realized she couldn't investigate the usual way anymore. Ranyu looked at the pale strand of hair she had picked up from the man, muttering, "This might be the evidence to accuse him." The image of Qingxing from last night still lingered in her mind, impossible to shake off. She waved her hand in the air, as if trying to chase away the terrifying memory, silently swearing, "No matter where that rogue hides, I will catch him." True to her word, Ranyu descended the stairs, where Mr. Bai was sitting, savoring his tea with a calm and composed demeanor. As soon as he saw her, he closed the book in his hand and smiled gently, his eyes filled with affection, as if ready to listen attentively. Ranyu slowly sat down, her voice soft. "Thank you for Rand's mage technology. Thanks to it, I've recovered from my illness." She skillfully guided the conversation. "I want to introduce you to a factory I found. Now, I want to hand it over to you to turn into a research institute." Mr. Bai, with his usual sharp perception, immediately understood her intent. He smiled and spoke in a steady voice, "Let's get straight to the point, no beating around the bush." Ranyu didn't hesitate any longer, directly expressing, "I want to ask for your expertise in biology to analyze the DNA of this hair strand." She raised the hair up, her gaze firm. Mr. Bai furrowed his brow, his voice filled with doubt. "This is very difficult. Comparing it with over 100,000 DNA samples from Nanchang is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Not to mention the process of collecting and analyzing the sample. And I wonder, is this person important to you?" Ranyu sighed, temporarily abandoning this impossible idea, but she accidentally let slip, "Last night, a thug attacked me." Upon hearing this, Mr. Bai's face darkened, and his eyes flashed with anger. He stood up abruptly, leaving Ranyu stunned. Just a moment ago, he had been complaining, but now he boldly declared, "It's easy. You can leave this to me, I'm more than happy to help." Ranyu was taken aback, silently thinking that this man truly had two faces. However, she didn't press the issue and quickly expressed her gratitude, "Thank you." The scene shifted to the laboratory, where a vial of bright red medicine, recently developed, was being tested with a diluted liquid concentration. After the test subject received the medicine, its eyes turned blood red, its muscles grew at an alarming rate, and it looked utterly grotesque. Data was being hurriedly recorded as dozens of red eyes appeared, creating a terrifying sight. The newly created creature went berserk, screaming violently after receiving the injection. The restraints were no longer enough to contain it. It smashed through the glass as if trying to escape. But how could it escape the cold, piercing gaze of the virus scientists? This experiment ended in failure once again. The creature frantically shattered the glass, its roar echoing in the cold eyes of the three witnesses. Jingyan observed the experimental creature without a shred of mercy in his icy gaze. Anyway, the order to eliminate it will be issued soon, he thought to himself. Red blood spread across his vision, covering the dark space, concealing the death that was approaching the creature. Memories suddenly flooded Jingyan's mind, taking him back to the past. A magnificent, luxurious mansion, as if it had stepped out of a fairy tale, appeared before him. It was a place where countless nobles gathered for an extravagant celebration. Bai Jingzun, the eldest son of the family, was laughing and chatting animatedly with his close friends. "Everyone's curious why you let your younger brother stand alone in a corner like that," one of his friends spoke up. Jingzun, who despised his younger brother, replied coldly, "Bai Jingyan is a mongrel, unworthy of being my sibling." In another corner of the mansion, Jingyan leaned against the wall, his posture gloomy and contemplative. No one wanted to approach the illegitimate child of the family. Unfortunately, he had become a source of amusement for the nobles. They played foolish games, dunking his head into the water. Jingyan couldn't breathe, couldn't call for help, and could only helplessly endure as they rampaged. The two nobles, looking down on someone of his mixed blood status, pressed his head down and delivered a painful kick to his back. Jingzun, instead of protecting his younger brother, merely stood by and watched, his voice dripping with mockery. "Don't ruin his face, just torture him for my amusement." He did this only to fool their father, avoiding any scolding. Ignoring all dignity, Jingyan desperately tried to call for help, but his words fell on deaf ears. Jingzun clicked his tongue, his gaze full of contempt. This filthy, mixed-blood creature had no right to address him as brother. The painful memories tormented Jingyan's mind until he suddenly jolted awake, shouting, "Don't hit me." It turned out to be nothing but a horrifying nightmare. His breath was heavy, as though he had just gone through a nightmarish ordeal. His eyes landed on the NBA virus vial on the table, which was rapidly growing stronger. "Before long, we will create thousands of mutations to defeat the older brother I despise," he quietly told himself, his eyes flashing with determination. The scene shifted to a TV screen broadcasting the news. Today, more mutations have occurred in Nanchang, with the bodies of various creatures piled up, their origins unclear, prompting the authorities to launch an investigation. Han Han, who usually only enjoyed watching cartoons, had switched to watching the news today, surprising Tian Tian. He teased, his eyes gleaming, "So, little sister, you're all grown up today?" Han Han puffed out her cheeks, pouting, "You always treat me like a little kid. Anyway, I have to keep up with what's going on in the world. I want to help you more." Her thoughtful words made Tian Tian look at her with a different gaze, a feeling of appreciation rising in his heart. He smiled, his eyes shining with trust as he said that just the fact that she could see through the mysteries within others was already a great help to him. It turned out that Xiao He was growing stronger every day, enough to stand beside him, so the little girl needed to mature as well to keep up with it. Speaking of Xiao He, he suddenly remembered that recently, this mischievous dog had become less hyperactive than before. Perhaps it was due to the radiation-resistant food, but Xiao He had become more calm. So he could rest assured and go out with Uncle Nan, promising to bring back plenty of delicious food for the little girl. After all, she was at that age of growing and eating, as greedy as a puppy, always nodding eagerly in agreement and never once objecting. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, an hour had quietly passed, and her stomach began to rumble, demanding food. Her gaze happened to fall upon a dark brown wooden box on the table. Inside were 2 level 4 divine growth seeds, glimmering with a mysterious light. Curious, the little girl came up with the idea of tasting one. She gave one to Xiao He, and without a second thought, she popped the other straight into her mouth without even peeling it. Although Xiaohei wasn't interested, she reluctantly swallowed hers, following her young mistress's gluttonous lead. But the moment the little girl tasted it, she winced. The bitterness filled her mouth completely. She hurried off to rinse her mouth, while Xiaohei, having swallowed the whole thing in one gulp, began to feel a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Curling up, she let out a long yawn and soon drifted into a peaceful sleep. Suddenly, in the stillness of the room, a wild, eerie howl rang out, sending chills through the air. Time slipped by unnoticed, night had fallen. From the storage shed filled with tools came a creaking sound. Creak, creak, as if someone were pushing or moving something inside. Uncle Nan, although still groggy, fumbled to grab the flashlight and stepped out to investigate, suspecting a thief had sneaked in during the dead of night. The beam of the flashlight swept across the corner of the wall, and Uncle Nan froze when he spotted a large, furry figure doing something suspicious. Bloodstains, bright red and fresh, were scattered around, giving off a chilling and terrifying vibe. When the figure turned around, Uncle Nan was stunned to realize it was Xiaohei. Before he could even move, the dog suddenly went berserk, losing control, and charged straight toward Uncle Nan. With its solid black fur and massive frame, it slammed into the wall, making the entire space tremble. Uncle Nan quickly sidestepped, his heart pounding, knowing that if he had been a second slower, he might have been a goner. The flashlight fell to the ground, its light shining directly on the creature, revealing Xiaohei's form. But this time, it was different. Its eyes glowed a fiery red, and its sharp teeth gleamed in the darkness, nothing like the docile dog it once was. For a moment, Uncle Nan wondered if Xiaohei had transformed into some kind of mutant creature. But no, it still seemed to recognize the presence of a human, hesitant to attack immediately. In an attempt to calm the aggression, Uncle Nan, maintaining his composure, softly called Xiaohei's name and mentioned his own, hoping the dog would remember him. When he asked if it was hungry, the giant wolf shook its head repeatedly, as if reacting to his words. Uncle Nan reached out, intending to stroke and calm him, but Xiaohei suddenly growled, blocking his gesture. Without waiting any longer, it dashed out, leaving Uncle Nan confused and astonished. Uncle Nan shouted loudly, "Xiaohei, stop! Don't do something foolish!" Ahead was a high-voltage electric fence. Touching it would turn one into a pile of ashes, but Xiaohei didn't care. It leapt up and easily cleared the fence as if it were nothing. All Uncle Nan could do was stand there helplessly, watching the giant figure disappear into the night. At the same time, Li Tian, though deep in sleep, was jolted awake by the noise coming from Uncle Nan. She was immediately informed that Xiaohei had gone mad, running out of control. Despite his worry, Uncle Nan didn't dare to tell him everything. No matter how crazy Xiaohei seemed, for some reason, it still retained a bit of consciousness, enough to recognize who stood before it. Speaking of Xiaohei, he quickly ran over to check. Throughout the night, the little girl hadn't seen her beloved dog, and her heart was filled with unease. Not wanting his sister to worry further, he lied gently, reassuring her. "Xiaohei just went out for a little walk and will come back soon." But Tian wasn't so easily deceived. She refused to go back to sleep without her closest companion by her side. Her small feet were scratched and sore from running everywhere, searching for her little black dog. Looking at those tiny legs, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Inside Tian, fear surged as she worried that one day Xiaohei would end up like Xiaobai, disappearing forever. He pulled her into his arms, gently comforting her, then asked softly, "Recently, have you given Xiaohei anything unusual to eat?" The little girl hesitated, firmly insisting that she hadn't dared to disobey her older brother. Every day, she fed Xiaohei 3 proper meals from the food in the Eastern Court, but this afternoon, she had accidentally shared a strange, glowing nut with him. Upon hearing this, he immediately understood Xiaohei had swallowed a level 4 divine growth seed. But why had he gone mad? He felt an overwhelming urge to activate the system right then and there to investigate the cause. The little girl continued to cry, pleading with her brother to bring Xiaohei back. Left with no other choice, he set off to find the black dog. After all, to him and his siblings, Xiaohei was family. Beneath the pale moonlight filtering through the leaves of the forest, the silhouette of a gigantic wolf sped through the night. Xiaohei felt a fierce heat consuming his body. The craving for fresh meat and blood grew stronger with each passing moment. His red eyes burned, and his sharp fangs bared, revealing an insatiable hunger that had reached its peak. But Xiao He could never harm a human. Because if he did, he would never be able to face those he held dearest. All he could do was charge through the night, desperately trying to suppress the burning thirst that was scorching his mind. Nearby, a figure cloaked in a dark robe silently observed. He realized that Xiao He was the divine beast mentioned in the prophecy. If he could capture it, it would surely please the divine beast. On the other side, Tian Tian had already set off on his exciter, scouring everywhere in search of Xiao He. Despite having sent people to check at both Gate 1 and Gate 2, there was still no information. Perhaps Xiao He had already left the area, and he knew he had to find it quickly, otherwise, if it fell into the hands of the military police, only death awaited. Just as he was about to continue his search, he suddenly heard a voice calling from behind. An old woman, her head wrapped in a scarf, stepped forward and asked about the creature that had just run by. Annoyed by the interruption, Tian Tian's impatience flared, but he still politely asked, "Do you know which direction it ran in?" The old woman did not answer directly. Instead, she unexpectedly turned the question back on him. "Do you know what lies behind this disaster? For you, there is nothing else worth caring about besides Xiao He." Suddenly, the old woman shouted loudly, fervently preaching about her church, declaring that humanity was angering the gods and urging him to join her. Upon hearing this, Tian Tian immediately recognized it as a pyramid scheme. With a sense of helplessness, he asked, "What are the conditions for joining?" It turns out that joining this church is not as easy as it seems. There's no such thing as a free opportunity like that. To become a member, one has to pay according to their rank. As for him, because of his divine beast, all he had to do was hand over Xiao He, and he would be accepted immediately. When he heard about having to hand over Xiao he immediately refused. With a mocking tone, he advised her to go back and learn how to scam people properly. "I've already memorized this multi-level marketing trick." Tian Tian, who was standing beside him, didn't believe in divine salvation either. For her, the only thing that could save a person was themselves. After saying that, he rode off, leaving the old woman behind, inhaling the dust trailing from his bike. She watched his figure disappear into the distance, muttering a curse, "He will forever be trapped in hell for his disrespect towards the gods, a lowly being who doesn't deserve to be human." Outside the car, Li Tian Tian leaned against the door, lighting a cigarette. He brought the cigarette to his lips, took a long drag, and closed his eyes, savoring the quiet moment. Suddenly, a faint cry echoed from the bushes nearby. He turned his head, trying to locate the source of the sound. Unsure of what it was, Tian Tian walked over and parted the bushes. What he saw left him stunned, a mother dog lying motionless in a pool of fresh blood. Beside her was a puppy whimpering, desperately trying to nurse from its mother. Looking at the mother dog's body, he guessed that she had been hit by a car while crossing the road. Only then did he notice the weak puppy still trying to suckle from its now lifeless mother. Tian Tian squatted down, gently lifting the little puppy to take a closer look. It was still alive. It seemed that the mother dog had been dead for several days, and yet this tiny creature had managed to survive on its own. Being picked up made it uneasy, it squirmed and struggled to get free. He cupped it in his palm, smiling softly. "We're both orphans, aren't we? In that case, come home with me." Back to the present, Xiao He's eyes glowed a fierce red as it growled menacingly. Its jaws clamped tightly around the leg of a man in black, refusing to let go, while the man screamed in pain. Two of his companions nearby were too terrified to come closer. One of them shouted in panic, "Help him! Xiao Wu can't hold on much longer." Night had fallen. Outside the apartment, Bai Jingyan listened as the entire incident was reported to him. He hadn't expected a mutated dog to be able to slip into this area. One of his men spoke up. Xiao Wu said that when he went into the woods to smoke, he accidentally flicked his cigarette ash onto the animal, which made it go berserk and attack. Bai Jingyan's expression darkened, his anger rising. He's got some nerve to pull a stunt like that, he thought. The man hurriedly explained. No, it was hiding in the bushes. Xiao Wu didn't mean to. At that, Bai Jingyan suddenly turned his head, his gaze cold and sharp. The mutated beast was hiding in the bushes. This action surprised the man, he stammered. Yes, that's right. Bai Jingyan fell into thought, his eyes full of calculation. Low-level mutant beasts usually roamed aimlessly, but this one was different. It had only bitten the staff member's leg, as if it understood the danger of firearms and was deliberately using him as a hostage. Put simply, it was frighteningly intelligent. He thought to himself, if we capture this creature for research, the stability of virus V could be greatly improved. Could you be the perfect mutated organism I've been searching for? Bai Jingyan muttered, a flash of greed in his eyes. He turned back, his gaze cold, and instructed the staff, notify everyone capture the aberrant beast alive before the military and the police arrive. The staffer answered hastily, yes. Bai Jingyan smiled darkly and continued issuing orders. You are authorized to use tranquilizer guns and sedatives. Remember, it must be taken alive. A staff member quickly handed him the tranquilizer gun. Bai Jingyan took it in caution carefully, fire carefully, aim only for the arms and legs. With that, he raised the gun and took precise aim. A shot rang out as the dart sped toward Xiao He. Xiao He still had the man's leg clenched in its mouth, its eyes blazing red as it glared at the group. When the tranquilizer dart hit the ground, it immediately sprang up and evaded with agile swiftness. The staff member did not give up and continued firing at it. Xiao He was hit by a bullet, letting out a painful, furious roar. It snarled and swung its sharp claws fiercely at the staff member who had just shot it. Bai Jingyan clicked his tongue, a flicker of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Though wounded, Xiao He didn't linger. It turned around and darted into the depths of the forest. Those present shouted in panic. Oh no, it's escaping! Xiao He dashed away, disappearing into the darkness. Despite the cries and pounding footsteps behind it, the creature didn't slow down. At the same time, Li Tian's system reported. Wind bird number 2 reporting traces of a large creature detected 700 meters to the southeast. Upon hearing that, he immediately turned the vehicle around and sped off at a breathtaking pace. When he arrived, Li Tian stopped, staring in horror at the blood-stained ground before him. The massive footprints and the still wet streaks of blood indicated that not much time had passed. He pressed his lips together, his heart tightening with fear. It must be Xiao He. What happened? Why are you so badly hurt? In the darkness, cars roared in pursuit of a strange beastly silhouette. Bai Jingyan gripped his gun, leaning out of the car window, eyes locked on his prey. Never before had he seen a mutant beast move with such terrifying speed. His face broke into a wild grin, growing more and more excited. Watching Xiao He's muscular body sprint ahead, he muttered. What a perfect creature, I must catch you. Despite his injuries, Xiao He pushed himself to escape from the crowd. Li Tian's system then notified him that the target had been located. He immediately ordered Windbird, his guard, to send the images to the screen. On the screen, the scene of the cars chasing Xiao He was clearly visible. Li Tian asked for a zoom in. As the image enlarged, he observed intently and then instructed. Zoom in even more, I want to see the faces of those chasing him. Bai Jingyan's face appeared, and Li Tian instantly recognized him, the madman obsessed with technology. He furrowed his brow, wondering why he was chasing Xiao He. Was he planning to capture it for research? Without hesitation, he reached out and touched the system's screen, confirming the use of the albino corn gun. Holding the weapon in his hand, Li Tian ground his teeth. That bastard, you won't get what you want. The sound of gunfire erupted around Xiao He's feet, and it pushed itself to the limit, sprinting to escape the barrels aimed at it. From inside one of the cars, a voice came through the intercom, decisively ordering the other 2X-203 units to continue the assault from both sides, pushing it toward the old factory. The two vehicles immediately obeyed the command, splitting up to surround Xiao He from both sides, while the remaining one stayed close behind. Xiao Hei's sharp teeth gleamed in the darkness as it glanced at the pursuers. Suddenly, it kicked powerfully against a tree beside it, leaped high, and with all its strength, crashed down onto one of the vehicles. Its front paws slammed into the body of the car, shattering the windshield. The person inside screamed in panic. "Damn it! Radio immediately! Something's wrong, car number 2 is in danger." A man from the opposite vehicle quickly raised a gun and aimed at Xiao Hei, who was currently tearing into the arm of the driver of car number 2. 2 bullets shot out, and Xiao Hei turned its head, eyes glowing red as it stared directly at the path of the bullets. But at that moment, a hand, surrounded by a flash of white light, appeared, gripping the 2 bullets in midair. Li Tian dropped the 2 bullets to the ground, her gaze icy cold. "System notification: consuming the albino corn will put you into a berserk state. Remaining time, 26 seconds. The vehicle carrying Bai Jingyan immediately came to a halt. He stood frozen, unable to comprehend what the flash of white light was. Xiao Hei, standing nearby, also seemed momentarily stunned, as if questioning whether that was its master. Before there was time to think, Li Tian moved with such speed that the naked eye could hardly follow, attacking the surrounding people like a whirlwind. Bai Jingyan yelled angrily. "Damn it, what the hell is going on here?" He raised his defensive gun, but at that moment, his eyes widened when Li Tian suddenly appeared in front of him, his eyes radiating killing intent. A powerful punch struck straight to Bai Jingyan's chin, sending him flying backward, blood pouring from his nose. Li Tian was about to throw another punch, but the system suddenly alerted him that there were only 2 seconds left. His body trembled, collapsing to the ground as sweat poured down. "Does this thing have side effects too?" he thought, breathing heavily. Bai Jingyan struggled to get up, narrowly escaping a fatal blow. Shaking, he raised his gun and aimed directly at Li Tian. This guy was too dangerous, he had to be eliminated. Just as he pulled the trigger, Xiao Hei charged forward, sinking its teeth deeply into Bai Jingyan's neck. The bullet hit Li Tian's shoulder, blood flowing out, but Bai Jingyan's neck was held tightly by Xiao Hei's sharp teeth, blood gushing non-stop. Though exhausted, Li Tian could feel the soft fur of Xiao Hei beside him. He shifted slightly, his blue eyes filled with suspicion as he looked at the panting black puppy, drool dripping from its mouth. "Xiao Hei," he called softly. Hearing his master's voice, Xiao Hei froze for a moment before suddenly knocking him to the ground, resting its head on his chest. Li Tian was startled. "Xiao Hei, what's wrong with you?" Despite the aches in his body, he forced himself to stand and move closer. His expression turned serious when he saw Xiao Hei convulsing violently. "System, what's happening?" he shouted, his voice full of panic. Xiao Hei's eyes widened, and his body seemed to be undergoing a strange transformation. The mist gradually faded, revealing fragments of long-forgotten memories. From Xiao Hei's body, sparkling white wings emerged, enveloping the surroundings. At Li Tian's worried calls, Xiao Hei's body slowly became encased in those white wings, forming a huge cocoon that shimmered with a mysterious light. Li Tian watched anxiously as the giant cocoon surrounded Xiao Hei, her heart filled with unease. The scene shifted to another place. The constant beeping of the heart monitor pierced the silence, tearing through the stillness. A doctor, after reviewing the information on the screen, looked up at the hospital bed and spoke gravely. "I'm sorry, the current situation is very critical. The face has suffered heavy trauma, the head has been shaken, and the brain's blood vessels are being compressed, especially the fatal wound to the neck. The fact that he's still holding on is nothing short of a miracle." The person in the hospital bed, Bai Jingyan, was wearing an oxygen mask, his body covered in numerous tubes. The doctor bowed his head, apologizing. "Miss Run, we've done everything we can, but..." Run Yu interrupted, her voice icy. "Don't explain to me. Your duty is to use your lives to protect the safety of researcher Bai. And now he's lying here, with his life hanging by a thread." The man across from her, De Couey, lowered his head in remorse. "I'm truly sorry. At that time, researcher Bai was so eager to capture the exotic beast that he led the team out ahead. By the time we arrived, the vanguard had suffered heavy losses, and I was the only one who survived. Runyu stared at Bai Jingyan, her gaze burning with anger. Now that it's come to this, I don't want to hear excuses. Did any of you see the appearance of the attacker? De Kuei was submissive. No, it was just a flash of white light, so fast we couldn't get a clear look. Renyu spun around in fury. If you're going to lie, at least make it believable. The man bowed his head even lower, his voice trembling. I'm not lying to you. Renyu screamed. I paid a high price to hire you all, not to listen to you shift the blame. Suddenly, a panicked doctor burst in. This is bad, researcher Bai's heart rate is dropping rapidly, and there's a new hemorrhage in his brain. Renyu whipped around. Start emergency treatment immediately. But the doctor shook his head helplessly. It's no use anymore, Miss Run. Researcher Bai cannot be saved. It's better to ask him, in his final moments, if he has anything he still wants to say. Renyu froze, unable to believe what he had just heard. With her consent, the doctor injected a dose of strength-enhancing serum into Bai Jingyan. He slowly opened his eyes, his voice faint, drained of all energy. De Kuei, he answered quickly, Old Bai, I'm here. Bai Jingyan weakly ordered, inject me with virus number 5. De Kuei was taken aback. No, it's not possible. The V virus has no successful case history. If it fails, by the time of the funeral, your body will hardly remain human. Bai Jingyan's gaze was resolute, unwavering. To me, whether I die as a human or a monster doesn't matter. I want to take this gamble. If not, I'll carry this resentment to my grave. His hand clenched tightly, his eyes burning with unwavering determination. In the end, they agreed to inject 5 ml of the virus into his body. A pair of handcuffs and a collar bomb were prepared, emitting a cold, red light. The doctor spoke up, Old Bai, do you need me to contact the Bai family? Bai Jingyan shook his head. No need, it's just a coincidence that we share the same bloodline. That place has never been my family. Start now. The doctor injected the virus into his body, and the drug immediately took effect. Bai Jingyan howled in pain, losing control. His eyes became unfocused, and his body began to mutate under the virus's invasion, every muscle twitching violently. Runyu turned pale, covering his mouth and unable to look any further. De Kuei also closed his eyes, quietly avoiding the painful gaze. The scene shifted to Li Tian. He sprang to his feet, eyes wide open as he saw the massive cocoon begin to crack. Each crack was accompanied by strong gusts of wind blowing out from within, carrying with them a cold, biting air. Finally, Xiaohei stepped out of the cocoon, but the figure before Li Tian now appeared completely different. Xiaohei had evolved into a half-human, half-beast form, his body muscular, with wisps of smoke curling from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes glowing with anger. Li Tian stood in a daze, stunned by the bizarre sight, unable to take his eyes off the powerful figure before him. Wanting to confirm if this was indeed Xiaohei, he softly called out. Xiaohei! He slowly approached, his eyes still struggling to accept the reality. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, Xiaohei extended his hand, spreading his 5 fingers wide, and his sharp claws plunged straight into Li Tian's shoulder. The claws pierced through the flesh, soaking his shirt with a large patch of blood. Li Tian was frozen in shock as he saw his shoulder impaled, blood pouring out relentlessly. The pain was excruciating, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. The scene shifted back to the familiar house. Li Han sat on the floor, her eyes filled with sorrow. Beside her, Uncle Nan, with his familiar, gentle voice, comforted her. Han, don't wait anymore, go to sleep now. Xiaohei must be somewhere nearby, Mr. Li will be back soon. Uncle Nan, despite the lowered body temperature, shivering violently in the biting cold, still patiently stayed, unwilling to leave the little girl behind. He advised her. It's so cold, you might catch a cold if you're not careful. But Li Han Han rested her chin on her hands, gazing into the distance, her eyes filled with sadness as she replied. I'm not cold, I'm fine now. I'm just waiting for my big brother to come back. Uncle Nan felt sympathy for the little girl, but faced with her determination, he didn't know what else to say and simply sat beside her in the cold. Noticing the worry in his eyes, Han raised a small arm, smiling. If you don't believe me, you can feel for yourself. I'm really warm. Uncle Nan took her hand, feeling the warmth just as she had said. He smiled fondly. Eating food from the farm really did make a person stronger. Han Han responded playfully. I'm an evolved female superhero. Not wanting the little girl to sit in the cold wearing her thin nightgown, Uncle Nan gently pulled the blanket over her. Then I'll wait with you for Mr. Lee to come back. Han Han nodded, happily curling up in the warm blanket, waiting for her brother to return. As dawn broke, the pale golden sunlight crept into the house. Li Han Han slowly opened her eyes, looking groggy. It turns out that last night, both of them had waited until the sleepiness hit and fell asleep without even realizing it. Sitting and sleeping all night made the girl feel sluggish, her whole body sore and aching. Uncle Nan was still fast asleep, not awake yet. Suddenly, Li Han Han shouted loudly. Brother! The shout startled Uncle Nan awake, his bleary eyes scanning the surroundings. Li Han Han pulled away from Uncle Nan's embrace and hurried to the door, her face glowing with joy. She exclaimed. You're back, did you find Xiao He? But immediately, she was taken aback by the unfamiliar appearance of Xiao He, his eyes sparkling, never leaving her brother's face. She asked in a rush. Brother, what happened to you? At that moment, Xiao He looked imposing, carrying Li Tian Tian in his arms, even though one of his shoulders was still bleeding. The truth was, Xiao He, having just evolved, had yet to fully control his power, which caused the wound on Li Tian Tian's shoulder to split wide open, the bone breaking completely. Li Tian Tian leaned against Xiao He, smiling weakly at his sister. Han Han, I've brought Xiao He back. Uncle Nan and Han Han stared in shock, mouths agape, almost speechless at the unexpected scene before them. Xiao He, just a moment ago you didn't have a stitch of clothing, and now you're wearing Tian Tian's clothes, even though they're a bit tight, Han Han said with delight. She ran around Xiao He, inspecting him without blinking. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of Xiao He's eyes from the system. Xiao He, evolved wolf race. Han Han, brimming with excitement, shouted, Xiao He, what happened to you? You've transformed. Still the same familiar green, you're so cool. The little girl eagerly demanded that Xiao He lift her higher. The system continued to display a new message, evolution type, anti-nest. Strength 30, Intelligence 10, Speed 42, Spirit 10, Hunger 5. These numbers referred to Li Han Han, who was now sitting on Xiao He's shoulders, mischievously waving her hands, grinning from ear to ear, full of joy. Xiao He watched her, silently thinking, the little master is still as mischievous as ever. The system switched to the evaluation section. This is a wolf integrated with human genes, its evolutionary genes have been unlocked, and its stats will continue to rise, without limit. Li Tian Tian sat to the side, removing his shirt to reveal a deep wound on his collarbone, blood still oozing out. After reading the system information, he pondered, so, Xiao He lost control last night due to the anti-nest gene, which caused it to enter a berserk state. It ran outside to avoid harming us. He suddenly recalled the moment Xiao He bit by Jingyan's neck, thinking to himself, it must have started integrating human genes at that point. Back in the present, Uncle Nan brought over a medicine box, interrupting Li Tian Tian's train of thought. He held the white cloth soaked with blood, looking at Uncle Nan, his voice calm. Please sterilize the scalpel. I need to remove the bullet. Uncle Nan, worried, handed him the surgical scalpel, unable to hide his fear. Are you really going to just dig it out like that? What if it gets infected? Li Tian Tian reassured him. Don't worry, I have the high-grade medicinal carrot. He slowly inserted the scalpel into the wound, carefully extracting the bullet. The bullet fell to the ground, rolling slightly, leaving a trail of bright red blood. At that moment, a carrot suddenly appeared in Li Tian's hand that was the high-grade medicinal carrot. Uncle Nan looked at the carrot in his hand with a doubtful gaze. Could this be the miracle medicine? What happened next only proved his suspicion was correct. Li Tian gritted his teeth, watching as the wound on his shoulder healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was overjoyed, standing up suddenly, feeling the broken bone regenerating, though the sharp pain still lingered. After everything, Li Tian silently called upon the system in his mind. He understood that on Lam Ting, the genetic cells in every living organism constantly replicate, divide, and transform. Old cells die, and new ones replace them to maintain life. During the replication process, most stable cells completely regenerate the original genes, but this stability is only relative. Under special conditions, a new gene can emerge to replace the original gene, and this is known as a mutated gene. Xiao Hei's body may have been affected by such a mutated gene. The mutated gene leads to two possible outcomes. One is development in a beneficial direction, as seen in the cases of Yu, Han, or Xiao Hei. When the body evolves, enhancing new abilities based on the original foundation, what you call evolution takes place. The other is development in a negative direction, like the monstrous creatures in the world with terrifying limbs, extraordinary strength, but whose life genes carry fatal flaws. Even if they are lucky enough to regain consciousness and restore their senses, they can only barely survive, unable to live long. Ending this line of thought, Li Tian fell silent, her eyes filled with worry. Elsewhere, Bai Jingyan suddenly opened his eyes, as if just emerging from a horrifying nightmare. His body trembled slightly, his arm shackled and cracked open, revealing abnormal veins protruding. Without hesitation, Bai Jingyan hurriedly sat up, placing his right hand on his chest, feeling his heart beating strongly with each beat. A voice echoed in the room. "Researcher Bai, you're awake." Bai Jingyan didn't expect to survive the coma, and he exclaimed, "It seems that I've come back to life." The voice continued, filled with excitement. "It's truly a miracle, no human has ever retained their sanity after being injected with the state virus." Bai Jingyan once again placed his hand on his chest, feeling the beat of his heart, his expression complicated. The other person, indifferent to his expression, continued speaking. "Researcher Bai, your success this time proves that our experiment can move on to the next stage. Congratulations." But Bai Jingyan interrupted their joy, his voice low. "That's not right, it's not that simple." De Kuei and the two people standing beside him were rendered speechless, anxiety creeping into their expressions. Bai Jingyan gave a bitter smile and continued. "I may have survived, but that doesn't mean the V-status virus has transformed me perfectly." He understood that even though he possessed enhanced strength and speed, his body was still undergoing negative changes, not reaching the ideal state. Bai Jingyan thought to himself that according to his calculations, he had a maximum of 7 days to live if he didn't find the perfect mutated creature and obtain its core. His words sent a chill down the spines of those around him, their hearts pounding in fear. He coldly predicted, "After 7 days, I will still die." Bai Jingyan adjusted his clothing, but his current appearance was terrifying. His ribs protruded from his back, as if his body had just undergone a horrific transformation. A bodyguard stepped forward to announce, "The police have arrived." Bai Jingyan seemed to have expected this, showing no surprise. The bodyguard hesitated, unsure whether this was the right time. The intruder has caused a stir with the military. Bai Jingyan ignored the fear of others. He listed his capabilities: proficient in various lethal martial arts, well-versed in magic, possessing a physique far beyond human limits, and reflexes so fast they were extraordinary. With the Golden Dragon Medal granting him power, he was confident that he could dominate the world, undefeated wherever he went. "No one dares to face me head-on," he thought, "but there are still those who strike from the shadows." He suspected that the one who attacked him was also a mutated creature, perhaps possessing powers similar to the mutant wolf. What intrigued him was not the wolf itself, but the method of attack, which reminded him of someone familiar from his past. The bodyguard exclaimed in astonishment, could those two be the same person? After years of research, Could it really end up in the hands of some stranger? Bai Jingyan pondered deeply, his gaze profound. The virus VI created is not yet in its perfect state. If the government grants me permission to seek out a perfect mutated creature, I am ready to face any consequences. After all, my time is running out. In the vast laboratory, the figure of a young policewoman appeared. She was the person Bai Jingyan needed to meet today. Fearing that she might be shocked by his disheveled appearance, he apologized. The police officer, calm and composed, dismissed his concern. I'm a police officer. I don't pay attention to appearances. She got straight to the point. I want to know what interests you about the military. Bai Jingyan slowly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a body covered in scars, veins visibly protruding, and a faint outline of his heart beneath the translucent skin. As she saw it, this condition was sure to shock her. He spoke in a deep voice, with a body like this, it's hard for me to survive. The bones inside me are growing malignantly, waiting to pierce my heart. Once that happens, the day I face death will no longer be far off. He needed to find someone, based on an ID he had gathered, and he had to do it quickly because time was running out. The police officer, witnessing the unbelievable sight, silently assessed his critical condition. The corner of her mouth curled into a faint smile. Let's cooperate. Bai Jingyan's sincerity earned him her help. The scene shifted to a small house quietly nestled amidst a field of wild grass, shrouded in the quiet of the night. Li Han Han and Xiao He, now in half-human, half-wolf forms, were lost in a peaceful sleep, oblivious to the chaotic world outside. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification about purchasing level 4 growth seeds, along with detailed information on planting methods and superior growth effects. These seeds had the ability to split and genetically transform. It sounded like a vivid biology lesson. Li Tian looked at the seeds in his hand, his eyes shining like a child looking at candy. This was the key to unlocking a new era for humanity. He murmured, his smile slowly losing its human warmth. If humans use this seed to become gods, then I will be the god who creates them. The opportunity to rule the world had arrived, but planting this precious seed required a large plot of land, and land was expensive. He couldn't help but be stunned by the price. Fortunately, he still had enough money to buy it. So, he spent 95,000 to upgrade the ordinary land to fertile soil, leaving only 568,000 in his pocket. Having land to plant on was already a great blessing, enough to dream of the day he would become the mother of the world. There wasn't much time left before the second wave of destruction, so preparations had to be made quickly. The growth-enhancing fertilizer was just as expensive as the land, but he had no choice but to buy it because the plants needed it to thrive. To increase productivity, he also invested in several planting robots to reduce manual labor while ensuring a good harvest. The second wave of destruction was fast approaching, more severe than ever. If they didn't plant enough crops before the disaster struck, their entire group would starve to death. The scene shifted to a glittering, extravagant city, alive with the glow of lights. Two figures in white cloaks silently walked through the night. One of them spoke in a trembling voice. I feel that this humble body is not worthy of meeting the Holy Lord. The person calmly responded, just speak honestly with the Lord. He has led many into the path of heresy, he will certainly not be stingy, and may even reward you handsomely. Upon hearing about the reward, the person quickly expressed his gratitude. Within the building, murmurs echoed, as though someone were discussing the mortgage of the house in such times. Two figures walked amidst the indistinct whispers. News of the discovery of a new sacred beast had been reported to the Holy Lord. Although he was engaged in conversation with another, the Holy Lord instinctively turned his head upon hearing the unfamiliar news. He wanted to know the specifics of this matter. After a brief exchange, the Holy Lord clapped his hands in excitement, his smile stretching from ear to ear. This sacred beast will enhance the power of the Lord God. The man in the suit beside him congratulated him and casually mentioned the remaining stock. With good news at hand, trivial matters were set aside. The Holy Lord commands, bring it all back. The Lord God has grown tired of eating too much, just make sure the sacred beast is brought in for the Lord God to refine. Behind them, a deep black pit emitted strange groans, as though it craved wolf flesh. The appearance of a sacred beast at this moment was indeed timely. On the television screen in the quiet room, a news report aired. A traffic accident on the Changnan Highway had caused the death of an entire family, a sad piece of news when lives could not be saved in time. The scene shifts to the kitchen, where Li Tian's swift hands are preparing the ingredients. The news broadcast is not over yet, and the announcement continues. Fortunately, one child from the family has been saved. Li Tian sighs, feeling sympathy for the little child who has lost both parents. Thinking about his own parents, he glances at the clock. It's already past 3 a.m., but his parents, who had gone on a trip, haven't returned yet. He silently scolds, how could they break their promise like this? With no other choice, he abandons the kitchen duties and picks up the phone to call, but the only response he gets is the message, the number you have dialed is currently unreachable. The atmosphere falls into an eerie silence. Li Tian sits absent-mindedly, staring at the lavish meal he has prepared, his hand still gripping the phone as if trying to reach someone on the other end. The dishes look appetizing, but the constant beep of the unreachable number fills the air. Perhaps his parents aren't here at all. Perhaps it's all just a memory from the past that he has imagined. The scene shifts to a large fire, with streams of water being poured onto the flames, but to no avail. The vehicle is engulfed in thick smoke and fire, flames leaping up furiously as if attempting to burn everything to the ground. Desperate cries for help echo from the people trapped inside. Fortunately, a child is tossed up onto a tree branch, escaping death by mere inches. In the hospital, hushed whispers spread about the background of the little girl who had been rescued from the fire. No one knew who the little girl's family was, they only knew that she had been adopted for 2 days before becoming an orphan, losing both her father and mother. Li Han sat silently on the hospital bed, her childlike face blank and lifeless, as though all vitality had drained away. The pain had struck too suddenly, too cruelly, for a child like her to bear. People whispered, calling her a bringer of misfortune, saying that any family who adopted her would meet disaster. Yet none of them understood the anguish slowly consuming her fragile soul. While 2 nurses were gossiping about whether the victim's family had come to claim the bodies, a relative appeared, asking for directions to the morgue. Officer Yuanwen led a young man in to see his parents one last time and confirm their identities. The air was thick with grief and dread. Li Tian's eyes, filled with horror yet dulled with detachment, stared at the 2 charred bodies, no longer recognizable as human. Yuanwen knew how hard this truth was to accept and offered a few words of condolence, but Tian merely turned away, his face blank, unable to speak. He refused to believe these were his parents. How could that child have appeared when they went out? There must be some mistake. Seeing his stubbornness, Yuanwen suggested, let's run another DNA test, just to be sure. Tian agreed at once, not because he trusted the result, but because he could not yet face the unbearable truth. He sat waiting on the hospital bench, his body slumped as if it no longer had the strength to stand. A young man forced to witness a scene beyond his endurance, the glimmer of hope within him seemed to have completely extinguished. Suddenly, a small hand pulled him back to reality. Han embraced his frail body, choking on her words as she apologized. It's all my fault. If I hadn't run out to call for your parents, maybe none of this would have happened. Tears streamed down her face. Tian spread her arms and held the poor child tightly, whispering, "It's not your fault." At that moment, Yuanwen stepped out to announce the results of the blood test, 99% match. "I'm sorry for the loss of your parents." In moments of pain, people often seek a place to pour out their hearts. Tian held Han tightly, tears streaming down her face. The sight of the 2 siblings holding each other between the boundaries of life and death filled those who witnessed it with sorrow. The scene shifted to a laboratory. A staff member carrying a stack of documents entered, reporting to Bai Jingyan. "We've found the intruder. It's Li Tian." The thick stack of documents contained details solely about him. After the death of his parents, Tian and Li Han returned to Changnan to run the farm. Bai Jingyan furrowed his brow, seeing the scant information, and asked, "Is that all?" The staff member didn't hide anything. Information about him is very scarce. A research girl, surprised, asked. How did you know who it was? Bai Jingyan pondered deeply. Li Tian, despite appearing ordinary, exuded an extraordinary aura that night. A normal person couldn't have done that in just over 20 years. He thought there was only one possibility: Li Tian was a perfect mutant. That's why he saved that mutant wolf. Bai Jingyan thought for a moment, realizing that both he and Li Tian shared the same source of power. Science had advanced to the point where two perfect mutations could be created. The research girl shook her head, feeling like the story had reached a dead end. How could an ordinary person increase their strength so rapidly? These two powers didn't belong to science. Bai Jingyan asked again, his voice low. Could it be that this power wasn't caused by the V virus? He frowned, calculating. Across the world, the probability of a perfect mutation occurring was 1 in a billion. How could Chang Nan have two mutations? This probability was far too unscientific. Suddenly, he fell into deep thought, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Finally, something new had appeared. So, there was still a second key to perfect human mutation. This news quickly reached the ears of police officer Yuan Wan. She reported the situation to her superiors. If a perfect mutation really existed, the military and police would be highly interested, but they would have to stay vigilant about movements from both sides. At the farm, the system notified Li Tian about purchasing growth-enhancing medicine. He carefully held the bottle and watered the garden. The system continued to announce the divine-grade crops, and the growth time was shortened to 950 hours. The plants quickly grew taller, and the system updated, showing that the ripening time was now 128 hours. Suddenly, Uncle Nan called out, his voice filled with concern. Bossly, I think Xiaohei is unwell. Tian looked up. What's going on? Uncle Nan responded. Xiaohei has been on the roof for a few days now. Today, no matter how I call, it won't come down, and I'm getting more worried. Normally, Xiaohei goes up to the roof, but it always comes down when I call it. Today, it's different. Tian looked at the roof where Xiaohei was standing, growling softly. Xiaohei's cold, sharp gaze startled him. The reaction was exactly the same as it had been before the first incident. He thought that its post-evolutionary backlash might have heightened its ability to sense danger. He ordered the guard team to scan a 1,000-meter radius around the farm. The surveillance drones returned with data. Tian checked his phone, intending to see if it was some kind of scam message. Even in the apocalypse, people are still trying to make money. He muttered. But when he looked at the screen, he was stunned. The fruit basket in his hand fell to the ground, and his face darkened. What kind of joke is this? Who would play such a cruel trick? Tian hurriedly left the farm, unaware that he was being watched. Elsewhere, a man stared at the surveillance screen and said, "The target has left the farm." The staff member replied, "Is it really worth using the UBT-2 stealth drone, a high-level espionage type, to monitor a farm?" The man pointed at the screen, his voice cold. "Can't you see those things?" He pointed to the small reconnaissance drones around the farm. "A rundown farm like this has equipment like that? And have you noticed that the crops here can survive on contaminated land?" Dekue nodded, his voice serious. "Yes." Bai Jingzun looked at the screen, his tone low. "This world, from the land to the plants, is infected with the V-type virus. You know the severe consequences of consuming infected food, yet the crops on this farm aren't being destroyed, but are being carefully tended to." Bai Jingzun continued, his gaze sharp, everything here exuded an unusual aura. It was hard to believe this was just a farm, it was more like a military headquarters. Dekue pondered for a moment before replying. "I was severely injured by Li Tian. Before we assess his strength, we should proceed with caution." Bai Jingzun nodded. "I've mapped out the farm's structure. As for the weapons, using an ultrasonic pulse to destroy them will suffice. Li Tian isn't here. If it's just the mutated beast left, the chances of capturing it are very high. Let's move. They flew to the farm. Bai Jingzun ordered the 3 pulse charges to be activated. The plane's signal detector reported back, sweep complete. All of the farm's protective devices had been neutralized. Bai Jingzun anxiously leapt out of the aircraft, shouting. After 3 sweeps, no electronic device is functioning normally. He ordered action. The team immediately jumped down and infiltrated the farm. Elsewhere, Li Tian stood before his parents' graves, staring at the tombstone. He ground his teeth, his face darkening, and muttered, "Bastards, this is no joke." Suddenly his phone vibrated and a message appeared, "Your parents' 2 remains are in my hands. I suppose you've verified this. I'll give you 1 day to think. Bring the sacred beast in one of your hands and one of your feet for the exchange." Tian froze, thinking to himself, is this guy mad? If mom and dad knew I trade hands and feet for their remains, they'd be furious enough to come back and scold me. He wondered, what is the sacred beast? Could it be Xiaohei? Then he smiled, realizing Xiaohei had drawn a lot of attention after the recent trip. He texted back, "On what basis do you think an inanimate box can bind me? You may do as you please with my parents' remains, but I promise I will make you go down there and bow your head to beg their forgiveness." Tian speculated that this person was targeting Xiaohei, perhaps already aware of its abilities. Could it be the woman from that villa? He wondered. It didn't seem like it. If Tianrun Corporation wanted revenge, they wouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics. Who could it be? Suddenly, the system emitted a flurry of urgent alerts. Warning, warning. The farm has been breached, the enemy is using modern weapons, the threat level is 99%. At the farm, the intruders detected heat signatures inside the building. But just as quickly, they paused, surprised as the thermal images vanished. On the rooftop, Xiaohei silently carried Li Han, guarding her. The intruders searched the area, but Xiaohei remained still, his sharp eyes observing. In Han's eyes, the intruders emitted a red glow, causing her to whisper. "These people are all bad." Then, she turned to Xiaohei with a mischievous tone. "Later, follow my command and turn them into fertilizer." The group below tossed bombs into the house, explosions rang out, and thick smoke engulfed the area. They charged into the building, but were stunned to find the floor empty, not a single person in sight. Bai Jingzun thought for a moment, then suddenly froze, shouting in panic. "This is bad, get downstairs quickly." Immediately, countless bullets flew, attacking relentlessly. Bai Jingzun rushed out, shouting as he ran, while ambush gunfire erupted all around. Yet he dodged with lightning speed. His mind spun, why was the pulse core weapon ineffective? Outside, countless soldiers had already been struck down, their bodies scattered across the ground. Li Tian appeared, surveying the carnage with a triumphant smile. Bai Jingzun was bewildered, thinking to himself, how could an ordinary farm turn into this? Suddenly, an army of combat robots emerged, surrounding them. Bai Jingzun froze in disbelief. Such advanced combat robotics. Here? Tian's face darkened as she looked at Jingzun, her voice cold and sharp, "So it was you. I see now it was all you're doing." Bai Jingzun's voice trembled as he stared into Tian's eyes. He clenched his teeth. "You went through quite a lot of trouble investigating me, didn't you? Truly impressive." Jingzun panted heavily. "Digging into your files wasn't difficult, but tonight. You truly caught me off guard." With a desperate voice, he declared, "Now that I'm surrounded, there's nothing left to say. I won't live much longer anyway. The plan has failed. Dying here or on a hospital bed makes no difference." He raised his head defiantly. "Let's settle this with our own strength. The victor shall be king." Uncle Nan anxiously shouted out. "Boss Shaoli, quickly kill these people." He was furious. the people from this company were nothing good. Tian Tian raised his hand to stop Uncle Nan, looked at Jingzun, and spoke in a deep voice. Before I kill you, I want you to confess where are the remains of my parents. Jingzun froze, asking in return. What remains? Tian Tian began to feel confused, realizing that Jingzun had no idea what was going on. You're asking me, didn't you take my parents' remains? Jingzun shook his head, bewildered. You. What are you playing at with me? Elsewhere, the thief of the remains smashed his phone, screaming in madness. Unfilial child, unfilial child. He crushed the phone in his fury, shouting. How dare you abandon your mother's remains? He screamed out. I would gladly give my body to my mother. The people around him were stunned, watching Xiao Sheng in his madness. He continued to scream. Damn it, damn it. I couldn't offer the sacred beast, not even the snacks my mother wanted or left. Xiao Sheng repeated, in despair. I'm so useless. I'm nothing but a failure. The crowd hurriedly tried to calm him down. Holy Lord, please calm down first. We've brought new offerings for the Lord God to taste. But Xiao Sheng kept screaming, his voice full of madness. My mother is sick of eating that filthy stuff. Those around him quickly responded, why yes, but he kept shouting, Mother wants to eat the wolf cub. You're all useless carrying such a great responsibility, yet you can't even capture a sacred beast. The group hurried to explain, Holy Lord, it wasn't us. But Xiao Sheng cut them off, roaring, I don't want to hear it. Suddenly, he froze, dazed, as a voice called out, Xiao Sheng. The subordinates paled in terror, whispering, Master. Mother. Xiao Sheng trembled, stammering, Mother. Then his demeanor changed, his voice choked with emotion. Xiao Sheng missed Mother so much. A strange woman appeared, and Shen Shang, also known as Xiao Sheng, shuddered. Mother, you came to see Xiao Sheng again. He rushed forward, hugging the woman tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. Mother, it's all Xiao Sheng's fault. Even the wolf cub you wanted, Xiao Sheng couldn't bring it back. Please don't be angry, don't abandon Xiao Sheng, don't hit Xiao Sheng. Xiao Sheng will be good from now on. Xiao Sheng will offer that filthy man to you. The woman replied coldly, after Mother eats him, you must be happy, okay? Then Mother won't be angry with Xiao Sheng anymore. A horrifying wave of Yin energy erupted, and a shadowy aura engulfed Shen Shang, as though trying to devour him whole. At the farm, Li Tian Tian pressed, it wasn't you who stole my parents' remains, was it? Bai Jingzun replied in surprise, are you joking with me? Tian Tian looked at him and thought to himself, clearly, it's not him, but it's strange. This man was bitten through the neck by Xiao He, how is he still standing here in one piece? He checked Jingzun's data on the system, muttering, the radiation from the plants caused the evolutionary failure, but Xiao Hei's perfect mutated genes have balanced it out, temporarily preserving his life. Tian Tian realized Jingzun's intention, to seize Xiao Hei's perfect mutated genes. He said coldly, even if you didn't steal the bones, your goal brings no benefit to me. I can't let you go. The combat robots pointed their guns at Jingzun, and he, panic-stricken, shouted, wait a moment. The robots immediately ceased their attack. Jingzun quickly said, your parents' bones are important to you. Perhaps I can help. He negotiated, speaking with sincerity, we have no irreconcilable hatred between us. I want the genes of the evolved human, and you just want to defend yourself. Tian Tian listened in silence. Jingzun continued, why not turn this battle into a transaction? Tian Tian signaled, and the robots lowered their guns. He asked, you can help me find the bones? Jingzun replied, I have significant manpower and technology, I can find the person in Changnan faster than you could on your own. Tian Tian smirked, want the genes of the evolved human with just this little bit of capital? I'm afraid it's not enough. Even without you, sooner or later, I will find that person. He paused, his gaze cold and sharp. But I'm curious. You emphasize your resources, not Tian Run. What relationship do you have with Tian Run? Jingzun said sternly. I am not part of Tian Run. I act for my own benefit, and I am not associated with anyone else. I bear no ill will toward you. You killed Liang Tianwu, broke into the villa, and ambushed Rinyu. I don't care about that. I only want what I want, he continued. In other words, I can be your tool. Tian's eyes sparkled with interest, but Uncle Nan remained angry, blocking his way. Li Jingzun, the boss, stepped forward, his voice firm. You may be able to copy a useful tool, but I can acquire the evolution gene to save a life. Bai Jingzun extended his hand, showing his goodwill, seeking a mutual victory. Li Tian's eyes flickered with interest, and she smiled faintly. She stepped forward, her voice cold as she ordered her subordinates to lower their weapons and crouch with their heads to the ground against the wall. Follow me. Tian led Jingzun to Xiaohei. Li Han observed closely and noticed a strange green light surrounding Jingzun. She signaled to Tian, whispering a warning to be cautious of him. Tian smiled reassuringly at Jingzun. You don't need to worry, this is the gene you were looking for. Jingzun stood in stunned silence and exclaimed, What? This is the perfect shape-shifting mutant beast, but why is it? Tian explained in a calm voice, If I'm not mistaken, during the perfect mutation process, Xiaohei fused with human genes, and the human genes it absorbed are yours. With the rate of compatibility, its genes can prevent the deterioration of your evolution. Jingzun was overjoyed, exclaiming, This is the most perfect mutation I've ever seen. Even the royal beasts of the southern highlands, when fused with human genes, only turn into mindless monsters, driven solely by hunger. But He was excited. Not only does it retain consciousness, but it also obeys your commands. If I can unravel the secrets within its genes, I could mass-produce them. Tian cut him off coldly. All right, the sightseeing is over. You should place the deposit now. He took out his phone and displayed a message. Help me find this phone number, investigate all calls and signals in the past 10 days. He smirked. Let me see what you're capable of. I'm very picky when it comes to tools. Jingzun nodded. This is easy, but I need a blood sample urgently. Without quickly researching the key, my life might only last less than 5 more days. Tian sneered. Right now, you're not qualified to make demands of me. Hurry up. Find that person. Jingzun sighed in helpless resignation. I understand. A helicopter landed in the sky. A person stepped out and called out, Boss, this is Lan Ming. He laughed loudly. It's been a long time, what's there that can't be investigated? Within my scope, I still have to call people out like this. I really don't want to leave my house. The person across from him held out his phone and said, Stop talking nonsense, track the location of the signal from this phone number. Lan Ming adjusted his glasses and looked down, muttering, So far away, bringing in a private jet just for this. Jingzun responded, I'll fix the network path for Mr. Li's chip later, consider it an apology for using the pulse weapon. Tian nodded. Quite considerate. Lan Ming mumbled, being called Mr. Li's was fine, but he was the real big shot while I was just the unfortunate one. Tian teased. Don't trust the black guest. Talking so much. Jingzun chuckled softly, the tech stuff didn't really matter. Lan Ming got to work, still mumbling. Tian suddenly asked. Tell me, how did you become a freak? Changed into something that's neither human nor ghost, that's what you call the age of divine strikes. Jingzun's voice turned serious. You really did look at the data in Ubicon. I admit that when it comes to upgrading human life stages, you've gotten ahead of me. After more than 10 days of the anomalous world, my team discovered a Y-type virus in radiation plants. This virus causes the cells of living organisms to split and simultaneously increases the rate of adverse mutations, creating a bunch of strange monsters, with short lifespans, only knowing how to eat incessantly. He continued, I think from Xiaohei's genes, I can find some inspiration. Tian Tian frowned. So your conclusion comes from experiments on human subjects? Jing Zun was blunt. I don't deny my actions are ruthless. Throughout history, countless biological studies have been carried out through human experiments. Before I arrived, Tian Run had already conducted experiments on Liang Tian Wu. Rather than live a miserable half-life, it's better to let them fulfill their greatest value before they die. I'm also willing to be a guinea pig once. Even if I fail, I'll still have valuable data, right? Li Tian Tian shook his head and muttered, "What a madman." Bai Jingzun chuckled dryly. Biological development and science have always trampled over countless bones to achieve what we have today. His expression turned serious as his hands flew quickly over the computer keyboard, his voice filled with satisfaction. Found it. The document was sent over, and Tian Tian stared at the screen of his phone, his gaze briefly showing surprise as he read the message. He looked up and asked, "I didn't leave a mailbox, how did you manage to send this?" Lan Ming couldn't hold back and shouted, "Huh?" He bared his teeth, glaring, then turned to Tian Tian with a mocking smile. "What century is that old man living in? Underestimating me, all it takes is a single picture and I can dig up all your information in 10 minutes. Yuani stood beside Tian Tian and warned, "If you keep talking nonsense, I've heard enough." Doubting the skills of the young master? Be careful, or I'll hack the livestream camera and broadcast you taking a shower. Tian Tian helplessly slapped his forehead. You bastard, I was just speaking for fun. Don't I still have some professional ethics? Yuani glared and shouted, "Keep talking nonsense, and I'll cut your budget." Lan Ming quickly intervened, saying, Don't, I'll shut up and get to work." At an ancient castle, 2 guards stood at the gate. One of them yawned, his eyes fixed on a fly in front of him, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, it's freezing like this, and there's still such a big fly?" The other guard, more alert, spoke cautiously, "Be careful, is it poisonous? There are so many mutated beasts these days, it could be a mutated fly." As they were speaking, the fly lunged at the nearest guard. A grunt echoed, and in the blink of an eye, the other guard was also taken down. Li Tian Tian sat comfortably on a building nearby, quietly sighing, "Sleep well." In his hands was an exquisite white box, inside of which were 2 bright red pearls. When the box opened, a priest began the ritual. His voice echoed, "Lord God, who loves us, you are the true God, the creator of the universe and all things. Thank you and praise you for your mighty power and love." The priest raised the 2 pomegranate seeds in the box high, shouting loudly, "Grant us the truth and hope, transform into an immortal body." The reincarnation ritual began. The group of people in white robes chanted in unison. The priest held the 2 pomegranate seeds, approached one of the members, and that person tilted their head back to swallow the seeds. In an instant, the gaunt priest continued, then poured the offering's nectar over them. A woman's lifeless body with green hair slowly materialized before the crowd. The priest emphasized, urging the entity of hope to mature and complete the reincarnation swiftly. The woman's naked body lay on the cold floor. The barbaric priests gathered around, hungrily devouring her, tearing into her flesh. The horrifying scene unfolded as 2 of them feasted on her, their eyes wide, filled with madness and disgust. Under the cold moonlight, Li Tian Tian stood atop a tall building, his sharp eyes staring down at the crowd below. He gritted his teeth and roared in fury, "Damn it!" Immediately, a flash of light flickered, and a bullet shot from his hand, striking one of the men gnawing on the girl's body with deadly precision. The man fell, breath leaving him in an instant. The person next to him panicked, jumping up in a frenzy, screaming. The others, witnessing the terrifying scene, immediately fled in chaos, screaming as they ran. "Oh my God!" Priest witnessed the chaos, his face darkened, and in a fit of rage, he shouted, "What the hell is going on?" He growled, trying to suppress his panic. "Who dares to disrupt my reincarnation ritual?" Suddenly, his gaze met Li Tian Tian, who stood proudly on the roof, a gun aimed directly at his head. Priest, unaware of his own limits, boldly shouted, Who are you to dare cause this disturbance?" Li Tian Tian's eyes burned with fury as he coldly replied, "I am your father." He immediately issued a command, his voice sharp as a blade, "Windbird, eliminate these beasts." In an instant, a bodyguard shot out like lightning, leaving the group no time to react. Several were wounded and fell, blood staining the ground. One person, desperate, stood in front of the Holy Lord, but was struck by a flurry of blows, his body shattered like dust. On the other side, people scattered in panic, screaming, "Run, someone help." A few trembling individuals shouted in unison, "Run, the right protector has been killed, the scene is in total chaos." Li Tian gently landed on the ground, his face as dark as a storm cloud, his voice icy cold. "I originally thought it was just a bunch of rats scavenging around the bones, but I didn't expect it to be a group of beasts even worse than animals." At that moment, the man known as the Holy Lord recognized him and snarled provocatively. You. You're Li Tian? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Tian aimed his gun straight at his head and growled, "Chen Shang, hand over my parents' remains. I can make your death a little more merciful." Suddenly, Li Tian's gaze flicked to the man beside the Holy Lord, long dead, but something mysteriously revolting suddenly crawled into his mouth. Seeing that, Chen Shang's eyes lit up and he laughed maniacally. "Kill me? If you kill me, you'll never get the remains. Haha, if you've got the guts, kill me." Li Tian gritted his teeth, his voice an ice-cold warning, "Don't test my patience." Chen Shang grinned with narrowed eyes, crazed. Suddenly, from behind Li Tian, one of the men who had been dead showed signs of movement. Before he could react, the Holy Lord laughed savagely, "Damn it, keep being defiant, you're finished. My brothers have awakened." Something disgusting crawled out of the dead man's mouth, revealing itself as an ugly monster, shedding its skin with a horrifying shriek. Li Tian ground his teeth, his eyes icy as he watched the creature. It emerged from the corpse and transformed into a bizarre being, its skin as hard as steel. The monsters, in large numbers, advanced towards him with the intent to attack. He struggled to keep his eyes wide open, staring at the disgusting, writhing mass in front of him, gritting his teeth and growling as he aimed his gun at the nearest monster's head. He shouted, "You ugly things, this is really hurting my eyes." The monster opened its slimy mouth, and along with 2 or 3 others, it lunged at him. Li Tian held a gun in each hand, continuously firing, but he quickly realized that the bullets couldn't penetrate their steel-like skin. He furrowed his brow, wondering, "Damn, it's so tough. The gun's useless." He opened his backpack to check his arsenal, muttering to himself, "Don't tell me there's nothing stronger." Suddenly, he thought of the rocket launcher, his eyes lighting up. "I've got it." But immediately after, an alert sounded in his mind, "Insufficient points, purchase failed." Frustrated, he remembered, "Damn it, I just bought a bunch of seeds the other day, my points are all gone." With no other option, Li Tian quickly retreated, dodging the monster's attacks, then shouted, "Wind Bird Warrior." He continued to fire at one monster's neck, but still, the bullets didn't break through. He sighed, clicking his tongue in frustration, "The firepower of Windbird is useless too. I thought it was just some cultists causing trouble, who knew they'd have these bizarre monsters." He thought to himself, "If I had known, I would have brought some stronger warriors with me." Calmly retreating into a corner, Li Tian observed the situation. "Holy Lord, I can't see him anywhere!" the provocateur shouted. "Where did you run off to? I thought you were so arrogant." Li Tian, with a cold and composed demeanor, withdrew 2 weapons from his space, muttering to himself, "This time it's tough, everything's turning to crap. Ordinary weapons wouldn't be able to kill these monsters." He carefully glanced at the creature facing him, his gaze sharp, ready for a life or death battle. At that moment, the stone pillar where Li Tian was hiding suddenly shattered under a violent attack. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "Too fast," and before he could steady himself, a brilliant column of light suddenly descended, striking directly at the group of monsters. The villa shook violently as if hit by an earthquake. At the same time, at the police station, the phone rang loudly. A beautiful female officer picked up the phone, her professional voice echoing. "Hello, this is the Nanchang Military Police Station." The elderly woman on the other end spoke urgently, her voice trembling. Police, I finally managed to get through. There's been an explosion near my house, it's a huge commotion, and I also hear strange noises. It sounds like mutated animals causing trouble. A young boy beside the elderly woman clung tightly to her leg, trembling, and interjected. Grandma, I'm scared. The female officer immediately replied. We'll be there right away. Please tell me the location of the explosion. After the call, she turned back and issued a decisive order. Hurry, call the soldiers to prepare for cleanup. There might be second or third level mutated beasts in the city. A male police officer nodded. I'll notify them immediately. Another officer curiously added, are there still mutated beasts of that level in the city? I'm looking forward to seeing them, maybe we can capture one and get a reward. A third officer, while preparing his gear, smiled, if it's a third level mutated beast, don't underestimate the enemy. Meanwhile, Li Tian's face was serious as he quietly affirmed, first level mutated beasts aren't that easy to deal with. He was being cornered by the monsters, his back slamming against a wall that dented deeply. He bitterly thought to himself, even if he aimed for their eyes, it would only buy him more time. His ribs were broken, and he rummaged through his backpack for some high-tier medicinal tomatoes to recover. Looking at the disgusting, slimy monsters beneath his feet, he frowned. Holy Lord, standing on high, gleefully shouted, you're about to die, and you're still in the mood to eat tomatoes. You're seriously injured, don't even think about resisting. Just be a good prey for my men. Suddenly, a monster charged forward, delivering a powerful punch. The wall where Li Tian was sitting shattered in an instant. Holy Lord laughed wickedly, is he dead? But the monster unexpectedly got stuck in the rubble. Holy Lord, seeing this, lost his temper and shouted loudly, are you all pigs or what? The other two monsters struggled to advance towards Li Tian but were also blocked. Holy Lord panicked and screamed, don't go into that room, my goods are inside. Li Tian, having narrowly escaped death, silently sighed, that was close, I almost got crushed. Suddenly, he heard a series of desperate cries from behind. Turning around, he was stunned by the heartbreaking scene. Girls, shackled by neck collars, were screaming in agony. They huddled together, crying and begging, save us, please. Some screamed in terror, the monster is coming. Holy Lord, still selfish, only cared about shouting, don't go over there, don't ruin my goods. Seeing this scene, Li Tian was dazed, and a surge of anger flared up. Gritting his teeth, he muttered angrily, bunch of trash. How many people have they hurt? He glanced at the two monsters still trying to break through the wall, the cracks widening. He mumbled, this is bad, I can't let them get through. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a statue behind him. He thought, this is a warehouse. Not only are the girls being sacrificed, but they've also stolen quite a bit of gold, silver, jewels, and antiques. His eyes then brightened when he saw a sword on the golden statue. He muttered to himself, I never expected such a fine item to be hidden in this warehouse. He gathered his strength, jumped up, and landed next to the statue. In the statue's hand was a brilliant broadsword. He picked it up and admired its exquisite craftsmanship, a sharp blade, certainly not easy to break. This was a weapon worth having. Li Tian gripped the broadsword tightly, his cold gaze sweeping over the sharp blade. He thought to himself, top-notch forging technology, this is truly a deadly weapon. Suddenly, the shrill screams of the captive women snapped him back to reality. Two monsters below were thrashing about to break through the wall. He furrowed his brow and muttered, this is bad, they're about to break through. Looking at the slimy monsters, he tightened his grip on the hilt of the sword, thinking to himself, let me see if this sword can cut through these filthy creatures. He swung the sword, delivering a sharp strike across the monster's body. The blade left a deep wound, black blood oozing out. He silently rejoiced it's working. But immediately after, he furrowed his brow, it wasn't enough. With his current strength, I still can't take them down in a single strike. The monster growled, thrashing more violently, its eyes glowing like fire. He muttered, angry, huh? Good. When the monster broke free, he immediately changed direction and sprinted away, thinking to himself, I need to get out of here first. To provoke it, he shouted loudly, come and kill me, then. Stupid beasts. The two monsters howled and, filled with rage, chased after him. After running for a while, he suddenly turned around to face them head-on. Raising his sword high, its cold steel gleaming, he charged in, slashing relentlessly. Each strike left countless wounds on the monsters, but they remained vicious. Suddenly, one of them struck, knocking him backward. He slammed into a wall, causing it to crack. He coughed roughly, kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself, attacking from the outside isn't enough to cause a fatal wound. If this drags on, it's going to be too disadvantageous. I need to target its weak spot. His eyes widened as he carefully observed the monster before him. Suddenly, he noticed a gap in its mouth. Tightening his grip on the sword's hilt, he charged forward and delivered a decisive slash, the blade slicing through its mouth and severing the monster's head. A surge of blue air erupted from his body, as if a power had just been activated. The girls huddled trembling in the corner, while the Holy Lord howled in fury. Damn you, how dare you steal the treasure I collected, my brothers, and I will gnaw you until not a single bone remains. Suddenly, the Holy Lord went rigid, able to utter only one word. Yuli Tian had the blade at his throat, he trembled and stammered. How can this be? The outer shells of my brothers can't even be pierced by bullets, yet you. He backed away and fell to the ground, his voice shaking. Don't act recklessly. Lay a hand on me and the big players won't spare you. Li Tian smiled coldly, his tone as sharp as a knife. I can still kill monsters, as for your big damn players, they can go to hell. Just then, a shout rang out, stop. A bullet zipped past and caught the edge of his blade. Li Tian glanced back and saw Officer Wen standing at the front, gun trained on him. Coldly he ordered, drop the blade. The Holy Lord panicked, crying for help, help me. He wants to kill me, shoot him, kill him. Li Tian spoke calmly. Your gun should be aimed at him, not me. Yuan Wen frowned, signaled the squad to scan the area. She stood frozen at the sight. The girls were dazzled by the gold, silver, and antiques piled high. A male police officer approached and whispered in her ear, Xiao Wan, among these girls, there's a missing person who had been reported. I'll take a look. That's correct. Yuan Wan, stunned, asked again, what? She continued to glance at the pile of items, muttering, these things and the girls. Another male officer interjected, Officer 1, there's a serious case. A body with a strange cause of death was found in the main hall, several members of a cult were shot dead, and 2 bodies of mutated beasts were discovered. Yuan Wen surveyed the desolate scene, then decisively ordered, contain everything, notify the police station, hospitals, and reinforcements. Holy Lord, terrified to the extreme, sneered and mouthed the words, what can you do to me? The killing intent on Li Tian flared up, and he stepped forward. Yuan Wen quickly moved in, placing her hand on his sword, her gaze firm but filled with caution. Yuan Wen looked at Li Tian, her eyes unwavering yet sincere as she said, Li Tian, we've met before. Do you remember? Li Tian, still with a murderous look on his face, furrowed his brows and asked, who are you? Yuan Wen patiently replied, 3 years ago, during the traffic accident, I was the one who went with you to identify the body. Li Tian gradually calmed down and nodded slightly, there was indeed a female officer who accompanied me. So it's you. The memory of the police is really good. He glanced at her, his voice cold. It seemed she was trying to stop him because she had guessed what he intended to do. Yuan Wen said seriously, even though he is despicable, you cannot act recklessly. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Yuan Wen from the Nanchang Military Police. You and Mr. Bai Jingzun must have met before. The accident 3 years ago, your DNA was left behind, and that's how we found you. Her voice softened, but remained firm. Please, listen to me calmly. You've heard him say it yourself, this matter isn't over, and now is not the time to eliminate him. I know you're highly capable. Our entire team might not be able to stop you from killing him. But the Yuanho Federation is still under the control of the Military Police Bureau and the Council. This is not a place where you can execute someone on your own. Trust us, the military police will not let any criminal go unpunished. It's our duty. Please cooperate by providing the information you know. Yuan Wen's hands remained on the hilt of his sword. Seeing him slowly sheath the blade, she gently spoke, "Thank you for your cooperation." At that moment, the sound of police and ambulance sirens grew loud. The girls who had been chained were released and taken one by one into the ambulances. The scene was chaotic as families arrived to claim their loved ones, amidst cries of reunion. A police officer called out, "Miss Yuan." He asked again, "What should we do with the other corpses? How should I record it?" Yuan Wen calmly replied, "Just write that during the arrest, the suspects resisted violently, and we were forced to retaliate." During the confrontation, the suspect was severely injured and did not survive. The police officer nodded, "Got it." Li Tian, who was standing nearby, overheard everything and furrowed her brow. Yuan Wen walked over and gently reminded her, "Let's go." The two of them passed by a female corpse, the victim's arm protruding out, making Li Tian feel slightly uncomfortable, and she turned her face away. Suddenly, a trembling voice spoke up. "Thank you, sir. You're my lifesaver." A young girl with brown hair, looking cute, stammered, "If it weren't for the big commotion you caused, leading the military police here, we probably would have been sold to the powerful as playthings, becoming sacrifices for those disgusting scoundrels." "Really, thank you so much." Li Tian frowned, confused. "Playthings?" Yuan Wen immediately asked, "Little sister, do you know something?" The brown-haired girl, now less fearful, began to explain, "Actually, I used to be a follower of the Self-Salvation Society. They deceived me, saying it was just a support group where you could join to get cheap food. But a few days ago, I discovered their real purpose. I planned to run away, but I was caught and locked up before I could escape. I saw it through their transaction position and books." Yuan Wen nodded. "Go into more detail." Through the rearview mirror of a car, a mysterious man observed the conversation. He furrowed his brows and ordered, "Holy Lord has been controlled, let's go." No one noticed the car quietly leaving. In the detention room, Li Tian, bored, yawned and spoke, "Hey, officer, are you almost done with the investigation? Can I leave now? I have things waiting at home." Yuan Wen was discussing with another officer and replied, "I don't agree with this method of handling things." The officer countered, "The crimes can't be covered up. He has merits, but that doesn't hide the fact that he committed crimes." Shenyu interrupted, "He's just a civilian, he has no right to substitute for the law in interrogation or execution." Yuan Wen argued, "True, he has no right, but the premise is that we found the missing girls before him. The higher-ups ordered his detention, right?" Shenyu looked away. Yang Ju was waiting for a response from the sergeant. He continued, "But the higher-ups don't allow dangerous elements like Li Tian to exist." Yuan Wen's tone grew stern, "The world is changing, the military police forces are insufficient. What will the law be like in the future? Even the higher-ups haven't dealt with it yet, and you're already so quick to convict Li Tian? Yuan Wen looked Shenyu straight in the eye, his expression serious. The sharp voice said, "Chief Chen, are you panicking because of your own negligence?" She stepped forward and faced him without the slightest hesitation. He quickly tried to read his superior's intentions, preparing to immediately place the evidence of Li Tian's crimes on the leader's desk as soon as they responded, to facilitate the handover. Does this method of handling truly bring justice for the murdered and trafficked girls? I have serious doubts. Shenyu, enraged, pointed directly at Yuan Wen, his face dark with fury. Police 124, Yuan Wen, watch your words. I don't care what connections you have here. I am the chief of police, and you are my subordinate. I order you to detain and supervise the suspect, Li Tian. At that moment, an authoritative voice rang out from behind. Shenyu, what are you doing? Chun Yu froze, his eyes filled with panic, and he could only utter one word, "Sir?" He hurriedly turned around, stammering, "You're here." The person who had arrived was Yuan Zhanghong, the governor of the military police of Handong province, along with senior police officer Yuan Yi. Yuan Zhanghong stepped forward, his voice steady but cold. "Yang Yang has taught you well, hasn't he?" "Ha? You can't catch criminals, but you go around threatening and enticing." Chun Yu stammered, flustered. "I had no other choice. This is the order from my superior." Yuan Zhanghong coldly asked. "Yang Yang or Wang Dongchuan, then give your orders." Chen Yu stood there, reading the 2011 police regulations aloud for me. Chun Yu could only lower his head and respond. "Yes." Yuan Zhanghong turned to Yuan Wen. Police officer Yuan Wen, Yang Ju has briefly outlined the situation on the phone. "Now, take me to meet the kid, Li Tian Tian." Yuan Wen responded seriously. "Yes, sir. I will report according to the rules." "Police officer?" Yuan Wen reported. "Li Tian Tian is in room number 3. Please follow me." Yuan Zhanghong nodded. In the room, Li Tian Tian glanced toward the door. Yuan Zhanghong entered, pulled out a chair, and greeted him openly. "You are Li Tian Tian, right?" He stood up and answered briefly. "That's me." Yuan Zhanghong introduced himself. "Governor of Handong province, Yuan Zhanghong." Li Tian Tian raised his eyebrows slightly, surprised, and smirked. "Governor of the province, such a high-ranking official has personally come to interrogate me on this case. It seems like I won't be leaving here anytime soon." Yuan Zhanghong laughed, his voice relaxed. Young man, don't be so tense. I'm here because I have a file I'd like you to look at." He was surprised. "Oh." Yuan Zhanghong took out a folder and handed it to him. "That's right, I believe you'll be quite curious about those two unusual creatures. This file is for you." Li Tian Tian held the file, her voice filled with doubt. "Give it to me." Yuan Zhanghong affirmed, "It's exactly for someone like you." He opened the document, scanned through it, and suddenly exclaimed, "This is." "Take a closer look, it's a human face." Yuan Zhanghong explained, "This is the mutated beast that soldiers discovered 5 days ago while patrolling at Lingma Shanmai. When we surrounded it, we saw it gnawing at something." Li Tian Tian continued, her voice deepening, "The man, Yuan Zhanghong, doesn't hide anything." "That's right," Yuan Zhanghong replied, "we found traces of a human face on its back. Its intelligence has been increasing, and there were even times when it managed to outsmart our troops." "Do you understand what that means?" He answered immediately, "The intelligence and behavior of these monsters are becoming more human-like." "Could it be that their genetic locks have been unlocked?" Yuan Zhanghong nodded. "Exactly, they have not only fused the genes of various animal species to evolve their bodies but have also successfully integrated human genes, achieving intelligence. A new species with high-level intelligence is emerging, and we call them Beast Kings." Yuan Zhanghong continued, his tone serious. "In the Yuan Huang Federation, we have recorded no less than 5 cases of these perfect mutated beasts, and the number is still growing." Li Tian Tian put the file into her bag and furrowed her brows as she asked, "Why are you telling me these confidential matters?" Yuan Zhanghong gestured to Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi understood and stepped forward, presenting an object. Li Tian Tian looked closely, surprised. "Isn't this?" Yuan Zhanghong interrupted, "That's right, these are the 2 unhatched eggs. After you killed the 2 cultists, these eggs stopped incubating inside their bodies. The research staff took them out and analyzed the nest. The results showed that insect and animal genes were the majority, but there was also a portion of human genes." Li Tian Tian stood stunned, exclaiming, "You mean?" Yuan Zhanghong nodded, "Chang Nan is very likely hiding a beast king, one that is creating its own kind." Li Tian Tian was shocked, unable to understand. With the destructive power of a beast king, How could it lie in ambush within the city without being detected? The inspector responded, "This relates to another matter, the debt ledger." Li Tian furrowed his brows. "Did you find the debt ledger?" Yuan Zhenghong nodded, "Yes." While a beast king may have a certain level of intelligence, it hasn't evolved to the point of a human, and cannot establish a complex organization in just a few dozen days of mutation. Unless. Li Tian continued, "You mean there is a human behind these mutants? But why?" Yuan Zhenghong shook his head, "We don't know yet." He frowned, his voice filled with doubt. "Then why are you telling me all this?" The inspector lightly tapped the table, his tone serious. "To help me understand the current situation, I trust you can make an appropriate judgment given the circumstances." Li Tian furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" Yuan Zhenghong replied, "Based on the violent ambush you carried out, which led to many deaths, caused serious consequences, and had a severe social impact, the military police have been ordered to arrest you and handle the matter according to national law." Yuan Wen was taken aback, about to speak, but Yuan Zhenghong raised his hand to stop him. Li Tian, enraged, slammed his hand down on the table and roared, "I killed those heretics, and yet this is called serious consequences, severe impact? What kind of law is this? What kind of principles are these? It's laughable." Yuan Zhenghong quickly tried to calm him. "Young man, don't rush, let me finish." He continued with a serious tone, "The world is undergoing drastic changes. I'm telling you, it's brutal. The military police in the future city may be powerless to protect the entire population, but before social order collapses, the state remains the strongest force. With the rate at which mutated creatures are changing, the Federation has pushed forward a military political system. If the military district takes control of the city, they are nothing like the military police or regular police. They are cold, unyielding war machines, intolerant of illegal behavior. Right now, we can protect you, erase your record, but if the military district takes over, we will no longer have the authority to intervene." Li Tian looked directly at Yuan Zhenghong, his voice firm. "What exactly are you trying to say?" The inspector answered directly without any hesitation, "It's very simple, join us." He laid out the terms. "I can offer you a privileged identity. Even if the military district takes over the city later, you will still have special authority." Li Tian asked again to confirm, "You want me to join the military police bureau?" Yuan Zhenghong nodded. "Having a state identity isn't a bad thing. You and your family will be guaranteed safety." Yuan Wen let out a breath of relief, his gaze softening. Li Tian pondered for a moment. "Give me time to think." Yuan Wen handed him the broadsword, saying, "This is your sword. By 6 o'clock at the latest, I want an answer. If you agree, fill out the application form to join. If not, tomorrow morning I'll bring a law enforcement team to find you." Li Tian was speechless, smirking. "A beauty like you saying such cold words." Yuan Wen pressed the sword into his hand. "Flattery won't work. Joining the military police bureau is no laughing matter." Li Tian took the sword and the application form, replying, "I'll give you an answer tomorrow morning." He glanced at the group of people being escorted past, wondering, are those people all involved in the transactions recorded in the debt ledger? Yuan Wen nodded, Li Tian observed carefully, then suddenly recognized two familiar faces, muttering, "Wait, aren't those the counselors from the Changnan Council?" The counselor turned back to look at him and quickly walked away. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, the words of the sect leader were true. He had thought it was just a group of rogue merchants, but it turned out even the counselors and the council were involved. He wondered if these people were just in it for the trade or if they had aligned themselves with the enemies of humanity. At home, Li Tian stood in the garden, watching the divine-level tomato plants being watered. The system board appeared, showing level 4, divine-level holy maiden fruit, with a growth rate boost of 68%, growth status good, and a maturity time of 62 hours. Another plant showed a growth rate of 78%, with a maturity time of 32 hours. These plants were growing unusually fast thanks to the special watering system. He turned to his little sister, Li Han, and asked, Han Han, if Big Brother becomes a military police officer, would you support me? Han Han was surprised but immediately answered. Of course. Li Tian Tian looked worried. But that means I won't be able to be with you as much. Han Han replied, her voice firm. I understand. I hope you don't give up on what you want because of me. 3 years ago, you gave up your farm business to adopt me. I've always been a burden to you. Li Tian Tian gently patted her head, smiling softly. Silly, you're not a burden. I chose this willingly. Han Han confidently replied, I don't want to be protected by you forever. I want to grow up quickly, and no matter what you choose, I'll support it. Besides, I have Xiao Hei and old Nan to take care of me, so I'm not afraid. Li Tian Tian smiled faintly and said, Ham, you've really grown up. I'll leave the little one in your hands, so from now on, the job of detoxifying the tomatoes at the divine level will be yours. But remember, grown-ups can't be lazy or watch cartoons. The scene shifts to a dark dungeon, where the sound of footsteps quietly echoes along the corridor. In front of a prison cell, Chen Sheng is handcuffed, grinning savagely. Heh heh, where's the stuff? A person pushes an item through the bars. The item rolls to his feet, and Chen Sheng picks it up, grinning eerily. Heh heh, he stuffs it into his mouth. Li Tian Tian stands in the shadows, pulling out a tube of bright red blood, and says, This is werewolf blood, give it to your boss. The person, called Young Master, looks at the tube of blood, then at the werewolf trapped in the light, muttering, This is a perfect mutated beast, not like the Beast Kings. Its limbs and vital signs have changed greatly, it doesn't seem that strong. Li Tian Tian explained, perfect mutation can go in many directions. The mutation of the Beast Kings might not be the true perfect path. Li Tian Tian fell into thought, muttering, in the end, it's simply about enhancing strength. Changes in physical form or the growth of intelligence, the direction of different mutations, of course, are not consistent. Young Master nodded and adjusted his glasses, replying, That's true, I got ahead of the topic. Each species has a different genetic arrangement. Even though the genes of the mutated beasts are perfect and identical, the physical form of each creature differs, and the effects produced are also different. Li Tian Tian inquired, How is your boss doing? Young Master sighed, he just wiped out the evil sect and went into the police department. If we don't get this sample in time, the grass on the boss's grave will have grown high. He quickly wiped his mouth and blamed himself, This mouth of mine. Meanwhile, in the operating room, the doctors shook their heads in frustration. One spoke up, This is impossible. The bone spurs, after being removed, grew back in less than 30 minutes. Their growth rate is even faster than before. We can't continue the surgery. Bai Jingyan lay on the operating table, gasping for breath, and a voice rang out. Boss. He glanced over and saw Young Master standing at the door, holding the blood sample. I've brought the sample back. The entire operating room cheered with joy. That's great. Bai Jingyan struggled to sit up and ordered, Analyze it immediately. I have only 24 hours left. After some time studying the sample, the surgeon explained, the second-level chromosome sequence has undergone a mutation. According to the analysis, the bone density of this creature is 10 times that of an ordinary dog, with 79 chromosomes, one more than a normal dog. Bai Jingyan was astonished, it has unlocked its genes. The doctors continued, the extra chromosome has caused its physique, strength, speed, and bone density to increase exponentially. It can be called a divine being. This is the perfect mutated human gene, not the chaotic gene created by the virus inside the monster's body. Although the success rate is low, we can try to replicate it. Bai Jingyan nodded and immediately began preparations to replicate it. At Li Tian Tian's garden, the system panel appeared, the level 4 divine maiden fruit is entering its maturity phase. The host may refer to the user guide. Growth rate is 95%, growth status is good, time to maturity, 8 hours. He was astonished, the level 4 divine fruit is almost ripe, its effects will soon become apparent. The system provided further details. The level 4 fruit opens the path for reverse evolution, awakening the memory of the genetic bloodline, enhancing the user's primal data by 80%. Activation rates: ancient toxic species talent, mental ability 4%, hypnosis, mind reading, electronic control, divine form 4%, abilities like immortality, extreme speed, ancient body 4%, divine powers such as weather control, water, fire, and other substances. Li Tian widened his eyes in astonishment, his intellect and divine form already twisted beyond recognition. The ancient god type was truly a legendary power. He sighed and thought to himself, but the probability of a counter-evolution is too high. If I evolve into the worst type, wouldn't that be the end of me? He asked the system, if I eat a level 4 fruit and evolve into a counter-evolution type, can I try again? The system replied, host can continue eating level 4 fruits. If another evolutionary type is triggered, the host can choose to preserve any evolutionary method. Li Tian nodded, his eyes lighting up as he silently calculated his future path. Hearing the system's answer, the corner of his lips curled into a smile. Then, as long as I have enough divine level fruits, I can evolve into an ancient god type. The scene shifted to an office, where Inspector Yuan Zhenghong asked Yuan, he has agreed. Yuan nodded, he just contacted me and said he would bring the application form to join tomorrow morning. Yuan Zhenghong smiled brightly, good, this trip won't be in vain. Yuan hesitated, are you leaving soon? The inspector replied, yes, my superiors have urged me. After handling this heresy case, I will return. This time, the Ministry of National Security has specifically assigned me the task of recruiting new talents for Nanchang. Yuan frowned, expressing concern, but the two lawmakers, Li Gua, have been in our custody for over 10 hours, and yet the Politburo hasn't made any move. I feel something's wrong, the investigator asked, has there been no response from Wang Dongchuan's side? Yuan nodded, that's right. You should stay in Changnan for a few more days. She frowned, her voice full of unease, I have a bad feeling about this. The scene shifted to a dim corner, a light flickered, and the half-human, half-monster face appeared in the dim light. He reported to someone via a communication device. I understand. The next morning, Li Tian took his application form and stepped out of the house. Suddenly, he looked up, his heart skipped a beat. On the tree in front of the gate, 2 corpses were hanging limply. He froze in shock, realizing that it was the blonde girl and her mother. The pain tore through him as he howled in anguish. At the same time, at the Military Police Bureau, investigator Yuan Zhenghong turned to his subordinate and asked, are you saying that you're the lawyer for the 2 lawmakers, Li? The man adjusted his glasses and replied challengingly, yes, I have been entrusted by the Changnan Council to handle the detention of lawmakers Li Ding and Guoquan Jun. He glanced at the investigator and said, feel free. Yuan Zhenghong froze for a moment, took out his phone, and made an urgent call. Hello, what is it? In another corner, Li Tian sat dazed on a bench in the morgue. Beside his ear was the heart-wrenching cry of a mother. Hoo, how could my daughter end up like this? The person beside her stepped forward to offer comfort. Madam, please calm down. Suddenly, a group of people entered, and the crying ceased momentarily. The leader, with a smooth voice, spoke, Counselor Li, Counselor Gua, you two have suffered enough. We will handle this case well, please don't feel pressured. Counselor Li laughed loudly. Ha, what pressure do I have? The mother froze at the sound and turned to scream. It's you! My daughter mentioned you. She rushed towards him, gritting her teeth. After coming home, she was always scared of being exposed and getting revenge. It's you, you're involved in the trading, you're responsible for my daughter's death. She tried to rush forward to strike, but Counselor Li quickly stepped aside and kicked her, sending her stumbling to the side with a cold snort. You're crazy. Don't touch me. Yuan quickly ran over to help her up and asked. Are you all right? Li Tian, witnessing this scene, stepped forward to confront them. You all are going too far. This is the Military Police Bureau. Yuan added coldly. A criminal is locked up, and you dare use violence in the military police bureau? The man leading the group of counselors stepped forward, trying to mediate with the officer. That's slander. First of all, this woman attacked us, and we were only defending ourselves. Really lacking in manners. Secondly, please pay attention to your word choice. The two legislators, Li Gua, have completed the bail procedure. Referring to them as criminals is inappropriate. Yuan was stunned. What? The man continued in a smooth tone, therefore, ma'am, please remain calm. You have attacked the two legislators without cause, and I can hold you accountable for that. Upon hearing this, Yuan shouted, impossible. How could you have completed the bail procedure? He put on a serious expression and enunciated clearly, I must remind you, to arrest a legislator, evidence, written statements, and witnesses are required. The victim's testimony, the suspect's confession, the defendant's defense, expert opinions, inspections, evaluations, investigations, experiments, documents, data, and electronics. Yuan, hearing each item being listed in detail, immediately retorted, those justifications are insufficient on their own to convict a legislator. We've already arrested them, and the confession is just a matter of time. He interrupted her, looking somewhat regretful, unfortunately, the maximum detention period of 24 hours has passed. My people have achieved their goal. As he left, he gave a condescending reminder, you officers work hard on your investigations, but I hope in the future you will distinguish clearly between criminals and good citizens. Please don't let this kind of thing happen again. He stopped and added, the witness you mentioned has been examined by a doctor, and it has been proven that they have mental issues. He looked at Yuan with a contemptuous gaze, that testimony was now invalid. Yuan froze for a moment but refused to back down, shouting, what? Don't think this is over. That bastard won't let this slide easily. We will keep an eye on you. He sneered, ha, a hot-headed young man. Then he turned back and continued, this is an order from the Ministry of National Security. I don't believe it. Go ask Yuan Du Cha. I just finished the procedure to take the person from his office. He paused and added, also, the witness you mentioned will be transferred to Changnan Hospital number 4. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Li Tian shiver, thinking to himself, that guy's gaze is truly terrifying. He forced a smile, see you, and quickly left. With that, he led the two congressmen away. The mother covered her face and cried bitterly. Hoo-hoo, my daughter was right. These powerful figures, we really can't overthrow them. Yuan couldn't bear to watch the heartbreaking scene and gritted his teeth, if even the military police bureau can't restrain them, who else can make them face punishment? A voice rang out. It was Li Tian, standing in the garden, his gaze deep in thought as he looked at the tomato plants. The notification system. The 4th level Saintus fruit has ripened, please harvest. The announcement continued, congratulations, host, you have harvested 100 4th level Saintus fruits, totaling 2.5 kg. A chromosome number 47 has been generated in the host's body. The evolution was successful, completing the reverse species evolution, awakening the damage avoidance skill, and doubling basic attributes. Li Tian stood stunned, feeling a surge of new power rising within her body. At the same time, in another corner, the man leading the two counselors, Li and Gua, hurriedly drove the car. He turned around and said, gentlemen, the current situation has been suppressed, and you know there are not many people aware of it. As long as we handle things properly moving forward, it won't affect you much. He lowered his voice, Mr. Wang's suggestion is that you cooperate well with the consolation efforts. Counselor Li responded indifferently, I understand. He smirked, his tone full of disdain, these lowlifes can be handled with subsidies in materials. Counselor Gui interjected, his tone cautious oldly, you can't say that. Public opinion is still boiling. If we distribute subsidies and get the reporters to write articles in our favor, then hold a press conference to explain, those ignorant people will believe it right away. It'll be easy to turn public opinion around. Counselor Li ground his teeth, making a grinding sound, and just the thought of having to pretend in front of the ignorant masses made him furious. He paused. His voice lowered. Be patient. We are in a special period right now, and the cocooning of our king is about to begin. It's important to comfort the masses well so that we can better supply food in the future. While speaking, he suddenly stopped, noticing Li Tian standing nearby with a cold gaze, eyeing the food. You, Li Tian, how dare you not let him finish? Li Tian tightly gripped her wide blade sword and moved closer. Counselor Li roared, I am a counselor. Isn't the last warning enough? Do you want to die? Li Tian replied coldly, it seems all of you are in on it. Only blood can wash away your sins. If you don't want to be human anymore. Counselor Li panicked and begged, I didn't. But Li Tian's voice was sharp as a knife. It's easy. Suddenly, a loud crash sounded as the counselor's vehicle slammed into a tree, and the ground was scattered with the corpses of slimy parasites. Li Tian stomped hard on one, and it made a croaking sound. The system's voice echoed, successfully completed the evolution of the anti-organism type. Awakening skill, basic speed attribute doubled, evolution direction reset. Successfully completed the evolution of the anti-organism type. Awakening skill, basic strength attribute doubled. Li Tian ate another holy fruit of the divine level and thought to herself, this is the 40th1. It's still the type of anti-nest chicken. After eating and digesting a bit, he continued. Suddenly, he felt something strange. The system just notified that the evolution path has been reset. Congratulations, host, you have received a rare type, brain type, awakening skill, mind perception. The basic attribute is suitable for use with the anti-nest type, enhancing the data. Li Tian felt intrigued mind perception. He tried to check the ability, the range of living creature perception was about 10 meters. He raised his hand to catch a bird, thinking that if he made direct contact, he might be able to sense its thoughts. The bird emitted a faint signal, hungry. Hungry. He frowned. Not enough. Good bird, bad person. The evolution path reset consumed some food. The scene shifted to a hallway. Li Tian was talking through a communication device with someone named Lan Ning. Isn't the little guy in the infirmary supposed to be locked up? The electronic eye caught him. He continued, the criminal was replaced, just someone who looks like him. I'll scan again. Boss, fine, but why are you ordering me around like this? Lan Ning quickly replied. Got it, sending you the map for buying the room, he instructed, as though the target was on the move. If it doesn't show up within the range of the electronic eye, you'll have to find it yourself, I can't help you anymore. Li Tian looked at the simulated map and thought to himself, so it's hiding underground, no wonder I couldn't sense it. After a moment, he followed the traces to the place where the other was hiding. As he turned around, he took a punch to the face. The other sneered, it's so hard to find you, you bastard. He wasn't worried at all, only smiling faintly, haha. Li Tian unexpectedly exclaimed, you really are you. Without giving the other a chance to respond, he swung his broad saber, delivering a series of strikes. The sharp blade cut down, blood splattering from the opponent's arm, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Suddenly, the other used a speed technique to teleport away, laughing triumphantly, ha! Li Tian charged after him, shouting, trying to run? The other maintained his arrogant smile, suddenly appearing behind him. Li Tian tightened his grip on the saber and swung it, but an odd sensation made him hesitate. At that moment, another figure appeared, speaking coldly, too slow. He turned to the other and respectfully said, sorry, Holy Lord, my body has just evolved, I'm still not used to it. Li Tian flipped his saber and jumped into the air, surrounded by sword energy, striking continuously. But as soon as his feet hit the ground, he was surrounded. In that decisive moment, the one called Holy Lord ignored him and ordered, forget it, I'm not in the mood to punish you right now. He turned to Wang Dongchuan. The person who had just appeared suddenly exclaimed, "Holy Lord, you're injured." Holy Lord waved his hand, "I'm about to cocooning, this wound means nothing." Taking advantage of his distraction, Li Tian swung his blade and lunged forward, but Wang Dongchuan blocked him, roaring, "You brat, daring to harm the Holy Lord." A vortex of air erupted, surrounding Li Tian. He gritted his teeth in anger, but before he could resist, Holy Lord commanded, "Order your subordinates to control themselves, don't let any insects fall onto me." Wang Dongchuan bowed his head apologetically, "My apologies, I am still not skilled enough, please forgive me." Holy Lord coldly ordered, "Go kill that one for me." Wang Dongchuan nodded, "Yes." He turned to Li Tian, smirking, "Wait until you finish cocooning, then I'll deal with you." "Oh, no, letting you struggle and barely breathe will be much more nutritious." Li Tian, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, his voice sharp and cold, "I hate people like you who mumble to themselves." Over on the other side, Holy Lord began to stagger, panting heavily, "Ugh, I can't hold on any longer." He made up his mind, "Then I'll cocoon right here." A huge cocoon slowly began to form, enveloping him. Wang Dongchuan rushed toward Li Tian to attack, and upon seeing his agility, he couldn't help but praise him. Li Tian replied, "You're really tough." But in his heart, he thought to himself, "How can an ordinary person possess strength nearly equal to mine? His appearance is unlike those who have evolved and died. Why does he always evade my attacks as if he can predict my moves?" Li Tian continued to attack, targeting the left side of the back, delivering direct strikes with his fist. He recalled the chaotic moment when he came into contact with Wang Dongchuan. "As soon as I make contact, I know all his actions." He suddenly asked, "Mental ability, telepathic sense. Do you know me?" Wang Dongchuan laughed loudly. "Ha, you don't even know who your opponent is?" He paused, his voice dripping with mockery. "The gift I gave you?" She hung suspended in the tree, enjoying herself. A beautiful landscape painting. Li Tian was stunned, his sword gripped tightly by his opponent, but he quickly regained his composure. Mockery so vile deserves to be swept away by the sewers. Inside the cocoon, a brilliant purple source of power flickered. The cocoon shell cracked open, blinding rays of light erupted from it, and in an instant, a grotesque creature took shape. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth, resembling a walking grasshopper that could speak human language. It growled, "Kid, do you know who you're facing? You worthless human." Li Tian tightened his grip on the sword, his gaze unwavering, ready to face the monstrous creature before him. Li Tian swung the Duong Hone sword, blocking the creature's attack. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light radiated, causing the monster to growl in discomfort. "Ah!" Its eyes spun as if hypnotized by Li Tian's gaze. In that instant, through the monster's eyes, he saw a reflection of himself, while its memories flooded back, pulling him into the past. In the memory, Chen Shang's laugh was savage. "Ha ha!" He looked at the person kneeling before him, his tone full of temptation. "Wang Dongchuan, a mere little mayor, are you satisfied now? If you're not, why not cooperate with me? I can grant you immortality, evolve you into something higher than a mere human." The person kneeling on the ground was Wang Dongchuan. He crawled on the floor while the grotesque tentacles of Chen Sheng crawled over his body. Wang Dongchuan tightly grasped the hem of Chen Sheng's robe, pleading, "Immortality, immortality, I want it. Holy Lord, as long as you grant me immortality, I'll do whatever you ask." Chen Sheng's tentacles crawled further up his neck, making him choke. Before he could say more, a vicious tentacle forced its way into Wang Dongchuan's mouth. As Chen Sheng fed the tentacle, he instructed. "The master requires offerings from his followers, preferably young, fresh women. The more food, the better." The tentacle withdrew, and Wang Dongchuan sputtered and coughed violently. He obediently replied, "Yes, Dongchuan will offer tribute to Lord God." In his mind, images of crimes flashed before him, young girls being captured and harmed until their last breath. Yet Wang Dongchuan still reassured himself. "I am not wrong, I only want to be stronger, to survive in this world. He calmly viewed it as a natural order, the strong devouring the weak. These servants help me evolve, their deaths are worth it. After all his filthy deeds, Wang Dongchuan showed no remorse, even laughing gleefully. Ha, yes, I am not wrong, they are just nutrients that help me rise higher. Back to reality. Wang Dongchuan, in his monstrous, grotesque form, suddenly snapped out of his stupor, stepping back in panic. Humph, you! What have you done to me? Li Tian also took a few steps back, mentally exhausted, thinking to himself, reading someone's subconscious is such a waste of energy. The system suddenly rang, opening his bag to retrieve a high-level medicinal carrot. He quickly ate it, chewing fiercely, and the system notified him that his stamina was fully restored. Li Tian perked up, full of energy, and gave a disgusted smile. So it's you. He hadn't expected that Mayor Wang Dongchuan would be such a coward, clinging to life, terrified of death. Wang Dongchuan panicked. How do you know who I am? He wondered, where did this come from? Li Tian answered coldly. Your memories. We've seen it, it's truly full of arrogance and selfishness. Wang Dongchuan couldn't believe it, muttering, how is that possible? Could it be that you're also an evolved person? He was doubtful, having never heard of anyone in Nanchang possessing such a power. The Holy Lord had once said that only by using the true essence of hope could one evolve. Hearing Wang Dongchuan talk about the disgusting, slimy thing, Li Tian frowned and responded with suspicion, are you talking about the disgusting worm eggs stuck to it? I don't need to use such horrifying methods to evolve. The more Wang Dongchuan listened, the more confused he became, shaking his head and asking, what are you talking about? Li Tian patiently explained, her voice calm but sharp, it's not the same as yours. Rather than calling it evolution, it would be more accurate to call it parasitism. I can sense that in your consciousness, the worm's consciousness is fighting for control of your body. It keeps swimming around, getting closer, as if it wants to turn you into its tool. Li Tian paused, her eyes cold as she continued, it's moving within your subconscious, leading you down the path of corruption. For you, evolution is nothing but a descent into evil. At this moment, Wang Dongchuan was trapped in his own subconscious, powerless against the invasion. Li Tian asserted, her tone heavy, corruption is only a matter of time. Inside your body, that worm has already begun to take shape. Growing stronger by the day, eventually it will shatter your will. Li Tian added with a warning tone, how much longer can your personality hold on? You will just become a mindless monster, losing all sense of yourself. Although Li Tian was trying to warn him with good intentions, Wang Dongchuan angrily shouted, don't compare me to those low-level ants. I eat high-grade eggs, I'm only inferior to the prince. He continued to defend his stance, his voice full of arrogance. Even if my consciousness can't control this body, I have already become a higher existence. This useless, fragile human shell is unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Li Tian was briefly surprised, thinking to himself, the prince? The image of Chen Sheng suddenly flashed in his mind. Could it be that fool ate that egg? And it was a higher grade one? Lost in thought, the system suddenly issued a warning, detecting an active entity. Li Tian quickly turned around, silently thinking, we're doomed. Before he could defend himself, Wang Dongchuan lunged at him from nowhere, sinking his teeth into him, causing Li Tian to lose half of his body. Stunned, he wondered, how did it hatch so quickly? In front of him, Wang Dongchuan had transformed into a monstrous creature, filled with murderous intent, launching a toxic strike directly at Li Tian's remaining arm. The monster soared into the air, creating a violent whirlwind, continuously attacking him with vicious strikes. In the distance, the other monsters stood watching, simultaneously shouting, welcome, the prince has been born. The lead monster turned around, cautiously approached Wang Dongchuan, and respectfully said, Your Highness, this monster, now Wang Dongchuan, contemptuously interrupted, unable to even kill a lowly human. You are truly useless. The subordinates hurriedly explained, Holy Lord, no, Your Highness, he is also an evolved human. Wang Dongchuan suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, Cheng Nan has other evolved humans. The subordinate who sided with him really isn't as clueless as I thought. But a monster, no matter how it evolves, is still just a lowly human. It doesn't even have an evolved body, such a waste of the third-tier egg the mother gave you." The subordinates hesitated, at a loss for words, and then suddenly another monster shouted, "Your Highness, look quickly." He pointed in shock at Li Tian Tian. "He's even brought out an ancient-level medicinal herb. How could a human?" Li Tian Tian coughed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but the arm he had lost began to mysteriously regenerate with a strange force. Brilliant green light radiated from around him, causing the monsters to gasp in astonishment. The lead monster exclaimed, "Oh, interesting." Li Tian Tian cried out in pain. "Ugh, ugh." He gritted his teeth, glaring at the monster, silently thinking, although the high-grade healing herb is precious, recovering my body will take time. If I show any weakness, they'll notice and I'll be in big trouble. Suddenly, the monster clapped its hands, its eyes gleaming with a satisfied, approving look. "Not bad, you've matured so quickly. I've changed my mind, I don't want to kill you anymore." It grinned maliciously and continued, "Though I'd really like to have your jealousy. If I just ate you, wouldn't that be too boring? There are many secrets on your body. How about we make an exchange?" Li Tian Tian stared at him coldly, not responding. After a brief silence, he spoke cautiously, "So, what do you want?" The monster switched to a sweet tone, "Cunning, you evolved from humans, so it's only right for us to form an alliance." It continued, "Just talking about the current stage, the toxic land has already caused a food shortage. Then, there are the beast kings, who are slowly evolving. With the current level of human technology, being exploited is only a matter of time. Weak, low-level creatures like humans will eventually become resources for the stronger ones." It reached out, pulling on Li Tian Tian's arm forcefully, its voice full of persuasion. "Only those who evolve can adapt to the new environment. Why not join us? Before the forces of the Great Beast King deliberate, we can take Cheng Nan first, make it our people, and together enjoy the food, survival resources, and evolve to a higher level." The monster rambled on, its voice full of excitement, "Aren't you moved? One option is an alliance that we dominate." Li Tian Tian responded, his voice firm and unwavering, "Your words are tempting, but unfortunately," he growled, his eyes cold, "humans are not your blood bags. Don't underestimate humanity." The monster showed a disappointed expression, muttering, "Is that so?" Then, it suddenly charged forward, roaring, "Then your judgment has failed. Though I am curious about your abilities, you will only become my nourishment. Die." On the other side, Li Han Han clutched her chest, groaning in pain. Old Nan quickly ran over, anxiously asking, "Han Han, what's wrong?" Li Han Han held her chest, breathing heavily, stammering, "I'm fine, it's just that my chest suddenly hurts a lot. I just need to rest for a bit." She thought to herself, her heart filled with unease, "This is strange. This chest pain always gives me a bad feeling." Li Han Han looked at Old Nan and said, "Old Nan, you keep gathering food." Old Nan hesitated, but Big Brother said, "Before the second wave of destruction comes, we need to gather more food." Han Han consoled weakly. "You're much better now, you won't drag Big Brother into this." Suddenly the monster bellowed, "I've discovered it." Li Tian Tian flinched and gasped. Pain flared as the monster stamped hard on his hand, it grinned maliciously. "You will only restore your body after eating this holy fruit." It howled. "If that's the case, then you simply mustn't eat it." It stomped with force and broke Li Tian Tian's arm. The monster sneered with contempt. "In a 2-on-1 situation, you still managed to grievously injure one of my kin." It feigned a sigh. "What can I do? You make it hard for me to kill you, I'm becoming ever more curious about your fruit." Suddenly, another monster in the distance whispered, moaning in pain, "Holy Lord, Your Highness the Prince, it's trying to call for help for me." The advancing monster laughed with glee. "If you tell me your little secret," it curled its lip, "then I'll consider making your death a bit more comfortable." Unexpectedly, a shot rang out, not an ordinary gunshot but one imbued with mysterious power. The monster shook its head, unfazed by the silver bullets. It clicked its tongue. TSK. More of them? Truly won't give up. He stood up, stepping firmly on Li Tian's body, sneering, "You tried this just now, didn't you? The firepower of this thing has no effect on my tough armor." He squinted, sneering disdainfully, "On the contrary, the bullets hitting you would be far more dangerous." Li Tian thought to himself, "I naturally know that, but my purpose isn't that." The monster growled irritably, "Who's like a buzzing fly, just die already." He mocked, "Are you scratching my itch?" Li Tian focused, his eyes flashing. This was the moment. Suddenly, a green bullet flew towards them, hitting the iron rod nearby. The rod shook and unexpectedly flew toward Li Tian, shining mysteriously. Li Tian quickly grabbed the iron rod, swinging the sickle with strength, cutting off one of the monster's legs. He exclaimed in shock, "Ah!" Li Tian smiled faintly, his voice dripping with mockery, "Your tough armor is indeed troublesome, but the joints aren't as strong." The monster howled in pain, "Damn you!" He staggered back a few steps, clutching his leg and groaning, "My leg." Li Tian stood up, without hesitation swallowing a divine fruit, thinking to himself that continuing like this wouldn't work. He needed to take a gamble. He still had a few precious divine fruits left. The monster moaned, its voice full of despair, "Kill me. Just finished evolving and haven't eaten yet. My energy's too low. I need to restore my body." He panted heavily, like someone on the verge of death. "So hungry." The subordinate behind him whispered weakly. "Your Highness, please save me." He begged desperately. "Your Highness, pull me back. The battle ahead drained too much of my energy, I can't stand anymore." The leader of the monsters replied coldly, "Which means you're no longer of any use." The subordinate stammered in terror, No. If you just bring me back to the mother body, I can recover. You'll need my help to control Changnan. It took me so long to evolve like this, I don't want to die." The leader roared in contempt. "Too noisy. I'm starving to death here. I just hatched, and I haven't eaten a thing since." He licked his lips, eyes gleaming with hunger. Hungry again, and his energy was running low. That human moves like a snake, hard to catch. And right now, I'm in a terrible mood. The subordinate trembled in panic. "Your Highness, you're not going to. You wouldn't." He moaned, "Please, I'm begging you, don't." "Ah. Military police Changnan needs me to infiltrate, I want to live. I've come so far, please, don't." The monster sneered with contempt, "Actually, your only purpose is to collect fast food, and the effort it takes for you to evolve to level 3 is a waste. I didn't expect you to be so useless." The subordinate trembled in fear, stuttering. The monster reminded him coldly, "Your mother is currently at the final stage of transformation. Once she breaks the cocoon, all of Changnan will belong to our clan. At that time, my people will be able to reproduce as much as they want." He turned to his subordinate, his voice laced with intent, "Right now, I'm very hungry. I need food to replenish my energy." The subordinate immediately understood, crying out in despair, "Please, don't save me." "Ah!" The monster devoured the subordinate, its body radiating vitality. It laughed with satisfaction, "With just a little division of my spirit, I could leave you alive to be repaired, but the sensation of eating someone who's evolved to level 3 is amazing. Now, I feel full of energy." This is the kind of ancestral backlash, awakening the bloodline imprint, enhancing the body's original data, and gaining ancient talents. The activation rate is 80%. Li Tian was horrified, silently thinking, "This pervert even eats his own kind." He checked his inventory, only a few divine fruits remained, level 4, rare, and all of them were of the ancestral backlash type. The monster turned to look at Li Tian with a covetous gaze. "I'll eat you next. My strength should increase by a level." Li Tian swallowed the last fruit, silently thinking, only this fruit is left. The monster charged forward like an arrow. Li Tian gritted his teeth, thinking, so fast, I can't dodge it. Suddenly, strange circles of light appeared around the two of them, with a purple-black glow enveloping them. The monster's sharp claws were less than 2 centimeters away from Li Tian's eyes. He screamed, what's going on? Why can't my body move? The system's mechanical, cold voice rang out, the evolution direction has been successfully reset. Evolution completed. Evolution type, Ancient God, Rule Branch. Awakening skill, Gravitational Control, Field Expansion, Adaptation to Basic Attributes, Reciprocal Evolution Upgrade to Data. Li Tian let out a sigh of relief, smiling proudly, and murmured, it worked. He grinned broadly and shouted, the Ancient God evolution type is divided into elemental systems, superpower systems, and rule systems. The structure of the world of Lam Tin is based on gravity, speed, potential energy, and inertia formed by rules. The system explained further, when the most basic and inherent forces are controlled by someone, that person becomes a true god in the truest sense. Li Tian looked at his hand, a brilliant blue light emanating from it, and thought to himself, the rule system is undoubtedly the most powerful evolutionary branch within the category of ancient gods. The system's voice rang out, cold and mechanical, gravitational range, 3 meters. Suddenly, Li Tian's arm felt as if it were being stretched by an invisible force. The system continued, expanding the domain in a short time can increase the range of gravitational control by 10 times, consuming large amounts of mental energy and physical strength. His hand and the monster were connected by a line of brilliant blue light. The monster groaned. Suddenly, a powerful force exploded from Li Tian's hand, sending the monster flying and crashing into the stone wall. It coughed violently, green blood spattering out. The impact created a large hole in its abdomen. It mumbled in astonishment, the abyss should clearly only harmonize with a level 3 evolution, it should be stronger than before. Why is that? Li Tian was also stunned, thinking to himself, is this the power of the ancient gods? He flicked his 2 fingers, preparing to act, muttering, this is just level 1 power, and it's already this strong. Suddenly, a rare gemstone appeared in front of him, sparkling with mysterious light. While the monster was still dazed, Li Tian focused his thoughts. Eating crops and meat above level 4 can further enhance power. But he was briefly anxious, wondering what form they would evolve into in the future. It was hard to imagine. Suddenly, he realized something unusual, and his heart started pounding with excitement. Damn, he sighed, the feeling of having immense power is incredible. This sense of satisfaction is so addictive, you can't stop once you've felt it. On the other side, the monster collapsed, supporting itself with one hand on the ground, gasping for breath. Damn it, it muttered, this is crazy, how did I suddenly gain such power so quickly? Damn, it was stunned, murmuring, my armor was crushed by him. It reminded itself, don't panic, no time to hesitate, I have to run. With intense fear, it gathered all its remaining strength and fled into the darkness at top speed. Li Tian watched, thinking to himself, you want to run? Without hesitation, he immediately pursued, channeling power from his hands, preparing to strike again. Li Tian aimed carefully and delivered a blow to the monster's arm, causing it to scream in pain. He felt a slight regret and thought, damn, the gravity control isn't enough yet. He clicked his tongue in disappointment, TCH, it's still getting away. Looking down at the ground, the blue bloodstains left a clear trail. Clearly, it had run into that place. Li Tian followed the trail and discovered that the monster had crawled into a cave beneath the town hall building. He poked his head in, his voice trembling, Mom, forgive me, I haven't lived up to your expectations, I'm a useless wreck. Li Tian stepped in, his gaze cold and piercing, and uttered, found it. He looked at the enraged monster, reproaching it for not being discovered by the military police for so long. Wang Dongchuan, you really found the perfect hiding spot. He scoffed, I bet you never imagined you'd die by the hands of the very organization you worshipped. How laughable. The monster roared, its voice filled with resentment, a restless spirit not at peace. It turned around, its gaze fierce. "You came to ruin the time I spend with my mother." It screamed, "But Mom's done with cocooning." Suddenly, a massive monster emerged from the basement, its huge body the size of a building. It laughed loudly, "How delightful, go die." Li Tian responded, sweat pouring down his face, his eyes filled with shock. "I thought you were already twisted enough after devouring your own kind to upgrade." He looked at the giant monster before him and muttered, "You call that thing mother?" The monster howled, enraged, "Shut up, shut up, shut up, who are you calling that thing?" It seemed to lose all composure, roaring uncontrollably. "Mom, she's my mother, loves me more than anything in the world. Even though her temper is bad, she often hits me, doesn't feed me, and calls me a fool." A series of fragmented memories from his time as a human surged in his mind, his voice no longer resembling a human's, still screaming. "I couldn't get first place, my mother will slap me, punish me, demon." He recalled the terrifying scene when the mutated ants surrounded him, and his mother had pushed him away from danger. Choking on his words, he murmured, "It was my mother who saved me, but I ran away. I'm a useless wreck, a stupid, weak pig." The image of his mother's eyes, pupils tightly contracted, two streams of tears flowing down her face, was deeply etched in his memory. He screamed, "I left my mother behind, I deserve to die." Li Tian, his arms soaked in fresh blood, his cold eyes glaring at the monster, his mind as taut as a bowstring, was always on high alert. He thought to himself, the state he's in is truly bizarre. One of the creature's arms had been severed, blue blood splattering everywhere, but it continued to scream endlessly. "I won't allow you to speak disrespectfully about my mother." At that moment, the massive back ant behind him, with its imposing and terrifying presence, rumbled in a deep voice, "I'm so hungry, I just need a little more energy, help me." The smaller monster lifted its neck, turned to glance at the beast king behind it, its eyes narrowing as it muttered, "I'm done for, how can I go on, my body has just evolved, but it's still weak." "Then return my mother to me, so we can be together forever." As if sensing something was wrong, the murderous intent in Li Tian's eyes flared up violently. His hands immediately began to channel his inner energy, silently thinking to himself that something was off. Could it be that he intends to? The eerie laughter of the little monster echoed, as though tearing apart the sky itself. Shortly after, a series of dark green blood droplets splattered into the air. The beast king behind, with a terrifying bite, had killed the poor little monster in front of him. Li Tian fell into deep thought. Did he purposely let the beast king consume him? After swallowing the low-level monster, the beast king seemed to gain a surge of power. Its body expanded, its aura more explosive, brilliant, and terrifying than before. Li Tian still hesitated, questioning whether it was necessary to go this far. He narrowed his sharp eyes, staring intently at the beast king. His teeth were clenched tightly. "This isn't good, they've merged." The dark green blood continued to pour from the beast king's sharp fangs. Its body emitted green rays of light, radiating in brilliant streams across the space. Li Tian's vision was obscured by the blinding light from the fusion of the two monsters. He squinted his emerald eyes, trying to make sense of it. In a nearby laboratory, test tubes filled with strange blood samples were lined up. The scientists cheered excitedly. "We've succeeded. We've replicated the divine gene." A young PhD, with bright eyes, raised the shimmering sky blue test tube high and exclaimed, "Wonderful." But immediately afterward, the voice of the head researcher rang out urgently, "Inject the serum into researcher by immediately." Suddenly, the young PhD realized that the ground was shaking slightly. He turned around and wondered aloud, "How strange, is it an earthquake? Why is it so intense?" The equipment in the laboratory swayed, but a colleague next to him dismissed it, "I don't feel anything." Other voices interrupted, cutting in, "Forget about this, researcher Bai's life is more important. Hurry up." At that moment, an announcement sounded, "Seismic activity confirmed. Unusual earthquake detected at the City Hall. There is a possibility of high-level mutated creatures appearing." Military Police Bureau Changnan has mobilized all forces. On a helicopter, Yuan, with short hair, was startled as a deafening explosion sent rocks and debris flying in all directions. The Beast King, now evolved into a massive and terrifying Grade 8 insect, was battling Li Tian. Its presence made the entire city tremble, destroying numerous buildings and sending dust and smoke billowing into the air. Yuan, his face filled with terror, stared wide-eyed at the scene, thinking, how did this happen? The Beast King is in the city. In the midst of the panic, the sound of another helicopter's blades could be heard slicing through the air nearby. A reporter held a microphone, his voice clear and filled with excitement. Oh my God, this scene is unbelievable, this exclusive story is definitely ours. Seeing the scene, Yuan was horrified and shouted down to the helicopter below. What are you doing? Why are you interfering now? The reporter, with a forced smile, scratched his head and replied. Sorry, I got too excited and yelled out. We are reporters from Changnan Daily. Not calm enough to listen fully, Yuan, his face filled with fear, continued to shout at the reckless reporters. Are you crazy? Who allowed you to fly here? It's dangerous. Civilians, get out of the way. But the reporter had no intention of leaving. His eyes widened, his mouth grinning, sweat dripping down his temples, and his voice remained full of enthusiasm. The reporter laughed loudly. Ha, even so, as a journalist, how could I possibly pass up such a hotspot? The Beast King, a high-level one, usually appears only at the borders or in remote areas, but now it's right here in South City. Moreover, witnessing the Beast King firsthand, this opportunity is rare. The helicopter immediately shot forward, like an arrow from a bow. The reporter's voice was still filled with excitement. I must be the first to report this. Yuan didn't have time to stop them and shouted, You. The reporter's face suddenly became serious, his eyes fixed straight ahead as he asked, what is that? He then ordered the cameraman, zoom in, aim directly at that massive light. The camera immediately followed the command, focusing on the bizarre head of Beast King and zooming in. Suddenly, a humanoid flash of light streaked across the lens like a bolt of lightning. The reporter exclaimed in astonishment, My God, what is that? A human? Li Tian soared through the air, his face radiating in unwavering determination, his eyes shining like flames. As he rocketed forward at an incredible speed, he thought to himself that after altering his gravity, he would rush in and land a punch on the monster's head. The blow carried immense power, causing Beast King's enormous body to stagger and crash into a building behind, sending debris flying in all directions. The gravity manipulation skill, combined with the gravitational shift, created an attack so powerful that it boosted his speed to an unimaginable level. That single punch caused Beast King's head to cave in deeply, with thick green blood spraying everywhere. Li Tian's hand emitted a powerful, deep blue glow, but he knew maintaining this floating state would continuously drain both his mental and physical energy. After the decisive strike, he landed steadily beneath Beast King's feet. At that moment, the system screen displayed a notification. Li Tian, you have evolved into the human system rules ancient god type. Strength 102, Intelligence 98, Speed 101, Spirit 101. Skill, Mastery of an expanded gravitational field, gravity radius 3 meters. Consuming a level 4 agricultural food item can temporarily upgrade the field, expanding it tenfold, at the cost of tremendous mental and physical energy. Despite taking a thunderous punch, the Beast King still stood firm. Mysterious concentric ripples emanated from around its head, as if it were recovering strength. The indentation caused by Li Tian began to fill in, restoring itself rapidly. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, damn it. These worms kept regenerating their wounds. Before long, not only were the wounds healed but huge jet black horns sprouted across its surface, making it even more terrifying. Li Tian's handsome face betrayed bewilderment, his eyes flaring with fury. He thought to himself, if this keeps up, I can't kill it. The gravity attack's range is too small to inflict a fatal blow. The Beast King's old wound had completely healed. In a panic, Li Tian realized it kept continuously regenerating. His deep blue eyes narrowed to a pinpoint of light, his spiritual energy was draining. Would using the expanded field to deliver a fatal strike work? But he immediately denied, no. The Beast King had now fully recovered, charging forward like a furious storm, bringing with it a destructive power. Li Tian dodged every attack, trying to buy time to come up with a plan. He silently thought to himself, if I can't defeat it with a single strike, once I fall into a coma, I will definitely die. His body was covered in blood, but he stood firm, facing the beast's violent onslaught. Li Tian widened his eyes, trying to observe every move of the monster in front of him. His teeth were clenched, his brows furrowed deeply, and his mind was filled with angry thoughts. Damn it, this is truly a puzzle beyond imagination. Two streams of indeterminate power, dealing terrifying damage, simultaneously struck towards the Beast King. One hit its head, the other aimed at its stomach. The Beast King let out a bizarre, agonized scream, in unbearable pain. In the midst of panic and surprise, a woman's voice rang out from behind, catching Li Tian's attention. Hey, you! In his line of sight, two helicopters from the military police appeared. The strong voice of the woman spoke again. We're providing backup for you. You need to attack the Beast King's core and destroy its brain nucleus. Only then will it stop regenerating. Li Tian was stunned. The brain nucleus? The face of Yuan Wen, the female police officer, was clearly visible on the helicopter. She shouted down, giving him instructions amid the fierce battle. The core of the Beast King is usually located near the brainstem, which is the hardest part of its armor. Look carefully, the place that stands out from the surroundings is it. Li Tian observed the massive body of the monster, which was continuously taking hits. He suddenly understood. The central position, gunfire from the helicopters rang out, aimed at the giant mutant ant. Li Tian utilized his gravity compression ability, speeding around the Beast King's body, putting all his strength into locating the brain core. Where? Where? Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he shouted. Here! The back of the monster became clear within his sight. A flash of thought crossed his mind, this is where the insects were concentrated. Without hesitation, Li Tian focused all his strength. The sound of helicopter blades echoed in the sky. With their support, he acted without doubt. His hand rose high, concentrating all his energy into a single point. The area expansion skill was activated, and Li Tian silently whispered. Complete this final strike. Strength 102, Intelligence 98, Speed 101, Spirit 1. His eyes shone brightly, his hand gathered the energy and exploded, delivering a blow that could shake the heavens. A loud explosion shook the entire city, and the earth itself seemed to tilt. Li Tian, exhausted, fell freely toward the ground, his speed increasing with each passing second. Fortunately, a net was deployed just in time to catch him. Yuan Wen stood on the helicopter, silently muttering, that was close. Her gaze fell on Li Tian, who was now unconscious. A question echoed in her mind, who is this mysterious person, really? In the distance, the image of the Beast King gradually faded away. At 6:40 a.m. this morning, equipment registered a powerful shockwave near the city hall. A gigantic mutated beast appeared, causing a destructive wave over a radius of more than 10 kilometers. Based on its size and energy fluctuations, it was identified as an 8th-level Beast King. But now, it had been eliminated by a mysterious figure enveloped in an eerie green light. On social media, the public was in a frenzy. What could have defeated the Beast King like that? The image of the mysterious figure, obscured by the green light, left no one able to recognize them. Viewers watching on television were stunned, this power is even stronger than the military. A mother responded to her child, stop making things up, this could be a new weapon. Keep watching this channel for more details. In a corner of the ancient city, a mysterious figure holding a phone smirked and said, this is the second devastatingly evolved being to descend. Li Tian, with his eyes still tightly shut, lay on the hospital bed. Suddenly, his bright blue eyes snapped open, shining intensely. The system's voice rang out, coldly reminding him. Host, please pay attention. Quickly upgrade the defense system and protective power to prepare for the second apocalypse. He jerked upright, silently telling himself. That's right, I exhausted all my physical and mental energy and passed out. Exhaling deeply, he looked around and muttered. Thankfully, I wasn't unconscious for too long. The system continued to warn, its voice as cold as ever. The farm currently lacks the defensive power to withstand the second apocalypse. Li Tian's gaze fixed on the countdown clock hovering in midair, displaying 7 hours and 57 minutes. He furrowed his brows, deep in thought. The second apocalypse would bring destruction far surpassing the first. With current technological advancements, humanity could only barely hold out until the third apocalypse. After that, civilization would likely collapse entirely. He waved his hand to interact with the system screen, opening the points interface. 780,000 points, just a little more needed to upgrade the defense system to level 2. The screen displayed several boxes, showing the available agricultural resources. Li Tian thought to himself. Just need to gather one more batch of crops, and I can complete the upgrade. The battle just now had consumed quite a bit, and the system's backpack had also taken a hit. He muttered to himself, wondering if he could store the weapon in his backpack and use it again. At that moment, his gaze landed on a purple staff, shimmering with light, floating beside the hospital bed. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and stored it in the system backpack. The staff, named the first-class pathway rod, really did fit into the backpack. He silently marveled, amazed that it actually worked. On the system screen, a message clearly appeared, first-class pathway rod. Li Tian was surprised, but not overly so. He thought to himself, items from the real world could also be stored in the backpack and upgraded. If this weapon was upgraded, its power would be even greater, perhaps reaching the level where it could cut through metal like clay. Unable to lie still, he bent his body and sat up, looking like he was doing morning exercises, his body lightly swaying. He muttered, I should be going now. Time waits for no one. The crops need time to be harvested. Suddenly, a flash of memory appeared in his mind, the image of the short-haired, beautiful police officer who had given him a crucial clue during the battle. His eyes lit up and immediately narrowed. He thought, the military police gave me a hint, it must be her. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile as he silently thanked her for saving him in time. Li Tian shot through the window from an immense height, her legs emitting flickering blue light as a cold thought echoed in her mind. Thank you can wait until next time. The leap left a dark streak by the window, and soon after, 2 figures, a man and a woman, stepped into the empty room. The window flapped in the wind. The man, Yuan, spoke up, still frustrated that he had escaped. He glanced at Yuan Wen and asked, should we bring him back? Yuan closed her eyes and gave a faint smile before replying. Let it go, he won't agree. Yuan suddenly changed his expression, his tone turning cold. But what if he's causing trouble outside? Seeing him hesitate, Yuan continued. You, with your mutation, could easily take down a beast king. The Changnan military police, do you think we could catch him? She turned her gaze toward the window, her voice calm. The strongest mutant in the army only has enhanced strength and body, but you've seen his abilities. Yuan chuckled lightly, somewhat unsure, and replied. So, with such power, you think we should recruit him? Yuan answered Yuan, her tone steady but sharp. Anything he doesn't want to do, we can't force. Perhaps he's still angry over our uselessness. The grim image of a woman hanging by her neck suddenly flashed in both of their minds. Yuan continued, her gaze distant. The military police are too weak now, they can't even protect a girl. On what grounds should he trust us? Yuan hesitated. So what you mean is? A faint trace of sadness appeared on Yuan Wen's face, her gentle voice tinged with thoughtfulness. My father will persuade him. I feel he bears no malice toward humans. On the contrary, he's on our side. Let's not bother him yet, just observe for now. I'm truly curious to see how powerful he can become. Both turned their eyes toward the window where Li Tian had just vanished. Yuan Yi nodded with a light smile. All right, if you say so. I'm just afraid your father will scold me. On the other side, at the farm, as soon as Li Tian stepped through the gate, little Li Han, Shohei, and Uncle Nan came running out to greet him. Tiny Han, round and soft like a little puffball, shouted joyfully. Big brother, you're back. Uncle Nan followed behind, grinning broadly. Boss Shaoli. Han dashed forward and threw her arms around him. Li Tian laughed brightly and said, Sorry for making everyone worry. But none of the three seemed to care about his apology. They all lunged at him at once, hugging him tightly from three sides without leaving any space. Sweating and laughing, he cried out. All right. If you keep hugging me like this, I'll cough up blood, let them go already. He sighed quietly. Although his body had evolved to be stronger, this strange surge of power. Before he could finish his thought, Uncle Nan interjected, that's right. Little Han clung tightly and cheered, Big brother, I want to hug you forever. After everyone calmed down, Li Tian lifted Han in his arms and asked Uncle Nan, Have you evolved too? Uncle Nan flexed his bicep, his face beaming with pride. Yes, yesterday when I woke up, I had turned into this. I don't even know what I ate to evolve. Little Han wouldn't back down, shouting loudly, Big brother, look at me. Han had gotten stronger too. Uncle Nan laughed and explained, I evolved into a reverse type, with monster strength abilities. Meanwhile, Han had developed a reverse type skill with an honest gaze and monster strength abilities. The little one kept showing off, Look at me. Li Tian chuckled dumbly, stroking his chin, thinking to himself, Looks like everyone's evolved into reverse types. At that moment, the system screen popped up, Corn level 9, laser defense, Chili level 9, laser defense. He placed his hand on his hip and declared, Perfect timing, the crops are ripe, let's start harvesting. We need to upgrade the farm. Little Han, Uncle Nan, and Xiaohei eagerly responded in unison, All right. System notification, you have received a rare item, the camouflage pepper of rare grade, purple. The effect allows the user to blend into the environment for 10 minutes, bypassing sonar probes, thermal imaging techniques, and optical scanners. Holding the new resource, Li Tian was thrilled, having accumulated enough points. The system notified again that 800,000 points were available for purchasing the Level 2 Base Protection upgrade card. After upgrading, the defensive power and the protection area would increase significantly. The player would also gain camouflage privileges and a new skill, as well as the ability to exploit weaknesses. A smile formed at the corner of his mouth as he confirmed the purchase of the Level 2 Base Protection upgrade card, which was automatically used to begin the upgrade process. At this moment, the system countdown for the second cataclysm began, with only 3 hours remaining. The system continued to announce that all current resources were being preserved, and construction was underway for the livestock tent, fish pond repairs, and farming area improvements. Li Tian stared in awe as the surroundings transformed. The thermal energy radar tower had been completed, with a 300 km scanning range. The electromagnetic interference tower was also finished, with a 20 km disruption range, and the turret tower was under construction. Little Li Han excitedly shouted, The fish pond is so big! She gazed at the sparkling artificial pond. The system notification sounded again, Level 2 Base Protection upgrade complete. The farming area has expanded to 300 acres, the livestock area to 3 acres, and the fish pond to 5 acres. Congratulations, player, on successfully upgrading the Level 2 Base Protection. You have received an upgrade fruit bag. The base protection now unlocks camouflage privileges, and you have unlocked the skill to exploit weaknesses. Li Tian reached up and stroked his chin, deep in thought. The Level 2 protection domain was nothing less than a military fortress, impressive, but far too ostentatious. He ordered the Level 2 appearance hidden and manifested the Level 1 form instead. Immediately, the surrounding scene simplified into the same shabby old farmhouse as before. He thought to himself that outsiders would only see a dilapidated farm, which would save him a lot of trouble. He suddenly remembered he had just unlocked a new skill. The system notified, Level 1 protection domain skill, Eyes of Truth see the statistics of every item. Level 2 protection domain skill, Grasping Flaws perceive the intrinsic weaknesses of any creature and identify its most critical weak point. Li Tian activated the skill and looked toward Xiaohei. The creature's fatal weak point immediately became clear. He asked the system, does the Grasping Flaws skill have a usage limit? The system replied, report to host, no. There is no life form or race without flaws. Even the rarest ancient god evolutions possess a fatal weakness, it is merely very well hidden. Before you, they cannot conceal it. Li Tian curled his lips into a smile. So that means with this skill, no matter how powerful your evolution becomes, I can neutralize you in a single strike. The system continued to notify, the Holy Maiden fruit has reached the 9th level of God tier effect, please harvest it promptly. He thought to himself, this batch of level 4 Holy Maiden fruits could reset the evolutionary path for Han and Xiaohei. Forcibly trying for the ancient god form was indeed difficult. Little Han and Xiaohei began eating the Holy Maiden fruits, their bellies swelling up. Han complained, big brother, I've been setting this up for so long but it's still some anti-tribal type, I'm about to puke from eating so much. Li Tian encouraged, hang in there, Han. Han replied, let me eat a little more, maybe the next fruit will be better, I can't let Xiaohei win. Hearing this, Han snorted and stuffed another handful of fruits into her mouth. I won't lose. Suddenly, she froze in place, a powerful magnetic field radiating around her. Li Tian was taken aback, and Han shouted in excitement, big brother, I did it. The system displayed, Han, you have evolved into a type with enhanced brain power, the ability to control magnetic fields, and true sight. At the same time, Xiaohei also broke through, a brilliant purple light shining around it. Han's eyes sparkled, Xiaohei is so cool. The system announced, Xiaohei, Beast King type deity, skill, royal pressure. Li Tian smiled brightly, stroking his chin, well done, both of you. Scene changed to a laboratory, where someone asked, old Bai, what do you think? The young man, with a pair of horns growing from his head, Bai Jingyan replied, I am in excellent condition. You've evolved into a type of anti-organism, with an extremely fast external bone skill. He laughed loudly, trembling with excitement, his body fully recovered. I've copied the divine gene and become the leader of the era of enlightenment, the one who ascends to godhood. At that moment, the countdown of the system began, and the second wave of destruction arrived. The source of life-giving water on the surface of the earth started to disappear. The third destroyer will arrive in 60 days. Lucky players, please make the most of the current time. Li Tian furrowed her brows, gazing up at the sky, which was engulfed by violent lightning. In a distant sea area, aboard the Oming warship, a panicked crew member screamed, Captain Radar is no longer receiving any signals. All signals are lost, and the seawater has turned a murky red, like blood spreading. Another crew member shouted, Captain, come quickly and see what's going on. The crew rushed onto the ship's deck, horrified by the scene before them. Mutated sea creatures floated aimlessly, and white bones drifted across the water's surface. The captain gasped, his voice trembling, my God, is it just this area, or is all the water like this? In the laboratory, the incessant beeping of machines filled the air. A person stood before the core compartment, opening the storage door, murmuring to themselves, is this the divine gene? I can't believe he really created it. He firmly grabbed the test tube, but suddenly, from afar, a sharp bone-like tail shot towards him, snatching it away. Caught off guard by the attack, he had no time to react, only able to endure the pain. From above, Bai Jingyan's cold voice echoed. Who dares to touch my things? The other person was silent for a moment before speaking. Your evolution has been quite successful. As soon as the words left his mouth, Bai Jingyan leaped down and landed lightly. He looked at the person before him and demanded, "How do you know the safe box's password?" The other person laughed loudly, clearly living up to the Bai family name. "The headquarters assigned this task to you, as expected." "Did you really create the divine gene?" Bai Jingyan looked up and recognized the person in front of him, his voice filled with irritation. "So it's you. Bai Jingzun, what are you doing here?" Bai Jingzun flicked his hand to prevent blood from splattering on himself, then smirked sarcastically. "I come with an order from headquarters, my dear younger brother. From today on, I will take over all your research projects in the southern region. You will return to headquarters for a new position." Bai Jingyan sneered, his gaze full of contempt. "With just you?" At that moment, a series of sounds came from outside the door. Bai Jingzun grinned slyly. "Of course it's not just me. Your evolution data has been synchronized with mine for a long time, do you think I'd be unprepared?" In the blink of an eye, Bai Jingyan found himself surrounded by a squad of armed soldiers. Instantly on guard, he stared directly at Bai Jingzun. "What are you planning to do?" Bai Jingzun turned to look at the soldiers encircling them and replied, "I merely discovered that you have some personal interests. Why, after successfully completing your research, did you not report it immediately to the headquarters? Do you intend to monopolize this achievement?" Bai Jingyan's eyes were filled with complexity as he forced a bitter smile. "Years apart, Bai Jingzun, and you are still as ruthless and domineering, seizing everything without shame." Bai Jingzun paid him no mind and laughed heartily. "This isn't seizing, it's reclaiming the benefits for the headquarters. All the funding and technical support came from us, so naturally, your achievements must be shared. But rest assured, with such great benefits, when it goes to the headquarters, you will receive a reward befitting your contribution. I am not taking your credit, I am merely bringing you back to enjoy the rewards." Bai Jingyan frowned, his voice icy. "Enjoy the rewards? Are you trying to deceive a devil? I fear that the moment I arrive, I will be dragged off to become a test subject for some divine creation project." Bai Jingzun laughed heartily. "Ha, good brother, you dare to experiment on your own body, so letting us study it a little more is nothing. From what I know, you only managed to replicate 2 portions of the divine gene, one for yourself, and the other." He tapped on the storage room door, a triumphant expression on his face. "Such a precious sample, of course I want it all." Bai Jingzun waved his hand, and immediately, a squad of armed soldiers escorted another person into the room. "Lan Ning, you are hereby brought in to speak." "Mr. Bai, both of you, your family affairs have nothing to do with me. I'm just a hired worker. Could you let me go?" The others in the laboratory also began pleading in unison. "Old Bai, please save us." Bai Jingzun crossed his arms, standing tall with a mocking smile. "Technician Lan, how could an important figure like you be allowed to leave so easily?" Bai Jingyan looked at this display with eyes full of disdain. "You think you can threaten me with this bunch of people?" Bai Jingzun stepped forward a few paces and replied boldly. "Of course not just that. I've already taken control of the entire Changnan Research Institute. Though you've evolved, you're still a mortal body. Facing more than 20 guns, do you really think you'll remain unharmed? Don't resist pointlessly. Hand over the divine gene obediently, it would be such a pity if it were destroyed." Assessing the situation, Bai Jingyan silently admitted to himself, "With my current physical strength, I can't withstand a barrage of bullets. But with my extreme speed, I might be able to escape." He gathered power into his legs, preparing to act. Sensing his intent, Bai Jingzun's tone turned harsh. "So, you have no intention of cooperating? I've heard that some evolved beings possess extraordinary regenerative abilities, able to survive even with broken limbs." His face showed a cunning expression. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out, shaking the entire laboratory, which then disintegrated into smoke. The scene shifted to Li Tian's farm, where fragrant dishes were spread out on the table. Li Han Han exclaimed in surprise. Grilled meat, my favorite dish. Li Tian Tian smiled and replied. There's no dish you don't like. Uncle Nan also expressed his admiration. Boss Shaoli, today's feast is magnificent. Li Tian Tian, while adding more dishes to the table, laughed. Congratulations to us for gathering enough evolutionary directions. I've invested heavily in this meal, adding many precious high-grade ingredients. The second annihilation wave is here, and everyone is still at level 1. I want to see everyone level up soon. The table was filled with third and fourth tier dishes that made Han Han's mouth water. But she turned back and asked, Big brother, with such a grand celebration, why isn't Xiao He back to eat with us? The system displayed an explanation. Xiao He has returned to Beastman form. Reason 1, Beast King state deactivated. Reason 2, stamina too low to maintain Beast King form. Li Tian Tian, looking imposing, explained. Xiao He prefers his current state. I've prepared a separate meal for him, outside because his large physique wouldn't fit inside. Han Han nodded. That's true, he does look more handsome this way. Feeling cheerful, the system suddenly sounded an alert. The warning indicated that 2 heat sources were rapidly approaching the farm. Li Tian Tian was startled. The system continued, human heat source, speed 38 m/s, target severely injured, body temperature decreasing, will reach the farm perimeter in 23 seconds. He furrowed his brow, sensing something unusual. A speed of 38 m/s could only be achieved by a mutated human. Without hesitation, he activated his skill to identify weaknesses and assess the situation. At the farm gate, 2 figures appeared, one of them badly injured. When he saw their faces clearly, Li Tian Tian muttered softly, Bai Jingyan. Meanwhile, outside the farm, Bai Jingyan was trying to figure out how to get in. He fumbled and mumbled to himself, what's going on with this farm? It's like there's an invisible wall blocking me. Damn, looks like he's not going to help me. I'm worried Bai Jingzun will find out soon. Bai Jingyan decided to carry his injured friend and leave, but just as he turned around, a voice called out from behind, Hey, you're all beaten up and already planning to leave? Bai Jingyan was startled and turned around to see Li Tian Tian. He teased, What's with the disappointed face, planning to slip away? At that moment, the system granted external access permissions. Bai Jingyan entered the farm, and Li Tian Tian extended his hand, signaling, Come in. The system continued, Bai Jingyan, an outsider, is allowed entry. Bai Jingyan was stunned, but before he stepped in, Li Tian Tian added, I'm quite interested in your evolutionary direction. The gate opened, and Bai Jingyan was stunned by the sight inside. A few days ago, this place was just an old farm, but now it had transformed into a fortress. He was even more amazed, modern technology couldn't disguise things this perfectly. This farm was truly not to be underestimated. Suddenly remembering the main reason for his visit, he hastily said, Li Tian Tian, please save him, I need him alive. Li Tian Tian didn't answer immediately but turned to ask, I can save him, but what do I get in return? Bai Jingyan replied decisively, Intelligence, I have information that you will find interesting. Li Tian Tian smirked, his eyes flashing with interest, and both of them entered. As they walked, Bai Jingyan asked, Your evolutionary ability is related to gravity, right? Li Tian Tian raised an eyebrow, How are you so sure it's gravity? Bai Jingyan didn't answer directly but countered with a question, The Beast King in the center of Chengnan, you killed it, didn't you? Li Tian Tian gave a soft "oh," and Bai Jingyan continued, I've studied the footage multiple times. The dents on the Beast King's body were caused by an excessive gravitational force. Even though the appearance of the ability and the floating state of the person aren't clearly visible, they closely resemble you and match the characteristics of gravity manipulation. Li Tian Tian looked at him with a different gaze, secretly admiring his sharpness. Suddenly, a gigantic foot appeared behind them, accompanied by the immense shadow of a beast. Li Tian Tian glanced at Bai Jingyan, her eyes cold and imposing. Interesting. Although our paths of evolution are different, I find myself liking you more and more. The enormous shadow behind him caused by Jing Yan to tremble, sweat pouring down his face. He stammered, "So, the entire Li Tian family has gathered here now?" He greeted the two of them with a bold and hearty tone, welcoming them to the farm. Little Li Han secretly leaned in to whisper in his ear, "Big brother, there's no problem with him. It's the blue light." Li Tian nodded, "I know." Hearing this, Bai Jingyan was puzzled. "What is the blue light?" he asked aloud. "Have all of you evolved already?" Li Tian laughed, "Are you that surprised?" Bai Jingyan replied, "I'm just surprised at how fast your evolution has progressed." He looked up, observing closely and thinking to himself. The mutation rate was extraordinarily high, especially with this wolf whose evolution seemed nearly as large as the mountain itself. Seeing Bai Jingyan still distracted, Li Tian urged, "How long are you planning to stand there like that? Younger brother, you can't hold out much longer on your back. Speak up." Bai Jingyan hurriedly put Lan Ning down, feeling embarrassed. "All right, sorry to trouble you." Li Tian took a carrot, squeezed it for juice, and gave it to Lan Ning to drink. His wound healed quickly. Li Tian stepped out and closed the door, saying, "Okay, just wait for him to wake up." Bai Jingyan was removing the bullet from his body, the wound healing on its own. He looked up and asked, "You went in for just a few minutes, he's just an ordinary person, with such a serious wound, doesn't he need surgery?" Li Tian interrupted, "I have my methods." Bai Jingyan didn't dare ask any further, nodding, "I know I've overstepped." Li Tian asked again, "Now, you should tell me what exactly happened?" After listening, Li Tian was surprised and asked, "So you're saying you copied Xiao Hei's evolved genes, used them on yourself, and not only survived but achieved a perfect mutation?" Bai Jingyan confirmed, taking out a gene sample. "Yes, I call it the divine gene. Before I escaped from the research facility, I erased all the data, only bringing the second divine gene plant with me." Li Tian stroked his chin, pondering, then said, "The divine gene has an effect similar to your god-level fruit. What if we copy Xiao Hei's anti-clan gene to evolve into an anti-clan? What if we copied another type of evolution?" He squinted, continuing, "Then, you're a perfect mutant, so why were you so severely injured?" Bai Jingyan replied, "It doesn't matter. In short, the headquarters discovered I hid the research results, sent my older brother to take over, and forced me back into the project. Fortunately, I broke through the encirclement and ran out." Li Tian looked bewildered, scratched his chin, and wondered, "It doesn't matter." He thought to himself, what kind of researcher is this, after all? Han, furious, said, "What? He's your big brother? How dare he hurt you? If anyone dares to harm my big brother, I'll beat them to a pulp." Bai Jingyan went numb, then turned his face away, helpless. "Little sister, not every relative is like you and your brother. You have a good brother, you should cherish him." Han cheerfully acknowledged with a sound, glanced at Li Tian, and thought to herself, "Since I began relying on him, I've known he always protects me, whatever he does, I'll stand by him." Li Tian said, "Although I haven't known you long, with your ability and your self-healing speed, plus your composure, you'll surely make the most advantageous judgment. Running away on your own is easy, but what about the person in there?" He pointed to the room. Bai Jingyan looked up, recalled the moment Lan Ning shielded the bullet and shouted, "Boss, watch out." He sighed and said, "I hate owing debts of gratitude, especially to fools who like to meddle." Then he fell silent and turned to observe Bai Jingyan's expression. Li Tian thought that he was cold and indifferent, disregarding life, but it turned out that she had been biased. He smiled and said, "I haven't known you for long, but the more I get to know you, the more I like you." Bai Jingyan looked up seriously, "I won't stay here for long. I have transmitted the unique divine gene information back to the headquarters, and soon, they will conduct a full search of Nanchang to find me. The allure of the divine gene is too great, enough to change the world." Li Tian asked, "If you say you're leading a normal person, do you think you can escape? Even if you leave Nanchang, where can you go?" She thought to herself, even a normal betrayal could become a coveted treasure to fight over. Bai Jingyan lowered his head. I know that after deceiving the headquarters, I will definitely be hunted down. The original plan was to secretly take the documents and weapons and leave, but it was discovered by an internal spy. My assets in Oming are no longer usable, so I plan to go to Fongbao Island. Hearing Bai Jingyan mention Fongbao Island, Li Tian instinctively straightened up, her eyes wide in disbelief. The system's introduction echoed, Fongbao Island, an island located between three great countries, Yanhuang, Oming, and Guaigu. Due to its special geographical location, it is plagued by storms year-round, with no exploitable resources or strategic importance. The island has become a Terran alias. The people living there make a living through animal husbandry and fishing, and their scientific and technological knowledge, as well as civilization, are far behind. Bai Jingyan continued, a few years ago I went to the island to study organisms and established a small base that I never reported. Therefore, Fongbao Island is the perfect place to evade the conglomerate's pursuit. Li Tian frowned, puzzled, what exactly is this conglomerate? Bai Jingyan fell silent for a moment and then explained, a multinational corporation formed by the alliance of five great families, Bai, Ren, Lan, Qin, and Zhang. It is involved in most major industries. After the world's anomalies, I discovered that the radiation-resistant vegetation contained limitless potential, so I proposed a plan to create deities with the conglomerate. But the plan was controversial. Many, such as the Ren family and the Lan family, opposed it on moral grounds. However, the Qin family and the Zhong family saw enormous benefit and poured resources into my work. Under the pretense of researching new medicines, I established a research institute in Changnan. He sighed, sorrow in his eyes. My real intention was to use the conglomerate's resources to accomplish my own goals. I did not want the research to serve only profit and hegemony. I am the illegitimate son of the Bai family and hold no power within the clan or the conglomerate. To achieve anything, I had to lie to convince others. I thought I controlled the situation, but clearly I was wrong. Pointing at the pale scars crisscrossing his body, Li Tian went blank and then laughed loudly. I can take you to Fongbao Island. Bai Jingyan was stunned. What? He raised his hand to explain, using a boat to cross the border is not allowed. The sea is polluted, and marine creatures will attack. The company also monitors all empty boats. Li Tian smirked. Who said I was using a boat? He stepped forward to open the door, turning back to call, follow me. They walked for quite a while before finally stopping. Bai Jingyan was taken aback when he saw Li Tian standing in front of a helicopter. He smiled and said, investment requires great returns. This helicopter is covered in stealth material, and the radar array will help you escape pursuit. Not only will it take you and your companion to Fongbao Island safely, but I will also provide experimental materials and living supplies. Bai Jingyan couldn't believe his eyes. Why are you helping me? Isn't my ideal too outdated? Li Tian lowered his head, his voice deep. After witnessing many tragedies, my perspective has changed. Especially now that the sea is polluted, humanity's living conditions need to improve. If you accept my investment, you will need to adjust some of your ideals. Bai Jingyan fell silent, his gaze full of thought. After a moment, he looked up and extended his hand to Li Tian. If you truly take me and the materials to Fongbao Island, I promise that one day, when you need it, no matter how far away I am, I will overcome all obstacles to be by your side and clear the way for you. Hearing Bai Jingyan's promise, Li Tian smiled and took his hand in hers, replying, remember your promise. But he curled one corner of his mouth into a benevolent, slightly mischievous grin. However, before I take you away, you can't just eat and sleep without purpose. Stay here a few days and help me tend the goats. When Bai Jingyan heard that, he exclaimed, what? At headquarters, Bai Jingyan spoke with Bai Jingzun through the smart display. He frowned, voice sharp with anger. He resisted. I predicted you would secure him thoroughly, yet you still let him escape. That's a grave failure. Bai Jingzun tightened his grip and answered, I didn't expect his evolutionary ability to be so strong. But rest assured, father, he won't get far. He raised a hand in explanation. Currently, Nanchang Airlines and the transport hubs are under my people's surveillance, and the medical system is under control as well. Lan Ning is just an ordinary person, severely injured. Without systemic treatment, he can't survive. As soon as he appears, we'll catch him. Bai Jingyun knit his brows, displeased. After all, he is a member of the Lan family. If we harm him, it will be hard to justify. Bai Jingzun lowered his head. Father, whether Lan Ning lives or dies is the traitor Bai Jingyan's fault. Not the Bai family's concern. He nodded. Yeah, as long as you handle this well, it's fine. Bai Jingzun continued, don't worry, father. Bai Jingyan asked further, I heard he has completed the perfect mutation, is that true? Bai Jingzun remained silent for a moment before nodding slightly. Bai Jingyan's face lit up with joy. He never expected that the first person to achieve a perfect mutation among the 5 great families would be his own son. If not for his unusual way of thinking, he wouldn't mind having him as the heir. These words caused Bai Jingzun to clench his teeth in anger, his hand tightening into a fist, veins bulging. He raised his head, his voice resolute, 3 days. In 3 days, if I don't catch him, I will give up all privileges in the corporation and the family. Bai Jingyun didn't ask anything further, only saying, this is the military order you established. In 3 days, I expect good news. With that, he hung up the phone. Bai Jingzun stood there in deep thought before ordering his subordinate to bring Rinyu here. I must personally ask her a few questions. The subordinate replied, yes, and then left. Back at Li Tian's farm, Bai Jingyan was carrying hay and panting heavily. He placed the hay in the goat pen. He worked with such proficiency that Li Tian couldn't help but chuckle to herself. No wonder the world is full of capitalists. Watching others work is really satisfying. He spoke up, Old Bai, you're pretty skilled at this. Bai Jingyan was taken aback when he heard the name Old Bai, and asked again, Old Bai? Then he sighed and said honestly. Before I turned 8, I used to do this kind of work. Li Tian was surprised. The young master of the Bai family also does such things? Touching on a painful memory, Bai Jingyan silently stared at the goats grazing, and began to speak. I am an illegitimate child of the Bai family. Before I turned 8, I lived with my mother. If the Bai family hadn't been short on people, they wouldn't have remembered a child like me. But it's all right. They've given me the resources I need, and that's enough. Li Tian, after hearing this, felt a headache and thought to himself, the melodramatic storyline of a big family really does happen. Just then, his phone rang. He looked at the screen, and his expression changed. Seeing him fall silent, Bai Jingyan looked up. What happened? Li Tian raised his phone and smiled brightly. I have something interesting I want to discuss with you. At the same time, in the headquarters, Bai Jingzun was speaking with a woman. Bai Jingzun's voice was cold and sharp. Director Ren, I want you to clarify everyone Bai Jingyan has been in contact with and everything he has done. Renyu crossed her arms and looked directly at him, replying. Mr. Bai, before researcher Bai left the institute, he destroyed many documents. The few things I have are limited. Bai Jingzun frowned. Is there nothing of particular significance? Renyu stood upright, her voice calm. The only information I have is this, if you have ears and eyes, you must know I haven't had much contact with Bai Jingyan. Bai Jingzun chuckled. Director Ren, you seem to hold some animosity towards me. Renyu replied, her gaze unwavering, it's just that I suspect that since you arrived in Nanchang, you've dismantled the laboratory I worked so hard to prepare. Bai Jingzun smirked, appearing at ease. Director Ren, that decision was made by the 3 great families, the divine gene belongs to them. Bai Jingyan has betrayed us. His face suddenly turned cold. Renyu lowered her head slightly, silently thinking that with the level of importance the headquarters placed on this, the power of this drug must be beyond her imagination. The words divine gene repeated in her mind. Strange images flashed before her eyes: monstrous beings, neither human nor demon, in the laboratory, deformed bodies after Bai Jingyan injected the semi-finished drug. The results correlated with the death of Liang Tianwu, the man who had secretly infiltrated the Li Tian mansion. She suddenly thought, could it be that they were stealing voices? So what the headquarters is developing is a human modification project, isn't it? Bai Jingzun's voice was icy. This is not something you should be probing into. In front of the three great families lies the opportunity to transcend the limits of power. You only need to do your job well, and I will find Bai Jingyan. A thought flashed through Ren Yu's mind, one that left an uncomfortable feeling. She continued, with the power of the Bai family, they must have sealed off every escape route he could take. As a small director like myself, how could I know anything about high-level classified matters? Bai Jingzun sneered. Director Ren, don't twist my words against me. The head of the Ren family gave you the right to know about this, which proves that a daughter like you is not valued. You should blame yourself for lacking the resources to enter the power center. Run Yu gritted her teeth in anger, but on the surface, she still forced a smile. I'm truly sorry, but this is all I know about Bai Jingyan. After all, I'm just a woman, my abilities are limited. She excused herself, preparing to leave. Before she left, Bai Jingzun mocked her, a woman should just stay at home and bear children. Run Yu slammed the door shut in frustration and walked away angrily. She stopped, carefully checking if she was being followed. After confirming it was safe, she got in her car, started driving, and made a call. Mr. Li, this is Ren Yu from Tianrun. On the other end of the line, Li Tian replied, Miss Ren, what's the matter? Ren Yu was decisive. I know Bai Jingyan is with you. I have something important to discuss, and I need to meet. Li Tian was silent for a moment before responding, I don't understand what you're talking about. Ren Yu cut him off. You know exactly what I mean. Li Tian, don't disregard my rare good intentions. I'll be at the farm in half an hour. Right on time, Ren Yu appeared at the farm and met Li Tian. She got straight to the point, hand Bai Jingyan over to me. Li Tian feigned ignorance. Miss Run, you suddenly show up saying strange things. How presumptuous. Ren Yu stepped out of the car, moved closer to Li Tian, and said firmly, Don't play games with me. My people have already obtained the DNA report. Don't expect me to believe Bai Jingyan has nothing to do with you. I'm warning you personally, this has nothing to do with the corporation, so stay out of it. Give Bai Jingyan to me, and I won't report this to headquarters. Before she could finish, Li Tian startled and dodged aside. A bullet whizzed past, leaving a deep crack in the ground. Run Yu turned around in fury. Where did that sniper come from? But before she could react, a cruel voice rang out by Jingzun's. Well. I didn't expect my clever little brother to be hiding in this shabby ranch. He approached with a squad of soldiers, speaking as he walked. Thank you for leading the way, Director Ren. But you'd better think carefully when the Ren family learns you betrayed them. How will you explain yourself? Ren Yu panicked. You? How did you find this place? You were following me? Bai Jingzun put on an innocent expression. I can hardly believe the Bai family's illegitimate son would trust a woman like you. All your devices have been tapped by me. You slipped up long ago on purpose or not. He acted superior, looking down as if he wanted to secretly hand Bai Jingyan over to the Ren family. How foolish. He signaled, and the sharpshooters aimed their guns at Ren Yu and Li Tian's heads. Ren Yu was furious, while Bai Jingzun continued, just like my useless little brother, both of you are nothing worth showing to the outside. Li Tian said nothing, but his sharp, cold gaze clearly betrayed his anger at this boastful man. Bai Jingzun stood upright, hands in his pockets. Don't move. My sharpshooting skills are top-notch. Let's resolve this peacefully. He turned to Ren Yu, Director Ren, as long as you don't resist, you'll remain part of the Ren family. I don't want to cause you harm. Then, he turned to Li Tian, spreading his arms. Country boy, hand over my little brother. Look at your pitiful state, you don't even have a warm coat, your economy must be in dire straits. What benefit does a fugitive like him bring to you? Hand him over, and I'll give you wealth and supplies. Li Tian put his hands in his pockets, standing calmly, not even glancing at him. Bai Jingzun grew more boastful. My subordinates are all well equipped with advanced weapons, you wouldn't want to bring trouble upon yourself, would you? Li Tian sighed, how ridiculous, what a petty little man. A country bumpkin is truly the noble young master. Bai Jingzun froze, unable to respond before one of his subordinates behind him was knocked out by Windbird, a gigantic warrior beast. Li Tian glared at Bai Jingzun. I detest people like you, self-centered and arrogant to the point of making others disgusted. Seeing his subordinates being taken down one by the warrior Windbird, Bai Jingzun was stunned. The sharpshooters were in a panic. What kind of monster is this? Where are the bullets coming from? In the chaos, Bai Jingzun shouted, sharpshooters, kill them. A barrage of bullets was fired towards Li Tian, but he remained motionless. Ryu shouted, Boss Li, be careful. The bullets were close, just a hand's width away from him. Suddenly, Li Tian activated his gravity control ability, causing all the bullets to freeze in mid-air before dropping to the ground. Bai Jingzun stood frozen, staring in shock at the scene before him. No matter how many bullets were fired, they all fell to the ground, rendered useless. After witnessing the scene, Ryu collapsed onto the ground, breathing a sigh of relief. At that moment, Li Han appeared, hovering in the air, using her brainwave control skill. She looked at the group and said, Big brother, I can't control this many people yet. Li Tian smiled, it's fine, your level is still low. He turned to Ryu, who was hiding behind the car, and teased, Why are you hiding so well, Madam Ren? Still don't trust me? Ryu scrambled to his feet, clutching his head and muttering, Boss Li, I only wanted to make sure things were safe. I didn't expect you to be this strong. Li Tian laughed, understanding. Bai Jingzun, restrained, roared in fury, Why can't my body move? Are you all perfectly evolved? His henchmen were attacked by the warrior Windbird and screamed in panic. Watching his men gradually being wiped out, Bai Jingzun's face went pale as he barked, Ryu, you dared to deceive me. How long have you known? Ryu straightened and replied, You planted an internal implant on me, so of course I had to be on guard. My safety device ran a check and detected your eavesdropping. I borrowed a colleague's phone to text Boss Li and stage a play. Luckily you were impatient and brought all your men here, saving us the trouble of dealing with them one by one. Bai Jingzun trembled with rage and screamed, You! He thrashed about, but Han pressed harder to restrain him, thinking inwardly he was starting to lose a little control. Suddenly, a terrifying killing intent appeared. The sharp tip of Bai Jingyan's bony tail pressed against Bai Jingzun's neck. He said coldly, Bai Jingzun, you deserve to die. Seeing the man behind him clearly, Bai Jingzun shouted, Bai Jingyan, you. Bai Jingyan replied, The world no longer relies on money, power, or weapons to control people. Ryu cut in. Dying at the hands of the woman and the bastard child you despised, how does that feel? Young master Bai Jingzun trembled, veins bulging across his forehead as he roared, You filthy half-breed woman. If you dare touch me, the Bai family and the Ren family will never let you go. Can you bear the sin of murdering the heir of the Bai family? Ryu sneered. What if the heir of the Bai family doesn't press charges? Bai Jingzun froze, sweat pouring down his face. What nonsense are you spouting? From behind, Bai Jingyan spoke up. Bai Jingzun, don't forget I, too, bear the Bai name. He screamed in panic, You wouldn't dare. Before he could finish, Bai Jingyan cut him off. Why wouldn't I dare kill you? The Bai family has only me left. You think with the old man's temperament, even if he loved you and named you heir, he would still strike me down when I'm his only remaining child? Bai Jingzun turned, disbelief in his eyes. Impossible. A bastard born of a lowly woman like you, he would never acknowledge you. Bai Jingyan gave a cold smile, pressing the blade of the bone tail deeper into his opponent's neck. And what is the Bai family's acknowledgement worth? Is it so important? I've already lost everything, there's nothing left for me to fear. Bai Jingzun cried out in horror, you dare kill a member of the Bai family? Once you lose your value, you'll never be accepted, the old man will never forgive you. But Bai Jingyan's voice was icy. I am the Bai family. After finishing his words, he acted swiftly, and Bai Jingzun's body collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open in shock. In Bai Jingyan's gaze, there was no mercy, only hatred. Li Tian, witnessing this scene with concern, asked, what will you do about the Bai family? Bai Jingyan didn't answer. He took the phone from Bai Jingzun's pocket and called the saved number. On the other end of the line, the voice answered, we've got him. Bai Jingyan coldly replied, sorry to disappoint you. There was silence on the line. The voice then spoke sincerely, Jingyan, you are also my son. Don't do anything rash. Come back to Bai Jingzun. Your status and treatment will remain unchanged. Bai Jingyan sneered, seems like only now am I truly your son. The father on the other side responded, Father, there are things we must discuss. The successor he chose was Bai Jingzun. He stepped on Bai Jingzun's body, laughing coldly, he just died by my hands. Bai Jingyan shouted angrily, you killed a family member? Bai Jingyan remained silent for a moment before responding, since I was 8, I've had no family. Then, he added, I'll make it clear now. Mr. Bai Jingyun, if you continue to pursue me, I will either donate the medicine in my possession to the state or hand it over to the Lion King Corporation. In this world, there are many who would desire this medicine. A cough came from the other end of the line as he tried to coax Bai Jingyan to continue. Now I am the only son, the sole heir of the Bai family. If you wish to keep the last shred of decency, perhaps after you die I will continue to make the Bai family flourish. Bai Jingyan was so furious blood spurted from his mouth, he could only utter, you. Bai Jingyan continued, if you spare no effort to kill this illegitimate child to avenge your beloved eldest son, I accept. But so long as I live, I will see the Bai family ruined, and every Bai will die with no grave to bury them. He coughed violently. Bai Jingyan gave a cold laugh. Old master, I will not return to Yanhuang anytime soon. Take care of yourself, don't die of rage, holding out until the day I come back will be difficult. He ended the call without hesitation. Above them the sky tore open and a modern helicopter emerged. Lan Ning waved cheerfully from it. Boss. Bai Jingyan allowed a rare smile. Li Tian stepped forward and asked, do you think your father will give up? Even reason, upon hearing that a beloved son had been killed, could go mad. Bai Jingyan chuckled, that's the headache of the upper ranks. Even when enraged, they must rationally weigh their interests. He is the head of the Bai family, a major shareholder of the conglomerate, and then the father of Bai Jingzun, he won't dare relinquish power. Li Tian nodded. You're right. Bai Jingyan continued, in the coming time, there will be many upheavals. The Bai family will focus on me, not pay attention to you. Bai Jingzun was ruthless, even though he knew I was at the farm, he did not inform the headquarters or the Bai family because he did not want the Ren family or the Lan family to take credit. Now, all that needs to be done is to eliminate all his people in Nanchang, and the farm will remain safe. Mentioning Ringyu, he hesitated. Runyu stood tall, her gaze expectant. She glanced at Bai Jingyan's bloodstained hand, stepped back, fearful. What now? Once the bridge is crossed, burn it. I too have a part in Bai Jingzun's death, we are like ants on the same boat, Bai Jingyan replied. Miss Ren, it's not that I don't trust you, but standing with the headquarters is the safest option for you. Bai Jingzun came so suddenly, I suspect you out of caution. I don't want the identity of Mr. Li to be exposed because of someone who's not yet reliable. His hand moved, clearly intending to take action. Runyu gritted her teeth, angry. You people. Li Tian quickly intervened, old Bai, hold on, let her finish speaking. Renyu sighed, crossed her arms, and closed her eyes, reflecting on the past. She spoke up, "All right, working with you is indeed risky, but I want to take a chance. I trust you, you share the same stance as me, more reliable than the headquarters. Besides, the sexist tone of young Masterby is truly disgusting." She furrowed her brow, her voice lowering. "In the 5 major families, discrimination based on gender and bloodline is not uncommon." In Rinyu's mind, the cold, terrifying glares of the members of the 5 major families flashed before her eyes. She rested her hand on her chin, smiling faintly. "I'm helping you because I want you to help me seize the position of head of the Rin family. A person like me, looked down upon by others. Imagine how interesting it would be if I could overthrow those old men. Don't you long for that day?" She gazed directly at Bai Jingyan. He chuckled, complimenting her. "Miss Run, you are truly fascinating." Scene shift to Bai Jingyan and Lan Ning's journey to Fengbao Island, as they pass through a ravaged city. Lan Ning looked around and exclaimed, "It seems that Boss Li has cleaned everything up. What a disaster." He turned to Bai Jingyan. "By the way, boss, are you just going to accept his demands like this?" Bai Jingyan did not respond, quietly staring out the window, his gaze distant, as if lost in thought. He recalled before boarding the helicopter, Li Tian had said, "I won't accept human experiments that disregard personal will." Bai Jingyan replied, "I agreed to modify the experimental plan, thinking that simply following the rules would be enough, but I was too naive. I need a binding rule to avoid falling into the abyss. If survival becomes difficult, I will not lack experimental subjects." Lan Ning started at that, embarrassed. The boss still spoke with not a shred of mercy. Bai Jingyan glared, and Lan Ning hastily turned away. He whistled to focus on flying the plane. The corner of Bai Jingyan's mouth twitched into a faint curve. Before long they reached the sea. Bai Jingyan looked down. At that moment he felt as if he were standing on the summit of the sky. Now the sea was in chaos. Sea beasts surged up from below, churning the water. Fighter jets opened fire. One by one the beasts were felled. A large ship steamed forward. A loudspeaker announced that Sea Zone 50 had been cleared. "Continue patrol." On board, a large screen displayed the situation. An older sailor asked a younger man, "Have you completed your mission? You look unsettled. What are you worried about?" The younger man replied, "Sea beasts are fierce, but they cannot stand against our sturdy ships and artillery. In front of the fleet they are nothing but gigantic, frenzied wild beasts. At sea, even if they outnumber us 10 to 1, I'm confident we can wipe them out." The older sailor, still puzzled, asked, "Then why worry when you see the chaos on land?" The younger man answered, "I can seal off the harbor, but who can guarantee there aren't underground currents running from the seabed into the city? Subterranean lava flows if one of the monsters bursts through. Could I use a catastrophic grade missile, an attacking fortress that blankets the city center?" The old sailor observed, then said thoughtfully, "This is a difficult issue. Did you notice anything strange during the sea beast's attack?" The young sailor listened to his mentor, turning to him, "Please guide me, sir." The old sailor explained in a deep voice, "This mutated sea beast attacked like it was committing suicide. Previous experiences show that they act wildly, fighting and killing each other, but this time, they unanimously targeted our military ranks, with a clear, organized attack sequence." He pointed to the danger warning sign for analysis. "They're not acting on animal instincts, but more like a tribe with organization." The young sailor was confused. Was his mentor suggesting that the sea beast had formed a civilized tribe in a short period of time? Both of them looked up at the screen, where the Red Sea was stained with the blood of sea beasts. The old sailor hesitated. "Not civilization yet, but it's a sign of an early-stage tribal phenomenon. I feel they're not attacking randomly. Their frequency seems like they're studying and analyzing our weaknesses." The young sailor, terrified, said, "If what you're saying is true, they are too terrifying." The mentor replied, "The mutated beast king already possesses intelligence equal to that of humans. I hope I'm wrong." He paused, not daring to say more. Suddenly, a notification sounded. "Report, the Ministry of National Security has an urgent call." A sailor rushed in holding a stack of documents. The young sailor read aloud, his voice tense, "The Ministry of National Security has issued an order. In 3 days, the Yanhuang region will conduct a military unification, and the military will take control of the entire nation. The old sailor asked, "What's going on?" "Warzone, Handong, Nanchang." The young man nodded, putting away the documents. "That's right." Late at night, the peaceful scene seemed to signal a restful evening. But from beneath the ground, something emerged, a crocodile standing on 2 legs, its strange gaze fixed on the city. In a house, a girl woke up suddenly at the sound. She pushed her husband and said, "Darling, there's a strange sound." The husband, annoyed, turned away. "Are you so hungry you're hallucinating? I can't hear anything." She, confused, shook him harder. "I'm serious, it's at the window." Before she could finish speaking, she turned around and saw a pair of enormous eyes pressed against the window. A scream echoed through the room, "Monster!" The crocodile invaded the city, bringing with it a wave of destruction. In the conference room, announcements kept coming: Level 1 alert, Beast King invasion, my high district. 200 kilometers away from the city of Nan, more than 500 people died in a single night. The citizens gathered at the refugee camp. People hurriedly packed and evacuated. The announcement repeated, "Please gather at the refugee camp for coordinated management." Warning, warning. The crocodile sniffed the air, sensing something, and made its way toward a small farm, mumbling, "The smell of food." The system immediately issued a warning, indicating that a large heat source was approaching the farm. Xiao He immediately charged out to confront it. The 2 gigantic creatures faced each other, and the tension in the air was suffocating. The colossal crocodile looked at Xiao He, growling in astonishment, standing upright on its 2 hind legs. "You little one, someone like you isn't even worth a second thought. This is an evolved creature of the anti-ancestor type, a crocodile plus species, and it dares to call itself king." At that moment, Li Tian's cold voice rang out. Strength 850, speed 105, with an evolution trait of violent ferocity, its fatal flaw is its large brain. A mountain-sized meathead relying only on its size dares to call itself king? He lowered his gaze, not even sparing a glance at the creature, standing tall on top of it. Li Tian smiled and gave the order. "Xiao He, take care of it. The farm's meat supply will soon run out for you." Xiao He, the giant dog, immediately lunged forward and pounced on its target. Before long, the scene shifted to Li Han and Xiao He sitting in front of a campfire, saliva dripping messily. Han, excited, asked, "Big brother, is the meat ready?" Li Tian replied, "Just flipped it, a little more." He demonstrated his exceptional cooking skills, saying, "Beast King evolution meat really does have a constantly lingering fragrance. You two can't stop drooling." Li Tian smiled. Han, just wait a little longer." "Xiao He, if you can't wait, go ahead and gnaw on the thigh first." He tossed a large piece of meat, and Han looked on enviously. "Big brother is showing favoritism." Li Tian pinched the little girl's cheek. "Xiao He is a dog, eating raw meat. Do you think you're like him?" Han laughed awkwardly. Li Tian sat up straight, arms crossed, calculating. "The skin of this creature can be made into armor, its teeth and claws ground into powder for medicine, its meat stewed, the brain turned into tofu, bones soaked in wine. Its entire body is a treasure, nothing can be wasted." Thinking of its enormous body, he estimated the meat weighed nearly 10 tons, enough for Xiao He to feast on. 10 days. We'll have a taste as well. After a while, the Beast King's stewed meat was ready, its aroma filling the air. Han tried a bite first and exclaimed, "This is so delicious, I've never eaten anything like this." Li Tian took a spoonful, nodding in approval. "The meat is chewy and tender like jade, better than the level 3 livestock I've raised. Moreover, I can sense the veins within the body." Thinking silently, "It seems my strength has increased slightly." When the meal ended, Li Tian opened the system panel. "Li Tian, you have evolved into the ancient god-type human rule system. Strength 110, Speed 104, Willpower and Spirit 101, Control Field Range. He smiled. Indeed, it was effective. His special evolution skill had also been enhanced, but his expression quickly turned serious. Eating the meat of evolved beasts was effective as well, but the increase was minimal, not like before. He furrowed his brows, recalling the mutated beasts from before, silently thinking that the only explanation was that the speed of evolution was more effective when harmonizing with one's own kind than by eating a different species. He concluded that this crocodile had no hesitation in consuming its own kind. The flesh and blood of evolved humans could bring benefits to creatures of the same species. A terrifying scenario flashed in his mind. Currently in the second stage of the apocalypse, humans would soon be infected with the Form 5 virus, and many would die, with only a few lucky enough to survive. If evolved humans knew that devouring their own kind could increase their strength, this shortcut would be like Pandora's box. Once opened, humanity would fall into hell. He pressed his hand to his forehead, muttering, "This is giving me a headache." Looking to the side, Li Tian saw Han Han and Xiao He playing joyfully, their stomachs round after a meal. Han Han was bouncing on Xiao He's back, laughing, "Huh, this is so fun." Li Tian smiled contentedly, thinking to himself, "Xiao He is full, Han Han is happy, but to expand power, selecting people to grant the right to evolve must be done with strict checks." At the same time, elsewhere, a car came to a stop. A police officer stood at attention and reported, "Congressman, you ahead has not detected the movements of the Beast King." From inside the car, Yu Cheng's voice rang out. "What's going on here?" The police officer replied. "The tracking traces disappeared near here." Yu Cheng, the former counselor, appeared surprised. "That's strange. Didn't Beast King evolve the ability to hide traces? So why has it disappeared?" The police officer continued. "The strangest thing is, we found some broken scales nearby, as if they had been bitten and shredded by sharp teeth. But there's no sign of Beast King leaving." Yu Cheng was stunned. "What? Could there be a stronger Beast King? This is troublesome." He held his face in his hands and coughed weakly. Yuan, standing beside him, looked worried. "Congressman you should rest. You haven't slept since last night." Yu Cheng forced a smile. "I'm just a man with too much time on his hands, but I can't rest easy while Beast King is still out there. I used to be a soldier in the military police, and later I moved to the council. Now, I'm older, but asking me to sit still in a refugee camp. I can't do that." Yuan hesitated before speaking, as she saw Yu Cheng cough up blood. He waved his hand. "It's nothing, just an old illness. Xiao Yuan, don't worry. In this world, living long sometimes means enduring a lot. Going early might even be a blessing." He turned to the police officer. "Kid, is there anywhere suspicious left?" The police officer answered. "Report, it's quite desolate around here now. The people have moved to a new refugee camp in the city, just 3 kilometers away. There's a farm nearby with signs of activity." Yu Cheng was astonished. The farm near the site of the destruction had not been damaged by the Beast King, which was unusual. Yuan muttered, "The farm, could it be?" She was startled, but before she could speak, Yu Cheng ordered, "Let's go check it out." The officer replied, "Yes," and led the way as the car sped off. Yuan thought to herself, could it be that kid, Li Tian again? At the farm, a brilliant light erupted, with the small figure of Han Han at its center. When she opened her eyes, the surrounding aura gradually faded. Han Han collapsed and cried out in pain. Li Tian checked the information board and praised, "This time, the range and duration of the brainwave control are stronger than before." "Well done." Han Han gasped for breath. "I'm so tired. Training is so boring." Li Tian laughed, "Later, the big brother will treat you to roasted chicken legs." With the training intensifying, Han Han began to unlock new ways to play. The information board displayed, Han Han, evolution type, brain power, skill, magnetic field control, deep eyes. Han Han stared blankly, muttering, different ways to play. Then she turned to Xiaohei excitedly, that's right, Xiaohei, hurry up, let me experiment. Xiaohei, with his sharp instincts, sensed something was off and immediately rushed off. Han Han, in a cheerful and happy mood, eagerly chased after him. Meanwhile, Li Tian sank into deep contemplation. After Han Han consumed the Beast King's meat, her special abilities did not increase, but the mental strength in her basic attributes improved significantly. He quietly concluded, the intensity of brainwaves completely depends on the level of mental power. Humans possessing abilities of the anti-tribal, intellect, or ancient god types, when meeting the necessary conditions, experience comprehensive growth in all aspects, mental power, intelligence, special abilities, and all basic attributes. Xiaohei was no exception. With the special ability named Divine Descent, Li Tian thought to himself, it seems that the enhancement effects from food depend on the type of evolution each individual undergoes, thereby increasing the corresponding attributes. For creatures that evolve under the Divine Descent type, upon completing their evolution, their basic attributes nearly reach their peak. The food that provides benefits increases all basic attributes, creating an overwhelming advantage over ordinary anti-tribal, intellect, or ancient god types. This time, although the Beast King's ambush had slightly superior strength and physique compared to Xiaohei, it was still easily defeated by Xiaohei because it was merely an ordinary anti-tribal type. Take the crocodile, for example, it had now become food. Li Tian continued to ponder the data of a level 7 anti-tribal evolutionary creature. Its overall physical strength was clearly superior to any beast he had faced before. He speculated that in the ocean, untouched by human interference, creatures evolved by absorbing each other in their natural breeding environment. This was why the Beast King on this continent was far stronger than the typical Beast Kings. The strength of the anti-organism could no longer be underestimated. He muttered, then suddenly remembered something that made his brow furrow slightly. If he encountered an entity with intellect, a divine descent, or even an ancient god-like evolved beast from the deep sea, the forms of those monsters began to vividly appear in his mind, so real it was chilling. With this thought, Li Tian involuntarily turned around, muttering helplessly. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that humanity's chances of survival were frighteningly low, but soon after, he shook his head vigorously to regain his composure. Wait, don't jump to such pessimistic conclusions, he told himself, placing a hand on his chin as he continued to sink into his thoughts. Currently, most sea beasts had not yet evolved to the point where they could come ashore. With their massive size, they relied on the buoyancy of seawater. If they left the ocean, they would struggle to survive for long. Before sea beasts evolved into forms capable of freely moving on land, he sighed, humanity still had space to breathe and should take advantage of the time to upgrade its strength. Suddenly, he slapped his hand forcefully, muttering to himself. After thinking it over and over again, Li Tian frowned slightly. At first, he had planned to capture a Beast King and keep it as a pet. With the Beast King's powerful self-healing ability, he could continuously harvest its flesh to strengthen himself. However, previous experiments had shown that the flesh and blood of the same Beast King only provided limited growth effects. The crocodile earlier, for example, its blood and meat only helped Xiaohei upgrade 3 times, and no matter how much more he ate, the remaining meat would only fill his stomach without improving his stats. It was indeed not easy to exploit such a loophole. He clicked his tongue in regret. Just then, a meowing sound rang out, unusually loud, startling Li Tian. He turned around in surprise, puzzled. Where did this loud cat meow come from? But when he saw the scene before him clearly, he froze. Xiaohei, once large and mighty, was now meowing like a kitten. The strange sight left Li Tian stunned, while Han Han laughed crazily, jumping around playfully, completely unaware of the murderous aura silently approaching from behind. Instantly, a hand reached out from behind, grabbing a handful of Han Han's hair. Li Tian lowered his head and asked sternly. Han Han, what is going on here? Han Han, taken by surprise, screamed, quickly backing away and dodging. The little girl stammered, explaining. Didn't Big Brother say so? Let me try a new way of playing. Li Tian stood up straight, crossing his arms and looking at the girl with a scrutinizing gaze. A new way of playing? How did Xiaohei end up like this? At this moment, Xiaohei was still dazed, meowing. Han Han pouted and explained pitifully. Well, recently I've been watching the animated series La Xiaobai's battle skills, and I wanted a cat. Then I realized I could infiltrate and change Xiaohei's memory, so I made Xiaohei think it's a cat. Li Tian was speechless after hearing this, his anger clearly visible on his face. He cursed inwardly. I told you to explore a new way of playing, not this kind of exploration. On the outside, he sternly ordered. Make Xiaohei return to normal, now. Seeing her brother's stern expression, Han Han was startled and thought to herself. Big brother is so scary. Reluctantly, she turned back and began to undo Xiaohei's state, muttering to herself. It was only for a little while, what's the big deal? Big brother's so petty. Immediately, Xiaohei snapped out of its daze, its eyes becoming sharp and focused. As soon as it regained its senses, it immediately turned, sniffing the air with its nose, then suddenly dashed off in the distance, continuing to sniff around. Seeing this, Li Tian furrowed his brows and asked. Xiaohei, what's wrong with you? Xiaohei sniffed for a while longer, then emitted a few strange growls, sounds that only Han Han could understand. After hearing this, she eagerly turned to her brother and said. Big brother, Xiaohei says there's new food around recently. Li Tian softly exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. The scene shifted to a dense forest. Yu Cheng and Yuan Wen's vehicle was being chased by a giant crab. Both of them were panicking, screaming in terror. The shells of these crabs were so tough that even a barrage of bullets didn't seem to faze them. They cursed in desperation. Damn it, why have these sea monsters all come ashore? The machine gun continued to fire relentlessly at the crab, but it still didn't budge. The policeman, his face pale, shouted in panic. No, the machine gun isn't working. Though trembling, Yuan Wen continued to fire relentlessly. She yelled a reminder. Aim for the eyes. Soon after, they managed to hit a patch of flesh on the crab's body, but unexpectedly, the wounded area immediately retracted and burrowed deep into the hard shell. The policeman became even more terrified, shouting. No, if we smash it, it retracts into the shell and will recover in a moment. At that moment, the crab grew larger and larger, its pursuit more frenzied. In the blink of an eye, it raised its claw high and decisively slammed down with a powerful blow onto the vehicle. The blow was so fierce that the car flipped over several times, finally crashing hard into a massive rock and coming to a halt. Yuan Wen's consciousness gradually faded, yet a voice continued ringing in her ears. Xiao Yuan, wake up. Yuan Wen struggled to open her eyes, her mouth letting out a weak, involuntary cry. The one desperately trying to rouse her was none other than Yu Chang. He kept shaking her, his voice urgent. Get out of here, now. As he forced himself to crawl out, he shouted. Run! Yuan Wen poked her head out of the car, quickly turning to assess the situation. But the moment she saw what lay behind, her face went pale. Yu Cheng bellowed. Don't look back. There, a gigantic crab had lifted a police officer high into the air, its mouth wide open as it savored its meal, accompanied by the eerie sound of cracking and snapping. Yu Cheng continued struggling to crawl away, roaring. Don't let Xiao Chen's death be in vain. Though terror threatened to make her break down in tears, Yuan Wen gritted her teeth and dashed out of the car recklessly. She ran with all her strength, plunging deep into the forest. Unfortunately, the monstrous crab had already spotted them. It immediately changed direction, chasing after Yu Cheng and Yuan Wen at a horrifying speed. Seeing the crab closing in, Yu Cheng urgently shouted a warning. Be careful. Yuan Wen just heard it and immediately turned around to look. The giant shadow of the crab covered half of her face. It raised its claw, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. But at that very moment, Yu Cheng rushed forward, hugged her, and took the deadly strike on her behalf. Yuan Wen was horrified, screaming, Congressman Yu! At that instant, the crab was unexpectedly struck by a strange force, causing its massive body to topple over. Yu Cheng had been seriously injured and lay motionless. Yuanwen was dazed, her mouth trembling as she called out. She felt a massive dark shadow descend upon her body. When she opened her eyes, she panic-strickenly realized that the monstrous crab was charging towards her to attack. Yuanwen tightly shut her eyes, silently thinking, "It's over, this time it's really the end." But after waiting for what felt like an eternity, death still hadn't arrived, so she cautiously cracked her eyes open to see what was happening. The giant claw of the crab was inches away from her, held in place by an invisible force, stopping right in front of her. If it had been even a second later, she would have been done for. She exclaimed in astonishment, "It stopped." Immediately after, the claw of the crab was crushed and cracked, making a chilling snapping sound. Yuanwen was stunned and blurted out, "What?" At that moment, Li Tian appeared, smiling calmly. "Officer, we meet again." As soon as Yuanwen saw her clearly, she immediately shouted, "Li Tian." But right after that, she was horrified when she saw Xiaohei appear from behind him, looking imposing. She quickly shouted a warning, "Li Tian, be careful, there's a monster behind you." At that moment, Han flew over and landed beside Xiaohei, smiling brightly. "Sister, Xiaohei isn't a monster, don't be scared." But Yuanwen wasn't talking about Xiaohei. She screamed again, "Sister, behind you." Before she could finish her sentence, the giant crab that had charged toward them was struck down by Xiaohei, dying instantly with one blow. Yuanwen stood frozen, helplessly watching as the crab was knocked far away, tumbling uncontrollably on the ground. She curiously followed its movements, wanting to know what would happen next. Despite its serious injuries, the crab began to heal, its shell slowly closing up. Seeing this, Li Tian frowned slightly and muttered, "Another male shrimp?" At the same time, he activated his skill to target weaknesses, then turned to Xiaohei and ordered, "Eat its heart, leave the meat for Han." Hearing this, Han immediately spoke up, "Big brother, I want crab meat mixed with rice." Li Tian responded, his voice tinged with teasing, "This one only has crab roe." Just then, a hoarse voice called out, drawing his attention. The death reporter was hanging on by a thread. Over there, Yuanwen was pressing down on Yu Cheng's wound, trying to stop the bleeding. She exclaimed in panic, "I'll apply pressure to the wound for the person first, stop the bleeding, and then take them to the hospital." Yu Cheng coughed weakly, replying in a fragile voice, "Xiao Yuan, it's fine, I told you before." Tears streamed down Yuanwen's face like rain. Despite Yu Cheng's weak breath, he was still using his remaining life to save her. "Even if I have to face old Yuan, it's worth it." He coughed a few more times, his voice becoming even raspier. Through her tears, Yuanwen cried out, "Don't give up, the speed of this evolution is very fast, we can still get him to the hospital in time." But Yu Cheng shook his head, looking straight at the girl beside him with a firm tone, "No, Xiao Yuan, don't waste any more treatment resources. Leave them for the young people who need them more. And after seeing the strength of this young man, I, Yan Huan, have hope now. I die without regret." At that moment, Li Tian stepped forward, confused, and asked, "Is he Congressman Yu?" The question left Yuanwen speechless. She turned around and snapped, You, what are you asking this for at a time like this? Please help us get him to the hospital." Her harsh tone made Li Tian briefly think, "What a fierce woman." But realizing his rudeness, Yuanwen quickly corrected herself, "I didn't mean to speak like that, I'm just too anxious. Please, I beg you, take him to the hospital. The military police owe you a favor." Seeing this scene, Li Tian couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, "Don't cry, don't rush, I won't let someone with loyalty and righteousness sacrifice in vain." From his pocket, he took out a level 4 divine maiden fruit and handed it to Yuanwen, telling her to feed it to him. Yuanwen stared blankly at the bright red fruit in his hand, wondering what he was trying to do by giving her a tomato. Recalling their previous interactions, she didn't feel that Li Tian was someone untrustworthy, but she still yelled, "Are you kidding me? He's suffering from a life-threatening injury, he's not hungry. Do you think a tomato will solve this? This is no time for jokes, hurry up and take him to the hospital. When we were dealing with the cult case earlier, why didn't I notice you weren't serious like this? After hearing her long rant, Li Tian rubbed his forehead and muttered. This is so noisy. He glanced at her and thought to himself, this woman, who had clearly sustained serious injuries, still had the energy to cause trouble. An analysis revealed that Yuan had suffered a mild brain concussion, broken ribs, significant soft tissue damage, and shattered femurs, yet she was still standing there shouting. He couldn't help but feel frustrated. Yuan continued to scream. Can you hear me? Finally, Li Tian didn't say anything else. He took out another level 4 divine maiden fruit and directly shoved it into the mouths of both of them. Yuan swallowed the holy maiden fruit, her face still clearly showing shock, but at that moment, her body began to change. A dry cough escaped her, her body suddenly felt hot and painful, but the pain gradually faded away. Yuan was utterly astonished, glancing to the side and realizing that Yu Cheng's body was also undergoing a transformation. His wounds were slowly closing, and the flesh was healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Her body began to sway, and she still managed to utter a single word, second. Before collapsing, unconscious. Seeing Yuan fall to the ground, Han anxiously asked, "What's wrong with her?" Li Tian calmly explained, "It's fine." When the body is weak and starts its first evolution, it falls into a sleep state to repair itself. Han sighed in relief, patting her chest, "You scared me. I thought the evolution failed." He smiled and continued explaining to the young girl, "This is a level 4 holy maiden fruit, not a product of virus radiation." At that moment, both of their attribute boards appeared. Both were of the anti-clan type, but their skills differed. Yuan possessed extreme speed, while Yu Cheng had enhanced strength. Li Tian turned to Han and ordered, Han, come here and erase their memories of meeting us." Han was surprised, asking, "Big brother, can't we let them join us?" He explained, his tone calm, "Both of them are from the government. The impact of them joining us is not as great as letting them return. The government needs them more." Han still didn't fully understand, propping her chin up and asking again, "So, what the boss means is that you want to help the government research evolved humans, right?" Li Tian nodded, "That's right. For us, unless it's a rare type of evolution, taking them in doesn't make much sense. It would only waste food." He was pleased and reached out to pat her head, praising her, as expected of a brainy one, getting smarter and smarter. Han smiled brightly, delighted by the head pat. Li Tian continued, "Sea beasts are becoming more and more active. Right now, only 2 types can come ashore, but that might change in the future. Before a large number of sea beasts crawl onto land, we need the army to select those more suitable for evolution." He paused, his gaze firm, "I trust the military selection system of Yan Huang." After a moment, Han eagerly reported, "Boss, the memory has been fixed." Li Tian immediately lifted Yu Cheng and Yuan up, not forgetting to turn to Xiaohei and the little girl, saying, "Clean up. Han, you and Xiaohei bring the crab meat back to the farm." Xiaohei was already holding a giant crab claw in its mouth. Han excitedly showed off, "Fixing memories takes a lot of mental energy, I'm so hungry I could eat a whole trunk." "Boss, once you take them back, please make crab meat for me." He laughed, "Go and come back quickly." He spoke as he lifted the 2 people high into the air. Elsewhere, on the roof of a tall building, a helicopter had just landed. Standing by to greet it were Cheng Nan, the head of the military police bureau, Yang Yong, and senior officer Yuani. A moment later, Miao Yu stepped out of the helicopter, exuding an air of authority. The instant Yang Yong and Yuani saw him, they stood still and saluted. "Hello, Chief." Miao Yu smiled in response. "Hello, everyone." He introduced himself with a firm voice. "I'm Colonel Miao Yu, former commander of the Dongyan team, appointed to take charge of Changnan. Here is my transfer order. Starting today, all actions in Changnan will be under my command." At 3:00 p.m., the Huangshan battle zone will dispatch 2 military units to take control of Changnan. Yuan Yi carefully read the transfer order and then replied. Understood. We'll follow your orders. Miao Yu nodded, then spoke in a serious tone. There's one more thing that I'm quite curious about. Yuan Yi looked up. Go ahead. Miao Yu paused thoughtfully. I've heard that the Military Police Bureau in Changnan has encountered 2 advanced evolved individuals, whose evolutionary strength is much greater than before. Yuan Yi honestly confirmed. Yes, that's correct. The other evolved people that the military district has recruited usually only have enhanced strength and speed, several times greater than ordinary people, but these 2. Before he could finish, Miao Yu interrupted. I want to meet them. Yuan Yi nodded and turned around. Follow me. The 3 of them walked deeper into the building, but just after a few steps, a sudden earthquake shook the ground. Yuan Yi scratched his head and muttered, Here we go again. Miao Yu furrowed his brow, puzzled. Are you realizing you misspoke? Yuan Yi cleared his throat. It's nothing serious, let's go. A moment later, they stopped in front of an area. Yuan Yi sighed. It's Professor Nan again, he's about to get upset. Before them stood a gigantic creature, having just smashed through the protective glass. Miao Yu observed cautiously. At that moment, an irritable voice rang out. This is the super strong, male beauty variant beast I've been researching, most successful, latest model. The person stepped forward, awkwardly scratching his head. Sorry, I didn't control the force properly. The doctor, running towards them, yelled in frustration, That's research funding right there. You'll pay for this, you'll pay. The person awkwardly clasped his hands together and gave an embarrassed smile toward Professor Nan. Sorry. The person was none other than Yu Chang, formerly a member of the Changnan Council, now a transformed individual of the anti-organism evolution type. Miao Yu focused intently, his gaze carefully examining every detail of Yu Chang's body. He asked in surprise, so even humans evolved to exhibit morphological changes like this? Yuan Yi nodded and replied, That's right, the mutation has manifested. This is a form that the evolved soldiers in the military didn't have before. He added, Not only that, Yu Cheng's physical data is far superior to others, and he has even unlocked a special skill. We call it blood rage, but it only lasts for about 3 minutes. Upon hearing this, Miao Yu became excited, his eyes gleaming. Oh, how interesting. It sounded like a burst of power that lasts only a short time. I was getting more and more curious. Before he could finish his sentence, Yuan Wen dove down from the sky and gently tapped the top of Miao Yu's hat, asking, Were you looking for me? The sudden movement startled him, and he quickly turned around to look, but Yuan Wen wouldn't stay still. She kept vanishing and reappearing, jumping behind him and then appearing right in front of him. As she jumped, she spoke, Is this Colonel Miao Yu, my father's successor? She then lightly landed, standing upright and smiling, I've heard a lot about you. Looking at the girl in front of him, Miao Yu couldn't help but think, she's too fast, and I didn't even sense her presence. Yuan Yi cleared his throat and introduced, Colonel, this is Changnan Yuan Wen, the last perfect evolution. Her special ability is. Yuan Wen extended her hand to shake Miao Yu's, smiling brightly. Miao Yu responded with a tone full of admiration, No wonder I couldn't detect your aura, you're truly impressive. Yuan Wen modestly shook his head, You're too kind, my abilities are only suitable for dealing with small mutated beast populations. When it comes to the hard exoskeletons of beast kings, that's a different story. If we're talking about destructive power, it should be someone with evolved strength like Yu Chang. Miao Yu nodded in agreement, That's right, a large mutated beast like that, one punch would be enough to take it down, that's some terrifying power. Just then, Yu Chang's voice came from behind. Calm down, what are you all talking about? I think I heard my name. What's going on? Behind him was a doctor, his face still showing clear signs of frustration. Yuan Wen immediately introduced him, This is Colonel Yu, who is in charge of military operations in Changnan. Upon hearing this, Yu Chang extended his hand warmly to greet the others. Miao returned to his serious demeanor and spoke in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, it's a long story, but I'm very curious about your origins. This time, you two suddenly unlocked such powerful evolutionary abilities. As far as I know, when you two were discovered, you were in a back-to-back position, unconscious in front of the military police bureau. The strange thing is, the position you were in and the nearby surveillance camera happened to malfunction right at that moment. We didn't have any clues, but this reeks of a setup." "You really don't remember anything?" Yu Chung crossed his arms, furrowed his brows, and fell into deep thought. "I've been trying to remember these past few days, but I have absolutely no memory after being injured." Yuan Wen also spoke, his voice filled with helplessness. "Same here, it's as if my memories were taken away. I can't recall anything." Miao Yu showed a look of disappointment, sighing. "Such a pity. If we could find the source of your evolution, Yin Huang's military strength could be greatly enhanced." Dr. Nan suddenly cleared his throat and interjected. "Sir, speaking of this, let's think of it from a different perspective. There's no need to search for the origin. In our hands, we already have two superhuman human gene banks. With approval from the leadership, Chang Nan has been authorized to replicate and analyze the evolution genes of evolved humans and conduct small-scale artificial evolution." As he spoke, he pushed up his glasses and spread his hands to continue his analysis. "The real issue now is funding. According to projections, replicating the genes of an evolved person is quite costly. And as you've seen, with the destructive power of evolved humans, we need to develop more secure training grounds and outfits, not to mention specialized weapons tailored to their abilities. Currently, most of the Yanhuang Federation's budget is allocated for refugee camps and war preparations. I hope Colonel Miao can request some additional funding." Miao Yu, upon hearing this, immediately responded in a decisive tone, "No problem. I will emphasize the importance of this plan to my superiors and try to secure more funding." He slightly lowered his gaze, deep in thought. Sea beasts are appearing on the continent more and more frequently. If the Dong Yin fleet is not timely and if there are gaps, I fear those vulnerabilities will only increase. He looked up cautiously. "I hope we can soon replicate more evolved individuals. If the sea beasts begin to surge onto the shore on a larger scale, the scene may soon shift to another place, the Malaya region, the Great Southern Ocean." Deep beneath the sea, a monstrous creature, horrifying in appearance, was present. Suddenly, from all directions, the sea beasts gathered toward one point, surrounding a rocky outcrop. There, a mermaid, far from ordinary, with sharp teeth and a vicious face that sent chills down one's spine, unexpectedly opened its mouth, emitting a terrifying sonic wave. The sea beasts immediately grew agitated, one by one seemingly evolving under the influence of the sonic wave. The monstrous figure smiled with cruel delight, its eyes flashing with ruthlessness. It reached out and slashed its own chest, blood flowing out in dark crimson. From its chest, it pulled out a glowing orb, shimmering with silver light. The mermaid threw the orb high into the air, allowing all the beasts to witness. The orb soared upwards, passing over the surface of the sea, hovering in midair. Then it rushed straight into the city center. In a tall building, a few rooms still had their lights on, and suddenly, a sphere exploded, emitting a blinding light that spread out. From the sky, strange objects fell, crashing violently into the window frame. A young man in one of the rooms was startled, turned around, and wondered to himself, what was that sound? He opened the window, curiously observing the grotesque sight before him, muttering, "What is this supposed to be?" He silently assessed, it really looked disgusting. Suddenly, a system information panel appeared branching evolution, larva form, secondary body of the beast king, divine type form, spring fierce sea demon. At that moment, the creature's eyes began to move and suddenly snapped open, as if awakening. It lunged forward, clinging tightly to the young man's face, causing him to scream in terror. "Disgusting," he gasped. He collapsed, his body beginning to change. His skin turned a sickly green, and his mouth emitted constant croaking sounds. The clacking noise from the monster echoed. It slowly turned its head, eyes wide and full of death. It stood up, staggering, murmuring, the king of mankind." It lifted its head and howled, "Where are you?" In the blink of an eye, many people in the city transformed into grotesque monsters, wandering the streets, their mouths endlessly mumbling, "Find the king of mankind." Returning to the farm, Han Han was dipping her hands into a basin of water, seemingly doing something. Li Tian Tian stood behind her and spoke up. "Start now." Han Han picked up a tiny sea beast, closed her eyes, and focused on sensing. After a while, her eyes suddenly snapped open, glowing with an eerie shade of green. She tilted her head up towards the sky, letting out a few sharp, chilling screams before releasing the fish back into the water. Immediately, she gasped for air, sweat pouring down her face. Li Tian Tian stepped forward, concerned, and asked, "What did you sense?" Han Han responded, her voice trembling. "It's afraid of something." Upon hearing this, he raised his hand to his chin, contemplating with his brain's magnetic field. He infiltrated the brainwave field of the mutated fish, achieving synchronization. Although this type of brain power was slightly weaker in terms of bodily data compared to other evolutionary types, it proved to be more useful than the ancient divine types in special situations. He thought to himself and then said cheerfully to Han Han, "Very good, take a rest for a moment, then continue with the sensing." Upon hearing this, Han Han's face soured, showing a clear sign of displeasure, but she still continued to use her ability to sense. Suddenly, her face turned pale, sweat streaming down like a waterfall. The energy within her body spiraled out of control, fluctuating violently. While sensing, she had seen the terrifying face of the mermaid monster, which made her scream in utter fear. Seeing the unstable situation, Li Tian Tian quickly shouted, "Han Han!" But at that moment, the little girl was still floating in mid-air, surrounded by swirling gusts of wind with terrifying power. Han Han stood upright, letting out a sharp scream. Li Tian Tian panicked, reaching out in front of him, running toward her while shouting loudly, "Han Han!" The little girl fell freely, but he caught her just in time. At the same moment, deep beneath the sea, the mermaid monster sprang up, seemingly sensing something. It remained silent, its eyes glaring toward a distant direction. Li Tian Tian anxiously called out. The little girl, lying in her brother's arms, weakly spoke, "Boss, I can feel it." Han Han's face turned pale with fear, struggling to continue, "Killing, terrifying, far away from us, there are many clusters of large brainwave creatures. In their brainwaves, there is only madness and brutality." Li Tian Tian held his sister tightly, gently stroking her head and comforting her, "It's okay now, Han Han, don't be afraid." But Han Han still trembled, her voice filled with panic. It saw me, I've been discovered." Hearing this, Li Tian Tian appeared confused, his face slowly changing color. "Discovered? Who is it?" Deep beneath the sea, the mermaid monster's voice rang out, childish in tone but filled with cruelty. "Humanity's brainwave resonance is too intense." Its face showed a stunned expression, but it quickly regained composure. Continuing, "A human child with such strong brainwaves must surely be the ruler of humanity." It emitted a sound wave, notifying all sea beast slaves to locate it. "My slaves of the Sea Clan. Those parasitizing the land, immediately heed my command." The mermaid was ecstatic to the point of madness, screaming, "Found this human girl, I want to personally challenge her." On the streets, the parasitic creatures, wandering aimlessly, emitted eerie laughter. A girl was being strangled, pleading in terror, "Please, I beg you, spare me." But the monster showed no mercy, finishing her off immediately with brute force. After she ceased breathing, it tossed her body aside, muttering, "Not her." Suddenly, from the sky, an attack descended, striking a parasitic creature directly in the head. It collapsed, unconscious. A mysterious light flashed, continuously wiping out other parasitic creatures, one after another, quickly and precisely. The one responsible was none other than Yuan One. After finishing the cleanup, she spoke into her earpiece. "Area D's puppet cleanup is complete." But then the ground suddenly trembled violently, and in the sky, an explosion of unknown origin erupted. Yuan One looked up and sighed in relief. It seemed that the area they were securing had been dealt with. Meanwhile, in another section, Yu Chang was holding the head of a puppet, frowning as he observed it. He thought to himself, where the hell did this monster come from? The puppet continued to make clanking noises, muttering, found the little girl. At that moment, Professor Nan's voice came through the radio. Stop cleaning up. Bring back a few live samples for me. Yu Chang and Yuan Wen replied in unison. Received. Yu Chang added. Professor Nan, there's something I need to report. The puppet, it keeps repeating certain words. I find it highly suspicious. Little girl and found human king. Professor Nan, upon hearing this, sounded a bit puzzled. Human king? Yu Chang confirmed. That's right. Professor Nan fell into thought, then analyzed. The behavior of these puppets seems like they're searching for something. He frowned slightly. Given these key phrases, I have a very bad suspicion. Back at the farm, the group was enjoying a hearty meal. Li Tian spoke up. This is the last crab leg. In front of them was a dish of crab meat with cheese, cooked directly inside the giant crab claw they had caught earlier. Hearing this, Han sulked, pouting. Does that mean I won't have any more seafood to eat? Li Tian chuckled. Such a seafood-loving cat. Is there not enough food for you here on the farm? Han mischievously chuckled, but I felt that the meat from this evolved creature was truly remarkable, not just because of its flavor, but also because the meat yield on the farm was insufficient. Xiaohei ate with an astonishing appetite, which made Li Tian seriously reflect on the situation. It was indeed a difficult problem. He picked up a fragrant piece of crab meat while pondering. The meat from the evolved creatures might meet Xiaohei's needs, but hunting beast kings didn't provide as many points as he had hoped. Unlike meat from the farm, each harvest they're granted points to upgrade. Hunting mutated beasts, no matter how delicious, didn't help improve the farm, making it a bit of a loss. As the piece of meat touched his mouth, he couldn't help but praise, delicious. But then he shook his head vigorously, muttering, this is really extravagant, crab cooked with cheese is truly amazing, but no, it's not right, it's not right. Suddenly, Li Tian's body shuddered, a surge of burning energy running up his spine, while the system emitted a resonating notification, evolution of humanity into the ancient god form. Li Tian had leveled up from level 1 to level 2, and he exclaimed in shock, I leveled up. The system continued to announce in a monotonous tone, congratulations, after reaching level 2, you can unlock branch missions. The danger level of branch missions will increase. Han stood beside him and suddenly spoke, her eyes sparkling, and a surge of heat emanated from the boss. The system had not stopped yet and continued with its notification, each time a branch mission is completed, you will receive a significant amount of reward points. Upon hearing this, Li Tian furrowed his brows slightly, still feeling a bit doubtful. On the system screen, a line of text appeared, would you like to accept the branch mission? Along with 2 buttons, accept and decline. He thought to himself calmly, it's like someone bringing a pillow when you're about to fall asleep. Relying solely on points from farming to upgrade is too slow. The farm must be upgraded enough to withstand the sea beasts' attack before they flood the shore. He looked up at the system's announcement board, continuing to reflect. The more dangerous the mission, the more rewarding the rewards would be. Not only would he be able to earn more points, but he would also solve the issue of food for Xiaohei during the mission. Suddenly, he recalled the incident with Han earlier. He also thought of the creature that had the ability to link its consciousness with Han, which he had encountered before. If it discovered Han's evolving powers and sought to steal or merge them, Han would be in danger. At this thought, a trace of worry rose in his heart. But right after that, his expression turned serious. The person who could sense Han's brainwaves from thousands of miles away was certainly very powerful. He silently murmured, his eyes flashing with a brilliant determination. But no matter how dangerous it is, we must upgrade quickly. With unwavering resolve, he decisively whispered to initiate the side mission. The system immediately responded. Host has successfully initiated the side mission. The side mission is now available. Do you accept? He replied instantly, his voice filled with conviction. Accept. As soon as Li Tian opened his eyes, he was astonished by the image that appeared in his mind. The upcoming location slowly became clear, accompanied by a mission notification about the puppet transformation. At the same time, other puppets continuously emerged from the water's surface, like a living nightmare. The system continued to announce. Objective 1, eliminate 1,000 human puppets. Objective 2, go to the city center to find the water transformation crystal. The scene shifted, revealing a place where each puppet tightly clutched a shard of the crystal in its hand. Then, the view changed to a mountain glowing with a purple light, where the water transformation crystal was being destroyed. Li Tian stood frozen. The water transformation crystal had turned into a puppet. The system coldly continued its countdown announcement. Time to complete the mission, 48 hours. Failure will result in punishment. In the blink of an eye, Li Tian stood on a rock near the puppet city. He looked down and thought to himself, "This is the puppet city." In one corner of the city, a strange purple light was emanating. It was as if something terrifying was being summoned. He immediately guessed that the glowing spot was undoubtedly the location of the water transformation crystal. Without hesitation, Li Tian opened his system to check thoroughly. The supplies in his backpack were already prepared. He wondered, his voice tinged with curiosity. How much reward will I get for completing this mission? As he spoke, he bent his knees and jumped down from the rock ledge, a feeling of anticipation mixed with nervousness rising within him. It was definitely worth looking forward to. At the heart of the puppet city, the atmosphere was thick and suffocating with chaos. Everywhere, lifeless puppets moved back and forth, their hollow eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, as if searching for something haunting. Information about the puppets appeared in Li Tian's mind. When they branched out, they were beast king forms, evolved into gods, with sea demon forms and split apart destructive bodies. These puppets had the ability to kill ruthlessly. Without hesitation, Li Tian immediately activated his ability to grasp their weaknesses. His sharp gaze swept over the puppets, identifying their vulnerabilities. He drew his sword, its steel gleaming, and wielded it with confident finesse. I see now. In this situation, swordsmanship is still the most suitable choice. As soon as the puppets spotted him, they all charged toward him in unison, their momentum as fierce as crashing waves. But Li Tian remained unshaken, the corner of his mouth curling into a proud smile. He swung his sword, a swift and sharp slash that felled 3 puppets in the blink of an eye. After finishing the task, he let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the system coldly continued to broadcast, "Human puppet eliminated." +1, the puppets that had been slashed fell motionless to the ground. Suddenly, a series of terrifying sounds echoed from afar, drawing his attention. Turning his head, he was astonished to see an entire army of puppets rapidly advancing toward him. He muttered, a hint of sarcasm in his voice, "Seems like they're all drawn here." In the blink of an eye, the puppet-filled city grew even more desolate, as if ravaged by a deadly storm. Li Tian sat atop a pile of defeated puppet corpses, his gaze calm. The system continued to announce, remaining time to complete mission, 26 hours. Puppets eliminated, 429/1000. At the same time, the power statistics appeared, evolved human god Li Tian. Strength, 90/100, willpower, 98/100, speed, 85.5/100, crystal energy, 75/105. Taking a bite of fruit, Li Tian thought to himself, once I finish this, my stamina will be nearly fully restored. Sure enough, the wounds on his body had healed, and his strength surged back. Suddenly, he noticed a strange detail: the system was directing him to the head of a puppet. At the moment of the branch splitting, the Beast King's manifestation evolved into a divine form, its sea demon manifestation fractured, and water transformation crystal shards scattered across the ground. The fragments of the water transformation crystal sparkled, lying about like the remnants of a fierce battle. Recalling the previous fight, he silently analyzed, the Beast King's divine form had the limitless ability to split, creating manifestations capable of controlling other creatures, truly a terrifying power. Fortunately, the split manifestations only retained a fraction of the Beast King's strength, so exterminating them wasn't too difficult. However, if he were to kill them one by one, 48 hours wouldn't be enough to complete the task. What's the penalty for failure again? If the points I painstakingly earned get completely deducted, the loss would be too great. Thinking of this, a fleeting moment of worry passed through his heart, but he quickly dismissed it, resolutely telling himself, where there's a will, there's a way. First, survive with all my strength. Drawing his sword, Li Tian stood tall, his gaze cold and sharp. He calculated in his mind, to kill the puppets, he only needed to destroy the core that controlled them. With enough stamina, this task was entirely feasible. 26 hours left, there's still time. I'll head straight to the center of the glass. The puppets around here have mostly been cleared out by me already. He leaped down from the building, his feet landing firmly on the ground as he surveyed the surroundings. He couldn't help but exclaim, as expected, they are all concentrated here, glancing over the scene where there must be several hundred of them at first sight. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. There was a formation. What was this formation for? The puppets were constantly moving small shards of glass, piling them up in an organized manner. He muttered to himself, the shards of glass I broke earlier still have an effect, so the glass itself isn't the key. Perhaps destroying this formation is the way to complete the second task, or maybe I need to destroy the largest glass block over there. He nodded, convincing himself. Guessing was pointless, only a real test would reveal the truth. With fiery determination, Li Tian leapt down and landed before the hundreds of puppets. He thought to himself, focus on eliminating the puppets first. Raising his hand, he concentrated his energy, his body exuding a powerful aura. As soon as the puppets saw him, they charged at him like a tidal wave, not giving him a single moment's respite. But in the blink of an eye, he had dealt with a group of them. He jumped, spun mid-air, and with a flash of his sword, took down 3 more. However, in the midst of the battle, he suddenly sensed something unusual. Li Tian turned his head, his face briefly showing a hint of panic. What is this? He muttered, a strong wave of exhaustion surging over him, much faster than before. After using the gravity boost skill, his strength and mental energy were significantly depleted. Without hesitation, he quickly opened the system interface. The stats table clearly appeared. Evolved Ancient Human God, Li Tian, Strength 75/100, Will 98/100, Speed 85/100, Spirit 69/105. Looking at the numbers, his face immediately darkened. Damn it, I was too careless. He pushed his hands against the ground, using momentum to stand up, silently thinking with a hint of worry, as expected, completing the branch mission isn't as easy as I thought. Could it be that after using the ancient potion to recover, the physical depletion increases gradually? Once he regained his composure, Li Tian immediately rushed forward, swinging his sword in a slash that wiped out a group of puppets. But inside, he began to panic, realizing he couldn't continue using the gravity boost anymore. If he did, I won't be able to finish off all the puppets in time and will exhaust myself, only to be swallowed up. While thinking this, he charged into the dense puppet army, sword light flashing like lightning. After a while, he was still fighting with all his strength. The system kept sounding notifications. Human puppet defeated +1. But the stats table showed a worrying warning. Evolved Ancient Human God, Li Tian, Strength 35/100, Will 98/100, Speed 40/100, Spirit 35/105. The strength, speed, and spirit of Li Tian had all dropped sharply. Suddenly, his face froze, and his eyes widened in horror. The puppets were swarming in from all directions, like a deadly tidal wave. The system continued to announce with each strike, eliminating human puppets, followed by an updated set of statistics. The ancient godly human evolution Li Tian, Strength 23/100, Willpower 98/100, Speed 37/100, Spirit 32/105. He cursed inwardly, damn it, this carrot supplement only lasts for 20 minutes. His body felt like it couldn't hold out any longer. Li Tian shouted, "I'm almost out." He hurriedly opened his backpack interface, but when he looked, his heart sank. His items were depleted, almost nothing left. "The carrot's gone," he panicked, while the system coldly announced, "Time remaining to complete the mission, 4 hours." With a face clearly showing fear, he quickly calculated. Only the ancient bean pills were left, but the amount of stamina they restored was negligible against the raging wave of puppets. At this point, his stats were dismal: strength 16/100, speed 37/100, spirit 28/105. A single ancient herb only restored 5 points of stamina, too little to fight against the swarm of puppets. Li Tian let out a sharp hiss, dodging a lethal strike from one of the puppets. As he fought, he calculated if he used Cleanse buff, he could wipe out the whole swarm in 30 seconds. But no, he immediately discarded that thought. If the burst ended before all the puppets were eliminated, the side effects would weaken him, and his chances of survival would drop drastically. Watching the increasingly numerous puppets surround him like wild beasts, he gritted his teeth and charged into the fight barehanded. But his strength began to wane, and his body started to grow dizzy. Determined, he opened his inventory again, popped a few corn kernels into his mouth, and muttered, "Forget it, even small morsels are still food." At that moment, a sharp set of teeth and a terrifying growl echoed from behind. He turned around, but it was too late. A puppet bit into his shoulder, tearing off a chunk of flesh. The pain made Li Tian cry out. He immediately shoved the puppet away, breaking free from its grip. With a swift strike of his sword, he ended the monster's life, but his footing faltered. Blood poured from the wound in his arm, staining his clothes. Though it felt wasteful, he had no other choice. Gritting his teeth, he shoved another item into his mouth. Immediately, Li Tian's body vanished before the eyes of the hundreds of puppets. The puppets, confused, could not detect him. At this moment, he had become invisible, each hurried step taken while clutching his bleeding arm. He thought to himself, his voice full of concern, "Without the healing power of the ancient medicinal carrot, will the continuous blood loss and rapid exhaustion take my life?" What he had just eaten was a high-grade camouflage pepper, a rare purple item with the ability to blend the user into the environment, granting invisibility for 10 minutes, bypassing all sound wave detectors, heat sensors, and advanced technology. With a resolve fueled by desperation, Li Tian silently promised himself that he would consume a higher-grade food to recover his strength. A while later, he sat on a giant water transformation crystal, his gaze sharp and cold. He opened the system and took out a valuable item, a second-tier cold gourmet lunchbox, containing chicken, eggs, third-tier corn, cabbage mushrooms, and tomatoes, with a deliciousness rating of 6 out of 10. The moment he swallowed the first bite, his stamina was instantly restored to full, his hunger level increased by 5, and his body was optimized, erasing negative conditions such as hunger and blood loss. Looking at the delicious lunchbox, Li Tian couldn't resist grabbing it and taking a big bite. The wound on his shoulder began to heal, and his body quickly returned to its peak condition. He let out a sigh of relief, feeling his heart lighten a little. At the same time, the system's voice sounded, announcing the invisible status. Time remaining to complete the mission, 3 hours. In the blink of an eye, the system continued its announcement, Puppet 1000/1000. Time remaining to complete the mission, 20 minutes. While chewing on corn, Li Tian listened attentively to the system's report on his stats. Evolved Human God. Li Tian strength 5/115, willpower 98/100, speed 24/110, spirit 15/115. He stepped into the center of the formation, gazing up at the mountain. The crystal-like surface shimmered with a purple hue, mysterious yet resolute, as he stowed away his backpack. Li Tian raised his hand, gathering energy, his body radiating a powerful aura. The system immediately updated his current stats. Strength 75/115, speed 24/110, spirit 100/115. With a solemn gaze, he extended his hand towards the mountain. The ground shook, rocks and debris flying in all directions. In an instant, the water transformation crystal mountain began to collapse. Li Tian's strength and spirit plummeted sharply, but he remained undeterred. Clenching his fist decisively, he unleashed a final blow. A thunderous explosion rang out, shaking the entire region. The water transformation crystal mountain was completely obliterated. The system continued to announce, countdown, 15 seconds, 12 seconds. The reverberations of the terrible strike gradually faded. The system declared, Water Transformation Crystal 1/1 has been destroyed. Mission objective, Puppet 1000/1000, Water Transformation Crystal 1/1. The land before him was now nothing but a pile of wreckage, with no puppets remaining in sight. Li Tian struggled to sit down, sweat beading on his forehead. The system's cold voice rang out, Congratulations, host, for completing the branch mission. Reward calculation in progress. You have received 2 million points, the right to upgrade a level 1 weapon, and 100 level 4 seeds. However, his status panel indicated critical condition. Human evolution type, Ancient God Li Tian. Strength 1/115, Will 98/100, Speed 5/110, Spirit 1/115. His body could no longer hold up, his eyes gradually narrowing, his eyelids heavy with exhaustion. The system emitted an urgent warning, host's stamina is nearly depleted. Warning. Immediately, Li Tian collapsed to the ground, both his strength and spirit drained to zero. The land where the water transformation crystal mountain once stood was now reduced to rubble. The city remained shrouded in a somber atmosphere, but the puppets had disappeared entirely. At the bottom of the ocean, the monster's formation was also severely impacted. The monster could feel the excruciating pain from the collapse of the formation, letting out a furious roar as fresh blood poured from its mouth. It was clearly injured, and badly at that. Sensing something was wrong, it immediately swam over to investigate. Inside the formation, a gigantic water transformation crystal was floating, but the formation next to it had been completely extinguished. The beast roared in anger, its voice full of fury. What happened? Another one of the roots has been destroyed. Unable to control its rage, it screeched, summoning all the monsters under its command. When they had all gathered, it issued an overwhelming command, all soldiers, come ashore. The monsters obeyed, grinding their teeth and glaring with murderous intent. The water monster mermaid continued giving orders, go investigate, find out who the hell destroyed my formation. As it spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from its body, as if it wanted to crush everything in its path. With a voice full of bloodlust, it commanded, find the saboteur, and kill him. At the same time, Li Tian opened his eyes, the system's notification ringing in his ears, pulling him out of his daze as he received a new branch quest. Slowly regaining his clarity, his body still weak but his will as firm as steel, he finally fully awakened. Li Tian sprang to his feet, his eyes sharp, and the system kept notifying him of the new branch quest. On the interface screen, the familiar question appeared, do you accept? Accept or decline. Looking at the display, he saw that all the indicators had almost fully recovered. He thought to himself, in deep contemplation, that the mission had been triggered so quickly. Fortunately, his stamina had nearly recovered, but it was a pity that the food in his backpack was almost gone. While thinking, he swiped his hand across the backpack interface. Suddenly, an item caught his eye, a weapon upgrade book. He suddenly remembered that before he passed out, the rewards for the branch mission had been distributed. Immediately, the sword in his hand materialized, glowing faintly. The upgrade item in his backpack disappeared, and the system rang out a notification. Upgrade granted to Imperial Green Sword Line. The sword in Li Tian's hand shone brightly, exuding an overwhelming aura. The weapon's information appeared. Imperial Green Sword Line, Noble Class 2nd Tier Sword. New skill, sword energy deals massive damage over a short period, with a continuous bleeding effect. Upon hearing this, Li Tian frowned slightly, filled with questions. The system continued to prompt him to carry out the new mission. He sighed, muttering to himself, this mission is being rushed too much. Without hesitation, he pressed the accept button. The backpack interface slowly faded away, replaced by the new mission notification, mission objective, destroy the armored legion. The countdown clock showed 8 hours and 59 minutes. Li Tian was astonished, has it already started so quickly? Just then, the ground trembled violently, and the shockwaves from the coastline reached him, causing him to squint. The tremor seemed to come from the shore, and without hesitation, he sprang into the air, landing on a high point to observe. Looking out toward the sea, his face immediately turned pale. He let out a bitter smile, one wave hasn't passed, and another is already here. There's no shortage of them. Offshore, a mass of darkness rose from the water, emitting chilling, unsettling sounds. As he got a clearer look, he realized they were a swarm of giant crabs, monstrous creatures swarming toward the land. They screeched, the ones who would destroy the formation were approaching. These were beast kings of the sea demon type, with the ability to command. Above them, a bright, glowing eye could be seen, seemingly belonging to the bizarre mermaid beast king, a creature of the anti-clan variety. The monsters used sonar waves to scan the surroundings, quickly detecting Li Tian. One of them signaled that they had found the only heat source. Beneath the sea, a water monster mermaid observed through the eye of its minions. It murmured, its voice filled with doubt, only one human, and yet they can disrupt the formation? Seeing Li Tian's small figure, its anger grew even more intense, grinding its teeth with a harsh, grating sound. Then kill all the puppet soldiers I've deployed in this city. Apart from the human king, is there any other human with such power? Recalling the information from its subordinates, it clearly remembered that the evolution level of humanity was lower than that of the Sea Clan, and the enlightened tribes could be unified. It hissed, its voice filled with killing intent, unforgivable. I absolutely cannot stand these weaklings daring to stand above my Sea Clan. If it weren't for the sea imprisoning my people, and the damned oppression on the continent. Its smile twisted, looking utterly horrifying. It spread its arms wide and howled, truly wanting to engage in a comfortable battle with the other side. Thinking of its monstrous subordinates, it couldn't help but feel excited. After all, both it and its generals had been craving blood in battle for so long. In this world, only the stronger races deserve to inherit the future. The more it spoke, the more the water monster mermaid laughed maniacally. These insignificant ants on the ground even dared to compete for the resources of its people. It had originally thought that by killing the human king, it would reign over the 6 cities, but that felt somewhat dull. Unexpectedly, besides the human king, there were others among the human race who had awakened its desire for battle. Its face twisted in a grotesque manner, and its eyes gleamed with fervor. Let me see if this one's strength can give me an ultimate battle experience. The water monster mermaid spread its arms, its voice roaring with overwhelming power. Before finding the human king, let's start with a warm-up exercise. It shouted loudly, unleashing the skill Dominion descent. Its words immediately reached its subordinates, most notably the Emperor's son. The beast swayed a few times, its eyes bulging as it and the sea monsters at the ocean's depths simultaneously roared, Dominion descent. The Emperor crab slowly advanced, its voice sharp and mocking, is this the tiny thing? The human who destroyed my water transformation crystal. It glared directly at Li Tian, continuing, I hope you can play with me for a while. If you die too easily, I will be very disappointed. The words of the Emperor crab represented the water monster mermaid from the depths of the sea. Faced with such an aggressive force, Li Tian remained unshaken. He raised his head boldly and responded, what's it mumbling about? Then, he pointed directly at the Emperor crab, his voice full of defiance, hey, you hiding behind the crab, are you mad because I blew up that pile of broken rocks? Sending so many sea creatures to deal with me? Hearing this, the Emperor crab was startled, its massive body trembling slightly. At the bottom of the sea, the water monster mermaid gritted its teeth, thinking to itself, this sense of perception is too strong, it can even tell I'm the one pulling the strings. It asked, filled with suspicion, how do you know our sea clan's language? In fact, Li Tian was using the skill True Eye. He sneered, his voice full of arrogance. What is Sea Clan language? Is it so hard to learn? I'm sorry, it's so simple, I learned it easily. But humans have dozens of languages, I bet you can't even learn one of them, right? The information board popped up, indicating Beast King, a traitor to the clan, with the added skill of commanding the battlefield. Upon hearing Li Tian's words, Emperor Crab was so enraged that his body shook, growing larger and shaking violently. He thought to himself, before, Xiaohei's language system wasn't fully developed, so I bought a translation device from the shop. This time, I have to scare it into submission. With this thought, he grinned maliciously, his eyes flashing with cunning. At the bottom of the sea, water monster Mermaid ground its teeth in anger, speaking in a simple, light tone, "Dare to look down on my sea clan." It roared, stomping its foot and causing the water to churn. Our clan refuses to learn the language of inferior species. Sea Clan only believes in absolute power. Compared to Li Tian, Emperor Crab was many times larger, yet he remained calm, unfazed. Staring directly into its glowing eyes, he replied indifferently, in the face of absolute power, "Your little tricks are nothing but child's play." Hearing this, Li Tian laughed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "If you're so strong, why don't you just take the continent by force? Don't want to? Or is it that you can't even come ashore on a large scale? Each of your questions strikes like a dagger, hitting the Sea Clan's fatal weak spot." Emperor Crab, unable to hold back any longer, was furious beyond reason, roaring a single word, "You." Then, it slammed one of its giant claws down onto the ground. The earth trembled, rocks shattered, and flew in all directions, dust rising to engulf the entire area. It took a while for the dust to settle, and gradually, the view became clear again. Looking at the devastation in front of it, Emperor Crab continued with a mocking tone, "One human really does talk a lot." At the same time, on the farm, Xiaohei was curled up, sleeping soundly and peacefully. Han, lying on Xiaohei's back, suddenly jerked awake. The girl instinctively looked in one direction, as if sensing something was wrong. Without hesitation, Han jumped down, her eyes full of alertness. Han stretched her arms, her eyes sparkling with excitement. In a clear, bright voice, she said, "Let's go, Xiaohei, time for everyone to get to work." There was no fear on her face, instead, it was filled with radiant enthusiasm. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Emperor Crab was still arrogant, its voice full of pride, unaware of its own limitations. But suddenly, it sensed something unusual. Turning its head, it thought to itself, "This isn't right." Li Tian had been hovering in midair for some time, his sharp eyes observing the creature as it performed its self-directed actions. Without saying a word, Li Tian launched a powerful strike aimed directly at Emperor Crab. The shockwave from the blow shook the ground, causing the monster to panic and hastily retreat to avoid the impact. Looking back at the previous spot, a huge indentation was deeply etched into the earth. Emperor Crab was horrified, its eyes wide, thinking to itself, "I actually dodged that super-fast heavy punch." Without hesitation, it leapt into the air, intending to launch a surprise attack from above. With a deafening crash, it landed on the ground and immediately signaled to the swarm of small crabs. The small crabs instantly obeyed the command, quickly surrounding Emperor Crab. Hidden behind, Li Tian observed the swarm of small crabs encircling Emperor Crab. He quietly analyzed, "Their target is too large, easy to hit. Hiding among the beasts, using the smaller ones to wear me down first somewhat clever, but not much." Using his true eye skill, he quickly pinpointed Emperor Crab's location. Without delay, he activated the defensive control descent. Emperor Crab realized the intention and immediately ordered the small crabs to cling to him. The small crabs became frantic, tightly encircling Emperor Crab to protect him. From a distance, Li Tian shot forward at an astonishing speed. As he got closer, he sprang high into the air, using the shells of the small crabs as stepping stones, advancing deeper into the center. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the Emperor Crab. Raising his imperial green sword high, he prepared to deliver a fatal strike. But suddenly, the small crabs moved in unison, startling him. His legs were suddenly held in place by an invisible force, rendering him immobile. Undeterred, Li Tian swung his sword downward with a powerful slash, eliminating the swarm of small crabs. However, the emperor crab seized the opportunity, quickly changing its stance and raising its massive claw to block his attack, before using its strength to toss him toward a building. Li Tian was struck, his body slammed violently against the building, leaving him sprawled among the wreckage. He quickly activated gravity shift, furrowing his brow as he thought, although shifting gravity reduces most of the impact, the strength of this beast king from the anti-colony faction cannot be underestimated. These small crabs blocking my hands and feet are such a nuisance. His brow furrowed even tighter, his eyes flashing with determination. Meanwhile, the emperor crab continued to taunt him, "If even my underlings are too much for you, I won't need to get involved myself." At the command, the small crabs charged forward like a raging wave, leaping to attack Li Tian. His eyes widened as he thought, too many problems to deal with, this time I might really be heading to the afterlife. But at that moment, a sudden force struck the small crabs, throwing them into disarray. Li Tian smiled and turned his head back, as a clear voice of a young girl rang out from behind. "What is this? Having so many weaklings is a skill? We'll call someone too." Han stood proudly in front, with Uncle Nan, Shohei, and numerous advanced robots of humanity behind her. The battlefield was chaotic at this moment, unclear who would win and who would lose. Han spoke in a commanding tone. "Everyone, go!" Hearing the command, Uncle Nan and Shohei immediately charged in. Shohei, with his enormous frame, exuded an overwhelming aura, easily taking control of a crab, jerking it sharply and throwing it far away. Uncle Nan was no less impressive, using his bare hands to crush the shells of the robots working at full capacity, their metallic shine glinting through the battlefield smoke and dust. Han rushed to Li Tian's side, her expression worried, her voice urgent. "Are you okay?" Li Tian smiled, despite the blood still dripping from the wound on his arm, responding in a reassuring tone. "You arrived just in time, Han." He slowly crouched down, letting out a soft chuckle. We sensed your signal, so we came running." But suddenly, Han noticed the countless wounds on her brother's arm, the blood continuing to flow. She shouted in anger, her eyes wide with fury. "What happened to you? You're seriously hurt, bleeding so much. Rotten crab, I want to turn you into spicy crab." Li Tian helplessly reached out to pat the little girl's head, gently tugging at her hair. All right, don't act impulsively. I'm fine." Hearing this, Han immediately turned around, anxiously asking, "Really?" He smiled, his voice soft and reassuring. It's already healed. You know the effect of the carrot." But as he closed his eyes, he slightly furrowed his brow, feeling guilty. He shouldn't have involved Han in such a dangerous situation. He really was a useless older brother. It seemed like Han sensed his thoughts and called out to him. Li Tian immediately looked over, and the little girl beamed with a bright smile, her voice filled with pride. "No matter how dangerous what you're doing is, I hope to face it with you. Han isn't a burden to you, there will be a day when I grow up." Upon hearing this, Li Tian also smiled, his eyes warm. He asked, "Have you brought the medicinal food?" Han nodded, using her levitation skill to alter the gravitational field, bringing a bag of carrots in front of him. I've brought it." He complimented her, "Well done." Then he quickly stored the bag of carrots in his backpack. Afterward, he pointed to the emperor crab standing majestically in the middle of the battlefield and asked, Han, check if the biggest monster over there has the ability of the creature that once linked its consciousness with you?" Han seriously observed, her gaze sharp. She activated her true eye skill and stared directly at the emperor crab. Sure enough, within it, there was the control of the water monster mermaid. At this moment, the emperor crab was being attacked by a group of robots. Suddenly, it spat out a thick substance, spinning around to destroy several robots. Shohei, upon seeing this, quickly dodged, thinking that he couldn't let this substance touch him. The substance dried up, leaving behind a corrosive acid boundary that destroyed the ground. The line separated Xiaohei from the smaller crabs, leaving Xiaohei standing still, growling cautiously. Suddenly, the emperor crab jolted, sensing a familiar brainwave. It looked toward Li Tian and Han Han, and muttered, "Oh, it's her, the human king I've been searching for, I found her." The one it had been hunting all this time was Han Han. She too sensed the malicious brainwave and immediately identified the strong hostility. "Ah, it's him," the emperor crab roared, "so it's a subordinate of the human king. No wonder he's so powerful." Li Tian and Han Han listened in confusion. He turned to ask, "What are you talking about?" Han Han shook her head. "I don't understand either." The monster continued to roar. "Defeat them, and no one will be able to stop my water-swapping formation. At that point, I will rule the continent." Finishing its words, it unleashed a terrifying wave of energy into the sky, causing the air to tremble violently. Li Tian squinted, murmuring, "Just as I thought." Li Tian stared directly at the emperor crab, her voice firm, each word sharp as a sword. "If I'm not mistaken, that formation is meant to summon the underground waters to drown this city, isn't it? Only then can your sea clan invade the land on a large scale, slowly devouring the continent." The sea monster gritted its teeth, growling with fury. "Stop talking nonsense. I will make those who stand in my way vanish." As soon as it finished speaking, it channeled power into the emperor crab. In an instant, the emperor crab was enhanced, transforming into a beast king of divine form, its body growing larger, exuding an overwhelming aura. On the ground, the sea monster let out savage roars, ready to strike. Li Tian sensed danger, her gaze full of vigilance, locked onto the enemy. Suddenly, the sea monster leaped with great force, causing the ground beneath its feet to shatter, rocks and dirt flying in all directions. It soared high into the air, targeting Li Tian and Han Han, descending like a storm, with a deafening crash as it landed, sending rocks and debris scattering everywhere. Li Tian witnessed the terrifying scene, gritting his teeth and thinking to himself, "So fast, this speed is far beyond anything before." Suddenly, the sea monster turned and leapt to attack, throwing Li Tian far away along with a pile of rubble. He stared, sweat pouring down, realizing something was wrong. It was bad. The sea monster immediately changed direction, chasing after Han Han. Li Tian was sure that from the beginning, its target had been Han Han. The monster soared up to a skyscraper across from them, causing the brick wall to crack open, debris falling everywhere, determined to catch up with the girl. Li Tian felt powerless, his heart burning with anxiety, realizing he could not draw its attention. Angrily, he threw all his strength into chasing after it, thinking, could Han Han be the human king it mentioned? Why is there this misunderstanding? Does it think that killing the human king will let it rule? This is terrifying, but with the tribal mentality of animals, this logic actually makes sense. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with determination. No matter what, it wouldn't achieve its goal. In the blink of an eye, Li Tian shot forward at supernatural speed, his body transforming into a streak of light. The sea monster hopped nimbly across the skyscrapers, causing them to sink or crumble, with bricks and stones scattering everywhere, determined to chase after Han Han. The girl, soaring through the air, glanced back and muttered, "How annoying." No matter what, he couldn't shake it off. Suddenly, the sea monster from a nearby skyscraper locked its sights on her, charging with such force that it seemed like it could topple the entire building. Han Han was startled, her face showing a moment of worry, but she quickly activated her psychic connection, reaching out to Li Tian. "Boss, head to the designated rendezvous point." He immediately responded, his voice urgent, "Got it, you must be careful." He shot off, his face darkened with concern. On the other side, Emperor Crab unleashed devastating blows, sending dirt and dust flying in all directions, creating a chaotic storm of debris. Uncle Nan, his clothes torn and shredded, his face and body covered in bruises and mud, was gasping for breath, struggling to get back on his feet. Xiaohei stood amidst the wreckage, its eyes wide, emitting dazzling beams of light, its entire body drenched in blood. It spread its 4 legs, standing tall like a mountain, ready to fight. Xiao Hei let out a mighty roar, charging at the enemy at full speed, its sharp fangs bared in a terrifying snarl. Uncle Nan turned his head, his eyes anxiously following Xiao Hei, his heart heavy with worry. The mixed fish had nearly finished clearing the area, but before he could process Xiao Hei's injuries, he saw Xiao Hei charging fiercely, standing firm in the middle of the battlefield, growling with an ominous gaze, exuding an overwhelming presence. In his mind, Uncle Nan thought, filled with concern. 3 more left, but his stamina was quickly running out, he wasn't sure he could hold on much longer. Xiao Hei's condition was also very bad. What should be done now? Even Mr. Li couldn't handle it. Suddenly, Xiao Hei growled and took a defensive stance, but was about to perform a bold action. Uncle Nan turned his head, his expression one of shock. What is Xiao Hei planning to do? At that moment, a giant crab came crashing down from the sky, intending to attack Xiao Hei. But Xiao Hei quickly sensed something was wrong. It took a deep breath, prepared itself, and then, with a burst of energy, opened its mouth and unleashed a blinding bolt of lightning. The bolt of lightning transformed into a terrifying vortex in the sky, the strange green light obscuring the view as it engulfed the giant crab before it could strike. As the light spun, Xiao Hei's energy captured 1 crab, then 2, and finally all 3 giant crabs. Xiao Hei stood tall, exerting extraordinary power to destroy its enemies. Uncle Nan, witnessing this scene, was stunned, his eyes wide as the beams of light slowly faded away. Still in a daze, he muttered, "Here it is." Then he turned to Xiao Hei and smiled brightly, "Xiao Hei, that's great." The dust and white sand gradually dissipated, revealing Xiao Hei's massive form lying motionless on the ground. Uncle Nan hurriedly asked, "Xiao Hei, what happened?" But when he looked closely, he was horrified. Xiao Hei was unmoving. The eyes rolled back, showing only white. There was no sign of life. Uncle Nan cried out anxiously, "Xiao Hei!" On the other side, the sea monster still raged, its eyes rolled back, showing only white. There was no sign of life. Uncle Nan cried out anxiously, "Xiao Hei!" Across from them, the creature continued to pursue Han Han frenziedly. It lunged forward, emitting terrifying sounds. "What's the matter? What's the matter? Weren't you just so arrogant a moment ago? Don't only think about running." Then it leapt, aiming to snatch the girl. "Come at me." Han Han turned, her gaze resolute as she looked up at the ruined skyscraper devastated by the monster. She answered, "I must face you in a one-on-one duel." Seeing Han Han stop, the creature sneered, its eyes contorted with horror. "At last you've decided to fight. That's more like it. I'll beat you into mincemeat." Saying that, it dove straight down from above. Han Han calmly shut her eyes, then with a soft sound snapped them open. A burst of psychic waves exploded outward, sending beams of light to strike the monster. It was suddenly enveloped by the radiance. It howled, "What is this?" The beast thrashed, trying to break free from the light but failed. It let out a long roar. As Han Han struggled to hold on and her mental strength waned, the girl gasped, "Boss, hurry, I can't hold on much longer." Just then, a razor-sharp blade shot from nowhere, aimed straight at the sea monster. Struck, it gave a pained groan. The red blood flowed from its eye, forming terrifying threads. It exclaimed, "You, deceitful human!" Li Tian Tian, his arm covered in blood, still gripped the imperial green sword tightly. He did not reply, instead pulling the sword embedded in the creature's head with force, lifting it high, and then slamming it hard into the ground. With a voice as cold as ice, he said, "What nonsense are you spouting? Of course, you need to use your brain in a fight." The sea monster exploded, sending a shockwave that tore the towering building above into fragments, as if it were about to crumble to pieces. Li Tian Tian landed, his expression cold as he looked at the sea monster, his body drenched in black blood, and his face marked with a horrifying long gash. Han Han also landed beside him, dropping to the ground, panting with satisfaction. "Whoosh, we did it." Li Tian Tian held out a carrot in front of the little girl. "Here, eat this to replenish your strength." "You did great, Han Han. It must have been exhausting controlling such a large creature, right?" Han Han took the carrot, drenched in sweat, her eyes covered by a thin veil of exhaustion, looking as if all her life force had been drained. She ate while speaking, it was so hard. Controlling the giant brain for just a few seconds had nearly exhausted all her mental strength. She paused, exhaling. Luckily, its brain structure was small and simple. So it was still relatively easy to control. If the enemy's intent hadn't been so strong, I wouldn't have been able to infiltrate. The water monster, which seemed to have collapsed, suddenly struggled upright, its deep purple, lifeless eyes flared savagely as it glared straight at Li Tian. It transmitted sound, its voice full of fury, "You deserve to die." Then it screamed, "Impossible with my psychic sense, how could I have been ambushed by you?" It writhed, crying out continuously. Li Tian calmly lifted his head and answered, "Indeed, your psychic sense is very strong." He straightened, a gleam of triumph in his eyes, his voice cold, "But when you and I fought for control of the body, that was when your five senses were at their weakest. You concentrated all your mental power on the right to control, to seize the body. When the Beast King's control state was interrupted, I only needed to hide among the dense structures and exploit the blind spots in your vision to strike. Taking you down was as easy as turning one's hand." The water monster trembled in waves, angrily bellowing, "Damn it, humans are despicable, vile, and deceitful." Li Tian remained utterly composed, one hand on his hip, the other lifting the corner of his mouth in a contemptuous smile. "How can you call me despicable? Your tactics are crude, but didn't you, earlier, intend to use underlings to wear me down? It's all tactics. Don't use two standards to judge, okay?" The sea monster, hearing this, wanted to respond but could only tremble in pain, letting out helpless, gurgling sounds. Suddenly, it lay still, its dark eyes devoid of life. Li Tian let out a thoughtful hum, scratching his face in confusion. No movement anymore. Could it have died from anger? At that moment, the system notification popped up, "Branch mission, defeat the armored legion completed. Rewards have been granted." Li Tian reached out to grab a strange item, level 1 deep sea lung. He frowned, thinking to himself, diving equipment? Why would the system reward me with this? Just then, Uncle Nan's voice came urgently from behind. "Boss Xiaoli, quickly help Xiaohei." Li Tian turned around, horrified to see Uncle Nan carrying Xiaohei on his back. He immediately asked, "Uncle Nan, Xiaohei, what happened?" Uncle Nan replied, his voice full of concern, "I don't know either." After Xiaohei was severely injured, he spewed another wave of venom and then passed out like this. He gently laid Xiaohei on the ground. Li Tian immediately activated his true eye, staring intently at Xiaohei. The system notification appeared, "Xiaohei has advanced to a divine form, strength 1180, intelligence 85/100, speed 0/120, spirit 5/180. Resting state." Knowing that Xiaohei was still safe, Li Tian let out a sigh of relief and reassured, "Don't worry, Xiaohei is just in a resting state." Uncle Nan asked, "But why did it transform from that state into this one?" Li Tian turned to ask, "Are you saying that Xiaohei turned like this after releasing a surge of beastly aura?" Uncle Nan nodded, "That's right." He then asked, "How intense was that surge of beastly aura?" Without hesitation, Uncle Nan replied, "Stronger than before." Li Tian stared intently at Xiaohei, who was lying motionless, her voice thoughtful, "I guess it must be because all its stamina was exhausted, returning to its beastman form. After all, maintaining the Beast King form requires a certain amount of stamina." Han Han, now more at ease, suggested, "A carrot would fix it." Li Tian gently responded, "The mission is complete, let it rest." Uncle Nan sighed in relief, feeling at ease, "Now I can relax." Meanwhile, in an undefined space, bathed in a terrifying red hue, the sea monster returned from the stream of light, its eyes filled with rage, its sharp fangs clenched, howling in fury. "This humiliation can no longer be tolerated." Thousands of invisible eyes appeared, staring at it, and a voice echoed, "Your form still can't rise above the surface, the pressure of our sea clan needs someone to lead. If the water convergence formation has been broken, is there any other way for us to reach the shore? Leader, think again. Without water our clan grows weak." The sea monster resolutely did not answer a word. If at this stage we cannot defeat the human king, it proves we are still not strong enough. Humanity's evolution far surpasses our comprehension. Those eyes seemed provoked, they all stirred and spoke at once, creating a chaotic chorus. If that's the case, those Sea Clan ones would not submit either. They shouted in unison and surged forward with their leader. Sea Clan warriors would never bow, together they would kill the human king and advance to the shore. Hearing those words, the sea monster was far from satisfied, it grew even angrier. It clenched its teeth, its eyes igniting with a blaze of fury. No, you stay in Shin Yuan. This is my battle alone. So long as this deep sea endures, our Sea Clan will nourish and evolve, giving rise to a stronger existence than ever before. The sea monster narrowed one eye and widened the other, emitting a chilling, frantic light, its fangs bared as it muttered fiercely. There will come a day when I make our enemies pay. The eyes around it, upon hearing this, immediately erupted in utmost rage. They snarled, the sound reverberated as if ready to rend the air. Only blood can cleanse, whether it is his blood or mine. The sea monster seemed to awaken something deep within, emitting colorful swirling vortices around its body. The blending of hues created a sensation like a space vortex or a black hole hidden beneath the ocean. The powerful, swirling lines appeared as though they could devour everything in their path. With a deep, resonant voice, the sea monster transmitted a sound to awaken, and instantly, a pair of enormous eyes opened, gleaming brightly in the dark. Its gigantic tentacles began to move, gripping tightly to the rock face where the creature stood. The legendary sea demon rider finally emerged from the abyss. Its four sharp, bright eyes widened, staring directly at the sea monster. With incredible strength, it effortlessly lifted the sea monster, placing it atop one of its massive tentacles, then spoke in a deep, resonant voice, "Master, you summoned me. What is your command?" The gaze of the elder god's skill was as profound and deep as the ocean itself. The sea monster, with a cold smile curling at its lips, stared directly into its eyes. "I need the strength to defeat my enemies. Only with you here will I truly be complete." The sea demon rider nodded, its voice firm, "I understand." At that moment, the image of the sea monster appeared in its mind, its eyes wide open in a frantic glare, its teeth clenched tightly. The humiliation of my master is my humiliation. I want to destroy the one who has offended us alongside my master. After finishing his words, the elder god used his skill to make the sea monster sit firmly on his head, gliding through the water with terrifying speed, heading straight towards the enemy. Han Han, having just heard something, immediately widened her eyes, her expression clearly showing disapproval. Li Tian Tian noticed the rare serious expression on Han Han's face and couldn't help but be taken aback. He furrowed his brows and asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong? Isn't it good to accumulate more points? With this rate of evolution, if we don't upgrade the farm quickly, we'll be in great danger." Han Han looked up, her gaze resolute in response, but the conditions of this mission seemed too suspicious. At that moment, the system issued a notification, "Do you accept the branch mission? There is a restriction on player completion." Han Han frowned as she looked at the notification, continuing, "Although I don't see the mission objective you're referring to, this condition of restricting player completion feels like a trap. It's too dangerous." Uncle Nan, standing behind, also nodded in agreement. "That's right." Li Tian Tian, with a look of doubt and sharp eyes, silently thought to himself, "Strange, I've had this uneasy feeling for a long time, but haven't had the chance to think it through properly." Han Han did not miss the opportunity. She raised her hand, her voice full of concern, "Boss, don't forget, your satiety level is already very high. If you're injured, the carrot's regenerative ability will decrease significantly. At that point, you will truly be in danger. As long as we stay alive, we still have hope, right?" With a pleading expression, eager to convince, she continued, "Let's give up on this mission. It's just a one-time reward for points, we can bear it." Saying that, she raised her hand and began calculating, "I've calculated that the agricultural output in the next 10 days can make up for the accumulated points. If we don't do this mission, we can use the points from the last 2 rewards to exchange for growth medicine, and the farm will definitely be upgraded before the next apocalypse. Before she could finish speaking, Han Han was interrupted by Li Tian's cold and calm gaze. He spoke in a low voice, Han Han, the boss trusts your ability to calculate after evolving your brain, but this is not a simple algorithm problem. Han Han, with a blank expression, didn't understand and asked again. Li Tian suddenly became uneasy, sweat pouring down like rain, his eyes fixed on one point. He mumbled, "You don't understand." After completing the previous 2 missions, he had always had a feeling, but his words suddenly stopped. He tightly closed his eyes, holding his head, clicking his tongue. "It's nothing, I must be overthinking. Anyway, there's no evidence, and I don't want to stir up baseless speculation." Han Han listened to Li Tian's ambiguous words, feeling increasingly curious and anxious. Its hands flailed around restlessly, and it urged, "Boss, stop hesitating and just tell me. I won't be involved in the mission ahead, but right now I really want to know." Li Tian saw how persistent Han Han was and reluctantly gave in. His expression grew serious, and his voice became slow and deep. "All right, but this is just my intuition. I've always felt that ever since the side mission was activated, my senses suddenly became sharper." He glanced to one side as if noticing something unusual. He felt like he was trapped in a loop of the mission. Han Han was stunned upon hearing this and quickly asked, "What do you mean? Do you mean we're like NPCs?" Uncle Nan, who was standing next to them, looked confused and didn't understand what NPC meant. Li Tian saw their expressions and wasted no time explaining. "You could say that. It's like in a storyline, once the mission is triggered, there are only 2 choices: complete the mission or stop. There's no way to progress further. If this system is considered a game and I'm the player, what would happen if I don't follow the story that's been opened?" Han Han, sweat pouring down in sheets, stepped forward to inspect the mechanism and muttered, "For example, if it stops activating new missions. In that case, our accumulated points and items won't be enough, and the whole team will die. Or the agricultural output will plummet once it reaches a certain level, and the outcome will still be death." As if the game's program had been pre-written. Li Tian nodded, voice resolute. "That's right, which is why you absolutely must go this time. Before, back in Sue's newbie days, the system didn't feel very present, but now it actively issues missions." Just then, beneath Li Tian's feet, the ground began to quake violently. Something colossal was rising from the earth, surrounded by a vivid, blood-red hue. This was only the beginning of the protagonist's upgrade storyline. In the distance, the elder god's skill and the sea monster appeared, eyes sharp and brimming with fierce intent. Hundreds of eyes along their bodies stared fixedly in this direction. The system flashed another notification: "Do you accept the mission? Accept or decline." Li Tian glanced at the prompt, without hesitation, and answered decisively, "Accept." Suddenly, something descended from above, darkening the sky. Han Han hesitated, but Tian merely said calmly, "It's pointless." Having reached this point, he had no reason to refuse. In his eyes, powerful flashes of light flickered, his spirit burning with fierce determination. It had arrived: the sea demon, ridden by the beast, towering over a monstrous sea creature, gliding through the bloody, terrifying waters. With immense strength, it swung its colossal tentacle with a deafening crash. Each strike created surging waves of crimson, as if they could sweep everything away. The waves grew larger and larger, flooding the city, engulfing even the towering skyscrapers. Only a few high towers stood firm, though barely so. The waves continued to intensify, making it easy to determine their path, dragging countless rocks and debris straight toward Li Tian, Han Han, and Uncle Lan. Li Tian sensed the danger, immediately turning around and urgently commanding, "Uncle Nan, lead Xiaohei and Han Han to higher ground, wait for me." Uncle Nan responded without hesitation, "Got it." Without another word, he hoisted Xiaohei onto his back, then called out, "Han Han, let's go." As they ran, Uncle Nan silently prayed, "Please, let everything be okay." The red waves approached ever closer, crashing forcefully into buildings, as though everything might be swept away at any moment. From somewhere, Li Tian Tian charged forward, rushing straight into the oncoming wave. In that brief moment, he caught sight of something. The sea demon, the beast riding it, slowly began to emerge from the haze of dust and mist. A massive, jet-black body tens of thousands of times larger than his own. Truly worthy of the title sea beast, supported by the ocean's power, it had grown to a size that could rival even the beast king of the continent. Seeing Master Li Tian Tian, its eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction. It bared its fangs, lips curling into a mocking grin, and transmitted its voice filled with scorn. "You've come. The humiliation from that single/earlier will settle that now." Li Tian Tian showed no fear. Standing firmly upon the crimson waves, he raised his voice boldly. "So you are the Sea King, aren't you?" A flash of cold lightning flickered in his eyes as he studied the sea monster. Inwardly, he thought, a humanoid form with a fish's tail, just as Han Han described. Such ferocious killing intent. It's far beyond what an ordinary evolved sea beast could possess. This must be a divine evolved beast king, a sea demon with a god-descended skill. The sea monster heard his words and let out a sinister smile, its voice dripping with arrogance. "Your sense isn't bad. Yes, I am the king." Li Tian Tian glanced at the system notification panel, only to find a few meager lines of data. He couldn't help but worry, muttering to himself. Where's the important information? Why isn't there any record on this octopus creature? Suddenly, he lifted his head, eyes sharp as blades, locking onto the mount beneath the sea demon beast king. So that's it, the divine evolved mount of my father's generation. It possesses the illusion mist skill. I can see it now. But could it be that once one evolves to a certain level, or when faced with a more highly evolved beast, my true eyes will be limited? The first time I met the Beast King and my true eyes failed to work? Sure enough, once you leave the beginner's village, nothing remains easy. Suddenly the sea monster bared its fangs and spoke with biting sarcasm. Before I thought your king was that little girl, but after clashing with her I realized my mistake. Her chi is far weaker than yours. Li Tian Tian shot a sharp glance at the sea monster, wondering silently, what is that? Only the Beast King could see, or one had to evolve to a higher tier to recognize it. Not letting its opponent gloat any longer, the sea monster continued in a haughty tone, "You are the true king of the human race." Li Tian Tian paid it no mind. He immediately raised his sword and pointed it at the sea monster, ready to fight. "Whether you are king or not, if you dare harm my sister, you must die." The sea monster's expression darkened, leaving only its eyes glittering with a demonic light and its fangs flashing in the darkness. It lifted a hand, its voice cold, bold words. Li Tian Tian did not reply, his movements were lightning fast. The sword in his hand swung, suddenly severing one of the sea demon's tentacles with a single powerful strike, and then, in rapid succession, cutting through several more of the monstrous limbs. With every slash of the sword, the tentacles were instantly severed, falling into the crimson waters. Yet, the sea demon rider remained silent, offering no resistance, only speaking in a deep voice. "Quite dangerous, an ambush, huh? No martial virtue." Suddenly, the severed tentacles began to regrow, sprouting flesh in an instant, rapidly restoring themselves to their original form. Li Tian Tian paused for a moment, his heart sinking with a hint of worry. The creature's size, speed, strength, and its regenerative ability made it a formidable opponent. After a brief moment of contemplation, he smiled coldly and taunted the sea monster. "Before, you sent a whole group of lackeys to gang up on me, but now, why are you the only one who dares to come ashore?" In his mind, he quickly calculated his next move. He needed to maintain his momentum. He couldn't afford to lose. They wanted him to feel like he was losing his composure, easily provoked. Perhaps they focused too much on physical strength and didn't have enough resources to develop their brains. If he baited them, this creature might reveal something useful. He continued, a confident smile spreading across his face. Could it be that the Sea Clan is afraid now, unwilling to face us anymore? His sharp eyes glanced off into the distance, seemingly trying to pierce through the enemy's intentions. The sea monster growled in fury. The Sea clan believes in absolute power. This is a duel between kings, it snarled. No sea beast should interfere. Let me relive the feeling of a one-on-one fight. Only when one of us falls will my rage subside. Having said that, its face grew dark, and it raised its hand, drawing patterns in the air as it prepared to cast its domination skill. Li Tian maintained his confident smile and spoke, "If this is a duel." Before he could finish his sentence, the sea monster lunged forward to attack. Li Tian quickly leaned back, barely managing to shout, "Oh, lucky that I dodged that lethal blow." Furious at missing, the sea monster pointed directly at him, its voice growling, "Stop with the nonsense. Having app here really makes me uncomfortable. Strike back already, my patience is running out." Li Tian stood firm, unshaken as he faced the two monsters, his mind calculating the air pressure. If I'm not mistaken, the species living in the deep sea cannot withstand the strong pressure on the surface. Damn! This was the only piece of information he had, and it was merely a guess. Nothing useful could be learned from it. Suddenly, the sea demon mount stirred, its massive tentacle swinging upward, ready to attack. Li Tian, with quick reflexes, immediately darted to the side to avoid the blow. The sea monster, grim-faced, raised its hand and pointed at him. A faint purple smoke appeared, accompanied by a flash of light, as if it was about to unleash some kind of skill. Suddenly, from beneath the red waters, two enormous tentacles, larger than before, surged up, aiming directly at Li Tian, ready to deliver a terrifying blow. The massive tentacles thrashed violently, trying desperately to grab Li Tian, but with swift movements, he wielded his sword, striking each tentacle with sharp, precise blows, causing them to sever one by one, falling back into the red waters. The sea monster suddenly flashed a sinister grin, pointing its finger directly at Li Tian. He was underwater, still agile, dodging the tentacles that came at him like scythes. Unexpectedly, one strike landed on his cheek, and fresh blood splattered out. Li Tian was startled, his eyes wide as he stared in the direction of the attack, his entire body trembling. He observed intently, suddenly realizing that his body was going numb. The tentacles are poisoned. His eyes blazed with a fiery orange anger as he looked at the spiny tentacles. Once struck by the spikes, not only would the wound fester, but escaping would be nearly impossible. Without hesitation, he dove into the red waters, sinking deep to find a blind spot, out of the enemy's line of sight. In his mind, he scolded himself, "I was careless. I forgot how deadly octopuses can be, not just from their constricting, suffocating grip." As he descended deeper, Li Tian pulled out a small carrot. He thought to himself, the octopus toxin is secreted from the venom and salivary glands. If it's amount of the sea clan leader, its level of evolution can't be underestimated. Luckily, I have the advanced grade carrot, an antidote, otherwise, I'd definitely be dead. Hastily chewing on the carrot, he raised the valve to cover his nose and mouth, preventing the toxin from entering. This poison is strong enough to take down an elephant. Fortunately, I prepared in advance. Having thought this through, Li Tian swiftly swam upwards, facing the massive tentacles. He was ready to fight, summoning his skills in his mind. Everything was set. The surface of the water suddenly churned violently. The sea monster detected him and immediately activated the tentacle control technique, wrapping its tentacles tightly around Li Tian's legs. He jolted in shock, realizing that his arm was also being squeezed by another tentacle. The sea monster grinned, a cunning and triumphant smile. "Do you still want to try that move again?" Elsewhere, a figure reached out to touch the space vortex floating in the air. He murmured confidently, "This is the place, he's in here." Suddenly, a powerful force from behind suppressed him, making it impossible for him to move. A small hand placed on the back of his neck, executing a move. He grew anxious, sweat pouring down his face like rain. Han stood behind, his face stern as he held his position, speaking in a cold voice, "Don't turn around or in the next second I'll strike at your brain. Answer my question, who are you? Why are you here?" The stranger obediently raised both hands, his voice trembling, "Don't kill me, I mean no harm." Han remained stern, keeping his stance, his tone icy, "You still haven't answered my question?" The man did not reply immediately. He slowly pulled his hood down and turned his face back. My name is Ding Lu. You're the younger sister of my benefactor, aren't you? I will not resist, you may capture me. Han Han activated his good and evil eye skill. He thought to himself, is his benefactor acquainted with the boss? Sure enough, this person gave off no malice. She continued in a cautious tone, the second question. Ding Lu clasped his chest and answered hesitantly, forgive me, I cannot answer right now. After I meet my benefactor, I will naturally answer your second question. At that moment, on the battlefield, Li Tian was tightly bound by tentacles and could not break free. The tentacles gripped his body so tightly that only his blazing eyes were visible. They wrapped ever tighter, as if intent on crushing him. The sea monster, witnessing this, smiled smugly and maliciously, glancing at the palm of its hand. A strange light flashed from its hand. He smirked and twisted his finger, causing the tentacles to tighten, pressing Li Tian with unbearable force. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed from the gap between the tentacles. With his counterattack skill, Li Tian broke free from the restraints. Sword in hand, he roared, activating the cleanse buff skill. The sea demon beast rider, caught off guard by the counterattack, could only twist and emit strange, eerie sounds. The sea monster still sat atop the beast's head, raising a hand and pointing down, giving the command to stabilize. How could you possibly break free from such a deadly poison? Li Tian's eyes flashed with light as he replied. If I already knew your tentacles were poisoned, of course, I'd prepare accordingly. When they wrapped around me, I quickly controlled the gravity field around my body, creating a thin layer of air above me. By consuming only minimal mental energy, I was able to protect myself, preventing the poison spikes from piercing. He silently thought to himself, when the tentacles tightened, I had already made my strategy. The cleanse buff was to seize this moment, but the skill's limitations were obvious. It drained stamina too quickly. He checked the notification panel. Li Tian hesitated for a moment, the cleanse buff countdown showing 25 seconds left. Without further delay, he gripped his sword, leapt up, and charged straight toward the sea monster. In his mind, he calculated time was running out. He couldn't afford to waste his strength tangling with the octopus. The only way was to strike straight at the brain. He unleashed a powerful slash, aiming directly at the sea monster. It swiftly raised its arms, growling as it cast a skill that made the surrounding space flash with light. Cleanse buff countdown, 19 seconds. Li Tian missed his strike, yet his eyes still burned with unyielding fighting spirit. Suddenly, something struck him. Illusion, what's happening? The sea monster before him blurred, and all around, countless identical figures flickered into existence. A grotesque, savage voice echoed from the void. Did you think I only had the ability to command the mystic sea beast, and no power of my own? You are gravely mistaken. Under my dominion, the sea beast's powers are mine to control. This is the Elder God skill Slay One Clone, and I can summon countless more. My true form you will never find. Li Tian's eyes flicked coldly to one side, his voice calm and indifferent. Just tell me, are your abilities really that good? The sea monster let out a deranged laugh. Ah, the moment you stepped into my trap, you were already a dead man. When you're this close, the might of my skill increases tenfold. Now, surrender yourself, collapse beneath the illusion born from my song. Finishing his words, a bright red illusion circle exploded, enveloping Li Tian. It mocked him. Well? How does the taste of dying in agony from illusion feel? The cleanse buff countdown hit 3 seconds. Li Tian, in extreme pain, struggled to let out a cry. Suddenly, the red circles materialized. The sea monster, in its true form, manifested unexpectedly, letting out a scream. Li Tian looked at the skill notification from the Elder God's fog skill, immediately ordering the skill to be broken. The gravitational management skill was activated, and a huge circular hole appeared, piercing through the sea monster's body. The cleanse buff countdown hit 6 seconds, and its illusions began to fade. Li Tian used his true gaze, his eyes burning with intensity. I fooled you. Don't let your guard down so easily. This move is indeed hard to break. If it were someone else, they would have fallen into the trap. But unfortunately for you, my abilities are very different from yours. Sorry about that. The sea monster, in excruciating pain, let out its final screams before vanishing. Exhausted, Li Tian staggered, propping himself up, thinking, this is bad, the time is almost up. The massive octopus relentlessly charged forward, screeching with a high-pitched, ear-splitting cry. Master, human, die. I will kill you. The tentacles wildly slammed against its own head, threatening to crush Li Tian, who was above. The massive body shook violently, causing him to stagger and struggle to maintain his balance. Seeing the tentacle coming at him, Li Tian had no time to think and quickly leaped to avoid it. System notification: giant white fungus enhances strength, 2 seconds remaining. Bam! His body was hit by the shockwave, sending him flying several meters into the air. Hanging in midair, Li Tian frantically pulled out an object and bit down on it. System notification: giant white fungus enhances strength, 1 second remaining. His body fell straight into the blood sea below. Weakened state: health 0/115, intelligence 98, speed 0/10, spirit 0/15. As his consciousness nearly faded, the effects of the giant white fungus erupted. In the blink of an eye, his physical strength recovered by half, health 51/115, intelligence 98, speed 44/10, spirit 39/15. The weakened state was gradually eliminated, health 102/115, intelligence 98, speed 89/10, spirit 79/115. Li Tian squeezed his eyes shut, then suddenly opened them wide. The White Clan relentlessly pursued, charging after him into the water. Li Tian flipped onto his back, gripping the sword he had just summoned, struggling to defend against the attack. Amid the sea of blood, shockwaves from both sides caused a terrifying explosion, with blood splattering everywhere, staining the sky red. At the same time, at the border of the Yanhuang Federation, in the border city of Guaigu, the shouting of the henchmen echoed incessantly. Move faster, what are you doing? Hurry up! A bullet grazed the leg of a slave, causing the person to scream loudly. The bearded leader growled. Remember, we saved your lives. You must obey. Your worthless lives aren't even worth a penny. If you agree to be test subjects, you might get to live well. If not, tomorrow you'll be nothing but a pile of white bones. One slave, though his body trembled from the cold, raised his head, his eyes full of resentment as he glared at the leader. Enraged, the leader shouted, "Move faster." Nearby, a man with green hair sat cross-legged, holding a list, silently observing the slaves. He furrowed his brow, waved his hand to cover his nose, and coughed. Such a terrible smell. The bearded leader lowered his gun and hurried over, rubbing his hands together, speaking with a fawning tone, "Sir, may we begin the experiment?" The green-haired man snorted and replied, still not up to standard. He rested his chin on his hand, looking frustrated, and muttered in complaint, "The new genetically modified drug created by the company is the reason I had to trek all the way to this godforsaken place." After a brief pause, he waved his hand, giving an order, "Proceed as planned." The success rate is only about 10%, 9 out of 10 of the test subjects will end up dead. The bearded man chuckled casually, it's fine. Losing these people and finding replacements won't be difficult." The green-haired man nodded, glanced down at the file, and said, "Good. Then let's proceed. Today, we'll choose people to use the regular glucose-based immunity drug so they'll survive. Afterward, we'll provide enough food and water to ensure they can send this message out. Otherwise, it'll take a long time to find volunteers." The bearded man nodded repeatedly, obediently like a dog. Suddenly, a painful scream echoed from afar. The slaves panicked in a chain reaction, all of them shouting in fear, "Help!" A henchman carrying a gun stepped forward and shouted, "Everyone, be quiet. It's just a thief being punished for stealing food." Another man quickly arranged for the slaves to continue moving. The green-haired man sat leisurely on the chair, casting a glance before snapping his fingers to call the bearded man's name. He hurried over, and the green-haired man leaned in, whispering in his ear, "Your people can kill, but those who have mutated malignantly must be kept alive. Also, use your taste to handle things, don't frighten them. If it's possible to save, then save." The bearded man responded softly, "Yes." Then he stepped back. The green-haired man propped his chin on his hand, deep in thought, unable to believe that malignant mutations had appeared. Half of those who participated have already failed, and yet no one has successfully mutated into jealousy. The rate is too low. It seems I'll have to stay in this hellish place for a long time. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, grinding his teeth. The place was disgusting, so unbearable. Boom! A deafening explosion from afar shattered his thoughts. The green-haired man jerked in alarm, trembling, quickly looking toward the source of the sound. The slaves were just as panicked, with some unable to bear it, screaming loudly. A pillar of green light, taller than the entire building, suddenly erupted violently. Urgent shouting rang out, "What is it this time? Can't you give me any peace?" The green-haired man widened his eyes, leaping to his feet and striding towards the pillar of light, unexpectedly bursting into loud laughter. The slaves, terrified, knelt to the ground, hands clasped, and respectfully shouted. The column of blue light grew higher, and the chanting and bowing of the crowd became louder, their blue hair brimming with excitement as they laughed out loud. At the same time, in the capital city of the Yanhuang Federation, at the headquarters of Umbrella Corporation, a helicopter screamed through the sky, slowly descending. Dust and debris flew into the air, and a group of soldiers carefully aimed their guns at the helicopter. As it landed completely, a man with purple hair, leaning on a cane, stood waiting. It was Bai Changdong, the head of the Bai family. One of the soldiers spoke up, "Old Bai. Keep your distance, this time your revolution is too dangerous." Bai Changdong stroked his beard and replied calmly, "It's fine. I'm close to the end of my days, what do I have to fear? I just want to witness the results of our company's efforts with my own eyes." Through the thick cloud of dust, silhouettes gradually emerged. One person was bound to a wheelchair, with a helmet adorned with sharp spikes, a level 1 evolved individual, Gagarin. The second person, a level 2 evolved individual, was Sanji Gandhi. The soldiers remained cautious, keeping their guns trained on both. Bai Changdong spoke again, his voice deep and resonant, "Today is indeed a momentous day for our company, to have 2 evolutions at once." A person in a long coat stepped forward to congratulate him. "With this, the conservative faction will no longer oppose your decision." Bai Changdong nodded, "Of course." He pointed at the person wearing a hat, "This is a level 2 evolved, wake him up." The person in the long coat replied, "A level 2 evolved hasn't fully adapted to their strength yet. Waking him up now might be problematic. At the moment, we need to inject a dose of anesthetic every 10 minutes, each dose being 10 times more potent than usual." Bai Changdong stroked his beard, contemplating, "It seems we'll have to communicate with this level 1 evolved." He looked at Gagarin and asked, "What happened to his hand?" The doctor beside him answered, "Yes, this is his regenerative ability. During the last battle, his hand was severed. Fortunately, his healing ability is extraordinary, so he managed to survive against the level 2 evolved." The image of the level 1 evolved, Gagarin, appeared. He was holding his severed arm tightly, sweat beading on his forehead, veins bulging, his face contorted in extreme pain. He knelt before the level 2 evolved, Sanji Gandhi, who was surrounded by a brilliant energy field, exuding a powerful aura, almost invincible. The doctor continued in a low voice, "At that time, the level 2 evolved's ability wasn't stable, so he was exhausted and passed out. Thanks to Gagarin's persistence, the Conservative Party will no longer oppose his decision, and the company has successfully retained this precious asset. In order to capture him alive, we sent many elite soldiers, but whenever they approached, they all suffered intense headaches as if they were dying and coming back to life. Some fainted, while others suffered brain death. 2 people have already died in this attempt to capture him." The image of a level 2 evolved being appeared, floating in the air, surrounded by an energy field like a deadly halo. Below, the elite soldiers lay scattered, unconscious or motionless. Bai Changdong spoke up, his voice full of excitement. This is truly an incredible power. Bring them down, we must force them to replicate their genetic code. With this newly revived, powerful evolved army, the day our company dominates the world is not far off. Switching to the battlefield scene, Li Tian looked down and called out, Han Han. The little girl quickly pounced and responded, Brother, you're back. And there's also the giant octopus. Han Han continued to shout, her voice full of excitement. Seeing his sister so thrilled, Li Tian hurriedly reminded her, food can wait. Tell me quickly, what's going on here? Han Han put on a mischievous puppy face and used her body to send a telepathic message, I think I caught him. Li Tian sighed helplessly, I could tell that already. I asked about his identity. The young man's mouth was tightly sealed, his eyes glistening with tears as he let out muffled sounds. Mum. Let me go. Han Han rushed over and tore the tape off his mouth. The young man rubbed his lips and spoke, Your great benefactor has appeared. Can you answer me now? Li Tian frowned and asked, Hold on. We're not talking about taking you in just yet. Benefactor? Have we met before? The young man began recounting the events. After listening, Li Tian said, So, the person he saved was your sister. Then they came after you for revenge, but you managed to escape. The young man nodded. Yes, something like that. Actually, I didn't really escape. Back then, I was stabbed full of holes, kneeling and collapsing on the floor. He recalled his body covered in wounds, blood streaming everywhere. The strange thing was, with that much blood lost, I should have died, but when I woke up, there wasn't a single injury left. Moreover, from that moment on, I began to sense a peculiar smell. It was thanks to that scent that I found you. He continued, his voice trembling. At that time, before me lay several blood-soaked corpses. I ran my hand through my hair, crying out repeatedly, No, no, no. When I arrived, I saw you personally burying my sister's body. It's just that back then, I was in no condition to show myself. Li Tian sighed, his voice deep and sorrowful. I'm truly sorry about your sister. If I hadn't intervened, perhaps she would still be alive, living a better life, and not suffering such a tragic death. He paused for a moment before asking, What is the scent you're sensing? The young man shook his head, unable to explain it in words. It was like a faint aura surrounding him and his farm, of the same kind. Li Tian silently thought to himself, could it be that this person has awakened evolutionary abilities? How surprising. I never imagined that an ordinary person could possess such a power. His words aren't false, and he's awakened a potential teammate naturally, but it's important to clarify what exactly his abilities are. A set of statistics appeared. Ding Lu, 15 years old, strength 430, speed 112, defense 110, mentality 100, ability, the divine power to transform a chameleon into stone, changing its structure to become as hard as stone, tripling its defense, and camouflaging like a chameleon, blending into the environment and becoming nearly undetectable. When activated, strength increases significantly with the level of anger, and speed doubles for 30 seconds. However, after the effect ends, the user enters a weakened state, with a 1/3 reduction in all stats for 180 seconds. The divine skill of the chameleon Ding Lu grants him an extraordinary ability to camouflage, much like a chameleon, blending effortlessly into his surroundings and becoming almost invisible. When activated, he turns into stone, his skin hardening like granite, tripling his defense and becoming as firm as a fortress. In the state of blood fury, his veins boil with blood, and his strength and speed double for 30 seconds, like a raging fire. However, when this state ends, his body weakens, and his stats drop to a third of their original value for 180 seconds, like the calm after a storm. Li Tian looked at Ding Lu, his eyes flashing with astonishment, thinking to himself, so he's a divine evolver. I thought he was just an ordinary defected subject, but I didn't expect him to evolve to this extent naturally. A child with such talent? He smirked, his voice tinged with playful teasing. Can you cook? Yes. Ding Lu replied immediately, his eyes shining brightly. I'm the one who cooks at home. What about raising cows and goats? Li Tian continued his probing, his tone calm. A little. Ding Lu nodded. Even my husband has done it before. Can you wash clothes, do housework, clean up? I can fix electrical appliances too because I like taking things apart. Stop. Li Tian raised her hand to cut off the stream of complaints, her expression stern. Where I am, we work 8 hours a day, with no salary, just food and accommodation. The job is often life-threatening. Do you still want to follow? Ding Lu hesitated for a moment, his eyes revealing a hint of complexity. His body now felt like a monster, probably incapable of fitting anywhere. Being with others of his kind was still better than dying alone. He raised his head, his voice firm. Moreover, within my abilities, I want to repay the favor to my benefactor and avenge my family. No matter how dangerous the job, I can handle it. Li Tian nodded, a glint of approval in her eyes. Others of your kind? You've been accepted, but don't call me your benefactor. Call me Boss Li. Yes, boss. Ding Lu shouted, his spirit soaring. At that moment, Li Tian issued an order, her voice deep but full of challenge. Make a grilled octopus dish as your first test. Yes. Yes. Ding Lu responded enthusiastically, his passion boiling over as the scene changed. The door to the laboratory swung open, and Professor Nan, an elderly man with white hair, entered, his eyes gleaming behind thick glasses. He shouted excitedly, Commander Meow, I've made a huge discovery. I've found the secret to copying jealousy. Commander Meow. A tall man stood firmly in the room, turning around with sharp eyes. What? Professor Nan spoke incessantly. I have always believed that gene drugs cannot merge with ordinary people because their physical constitution is too weak, so I focused my efforts on researching fire-neutralizing drugs. But today, I discovered something more important: the HLB-type gene of the super subject does not match the experimental body. HLB type? Commander Meow furrowed his brow, his voice low with suspicion. Professor Nan spoke with reverence, his voice excited. It's the gene position organized by a tightly bound chain, forming a diverse complex. The blood types in each person's body are arranged randomly, and there could be thousands of different combinations. Commander Meow waved his hand impatiently, his voice urgent. Professor Nan, calm down, give me the simplest example. Professor Nan cleared his throat and slowly explained, as if speaking to a marrow donor. This surgery requires the HLB of both the donor and recipient to be compatible. Out of thousands, even tens of thousands of people, only 2 will have completely identical HLB sets. The probability is extremely low. Only when the HLB is compatible can the transplant be done, otherwise, it will trigger a severe rejection reaction. He paused, his eyes bright as if he had just made a groundbreaking discovery. If the gene drug has an HLB structure similar to that of the recipient, the rejection response will be greatly reduced. The neutralizing drug only helps to mitigate this reaction. Unless we can create a stronger neutralizing drug, otherwise, the gene drug will still cause the body to collapse. But I believe. Commander Meow interrupted, his voice firm. I understand. These specialized details, Professor, submit the full report later. What's the main point? Professor Nan scratched his head, laughed loudly, and said briefly, I've managed to replicate an evolved person. Ha! Commander Meow was stunned, his voice rising. Is it really that important? Finally, he added, well, this is important too. Professor Nan explained, still excited. My team is examining his body, but there's an issue. The gene therapy only allows individuals with an HLB similar to theirs to become evolved. Others can't. Commander Meow snapped, his voice filled with frustration, stop the nonsense, let's go. Ayo, take it easy. Professor Nan cried out, holding his arm. This old skeleton of mine is going to be dragged to pieces by you. Suddenly, the space fell silent. Commander Meow stopped, his eyes sharp with suspicion. Strange, where has everyone gone? The lights aren't even on. He stepped forward, his voice lowered, stopping in his tracks. Something's wrong. Why does it smell like blood? Professor Nan took a deep breath, muttering in the lab, the smell of blood is normal. He sniffed again, his voice trembling. No, it's not right. In front of them, there are bodies lying scattered on the floor. A moment later, the military had surrounded the laboratory. Soldiers stomped around, inspecting every corner. Xiao Yuan stood by, his voice gentle as he reassured, Professor, this is not your fault. Professor Nan shook his head, his eyes filled with sorrow. No, rather than blaming myself, I should say I am frightened. I calculated all the uncontrollable factors of the evolved human, thinking I had prepared thoroughly for every scenario. He paused, his voice trembling. But when I witnessed it with my own eyes, I was still terrified by that power. Dr. Nan furrowed his brows, his voice deep and weighed down with suppressed anger. The patrol team found the tracking chip that had been implanted in the evolved human, inside the stomach of a stray dog, 12 kilometers from the command center. He had removed both the chip and his own flesh, knowing how to destroy the tracker, which shows that his mind is still clear, not out of control. This is our problem, he gritted his teeth. He has betrayed us. Xiao Yuan took a deep breath, his voice full of concern. What's the situation now? Dr. Nan stood upright, his gaze icy. It's not looking good. I've dispatched 6 squads to track him, but his physical abilities are extraordinary, and he even stole weapons. 2 of the squads have already lost contact. He turned to Xiao Yuan. Yufu, the commander, is leading the remaining squads in pursuit. Must capture him. Even though his abilities no longer serve our purpose, he is still an extremely valuable experiment subject. He is the evolved, jealous clone of Yufu, and theoretically, he should be weaker than Yufu when they meet. However, after the tracking chip was removed, finding him will take more time. He gave the order, Xiao Yuan, you participate in the operation as well, and bring him back quickly. Xiao Yuan responded firmly and immediately left. The scene shifted to a crimson sunset. Li Tian sat leisurely by the lake, a fishing rod swaying in his hand, his expression relaxed. He muttered in annoyance, continuously eating meat. Beef stew, grilled beef, I've had enough of it for days. Xiao Luzi, go catch some crabs, fish, or shrimp. Tonight, we'll have seafood. Yes, boss. Ding Lu, the new worker on the farm, responded quickly, his voice full of enthusiasm. Li Tian raised an eyebrow and pointed in the distance, Xiao Luzi, go catch them somewhere else, don't scare the fish here away. Ding Lu nodded repeatedly, flustered as he ran off. Li Tian watched him, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. This kid is so foolish, it's almost cute. He chuckled, shaking his head, his gaze drifting absently over the still surface of the lake. Since completing that branch mission, there hadn't been any other tasks to undertake. He collected the mission reward, but the points for planting weren't really worth much. He sighed, his voice deep, without realizing it, I've started to become greedy. Suddenly, the fishing rod shook. Oh, it's here. He pulled hard, his eyes bright. A second-tier medicinal-grade silver carp, not bad. He laughed loudly. Fishing was truly fun, like a version of the mystery box game. Indeed, men of a certain age would awaken their bloodline for fishing. He chuckled, enjoying the peaceful moment. Life like this was so comfortable, but after a while. Before he could finish, a high-pitched voice interrupted, bored out of my mind. A little girl appeared from who knows where, her mischievous gaze making it clear that this life was the best. What do you know, you little brat? Li Tian shot her a glare, tongue-tied. Being tongue-tied doesn't help. Boss, I'm directly reading your brainwaves. He slapped his forehead, muttering to himself. He had forgotten about this. He became serious and asked, "What happened? Is my brainwave reading tense right now?" Han Han nodded, her expression serious. "The guard I stationed at Changnan for the week do surveillance picked up some not so good things. You need to go out for a while. Keep an eye on things back home." Li Tian nodded, her tone decisive. "If there's any new development, call me." He stood up, his body darting through the buildings, his eyes sweeping across the surveillance system display. Suddenly, he stopped at a hidden corner, his sharp gaze observing intently. Two evolved beings were attacking a man, their cruel and arrogant laughter echoing. "That's the evolution of AI goose water." The bald man with dark skin spoke with contempt. "I didn't expect Yin Huang's evolved ones to be so weak. I haven't had enough fun yet, and he's already down." The other man spoke coldly. "All right, Gagarin, we've got two of us, no need to be so old-fashioned. The company rarely lets us out to stretch our limbs, don't ruin the mood." The bald man smirked. "So boring." Candy mumbled, irritated by being with someone so simple-minded, whose limbs were far more developed than their brain. "Let's go." Li Tian narrowed her eyes, tapping into Windbird's communication device number 10. "Follow them." Continuing the story, under the dim, ethereal lights in the luxurious room, the bald man with dark skin laughed loudly, his voice resonating with arrogance. "Old Bai, how can these low-level creatures ever accept my noble genes? You don't need to waste resources copying my genes anymore. With me here, I'll help you do anything you want." Old Bai, his face expressionless, raised his hand to signal. "Don't." He narrowed his eyes, his voice deep and sharp. "How does it feel in Yin Huang?" "Ha, of course." Growl lifted his head, eyes gleaming with excitement. "This is the best place I've ever been. Fine wine, exquisite food, luxurious rooms, beautiful women. The admiration and fear of others here far surpass those in my own land." Old Bai gave a slight nod, his tone calm. "As long as you like it." "Where's Can?" Growl shrugged, smirking. "Probably with that woman again." "What a strange man. With so many resources and wealth, couldn't he have any woman he wanted? Yet he stayed with just one. How puzzling." Old Bai shook his head, a faint trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. "Really?" The scene shifted to a small room, where the gentle glow of candlelight danced upon the walls. Candy lay with her head resting on a woman's lap, eyes half closed, listening to the soft, melodious singing. The girl hummed lightly, her voice as sweet as a passing breeze. Humming. Suddenly, she stopped, looking down in concern. "What's wrong? What's the matter?" The girl replied, I can't move anymore." The woman was panicked. "What's going on?" Suddenly, her body floated as if lifted by an invisible force. She screamed in horror, "Help, help me!" Candy exclaimed in disbelief, "Was it you, the presence I felt earlier?" The voice turned colder, "Have you been watching me all this time?" Li Tian emerged from thin air, holding the woman firmly, his eyes sharp as knives. "Now that you've discovered me, shall we talk face to face?" Candy growled angrily, "Why are you targeting me? Let her go." Li Tian smirked, his voice calm but full of menace. "At such close range, if you use your skill, be careful not to blow her head off." His voice was filled with challenge. "Also, tell me, who's faster, your speed or mine?" "You can try." He gritted his teeth. "You. What do you want from me?" The woman suddenly snapped to attention, screaming in panic, "God's return, who are you? Where am I? Help!" She was frantic, her voice trembling through the translation device. "Help! Why am I in a place like this? I want to go home." Li Tian narrowed his eyes, muttering, "Her condition doesn't seem like what I thought. Could my judgment be wrong?" Candy screamed, her voice filled with pain. "Arya, don't be afraid, I'm coming to save you." The siren blared. He turned to Li Tian, gritting his teeth. "What do you want me to do?" Yen Huang's voice sounded. Li Tian replied coldly. Where is that Yen Huang soldier? He thought to himself, no, I didn't judge wrong. This woman can still be used as a pawn. He continued, his tone sharp and firm. Take me to him. Candy trembled, her eyes full of anguish. Don't hurt her. I swear to you. He whispered, his voice choked with emotion. Arya, my son, the flame of my life, you are the son that a filthy worm like me could never compare to, the one I struggled so hard to reach. Li Tian cut him off coldly. This pawn is only one direction, but as long as I can control you, everything else will fall into place. He took out a small object, his gaze icy. It was a mini bomb, its power strong enough to turn its wearer to ashes in an instant. As long as you help me, I'll disarm the bomb. Candy clenched her teeth, determination blazing in her eyes. As long as you keep your word, I'll cooperate. But if you go back on it, I don't mind dying with her and taking your head with us. Li Tian smiled lightly, her voice calm. I don't want to stir up more trouble. Getting what I want is enough. And also, I want to know what you all plan to do. Candy replied stiffly, once we get there, you'll know. Li Tian followed behind. Is this really appropriate inside? The guard at the door spoke up. Lord, Candy. The man looked at Li Tian, his gaze filled with suspicion. Who is that person behind you? We don't have anyone like that in the company. Candy glanced quickly, his voice reassuring, he's with the company. Then, he used his skill to hypnotize the guards. The man nodded, but his eyes still held caution. Yes, he's with the company. Let's go. Li Tian thought to herself, the strength of this man is even greater than Han's. Back then, refraining from acting recklessly toward him was the right choice. The group paused. Candy spoke, his voice low, stop. We've arrived. In front of Li Tian stood a massive factory. Candy spoke again, I call it the evolution chamber. He looked at Li Tian, the corner of his mouth curling up. I suppose the Yin Huang term you use would describe it like this, wouldn't it? Under the cold, sterile light of the laboratory, several researchers stood in front of a tank filled with liquid, where a naked man was suspended. One of the researchers spoke, his voice dry, today's cell update is complete. The chamber opened, the water level in the compartment falling to expose Chen Yuhang's compact form. He slowly opened his eyes, awakened, and stepped out of the compartment with a cold expression. The researcher continued, his voice full of excitement, Chen Yuhang, very good, the number of evolved humans produced from your original essence has doubled. Boss Bai was very pleased. Chen Yuhang curled his lip, his tone arrogant, oomph. After all, I'm Yen Huang, my gene compatibility rate is far higher than those two outsiders. He shrugged on his coat, glanced at the researcher, and asked, where are you going? The researcher hesitated and replied, do I even need to be asked? Didn't you say Boss Bai is very pleased? I have to go find him to collect the reward, but the data hasn't been processed yet. He tried to argue, don't be ridiculous. Chen Yuhang snarled, his gaze ice cold. I came here to help you enjoy pleasant days. My work is finished, if you keep dawdling and make me uncomfortable, I'll crush you. He turned away, his voice lowering, next up are those two black devils. I'm off. The researcher muttered with contempt, isn't he just some promoted upstart acting so arrogant? A traitor to his master will be discarded sooner or later. From afar, Li Tian hid in the shadows, watching everything through the surveillance system and hearing every single word. He silently thought, is he from the Yen Huang military? He squinted, a cold light flashing in his eyes. What is the background of that Yen Huang person? Candy, standing next to him, replied in a low voice, I heard he escaped from the military's laboratory. Escaped? Li Tian frowned, then walked into the company. Candy nodded, he killed all the researchers in that laboratory. The military is chasing him. If he's not running, then is he waiting to be caught? Li Tian pondered, not sparing anyone, not sparing anyone. Candy confirmed, her tone cold. It seems the military has also successfully replicated a large number of evolved humans. It's just that he stopped. Her eyes showed a hint of worry. My worries have indeed come true. Li Tian furrowed his brow. Also, how did he get into the company? Candy chuckled softly, her sharp gaze piercing. Didn't you see for yourself? He approached, lowering his voice. At that time, he must have noticed you, right? Li Tian was startled, his eyes flashing with wariness. Looks like you were tricked. He gritted his teeth. Indeed, the human brain is not easy to deal with. Candy smirked. Are you wondering how I guessed it? It was your little expression that gave you away. Li Tian lowered his voice and clicked his tongue, saying, the ranks of the evolved ones in this world are only growing larger by the day. With the sensory abilities of the evolved, I think it is nearly impossible to continue living peacefully in a large country like Yanhuang, while also upgrading the farm. Sooner or later, it will be exposed. He looked at Candy, his voice firm. Is there anything else you want to know? Candy answered the last question. I want to talk to that person from Yanhuang. The scene shifted under the flickering streetlights. Chen Yuhang was draped over the shoulders of several beautiful girls, wearing a smug expression. Candy approached, her eyes as cold as ice. Candy, what's going on? Chen Yuhang raised an eyebrow, his tone indifferent. Without saying much, Candy suddenly released an electric shock towards Chen Yuhang. A blinding flash of light erupted, followed by his agonizing scream. With the skill to lock thoughts, Chen Yuhang was hit, his eyes glazed over, his body frozen, completely under control. Candy turned to Li Tian, her voice urgent. The effect of my power on the evolved is very short-lived, hurry up. The girls behind them were panicking, screaming, but their voices weakened, their bodies shaking before collapsing. Candy coldly ordered, sleep. Li Tian looked at Candy with quiet astonishment, then made his move. This person is very strong. The scene shifts to a silent room. Standing alone, her eyes filled with sorrow, memories flood back like waves crashing against the shore. She mutters, her voice trembling, so that's how it is. I remember now. The house is gone, I have nowhere to go, I have nothing left. She recalls Candy's words before leaving, filled with longing. Arya, wait for me here. She smiles bitterly, a self-deprecating smile. Everything becomes clear in her mind. Arya clenches her fists, her gaze resolute, choosing to live not as a puppet controlled by others. Let me carry the burden of this crime and enter the cycle of reincarnation. With a serene determination, she quietly walks away, her figure fading into the darkness. Chen Yuhang wakes up, clutching his aching head and groaning, my head hurts so much. Why am I lying here? The girls around him slowly regain consciousness, groaning as well. Chen Yuhang looks around, his gaze confused. You all fainted here too, why are we lying here? A girl trembles, her voice weak. Mr. Chen, what happened? He frowns, trying to sift through his memories. This is strange. After leaving the laboratory, I have no recollection of anything. Li Tian stands across from him, her eyes sharp. He holds out a small key, his voice calm. This is the key to deactivate the bomb. The information I needed, I have it now. He took back the key and tossed it into the air. Wait until I leave. I'll throw the key somewhere random in the laboratory. You'll have to find it yourself. Candy furrowed his brow, his voice low. You don't need to be so cautious around me. As long as you keep your promise and release him, I won't take action against you. My only goal is to live with the person I love. Everything else doesn't matter to me. Li Tian curled his lips, his eyes briefly suspicious. The person you love? From what I can see, that girl's reaction seems like she doesn't even know you. He shook his head, his tone cold. I originally thought about recruiting her, but after observing carefully, using the ability to control others' emotions and thoughts. It's really frightening. A stubborn person is truly terrifying. Candy chuckled, his voice tinged with sarcasm. It seems like you have quite a bias against me. No, not at all. Li Tian replied, but his gaze remained sharp. I really can't stand it. Just saying it out loud, a part of my memory naturally vanishes. Doesn't he suspect you? Candy shrugged, confident, as for that, basically no. From what I know about first-stage evolvers, most of them have developed muscles but lack brainpower. Plus, the surveillance cameras in that building have already been covered and modified by me. Without evidence, even if he suspects, it's useless. Li Tian raised an eyebrow. By the most evolved ones, you mean those who evolved through regression, right? The terminology differs, but your summary is quite accurate. He suddenly tossed the key into the air. Candy panicked, rushing after the glinting key as it spun midair. Li Tian continued in a calm voice, "Get ready," and then hurled the key forcefully behind him. His figure vanished in an instant. Take your time finding it. I'll go prepare first. He thought silently, his eyes darkening. The information he had just heard from Chun Yu Hang was enough to make him change his plans. The army and the security companies were already producing evolved humans. With the heightened perception of those evolvers, the farm would eventually be discovered. If they were targeted, their side would be at a disadvantage in both manpower and equipment. He had no intention of ending up in a lab, turned into a guinea pig for research on spatial mutations. After catching the key, Candy hurried back, her voice trembling with hope. Arya, I got it. I'm back. Don't be afraid, we can disarm the explosives right now. But the room was empty, no one was there. Candy froze, panic flooding her eyes. Arya, could it be? She screamed, her voice shattering. No. 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 He raged, smashing things, his eyes bloodshot. I must kill him, it's all his fault. He ground his teeth, voice brimming with hatred, no matter where you run, I will find and kill you. Scene change. The farm gate opened and the system's confirmation chimed. Li Tian's verification was accepted. Welcome home. Han cried out in a shrill voice, the boss is back. The little girl skipped over and called loudly, everyone, come here for a moment, I have an important announcement. Li Tian stood amid the crowd, his gaze steady. So that's the situation. Boss, do we really have to leave Changnan? We must. He replied, his voice firm. First, farms on the mainland are far too easy to expose. Second, Changnan doesn't possess the large amount of resources we'll need later. Leaving will be dangerous, but it will also bring far greater opportunities. Ding Lu asked curiously, where are you headed? Li Tian pointed to the map. Here. In 35 hours the farm's accumulated points will reach 20 million. Once the refuge finishes its upgrade, we'll take the refuge with us and leave Changnan. He turned back, voice decisive, any objections? Han beamed, boss, wherever you go, I'll go. Ding Lu nodded fervently, boss, I will follow you. Another person pushed forward, me too. Li Tian nodded, his eyes shining, very well, forward to the new stronghold.